sharp pain exploded in Zhang Junfeng's head. He winced as he opened his eyes, only to find himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. His head was pounding, his heart racing, and his mouth was parched. He scrambled off the heated brick bed, eyes wide, frantically scanning the room until he spotted an open, lidless teacup on the table. Without hesitation, he lunged for it, grabbed it, and tilted his head back. Glug, glug, gluffed down the entire contents in one go. A cool stream slid into his stomach, instantly spreading comfort throughout his body. Wow, that's amazing. Zhang Junfeng sighed in relief, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, felt a wave of exhaustion, and noticing the nearby sofa, plopped down heavily. The old springs groaned under the weight, trembling and creaking as they struggled to hold him up. Zhang Junfeng stared around with bloodshot eyes, and his gaze suddenly froze. Where was he? The old house, the worn furniture, the yellowed, tattered walls, and those pale green wall panels. This was clearly the interior design style of many years ago. Wait. Zhang Junfeng quickly sifted through his memories, finally finding the answer in his younger days. He remembered. Yes, this was the decor style of the early 1980s. How'd I end up here? Zhang Junfeng clearly recalled. He was in his 50s, a successful man, his career flourishing, his company's stock about to go public. To celebrate, last night he'd been drinking with 4 of his most trusted people. After that, he blacked out. How could he be here today? Zhang Junfeng raised his right hand and pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. He confirmed it wasn't a dream. This was real. Was this reincarnation? That meant I died? Was I murdered? Impossible. Zhang Junfeng shook his head repeatedly in denial. He was a decent, kind person, approachable, always rushing to help others. He even remembered the birthdays of middle managers in his company, sending them birthday red packets. In business, he competed fairly with peers, never resorting to underhanded tactics. His reputation was excellent. He had no enemies. How could someone have assassinated him? Zhang Junfeng scratched his head, furrowed his brow, and, after much thought, concluded there was only one possibility. Someone had poisoned his drink, leading to his death. Then the killer must be among those 4 people. Who could be so vicious? Zhang Junfeng stroked his chin and began analyzing. All 4 were his most trusted confidants. One was his beloved wife. He adored and spoiled her, never made her do anything. Whatever she asked for, he fulfilled without exception. He even satisfied her parents' housing needs, funded her siblings' weddings, and helped out her numerous aunts and uncles. She couldn't possibly be so cold-hearted as to harm him. Then there were the 2 classmates. One ran a street stall, the other was laid off. Out of pity and old friendship, he'd kindly helped them, which was why they were where they were today. For them to repay kindness with betrayal? Zhang Junfeng simply refused to believe it. The last was a distant relative. After graduating from junior college, the man couldn't find a job, so Zhang Junfeng took him in out of kindness. The man was clever and quick-witted, so he was promoted. To say he'd forget this kindness, well, there was still family blood. He couldn't possibly have turned against Zhang Junfeng. Then, besides these 4, only himself remained. Could he have drunk poison wine and committed suicide? A 50-something successful man at the golden peak of life, with a happy family, how could he possibly want to end his life? Unless he was mentally ill. But Zhang Junfeng was certain he had no mental issues, and there was no history of mental illness in his family. So the killer must still be among these 4. Who is it? Who could be so evil and hide it so deeply? They'd worked together so long, yet not a single clue had surfaced. In the end, he'd trusted them too much, never suspecting the worst. Sigh. Truly, it's easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Learn from one's mistakes, but would he even get another chance? To uncover the truth, he had to return. But how? Would he have to die again? After a deep sigh, Zhang Junfeng lowered his head and noticed the big toe sticking out of his dirty sock. His toenail was long, packed with black, filthy mud, utterly disgusting. He looked at his long pants, wrinkled, with several torn holes revealing his thighs. Is this me? Zhang Junfeng was shocked. He looked up and saw a large mirror hanging on the wall behind the floor table. He quickly pushed himself up with his hands and rushed to the mirror. Reflected before him was a shockingly disheveled man. His hair was a messy, dirty tangle, looking like it hadn't been washed in a week. Thick eyebrows and large eyes, but bloodshot and dull, devoid of any vitality. A straight nose and square mouth, yet covered in stubble, mouth half open like a crude, uncivilized brute. He wore a white shirt, its collar yellowed. Pulling it close, the wear and tear showed it had been washed too many times. Is this me? The Zhang Junfeng in the mirror shook his head, disbelieving. How could this be me? A 21st century successful businessman, the CEO of a company about to go public, a perfect man with a happy family. Zhang Junfeng stared intently at the man in the mirror, his tension even greater than during any previous high-stakes moment. He shook his head as if to disbelieve, and the disheveled man in the mirror mirrored the exact same movement, perfectly identical. It was undeniable. The disheveled man in the mirror was himself a 21st century successful man reborn after death. Zhang Junfeng had no choice. Suddenly, Zhang Junfeng distinctly felt another memory, stirring in his brain, likely the memories of the current body's original owner. It turned out that his current self was also named Zhang Junfeng, 28 years old, married, with a wife and daughter. His wife, Shen Rubing, 25, worked at a printing factory. His daughter, Tian, 5, usually went to the factory's daycare. This Zhang Junfeng was an outright, good-for-nothing idol, irresponsible, with a terrible temper. He beat his wife, neglected his family, spending his days drinking and gambling. His daughter feared him, his wife hated and feared him. The family survived solely on his wife's income, 30 yuan a month, most of which Zhang Junfeng would snatch away for drinking and gambling. If she refused, he'd beat and curse her, leaving the family destitute, barely able to afford food. Chapter 2. Daughter Tian. Zhang Junfeng had parents and sisters. His father, Zhang Gaoyuan, was 50 years old, while his mother, Song Yiqiu, was 48. His elder sister, Zhang Hanyu, was 30 and married, and his younger sister, Zhang Hanyu, was 26 and also married. Moments later, Zhang Junfeng's gaze fell upon a calendar hanging on the wall, adorned with images of a popular actress from the 1980s. The date displayed was May 20th, 1981. The sudden transition from a successful individual of the 21st century to a second-rate character of the 1980s left Zhang Junfeng in a state of disbelief. He sank back onto the old sofa, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. At that moment, the door creaked open, accompanied by a soft rustling sound. Zhang Junfeng looked up to see a small girl's head peeking through the gap. Beneath her neatly cut bangs were large, expressive eyes, intelligent yet lacking vitality, and a slightly parted mouth that glistened white. Her complexion was excessively pale, and her unusually pointed chin indicated malnutrition. Two small tufts of hair resembling horns hung down behind her ears. Zhang Junfeng recognized her as his 5-year-old daughter, Tian. Upon seeing Zhang Junfeng's expression, Tian recoiled in fright and quickly closed the door. She cautiously ran to her mother, Shen Rubing, tugging at her apron. "Mama, that person is awake." Shen Rubing had just lifted the lid of a large pot, releasing a cloud of steaming vapor that filled the cramped kitchen, obscuring her vision. Once the mist cleared slightly, she retrieved some food from the pot and placed it on a nearby plate, 1 white steamed bun and 2 cornmeal dumplings. Hearing Tian's voice, she turned and smiled at her. Tian, are you hungry? Dinner will be ready shortly." Using chopsticks, she picked up the food from the pot, leaned against the wall, and fished out a boiled egg from the bottom, setting it aside. She replaced the water in the pot with fresh water before turning to a wooden box where the grains were stored. With a gourd ladle, she scooped out some cornmeal, glanced at it, then returned some back, placing the grain bag back and covering the box again. There were no other grains left. The last remnants of cornmeal were running low, and they needed to make it last for 4 more days until payday, necessitating careful rationing. Once the water boiled, she added the cornmeal, stirring it in a clockwise motion until it transformed into a thick porridge. This cornmeal porridge resembled glue in consistency. Yet it was composed solely of cornmeal, a staple food for many families in the early 1980s. Tian, however, was not observing her mother prepare the porridge. Instead, her gaze was fixated on the boiled egg, her eyes filled with envy as she licked her lips and swallowed hard. Yet she understood that the egg belonged to the man seated on the sofa, as did the white, steamed bun. Shen Rubing noticed her daughter's expression and cast a glance at the egg, suddenly feeling a pang in her heart as tears began to fall. While other children her age enjoyed the best that their families had to offer, her Tian could only watch. With a heavy sigh, Shen Rubing shook her head in resignation, wiping away her tears and biting her lip as she turned away. She ladled out cornmeal porridge, cleaned the pot, and dried her hands with an apron before retrieving a small rectangular dining table from behind a white curtain. Bowing her head, she entered the main room. Placing the table before Zhang Junfeng, its surface darkened from years of use. With a bittersweet reluctance, she cast a final glance at the boiled eggs before bringing over 2 small stools, arranging them neatly beside the table. She then hurried back to the kitchen, accepting bowls and chopsticks from her mother, and returned to set them on the table. With her head bowed, She cautiously pushed Zhang Junfeng's chopsticks towards him, too afraid to meet his gaze, apprehensive that he might suddenly turn hostile, which terrified her. Subsequently, Shen Rubing served the evening meal in 2 portions onto the table before finally sitting down herself. She filled a bowl with cornmeal porridge and gently placed it before Zhang Junfeng, her hands trembling slightly from anxiety. Carefully, she pushed over a steamed bun and a boiled egg, her sole hope being that they could enjoy a peaceful meal together. Throughout the entire process, she kept her head lowered, avoiding any eye contact with Zhang Junfeng. Afterward, she filled bowls for herself and Tian, breaking off a piece of cornbread. Tian, you must be starving. Please eat. Shen Rubing raised an eyebrow, offering a smile tinged with sorrow as she handed a small piece of cornbread to her daughter, her eyes brimming with maternal love. Only in her daughter's presence did she allow herself to smile, cherishing that fleeting moment of happiness. With Zhang Junfeng nearby, she refrained from speaking loudly, even her laughter measured, fearful of provoking him. An outburst could lead to a table flip or worse, a violent beating. Mom, you eat. Tian, ever perceptive, picked up a piece of dried radish pickle and placed it into Shen Rubing's cornmeal porridge, not forgetting to glance at the boiled eggs on the table. Her large eyes sparkled with longing. The child was ravenous, yearning for a taste of the eggs, which she realized had been a long time since her last indulgence. The little girl's desire to savor even a small bite of an egg was palpable, yet such a simple wish felt unattainable to her. Tian's small hands, thin and delicate, struggled to grasp the chopsticks, which appeared long and cumbersome in her grip. Quickly, she turned to her mother with a bright smile. In the eyes of the 5-year-old, her mother was the most beautiful and wonderful woman in the world. As for her father, she had no desire to mention him. Sweetheart, you should eat too. Tian's obedient nature was a source of pride for Shen Rubing, who smiled softly and added a piece of pickle to her daughter's porridge. The affectionate bond between the mother and daughter moved Zhang Junfeng deeply, prompting him to crack an egg and drop it with a smile into Tian's bowl of cornmeal porridge, followed by pushing a steamed bun towards her. Tian, all of this is for you. Take your time. He raised the bowl of cornmeal porridge, taking a hearty sip, then picked up a piece of dried radish pickle to chew, all the while watching Tian with a beaming smile. In an instant, Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Zhang Junfeng, while Shen Rubing's motion of sipping her porridge abruptly froze. Could this be a dream? How could this be happening? An event so unprecedented and unimaginable for the mother and daughter had occurred without any forewarning. Zhang Junfeng's sudden display of compassion left the beleaguered duo momentarily stunned, rendering them completely bewildered. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of Zhang Junfeng, smiling, quietly slurping his cornmeal porridge. For a full half-minute, the shocked mother and daughter remained in a state of disbelief, until Zhang Junfeng, lifting his head with a smile, shattered the stillness. Tian, don't just stand there. The eggs will get cold and lose their appeal. Tian stirred slightly, her gaze drawn to the egg, its long-lost flavor seemingly possessing a magical allure that ignited her taste buds. However, she hesitated to reach for it, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Junfeng before turning her gaze back to Shen Rubing, awaiting her mother's consent. In her heart, she thought of not wanting to upset her mother, firmly believing that any decision made by her was undoubtedly the right one. Noticing Shen Rubing still lost in thought while holding the cornmeal porridge, and seeing Tian's immense longing and anticipation, Zhang Junfeng could no longer contain himself. Well, Rubing, let Tian have the egg. The child is eagerly awaiting your nod. His voice was gentle and warm, so soothing it sent shivers down Shen Rubing's spine. Suddenly jolted awake from her reverie, she raised her delicate face, her weary eyes settling on her daughter's frail countenance. Shen Rubing was acutely aware of Tian's severe nutritional deficiencies, yet out of fear of Zhang Junfeng's potential wrath, she had been compelled to treat him like a deity. Now, since he was willing to offer the egg and white steamed bun to Tian, it was surely a delightful turn of events, and she had no reason to oppose. However, the stark contrast of the situation left Shen Rubing in disbelief. Regardless, as long as her daughter could enjoy another bite, her heart brimmed with joy. Tian, eat up, mommy allows you to. Shen Rubing still avoided looking at Zhang Junfeng, instead smiling at her daughter. In an instant, Tian blossomed like a vibrant flower, her tiny hands reaching for the bowl of porridge, skillfully maneuvering the egg towards her mouth with her chopsticks. The egg was round and smooth, and despite the aid of the chopsticks, it took her some time to get it into her mouth. Unable to wait any longer, Tian boldly grabbed the egg and stuffed it into her mouth, taking a hearty bite. In that moment, she bit off a third of the egg. Her cheeks puffed out as she savored the delectable morsel. Gazing at the egg that belonged to her, remnants of the yolk occasionally dripped from her tiny mouth. And this 5-year-old girl smiled brightly at her mother. What had once seemed unattainable, a boiled egg, was now hers to enjoy, and the delight filled her heart to the brim. Slow down, Tian, don't choke. No one is trying to steal it from you. Watching Tian devour her food with such unrestrained enthusiasm, radiating a long-lost innocence, Shenrubing couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, as she observed her daughter, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over her, tightening in her chest and bringing a pang of sadness. Children embody such purity. Even a fleeting moment of small satisfaction brings forth joyous laughter. To other children, this would be an utterly mundane occurrence. However, in Tian's eyes, it has morphed into a rare luxury. Had she not been burdened with a father like Zhang Junfeng, and had she not been born into such an unfortunate family, this child would surely be brimming with happiness and joy. Alas, misfortune has cruelly descended upon this 5-year-old girl. Sighing, Shenrubing exhaled, affectionately stroking her daughter's small head. Tian leaned in, reveling in the warmth of maternal love. Unintentionally, with a soft gulp, she swallowed a mouthful of egg. It was too dry, and she opened her mouth, blinking rapidly in response to the discomfort. Look at you, how embarrassing. Shenrubing smiled gently, feigning reproach as she stood up. She turned to pour half a jug of cool boiled water and held it to Tian's lips. Quick, take a couple of sips, it will help you swallow. Shenrubing carefully supported the jug as Tian drank deeply, finally easing her discomfort. She stretched her neck comfortably and smiled. All right, Mama, I'm not choking anymore. Tian lowered her head and resumed her feast on the egg. Observing the tender bond between mother and daughter filled Zhang Junfeng with warmth. Yet it was soon eclipsed by waves of guilt. A memory flickered in his mind. Shenrubing had always despised him, never harboring any fondness for him, which was understandable given his despicable nature. Even if he transformed into a better person, altering Shenrubing's perception would not be an easy feat. Deep-seated aversion cannot be dissipated merely by a handful of good deeds. Nevertheless, these thoughts were inconsequential to Zhang Junfeng, as he was soon to depart, and such matters were of no relevance to him. He simply smiled faintly and lowered his head, intending to continue his porridge. Just then, the door swung open, and an uninvited guest made his entrance. This individual sported curly hair, sideburns, a slender frame, and was clad in a checkered shirt, exuding an air of disreputability. Well, old Zhang, still in the mood for a meal? Stepping inside, his gaze swept over the trio before landing on the cornmeal porridge and pickled radish. He remarked mockingly. His voice drew the attention of all present. When Shenrubing looked up, she inadvertently met the man's lecherous gaze, her brow furrowing slightly as she displayed her disdain. She turned away, shifting her small stool closer to Tian. Zhang Junfeng recognized this man as Gu Debai, a gambler to whom he apparently owed 20 yuan. Oh, it's Brother Bai? Have you eaten yet? Zhang Junfeng understood that this fellow had come to collect his debt, though he felt an overwhelming urge to kick him out. He refrained, mindful of the mother and daughter duo present. Even if I haven't eaten, what do you have at home that could possibly invite me to dine? Gu Debai smirked, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, striking a match to light it, and taking a puff before speaking. His beady eyes first roamed over Shenrubing's pretty face, before finally settling on Zhang Junfeng 3 seconds later. Brother Bai, all I have left at home is cornmeal porridge. If you don't mind, I can serve you a bowl, Zhang Junfeng said with an awkward smile, turning to head to the kitchen for a bowl. Oh wait. Gu Debai grabbed Zhang Junfeng's arm, tilting his head with a smirk, then took a deep drag of his cigarette. He turned to look at Shenrubing, exhaling a long plume of smoke, his gaze fixated on her delicate neck. Brother Bai, smoking indoors can jeopardize the child's health. Let's discuss matters outside in the yard. Shall we? Zhang Junfeng noticed Gu Debai's lewd stare, feeling quite uncomfortable. He feigned intimacy by draping his arm over Gu Debai's shoulder, subtly pushing him away. Hey, don't push me. We can talk right here. Gu Debai shrugged off Zhang Junfeng's arm, breaking free, and then cast a sidelong glance at the cornmeal porridge on the table, sneering as he continued. Are you trying to feed the beggars? Is this porridge even fit for human consumption? Your words lack civility, Goodbye. I kindly offered you porridge, and yet you fail to appreciate it, Zhang Junfeng retorted, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. His gaze hardening as a flash of hostility crossed his face. Do my words lack civility? Let me remind you, during our last gambling session, you assured me that the money you owe would be repaid within half a month. Yet, nearly a month has passed. Aren't those words worth anything? Goodbye's expression darkened, his tone growing dull as he took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke onto Zhang Junfeng's face. It's just that I've been a bit tight on cash lately. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. You must pay today, or I shall not leave and will remain in your home, Goodbye declared, his gaze turning predatory as it lingered on Shen Rubing. He had long coveted the stunning woman, and if he could stay in the house, perhaps he would have an opportunity to win her over. In his eyes, Zhang Junfeng, once the son of a factory director, was now insignificant, unworthy of such a beautiful wife. Is it merely 20 yuan that you seek? Must you come to my home to collect? Goodbye continued to cast his lascivious gaze at Shen Rubing, challenging Zhang Junfeng's dignity. After all, he was the head of this household, with his wife and daughter by his side. Though he would soon return home, he could not allow a lowlife from the ADS to disrupt his peace. Zhang Junfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. Let your wife and child hear this, Goodbye said as he swiftly approached Shen Rubing, pointing at Zhang Junfeng with his cigarette-laden hand. It's so easy to say it's just a debt. If you have the capability, repay me at once. Stop boasting. The 5-year-old Tian was startled, and Shen Rubing quickly pulled her close, holding her tightly in her embrace. This scene was captured entirely by Zhang Junfeng's keen eyes. The corner of his right eye twitched a few times, and within his heart, a resolute decision was made. As long as he maintained this identity, he could not allow this mother and daughter duo to suffer any indignities. This was the most fundamental dignity of a man. Observing the boisterous Goodbye, a chill flickered in Zhang Junfeng's gaze, his jaw clenched tightly. He raised his hand, pointing towards the doorway, and coldly issued an eviction order. Goodbye, I shall certainly return the 20 yuan to you by tomorrow night. For now, you may leave. Our home does not welcome someone like you. For such a person, repaying the debt meant he never wished to see him again, should their paths cross once more. It would only spell disaster for Goodbye. Moreover, debts owed to others must be settled, particularly to those who are miserly and covetous. Otherwise, even if he were to depart, it would bring endless troubles to this mother and daughter. As Zhang Junfeng of the 21st century, if he lacked even this modicum of responsibility, he would never have been able to elevate his corporate group to the status of a publicly listed company. Do not boast again. You have uttered such words no less than 20 times already. Goodbye, with a sneer, expressed his disbelief, pointing a finger, which clutched half a cigarette, at Zhang Junfeng, continuing, in my opinion, a person like you is unworthy of having a wife and children. Your wife would be better off with any other man than with you. As Goodbye spoke, his beady eyes fixated on Shen Rubing's neckline, implying that even being with him would be 100 times preferable to being with Zhang Junfeng. What did you just say? A flame ignited in Zhang Junfeng's eyes. As a successful individual, his dignity was being incessantly challenged, nearly pushing him over the edge. Goodbye's words, once applicable to the former Zhang Junfeng, were now utterly unmerited. The current owner of this body was a man worth over 100 million. How could he allow this ruffian to be so audacious? I mean, if you can no longer support a wife and child, perhaps you should let someone else take care of them. What? Are you still unconvinced? Goodbye swaggered forward, standing directly in front of Zhang Junfeng, boldly proclaiming, his demeanor undoubtedly overpowering. Zhang Junfeng's eyes widened with fury, his fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. He summoned all his strength, preparing to deliver a thunderous blow that would shatter the grotesque visage before him. Mama, I'm scared. Suddenly, 5-year-old Tian cried out, retreating into Shen Rubing's embrace, shutting her eyes in fear. Tian, do not be afraid. Mama is here, Shen Rubing reassured, enveloping her daughter tightly and turning her body to shield Tian from the looming danger. Indeed, it was imperative not to frighten little Tian. She was still just a 5-year-old girl. In that instant, Zhang Junfeng felt as though he had awakened from a dream. It took him several seconds to exert control over his emotions, forcefully repressing the rage that was on the verge of eruption. With a deep exhale, Zhang Junfeng released a long breath, forcibly expelling his anger. With a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Zhang Junfeng affectionately draped his arm around Goodbye's shoulders and urged him forward, saying, "Rest assured, my dear brother Bai. This time I shall not go back on my word. I promise you, trust me just this once." His face beamed with a facade of respectful deference. Yet his sole intention was to hasten Gu Bai out of his home. "I still harbor doubts. What if you fail to return the 20 yuan by tomorrow night? What then?" Gu Bai, being nudged outside, wore an expression of skepticism, yearning for Zhang Junfeng's assurance. By now, they had reached the courtyard, where Zhang Junfeng casually shut the door behind them and whispered, "If I cannot repay you the 20 yuan by tomorrow night, I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. Whatever you decide, I shall abide by it." "Very well, you've said it. Do not blame me for being unkind then." Gu Bai was somewhat satisfied with this guarantee, fully aware that Zhang Junfeng's promises were merely a means to buy another day. He was utterly incapable of repaying the 20 yuan. Had he possessed it, his family of 3 would not be relegated to subsisting on cornmeal porridge and pickled radish. "Fear not, brother Bai. I shall certainly fulfill my promise and present you with a delightful surprise." Zhang Junfeng maintained his sincere demeanor, nodding repeatedly with a beaming smile. "All right. I shall return tomorrow evening." Gu Bai cast one last glance at Zhang Junfeng before making his way out of the courtyard. "You need not come by tomorrow. I shall personally deliver the 20 yuan to your home," Zhang Junfeng called out, waving his hand as he watched Gu Bai's figure disappear beyond the gate. His smile vanishing in an instant, his gaze turning cold and sharp like winter ice. Chapter 5. Heartbreak. After resolving this matter tomorrow evening, he would return to the 21st century. As for the method of return, it was quite simple. He would merely have to die once more. With this thought, Zhang Junfeng re-entered the house, seated himself at the dining table, and smiled at the frightened mother and daughter, apologetically stating, "I am sorry, Ru Bing, for causing you both fear once again, but I assure you, Gu Bai will never set foot in our home again." "Let us hope so," Shun Rubing sighed heavily, temporarily releasing her lingering trepidation. She held no faith in Zhang Junfeng's assurances, dismissing them from her heart. He had made too many promises in the past, yet not a single one had come to fruition. Shin Rubing released her daughter, allowing her to return to the bench. The 5-year-old, Tian, seemed to have forgotten the earlier incident, continuing to savor her beloved boiled egg. Zhang Junfeng picked up a bowl of cornmeal porridge, took a sip, and gazed fondly at the mother and daughter duo. Tian's delicate face, pale to the point of being alarming due to her emaciated state, bore large, unusually prominent eyes that were slightly sunken. Beneath her long eyelashes sparkled a shrewd glimmer, yet the innocence typical of childhood was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by an unsettling maturity and sorrow. The burden of having such a wayward father had plunged their household into dire economic straits, leaving them to suffer far worse than most families. Sweet Tian, with her understanding nature, never showed any disdain for the unpalatable meals. Each time, she would cradle a delicate porcelain bowl and slurp her cornmeal porridge, smacking her little lips in delight. In contrast, Zhang Junfeng often resorted to verbal and physical abuse towards Shun Rubing, leaving a lasting shadow in the tender heart of Tian. She naively believed that if she feigned enjoyment of the food, Zhang Junfeng would also find it pleasing and cease his mistreatment of her mother. Zhang Junfeng's parents, both mid-level officials, had generously supported him financially each month prior to the incident, yet he squandered it all. Moreover, he threatened Shin Rubing, forbidding her from informing Tian's grandparents. After being reborn, Zhang Junfeng felt a profound guilt for the actions of that despicable version of himself. "Well, we no longer have white flour or eggs at home, so you will have to eat the same as us starting tomorrow. It will be 4 more days before we receive our wages," Shin Rubing murmured, hesitating for a long time out of fear before revealing their family's plight. With her head bowed and her voice barely above a whisper, she seemed to be speaking to herself. "Ah, you needn't worry. I will find a way to earn money," Zhang Junfeng replied, looking up at Shun Rubing with a warm gaze and a gentle tone. He felt confident that a single outing the next day would alleviate their family's struggle for sustenance. Of course, he also had to repay the 20 yuan he owed Gu Bai. The previous incarnation of Zhang Junfeng was always true to his word. "What?" Shin Rubing was once again taken aback, nearly exclaiming, as doubts crept into her mind. Was it a problem with her hearing, or merely an illusion? After living together for several years, Zhang Junfeng had never expressed a desire to go out and earn money. It was indeed a rarity. Was it he who had gone mad, or was it she? Such pitiful thoughts began to surface in her mind. "Mommy, look, there's another hole here. Isn't it fun?" Tian, After finishing her egg and half a steamed bun, stood up with her belly round and sought out Joy. The little girl reached into her sweater, her index finger poking out through a tear, and held it up before Shen Rubing, smiling for her to see. The innocent daughter found it amusing. But Shen Rubing felt a pang of sorrow as she observed. She remembered that this sweater had been purchased nearly 2 years ago, before the incident, when her in-laws accompanied the two of them to the market. The light blue garment had long since faded, adorned with patches, and the once full-length trousers had transformed into capris, leaving half of Tiantian's calves exposed. It had been nearly 2 years since she had bought clothes for her daughter, and now that Tiantian had grown, she had nothing decent to wear. With a sigh, Shen Rubing shook her head helplessly, gazing at the grimy table. The thought of their situation made her heart ache, and her eyes began to brim with tears. Zhang Junfeng's gambling addiction and his frivolous lifestyle not only depleted the funds provided by his in-laws, but also forced him to seize half of Shen Rubing's 30 yuan salary. With just the remaining 15 yuan, feeding their family of 3 became a challenge. How could they possibly afford to buy Tiantian new clothes? What fills Shen Rubing with shame is that Tiantian wears some clothes that are leftovers from other children, donning them regardless of their rips or patches. Zhang Junfeng's gaze subtly shifted to Shen Rubing's face. This pitiable woman has endured far too much suffering at the hands of the scoundrel Zhang Junfeng, bearing grievances with no outlet for expression. She neither dares to confide in her in-laws nor wishes to return to her parents to share her woes, silently swallowing her distress along with her tears. On Shen Rubing's face linger remnants of bruises, and the corner of her mouth, where she was struck yesterday, still bears a purplish hue. This was the consequence of Zhang Junfeng demanding money from her for gambling. After a brief moment of hesitation, he struck her in the corner of the mouth with a fist. Although Shen Rubing has not once lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Junfeng's eyes, her beauty is still evident in the moments she interacts with Tiantian. With willow-shaped brows, peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose, and a petite mouth, her facial features are in perfect harmony, truly beyond reproach. Regrettably, like Tiantian, Shen Rubing suffers from malnutrition. Her complexion is pale, smooth yet devoid of any rosy glow. Even in such dire straits, the mother and daughter find fleeting joy amidst their struggles. Indeed, one might say they are inseparable in their happiness. Only when they are together, watching over one another, can they truly experience that joy. Zhang Junfeng observed Shen Rubing in secret, discovering that she bore a resemblance to his wife from a past life. Were she to don the same high-end attire and hairstyle as his wife, she might even surpass her in beauty. However, Shen Rubing would need to lose considerable weight. Her complexion would require a hint of color, and her stature would need to be slightly shorter. Suddenly, an involuntary smile graced Zhang Junfeng's lips, as a thought crossed his mind. If a person with a 21st century mindset sought to win the affection of a woman from the 1980s, it surely would not be a formidable challenge. Zhang Junfeng felt a surge of confidence. He believed he could achieve it. Yet, this notion quickly dissipated as he realized he would soon return to his original world, relegating the mother and daughter to a mere warm memory. In his rebirth, Zhang Junfeng's memories dominate this body, while the original memories exist only as fragmented recollections. Chapter 6. A Fright. At times, the memories of that rogue Zhang Junfeng would resurface, and when intertwined with Zhang Junfeng's observations, a more complete narrative emerged. The plight of Shen Rubing and her daughter stirred a profound sadness within Zhang Junfeng, a pang of sorrow that left his eyes feeling warm. This second-rate Zhang Junfeng has inflicted serious trauma upon this family. It is truly a sin. The daughter suffers from severe malnutrition, while her tender heart bears the weight of fear, and the wife is often bruised, forced to endure in silence, daring neither to express her anger nor to voice her pain. Even so, this foolish woman remains unwilling to choose divorce. For the sake of providing her child with a complete family, she willingly endures all suffering and torment. What a wonderful wife! What a remarkable child! Yet this scoundrel Zhang Junfeng not only fails to cherish them, but also cruelly devastates their spirits. Is this the conduct of a human being? Reflecting on these heart-wrenching matters, Zhang Junfeng felt an intense sting in his nose, his eyes brimming with tears that he could no longer contain. 2 teardrops, no larger than soybeans, silently fell into the bowl of corn porridge he held. He had only managed a few sips of this porridge earlier, but faced with the pitiable sight of the mother and daughter, he found himself unable to eat. Bowing his head in silence, he gently set down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and turned towards the yard, lifting his gaze to the azure sky above. The heavens were so pristine, with wisps of colorful clouds drifting leisurely from west to east. They seemed to embody a natural ease, devoid of desire or need. The clouds, oblivious to the sorrows of the human realm, could not fathom Zhang Junfeng's current emotions. Perhaps they were effortlessly conveying to the world that, regardless of life's adversities, one must persist. Witnessing the consequences of the scoundrel Zhang Junfeng's actions and the heart-wrenching expressions of the mother and daughter, Zhang Junfeng resolved to first alter Shen Rubing's circumstances, to bring joy and happiness to them both. He believed that once he accomplished this, he could return to his original life with a clear conscience. Moreover, having borrowed the body of the rogue Zhang Junfeng for a second chance at life, it was only fitting that he atone for his misdeeds. Zhang Junfeng endeavored to calm his emotions before making his way to the kitchen. He washed his face in the basin, even cleansing his soiled hair. After grooming himself in front of the large mirror and straightening his clothes, he felt significantly more presentable. Zhang Junfeng wished to go out and buy some treats for the mother and daughter to nourish them, but as he reached into his pockets, he found them empty. He rummaged through the various pockets of his clothing, discovering he had not a single cent to his name. Nevertheless, he regarded this as a trivial matter. A person reborn from the 21st century could easily earn a little money in the 1980s. Tomorrow, he would venture out, return with funds, and bring joy to his wife and daughter. Before that, however, it seemed prudent to borrow some money from Shen Rubing. After all, once today passed, everything would improve. Eggs would be available, pork would be obtainable, and flour would follow suit. With money, everything would be within reach. Contemplating this, Zhang Junfeng stole a glance at Shen Rubing, who was tenderly accompanying her daughter, hesitating for a moment before finally stepping in front of her. Do you have any money in your pocket? Although Zhang Junfeng's tone was gentle and his voice low, it struck Shen Rubing like a bolt of lightning. Having just witnessed him set down his chopsticks, her heart began to race with anxiety, for her worst fear had now materialized. Shen Rubing quaked visibly, her eyes wide with terror, causing her bowl to clatter as it fell onto the table. The thought of Zhang Junfeng asking her for money filled her with dread, for she had not a single penny to spare. The inability to produce any funds meant dire consequences, mild reprimands, or severe beatings. In her panic, Shen Rubing dropped her chopsticks, trembling hands managing to steady the bowl. Fortunately, the corn porridge had been consumed, leaving nothing to spill. Her body curled into itself, her innermost fears reaching a crescendo. She stammered, "You took the last 5 yuan I had yesterday." She was truly terrified of being beaten. Due to Zhang Junfeng's brutal nature, he would strike her mercilessly. It was not that she feared death itself, but rather the thought of being beaten to death and leaving her daughter, Tian, without anyone to care for and nurture her. With troubles arising from both her in-laws and her own family, who could she rely on? The plight of the child was heart-wrenching. Tian seemed to sense the impending calamity that she dreaded witnessing. She withdrew her finger from the tear in her clothing, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide with terror as she watched her mother tremble, on the verge of tears. Zhang Junfeng felt a jolt of shock, his heart aching as if pierced by a knife. It was evident that the moment he mentioned money, Shen Rubing had been rendered this way, revealing the extent of Zhang Junfeng's brutality during his assaults. Furrowing his brow, he cursed himself internally. "Zhang Junfeng, you are truly inhumane." After a few moments of hesitation, he fought to suppress his emotions, relaxing his brow slightly as he leaned forward. He intended to comfort Shen Rubing, urging her not to be afraid. Yet years of domestic violence prompted an instinctive reaction from both mother and daughter. Shen Rubing exclaimed, her voice trembling with primal fear as she urgently shielded her head, collapsing onto the ground in a curled position, a reflex born from years of trauma. Her greatest fear was sustaining visible injuries to her face, as that would bring her shame at work. Injuries on her body could be concealed beneath clothing, and the pain could be endured. This unfortunate woman had lost count of how many times she had endured such suffering. Seeing this, her 5-year-old daughter, Tian, rushed over, shielding her mother with her small frame. Bursting into tears, while crying, she pounded her tiny fists against Zhang Junfeng, exclaiming, "You are not allowed to bully my mother. You are bad." Witnessing Tian's desperate attempts to fend off danger and protect her mother shattered Zhang Junfeng's heart, leaving him feeling as though it were being torn asunder, bleeding profusely. His eyes reddened. He struggled to hold back tears. Such a courageous and resilient spirit in a mere 5-year-old child could only stem from having witnessed unimaginable brutality. Zhang Junfeng's heart trembled violently as he fought back tears, instinctively reaching out to wipe the tears from Tiantian's cheeks. "Do not touch my daughter." Shen Rubing suddenly erupted, fueled by a frenzied determination, pushing Zhang Junfeng away with all her strength, her cries laced with desperation and recklessness. Zhang Junfeng stumbled back in shock, watching as Shen Rubing tightly embraced Tiantian and then turned, exposing her back completely. She was resolute, prepared to shield her daughter from all of Zhang Junfeng's violence, refusing to allow him to harm Tiantian in any way. Chapter 7. Tears. The profound love of a mother is revealed in her willingness to sacrifice her very life to protect her child. The echoes of despair and sorrow resonated throughout the dilapidated room. Even the pendulum of the wall clock swayed, emitting an endless lament. The mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping uncontrollably, their profound sorrow stemming from a sense of injustice that had pushed them to the brink of despair, tearing Zhang Junfeng's heart into shreds. Zhang Junfeng shook his head repeatedly, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. At that moment, he could no longer bear it. He truly could not endure any longer. Tears streamed down his face in torrents, and with a sudden turn, he dashed out of the door, traversing the small courtyard. Flinging the door open and stumbling onto the street, he felt akin to a great tree on the verge of collapse, and after several unsteady steps, he leaned against the wall, turning his back to the street, his breathing unusually labored. Zhang Junfeng felt not only heartache, but also a throbbing headache, as immense sorrow ravaged his nerves. He endeavored to regain his composure, gazing up at the sky, hoping that the drifting clouds would carry away his inner grief. Yet, after a while, tranquility remained elusive. A large liberation truck roared past, emitting 2 honks. A bicycle followed closely behind, the rider incessantly ringing the bell, glancing curiously back at Zhang Junfeng as they sped by. Soon, several more vehicles passed, and moments later, silence enveloped him. Zhang Junfeng exhaled deeply, sensing the weight on his heart becoming less oppressive. A gentle breeze swept through. The willows beside him swayed, producing a rustling sound, as if reminding Zhang Junfeng that he ought to take action for the sake of the unfortunate mother and daughter. Heartache, beyond tormenting oneself, serves no purpose. Action is the fundamental solution to problems. Indeed, the pressing task at hand is to earn some money swiftly to assist the mother and daughter in alleviating their hunger. There exists a principle that a chicken lays eggs, and the eggs can be sold for money. Yet, at present, without even a chicken, how can one hope to produce eggs? Zhang Junfeng, lost in thought, ambled along the street, treading on the uneven, potholed asphalt, moving aimlessly forward. The roads of the early 1980s were narrow, scarcely wide enough for 6 vehicles, with no median in sight. If one were to subtract the space occupied by bicycles and pedestrians on either side, a single lane could barely accommodate 2 cars side by side. Fortunately, the fewer vehicles of that time meant that traffic jams were rare. Most cars were state-owned, and on Sundays or after work, the roads were predominantly filled with privately used public vehicles. The distinction between motorized and non-motorized traffic was blurred. The road surface was uneven, neglected, and it was common for bicycles and motor vehicles to vie for space. The separation between bicycles and sidewalks relied entirely on the awareness of the users. The outermost edge of the road could be considered a sidewalk, beyond which lay various buildings. Every 7 or 8 meters along the roadside, a willow tree stood, reaching approximately 10 meters in height, its branches drooping and swaying in the wind, occasionally producing a rustling sound. Amidst the scattered willows, every 15 meters stood a stripped round wooden utility pole, about 5 or 6 meters tall, coated in black paint to prevent decay. At the pinnacle of a utility pole, 2 beams exceeding a meter in length are bound together, upon which several electromagnetic hoists are affixed. Electrical and telephone wires are tenuously anchored above, meandering through the lofty branches of willows. Due to the considerable distance between poles, the wires form a gentle arc, swaying rhythmically in the presence of a breeze. After meandering along the street for a while, Zhang Junfeng felt a significant lightness in his heart. However, as he approached an intersection, he suddenly halted. Across the road, an opportunity caught his eye, and his gaze brightened. On the opposite side of the intersection stood an individual, pacing back and forth, frequently glancing at his watch and peering anxiously towards the left. Beside him lay a stack of 5 pristine motors, and behind him stood an electromechanical store. now closed for the day. If his intuition served him well, this person was likely a procurement officer, having recently acquired 5 motors for his organization, and was now awaiting the arrival of a vehicle dispatched by his unit. Given his apparent urgency, it seemed he had been waiting for quite some time. The prolonged wait without the arrival of the vehicle hinted at a possible breakdown en route. In the early 1980s, the only domestic vehicles traversing the streets were predominantly of 2 types, the Liberation truck and the Beijing 212 Jeep. These models, remnants from wartime, were not only technologically outdated but also prone to frequent malfunctions due to their inferior parts. The canvas canopy of the Beijing 212 was still made from coarse fabric. The green vehicles observed on the road largely belonged to these 2 categories. Zhang Junfeng instantly felt invigorated. He smoothed his hair with both hands and adjusted his attire, striving to present himself in a more gentlemanly manner. After glancing around to ensure no vehicles were passing, he hastily crossed the street to approach the man. "Comrade, what time does this electromechanical store close?" Zhang Junfeng inquired with a smile, casting a glance over the man's shoulder towards the store, feigning interest in purchasing a motor himself. Establishing a connection over the motors was merely the first step. "Oh dear, comrade, you arrived too late. They closed half an hour ago," the man replied. Nodding sympathetically at Zhang Junfeng, his expression tinged with regret as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. At that moment, having someone to converse with could certainly make the time pass more swiftly. "Comrade, you are purchasing so many motors for your unit, I presume?" Zhang Junfeng inquired cheerfully, gesturing towards the motors on the ground. As the words left his mouth, he felt they were somewhat redundant, for in 1981, this small city likely lacked private enterprises. "Indeed, I am the procurement officer for my unit. I have already secured the motors. I am merely waiting for the vehicle to transport them, yet it has yet to arrive. Which has me quite anxious," the procurement officer lamented, a look of exasperation crossing his face as he stood on tiptoe, gazing once more in the direction of his unit, hoping for a pleasant surprise. In those days, there were no mobile phones, and landline numbers were only 5 digits long. Everything required prior arrangement. Should any party encounter an unexpected issue, the other had no choice but to wait in vain. Such a substantial procurement of motors must surely indicate a state-owned enterprise. Zhang Junfeng remarked, his face betraying a hint of envy. "Well, it's not too bad. The power plant ahead has a workforce of just over 1,000, certainly better than a collective unit," the purchaser replied, gesturing to his left. Chapter 8. Discovering business opportunities as an employee of a major state-run enterprise. The purchaser felt a sense of superiority, straightening his posture and wearing a modest smile. "The quality of our current vehicles is deplorable. Breakdowns on the road are frequent, just like our unit's vehicles," he lamented. Stealing a glance at the purchaser's profile, Zhang noticed beads of sweat glistening on his dark skin. Sensing an opportunity to add fuel to the fire, he casually remarked, "Indeed, you are quite right, comrade." The purchaser's toes began to ache as he still had not spotted the unit's vehicle, and he turned to Zhang Junfeng with a resigned smile. His mouth twisted in a grimace, reminiscent of someone who had tasted bitter melon, and he began to voice his complaints. "Our unit's vehicles have been malfunctioning frequently as of late, and they remain unrepaired. This time, I suspect there's an 80 to 90% chance they've broken down again." "Oh dear, that would certainly pose a problem," Zhang Junfeng said, deliberately tilting his head to gaze at the western sky for several seconds. His exaggerated gesture was intended to set the tone for the conversation as he continued. "With darkness approaching, we cannot possibly spend the night guarding these motors, can we?" Looking at the purchaser, he displayed a sympathetic expression, deeply concerned for him, as if they were longtime friends. This comment struck a chord with the purchaser, who patted Zhang Junfeng on the shoulder, revealing a bittersweet expression tinged with gratitude. "To be honest, brother, if someone could help me transport these motors back to the unit, I would be willing to pay any price. After all, it will be reimbursed by the unit." The purchaser gazed at Zhang, his eyes slightly reddened, unsure whether it was from gratitude or urgency. Zhang Junfeng had laid the groundwork for this moment, eagerly anticipating the purchaser's plea. He scratched his head in contemplation, adopting a benevolent demeanor as he addressed the purchaser. "How about this? I see you're quite anxious, and I truly feel for you. I will borrow a vehicle to help you deliver the motors to your unit." "Oh, comrade, brother, you are a lifesaver. I cannot express my gratitude enough." The purchaser grasped Zhang Junfeng's hands tightly, shaking them with fervor, his face awash with heartfelt appreciation, regarding him as a benefactor. However, Zhang paused for a moment, touching his forehead and displaying an expression of subtle hesitation as he looked at the purchaser, waiting for him to inquire further. But what? Brother, please, do tell. The purchaser's eyes widened, leaning forward with urgency, eager to do whatever it took to ensure the motors were transported back before nightfall. Well, you see, it will require some expense on your part. Zhang Junfeng approached, locking eyes with the purchaser, a broad grin spreading across his face. He pinched his thumb and forefinger together, mimicking the act of counting money, and continued, after all, it is someone else's vehicle. One must show some gratitude, wouldn't you agree? Before he could finish, the purchaser clapped a hand on his shoulder with excessive enthusiasm, the force causing Zhang Junfeng to slightly tilt. The purchaser jovially declared, Brother, your kindness in assisting me cannot go unrewarded. How about I give you 2 yuan? It can be reimbursed at work anyway. As he spoke, he brushed back his hair, inadvertently wiping away sweat onto his clothing, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Junfeng, awaiting his nod of agreement. 2 yuan? That amount could buy 3 jin of pork, with some left over. Zhang Junfeng's heart soared with joy, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance, as if helping a friend was of little consequence. All right, wait for me a moment while I find a vehicle for you. He patted the purchaser's shoulder, exuding an air of complete trustworthiness, then turned to scan the road. Seizing the opportunity with no cars in sight, he crossed the street. Heading towards home, Zhang Junfeng recalled that a neighbor owned a large rickshaw, capable of accommodating the 5 motors, allowing him to deliver them back to the unit. In that case, the 2 yuan would be his. While 2 yuan was not a significant sum, it could purchase some eggs and candies from the market, bringing joy to the mother and child at home. As for the pork, it was rationed, and he could retrieve the meat coupon to buy some the following day. In the early 1980s, people were quite rigid, adhering strictly to rules. Without a meat coupon, even offering double the price would not persuade state-run stores to sell. Truly, fortune favors the cheerful. Just as Zhang Junfeng had walked about 30 meters, a flatbed cart approached, the driver leisurely seated and swaying gently with the rhythm of the cart. His eyes lit up. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him, as he could earn money without exerting much effort. He waved his right hand, a beaming smile on his face, and called out, Comrade, please stop. I have something to discuss with you. The cart driver, momentarily caught off guard by Zhang Junfeng's approach, quickly pulled on the reins to halt the horse, gazing at Zhang with curiosity. Comrade, what do you need? In the early 1980s, people were generally warm-hearted and eager to help, unlike the present day where one might encounter deceit. Sir, here is the situation, Zhang Junfeng panted, eyeing the gray-haired driver clad in farmer's attire, and continued with a smile. I have a friend who purchased 5 motors, but the unit's vehicle has broken down. As darkness approaches, he is quite anxious, and fortuitously, I have encountered you. He swallowed hard, gesturing towards the purchaser in the distance. You see, he is just over there. The coachman stretched his neck, placing his left hand above his brow to shield his eyes from the setting sun, peering into the distance as he listened to Zhang Junfeng continue speaking. Uncle, I would like to trouble you for a moment. Could you help deliver this motor to their unit, the power plant just ahead? It's on your way, and you could earn a little something in the process. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the coachman's murky eyes immediately brightened. He was aware of the power plant, and although it lay several kilometers away, it conveniently aligned with his route, assigned by the production team leader to deliver vegetables to a well-connected factory director. He was on his way back when he unexpectedly found an opportunity to earn a quick buck, a rare stroke of fortune that he could hardly refuse. With that extra money, he could buy a pound of meat and some candies, bringing joy to his wife and children. What a delightful prospect. Chapter 9. At the market entrance, the coachman, shaking his graying head, was nearly overcome with joy. His face, brimming with smiles, revealed creased wrinkles that blossomed with glee, and he nodded vigorously. All right, where is the motor? Young comrade, hop on the cart. Let us hasten. At this moment, he was even more anxious than Zhang Junfeng, fearing that a moment's delay might cause the employer to reconsider, thus vanishing his chance at that pound of pork and candies. As he spoke, the coachman eagerly extended his right hand, and Zhang Junfeng took the opportunity to leap onto the cart. With a sharp crack, the whip cracked in the air, and the old horse quickened its pace. Clop, 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 clop. The distance was not great, and with the old horse now galloping, they swiftly arrived opposite the procurement officer. The coachman pulled on the reins, instinctively glancing back to ensure no vehicles were approaching, then tugged the left rein to guide the cart across the road, halting before the 5 motors. Ah, Good brothers, you've arrived. This is splendid. The procurement officer's eyes sparkled with delight. Disregarding the sweat on his brow as he approached with a beaming smile, relieved to have received such assistance. The officer's hair, plastered to his scalp with perspiration, revealed a notably sparse crown, leading one to believe that he might soon resemble a Mediterranean. In no time, the three of them loaded the 5 motors onto the flatbed cart and secured them tightly. Zhang Junfeng glanced at the secured motors, then smiled at the procurement officer. Brother, my child is waiting for me to return home for dinner, so I want to accompany you to the unit. Just give me $1 now. And once the motors are delivered, you can pay the coachman another $1. Of course, of course. The procurement officer nodded eagerly, smiling as he produced $1 and placed it into Zhang Junfeng's hand. He clasped his hands together, shaking them earnestly, and expressed his profound gratitude. I am Duo Wanxian, working in the procurement department of the power plant. If you have time, do come visit. I would love to treat you to a meal. Do not forget. Duo Wanxian expressed a few more words of thanks, then waved and climbed onto the cart. The coachman, unable to contain his excitement, cracked the whip with a sharp sound, and the old horse, invigorated, sped toward the power plant. As Zhang Junfeng gazed at the receding silhouette of the horse-drawn carriage, a mischievous smile danced upon his lips, revealing a hint of irreverence. Lowering his gaze to the 1 yuan banknote nestled in his palm, adorned with the portraits of 2 ethnic minorities, he marveled at its beauty. This was the first money he had earned, albeit a mere drop in the ocean, but it signified the beginning. The chickens were now his. And the next step was to encourage them to lay eggs, transforming 1 into 10. 10 yuan represented great unity, he mused, pondering the enigma of avian reproduction as he ambled forward, lost in thought. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a cacophony ahead. Raising his eyes, he realized he was nearing the market, a vibrant hub where vegetables, fruits, poultry, fish, and various provisions were sold, with each category represented by a single state-run stall. Approximately 20 meters from the entrance, a crowd had gathered beneath a black electrical pole, densely packed as if mesmerized by an intriguing spectacle. The din of excitement emanated from that very spot. Zhang Junfeng quickened his pace, positioning himself at the periphery of the throng. He gently tapped the shoulder of a tall onlooker. Comrade, what are you all watching? The observer glanced back briefly, uttering nonchalantly, setting up a chess problem, before turning his attention back to the inner circle, dismissing Zhang's presence. A chess problem? Was it merely a gambling setup? Zhang Junfeng recalled having encountered such chess stalls in his youth. The rules were simple. The proprietor would arrange a chess scenario, inviting spectators to solve it. Should a spectator fail, they would owe the proprietor a sum of money. If successful, they would receive double. This enticing ratio, losing 1 while winning 2, was designed to draw in participants. Each scenario had numerous variations, yet only one method to resolve it. Thus, memorizing the solution patterns was crucial. Spectators had to adhere strictly to the established tactics. A single misstep would lead to total defeat. Naturally, the proprietor was well-versed in every scenario, ensuring a high probability of victory. Zhang Junfeng's eyes sparkled with the emergence of an opportunity for profit. A surge of joy coursed through him, and a roguish smile graced his face. Unable to push through the crowd, he devised a clever means to part the sea of onlookers, calling out from the sidelines, "Comrades, how much to play around?" 20 cents a game, the proprietor responded, his face lighting up at the prospect of a new customer. He then surveyed the dense assembly of spectators and barked, those merely watching, "Please step aside to allow the players to come forward." The crowd parted, granting Zhang Junfeng a clear path to the chess stall. At that moment, a rather large-headed individual was engaged in a match with the proprietor. Zhang Junfeng watched intently, observing the unfolding drama. After 3 games, the proprietor emerged victorious each time, effortlessly winning without a hint of contemplation, clearly having mastered the strategies. The large-headed man had wagered 10 times the amount, losing 2 yuan per game. Whispers from the bystanders revealed he had already lost 12 matches. Adding the current 3 losses, he was down 30 yuan, a sum equivalent to an entire month's wages. At this moment, the large-headed man continuously wiped the sweat from his face, his handkerchief thoroughly soaked, yet he remained unable to quell the torrents of perspiration, seemingly hindered by the size of his head. After a prolonged period of dazed contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to extract the last 5 yuan from his pocket, dreaming of a desperate gamble to recoup his losses. Alas, as with the previous 10 rounds, he was once again ensnared in the clutches of defeat. In the end, he cast aside his pieces like a vanquished rooster, leaving in a disheveled state. As he walked away, he muttered under his breath, cursing the strange turn of events. This is truly bizarre. I have never lost a game at the factory. Why can't I perform today? The stall owner, indifferent to the departing loser, yearned for the new arrival to join in, grinning at Zhang Junfeng, who stood nearby. My friend, would you care to play a couple of rounds? Just 20 cents a game, and you could win 40 cents. What do you say? Having observed the previous 2 rounds, Zhang Junfeng had discerned the stall owner's tactics, memorizing each step of the scheme. Upon hearing the proprietor's coaxing, he refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to wait until the stall owner grew impatient, knowing that this would lead to his disarray. Let me wait a moment longer. I shall observe. Zhang Junfeng replied with a seemingly innocent demeanor. The stall owner, with a mere glance, recognized him as a destitute fellow. His hair was somewhat disheveled, his eyes bloodshot. The collar of his white shirt stained, and his tattered trousers bore several holes, complemented by a pair of worn-out leather shoes. Even if he were willing to play a few rounds, the stall owner mused, the man's funds would scarcely exceed 10 yuan. He turned his head elsewhere, continuing to call out, chess endgame, just a few simple moves to break through. 20 cents each time, and a win nets you 40 cents. Opportunities are fleeting. Come and try. Previously, the large-headed man had suffered 16 consecutive defeats, losing a total of 35 yuan, and the onlookers had witnessed it all. Thus, despite the stall owner's relentless enticements, not a single person dared to challenge the game. That tall fellow, you seem to possess a fair bit of intelligence. Why not come and play a couple of rounds to win some money for a meal, enjoying drinks and meat? No, I haven't brought any money, the tall man replied, rolling his eyes and shaking his head repeatedly. The man with slicked-back hair, observing him, remarked, you look like a bureaucrat. Why not join in for a few rounds, win some money for meat, buy some candies, and return home to a happy wife and joyful children? What are you hesitating for? I don't know how to play chess. I'm just here to watch the excitement. The slick-haired man chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. After several unsuccessful calls, the stall owner grew increasingly impatient, finally fixing his gaze back on Zhang Junfeng, smiling as he inquired, what do you say, my friend? Have you made up your mind? The sun sets soon, and once this village is past, this stall will no longer be here. Zhang Junfeng still wore an expression of indecision, torn between the desire to play and the fear of losing, reluctant to forego the opportunity. Why hesitate any longer? It's just 20 cents. Winning doubles your reward. This is a chance not to be missed, the stall owner exclaimed, removing a piece from the board and smoothing out the chessboard, lifting his head to beam at Zhang Junfeng. After a considerable amount of time, Zhang Junfeng finally resolved to proceed, nodding innocently. All right, let's play a couple of rounds and test my luck. With that, he squatted down in front of the chess stall. The stall owner smiled slightly, his expression tinged with mockery, and his eyes glinted with cunning as he quickly arranged a challenging endgame. Upon seeing it, Zhang Junfeng immediately protested, I want to play the same endgame as before. The stall owner, with a sly grin, replied, sure thing, and swiftly set up the previous endgame. Zhang Junfeng scrutinized the arrangement, his mind racing to recall the previous tactics, but something felt amiss. Focusing intently, he searched for a flaw. It turned out the stall owner had deliberately mispositioned a piece. Though the error was merely one square, it was subtle enough to evade detection unless one looked closely. Yet it would ultimately determine the outcome of the match. Zhang Junfeng picked up the mislaid piece and returned it to its rightful place. The stall owner faltered momentarily, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. This individual was not ordinary. Caution was warranted. Zhang Junfeng fished a crumpled 1 yuan note from his pocket and, with a naive expression, inquired of the stall owner, if I wager this entire yuan, how much would I win for a single victory? No matter how much you bet. It's a 1-to-2 ratio. Bet 1 yuan, win, and you'll receive 2 yuan, the stall owner replied, his words tumbling out like rapid gunfire. Is that the gist of it? Zhang Junfeng leaned slightly forward, scratching his head with an endearing simplicity, and continued, if I lose a game, I give you 1 yuan. If I win a game, you give me 2 yuan. Yes, that's entirely correct. You seem quite astute. The stall owner, while outwardly complimentary, was inwardly growing impatient, eager to deplete this simpleton's pockets so he could dine with his companions. With determination, Zhang Junfeng gritted his teeth and nodded cheerfully. All right, let us go. At that moment, he was unexpectedly jostled from behind. Turning around, he saw a young man with permed hair and long sideburns, his eyes darting mischievously, someone he did not recognize. Just as he pondered the meaning of this encounter, the stall owner's voice rang out behind him. "What are you pushing for if you don't intend to play? Do you want me to deal with you?" The young man appeared taken aback, lowering his head in silence. Whether for maintaining order or assisting Zhang Junfeng, the exchange brought a sense of comfort to him. Turning back to the chessboard, he refocused on the endgame, his mind once again retracing the stall owner's previous tactics. Red moves first, black follows. "My friend, please make your move," the stall owner urged with a smile, gesturing invitingly, a hint of arrogance flashing across his face. Suddenly, Zhang Junfeng noticed that another piece had been shifted, a single square. Had it not been for his exceptional memory, he would have missed it entirely. The stall owner had taken the opportunity while Zhang Junfeng turned his back to manipulate the pieces. How cunning. Even if you were the Monkey King, you cannot escape the grasp of the Buddha. Zhang Junfeng silently cursed beneath his breath, restoring the displaced chess piece to its rightful position. His demeanor almost comical as he muttered, "This piece should be here." Observing this scene, the vendor's expression underwent a subtle transformation. The corner of his right eye twitched twice, a fleeting glint of malice flickering in his gaze. The game was afoot. Zhang Junfeng's mind raced as he recalled the strategies he had just noted, contemplating each move twice before committing to it, ensuring accuracy before proceeding. His caution was understandable. He could not afford to lose, as this single yuan represented his entire hope for sustenance. Such a deliberate pace rendered the vendor increasingly impatient. With so few pieces in play, was there really a need for such prolonged deliberation? Yet, regardless of the vendor's urgings or attempts at provocation, Zhang Junfeng remained as steadfast as a mountain. Undeterred by the distractions, the vendor, in his growing agitation, inevitably committed minor blunders. With each victory, Zhang Junfeng risked all his winnings again, and after 4 rounds, his initial yuan had transformed into 81. As night fell and the streetlights flickered to life, the market had closed, yet the number of onlookers had swelled. Zhang Junfeng counted his money, arranging it neatly by denomination, and rose to depart, only to be seized by the vendor. The vendor's grip was firm and powerful, clasping Zhang Junfeng's left wrist where he held the money, exuding an aura of someone well-versed in the ways of the world. "Brother, is it proper to leave after winning?" the vendor questioned, his eyes gleaming with menace, no longer concealing his intentions as a sinister smile crept across his face. Though his expression remained impassive, a chilling undertone permeated the air, sending shivers down Zhang Junfeng's spine. According to the vendor's rules, he would not release his hold until he had drained the victor's pockets dry. Having navigated the business world in his previous life, Zhang Junfeng had encountered a myriad of characters, and he recognized that walking away with his winnings would not be a simple task. Vendors like this often had 1 or 2 accomplices lurking among the crowd. The young man who had bumped into him moments earlier was likely part of this dubious entourage. Contemplating this, Zhang Junfeng allowed a sardonic smile to grace his lips, extending his right hand to grip the vendor's wrist, then, drawing upon his inner strength, pushed outward with force. The vendor, refusing to yield, summoned all his strength to his right arm, determined not to relinquish his hold on Zhang Junfeng's money. The two appeared to exchange cold smiles, yet beneath the surface, a silent struggle of strength ensued. Despite the vendor's worldly experience and cunning, he gravely underestimated Zhang Junfeng's capabilities. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Zhang Junfeng hailed from a family steeped in martial traditions. His grandfather had compelled him to train in martial arts since the tender age of 5. Regrettably, Zhang Junfeng was inherently disinterested in martial arts, often lost in thought, distracted, and prone to feigning illness. Ultimately, his grandfather, with a heavy heart, had to concede the responsibility of upholding the family legacy of martial arts to Zhang Junfeng's uncles and younger siblings. Consequently, Zhang Junfeng found his liberation, smoothly transitioning from martial pursuits to commerce, where he achieved considerable success, only to meet an untimely demise at the hands of a trusted associate, who poisoned him just as his company was on the brink of going public. However, despite his lack of enthusiasm, Zhang Junfeng, under his grandfather's meticulous guidance, had cultivated a commendable level of martial prowess. While he was markedly inferior to professional martial artists, he was more than capable of handling several ordinary individuals. This somewhat unruly Zhang Junfeng often engaged in brawls, his physique robust, and combined with the knowledge of martial arts principles from his past life. His strength was not to be underestimated. Before long, he forcefully displaced the vendor's hand, casting it aside, leaving the vendor astonished by the outcome of their earlier confrontation. Compelled to concede, it was evident that this seemingly naive individual was far from ordinary. He had evidently trained and possessed a certain degree of skill, making it unwise to provoke him. This initial victory bolstered Zhang Junfeng's confidence. Yet he was acutely aware of the age-old adage within the underworld: while it is easy to encounter the devil, the little demons are more troublesome. To thrive in this city, he must avoid antagonizing such cunning individuals, with himself in the light and his adversaries lurking in the shadows. Who could guarantee that these unscrupulous characters would not stab him in the back? With this thought, a playful smirk adorned Zhang Junfeng's lips as he extracted 2 large bills from the stack of money and tossed them onto the chess table, proclaiming, "My friend, the longer you play, the more you lose. Life is tough for all of us. Let us consider this $20 as a gesture of friendship. The more friends you have, the more paths you can tread. How does that sound?" Before the vendor could respond, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. "Wow, this guy is incredibly generous, returning $20 just like that. I can hardly believe my eyes," exclaimed one. "That's my entire monthly salary, and if I had won, I wouldn't have wanted to give it back," another chimed in. "Don't flatter yourself. Just look at your own demeanor. You can't even compare. His generosity is monumental, while yours is petty," retorted a bystander. "I suggest the vendor take the winnings and walk away. After all, that money was won from others." "So he isn't at a loss," someone else advised. "Indeed, he is principled, not greedy, a true gentleman. Just look at him. He is destined for greatness." The spectator's remarks further awakened the vendor to the reality of his situation. Even if he were to stubbornly engage in a prolonged dispute with Zhang Junfeng, it would yield no practical benefit. It would be wiser to take his leave while ahead, to retreat from the spotlight, and continue along his own path to wealth. With this realization, the vendor relaxed his furrowed brow, pocketed the $20, dismantled the chess setup, and strolled down the street in one direction. 3 figures emerged from the crowd, hastily following the vendor as they vanished into the night. As he gazed in the direction of their departure, Zhang Junfeng revealed a faint, sardonic smile, entirely affirming his earlier judgment. The 4 individuals were indeed a cohort, one of whom was the long-haired man who had just collided with him from behind. The onlookers cast envious and admiring glances at Zhang Junfeng before dispersing. Beneath the street lamp, only Zhang Junfeng's solitary figure remained. Lowering his gaze to the handful of money in his palm, consisting of various denominations totaling over a dozen bills, Zhang Junfeng's heart brimmed with elation. Although in his previous life Zhang Junfeng was worth billions, this moment was incomparable. Circumstances dictated the discourse of the present. For the time being, alleviating his family's plight was a source of genuine contentment. A smirk crept across Zhang Junfeng's lips as he recalled his earlier predicament of leaving home utterly penniless. In less than 3 hours, the money he had earned equated to 2 months' salary of Shenrubing. $1 had transformed into 61, and making money through intellect was indeed that simple. This was akin to pulling a fast one. Zhang Junfeng remembered how, in his youth, he had observed street chess stalls and thought it nearly impossible to win. Now, having grasped the methodology, he found it astonishingly straightforward. What struck Zhang Junfeng as inconceivable was the fact that the stall owner possessed extraordinary intellect, yet chose to engage in such underhanded street deception rather than pursue an upright path. Undoubtedly, an individual's nature dictates their actions. Zhang Junfeng tucked the money into his pocket and lifted his gaze towards the desolate market entrance. He had initially planned to purchase some eggs, vegetables, and perhaps a few candies for his daughter, but alas, the market had closed. Tomorrow would have to suffice. Zhang Junfeng sighed and strode purposefully towards home. After crossing an intersection, he soon entered the courtyard and secured the door. Upon turning around, he noticed the floral-patterned curtains drawn over the small window, through which dim light filtered. In an effort to save money, Shenrubing had even replaced the light bulbs with the lowest wattage available. At this moment, Shenrubing was nestled on the Kong with her daughter, Tian, narrating a beautiful fairy tale from a picture book. Tian leaned against her mother, utterly engrossed, her thin little face radiating a blissful smile. "Mommy, this story is so delightful. But you've told it so many times that I can recite it by heart. Could you please tell me a new story?" Tian suddenly turned her head, her innocent eyes sparkling as she gently shook Shen Rubing, yearning for her mother's affirmative nod. Shen Rubing gazed tenderly at her daughter, a smile gracing her lips. Yet her heart ached with sorrow. Although the picture books cost merely 9 cents each, their current poverty left them unable to spare even a single penny. They simply could not afford it. Chapter 12. Shock looking into her daughter's eyes, brimming with longing, Shen Rubing, as a mother, found it unbearable to refuse. Gently caressing Tiantian's little head, she finally bit her lip and smiled, saying, "All right, Tiantian, Mommy promises you that when I receive my salary this month, I will take you to buy a picture book you love, okay?" Oh, how delightful. Tian was overjoyed that her mother had finally agreed, bursting into a jubilant cheer. She steadied herself against the Kong and rose to her feet, circling her mother in endless delight, clapping her tiny hands and taking small steps, her exuberance rivaling that of the spring festival. The elation of the daughter was infectious, and upon seeing her mother's smile, Tian twirled even more joyfully. Yet, little did the girl know that while her mother wore a smile, her heart was laden with a different contemplation. Shen Rubing felt a tightening in her brow. Such a simple and entirely reasonable request from her daughter could elicit such boundless joy. To Tian, this seemingly trivial wish had morphed into a luxury. Sighing softly, Shen Rubing lowered her head, her gaze falling upon Tiantian's slender calves. The light blue, worn trousers had faded after 2 years of washing, and their short length constricted tightly around Tiantian's legs, leaving a ring of red marks. The fabric had thinned considerably, with patches in some places. Shen Rubing bit her lip, the pressure leaving deep indents on her pale skin. In that moment, she resolved that regardless of the severity of Zhang Junfeng's potential wrath, when her salary was disbursed this month, she would first purchase a new set of clothes for her daughter, along with a beloved children's book. As a mother, she felt woefully inadequate. Allowing her daughter to endure such hardships was nothing short of a disgrace. "Mom." Tian suddenly halted and approached Shen Rubing, her fluffy eyes sparkling with understanding. "Actually, I still love that children's book very much. I'm not in a hurry. We can buy it when we have more money." Just as Shen Rubing opened her mouth to respond, the door creaked open with a loud clatter. The harbinger of misfortune, Zhang Junfeng, had returned. The warm atmosphere instantly turned tense. Tian stepped back slightly, and Shen Rubing swiftly gathered her daughter into her embrace, retreating to the Kong as both mother and daughter began to feel the gnawing anxiety. Their hearts raced, and their nerves were taut with dread, hoping that Zhang Junfeng would never again darken their doorstep. Zhang Junfeng hesitated in the kitchen, a memory reminding him of his unwelcomed presence. The damage he had inflicted upon this mother and daughter duo was deeply ingrained, and it was clear that a mere act of kindness could not easily amend such a profound hurt. The journey toward change would be long and arduous, yet he felt, in time, transformation would indeed come. A wave of desolation washed over him as he stood there. After a moment, he chose not to enter the small room, aware that his mere appearance in that confined space would surely terrify the two women. Lingering in his mind were vivid images of the times he had violently assaulted Shen Rubing, pulling her hair and dragging her from the Kong to the ground, kicking and striking her, indifferent to Tiantian's cries. Without needing to look, he knew that at this moment, Shen Rubing was likely trembling, huddled with her daughter, bracing for yet another bout of his brutality. This had become the grim pattern she had grown accustomed to fear. That scoundrel Zhang Junfeng truly reaps what he sows. The transgressions he has committed must be borne by him alone, demanding both accountability and change. With a bitter smile, Zhang Junfeng retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket, unfurling it to extract 3 large denominations, which he pinched between his left fingers and extended into the room. "Here, take this money," he said gently, shaking the bill slightly. "Originally, I intended to visit the market to buy some eggs and vegetables, and perhaps some fruit candies for my daughter, but alas, the market has closed. You should take the meat coupons and purchase some meat and eggs after work tomorrow. Sweetie is lacking in nutrition, and you too must indulge in something nourishing." Shen Rubing and Sweetie were both stunned, frozen like statues. Their minds were utterly blank, devoid of any thought. The atmosphere thickened instantaneously, plunging the room into a profound silence. One might hear a pin drop. Half a minute passed. A minute elapsed. The small room remained silent, leading one to question if anyone truly resided within its confines. Yet, Zhang Junfeng was assured that the battered mother and daughter were indeed huddled together in the corner of the Kong, embracing one another. Suddenly, The old wall clock in the main room chimed 8 times, signaling that it was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Please take this money and buy some provisions. The day after tomorrow is Sunday. You can visit the department store downtown to purchase some clothes for Sweetie and perhaps explore the zoo, Zhang Junfeng continued, giving the 3 large bills another shake. After a long pause, the obedient Sweetie nudged her mother, and Shin Rubing seemed to awaken from a dream. Gazing at her innocent daughter, a bittersweet smile crept onto her lips, tinged with skepticism. Undoubtedly, this felt like a dream, akin to the usual fleeting reveries she experienced, which upon waking would reveal themselves as mere illusions. Deeply imprinted in Shun Rubing's mind was the conviction that this pestilence, Zhang Junfeng, could never truly change. Now, seeing him voluntarily hand over 30 yuan, his tone still so mild, she remained convinced that this was yet another mirage. Such dreams are ephemeral, destined to dissolve into reality. Thus, Shin Rubing held Sweetie close, remaining motionless upon the Kong. Time stretched on, and the small room continued to echo with silence. I have placed the money on the Kong. You may take it, Zhang Junfeng said, reaching out to confirm he had touched the heated Kong, gently placing the 3 bills down before turning to return to the main room. The small room belonged to Shun Rubing and her daughter, though modest. It was warm and inviting. The larger room, however, was Zhang Junfeng's domain, expansive yet solitary. Several minutes later, Sweetie gently withdrew her mother's cold hand. Slowly crawling to the edge of the Kong, she slipped into a pair of old slippers and peered out through the doorframe. No one was in sight. Her pestilential father was absent from the kitchen. Sweetie quickly retreated her little head, turned around, and delicately picked up one of the large bills from the Kong. Examining it closely, sometimes holding it upright, and at other times flipping it over for a better look. The little girl had seen what money looked like in her mother's hands, and she would never forget it. For that money came at the cost of her mother's suffering and scolding. She understood that with such money, her mother could buy her eggs to eat, and there would be meat as well. She also believed that with this money, her mother would purchase her a new set of clothes, along with other beautiful garments. Furthermore, she was convinced that with this money, her mother would take her to the zoo and buy her the beloved storybooks she cherished. All of this was inextricably linked to that money. Chapter 13. The Parent's Dilemma. Upon confirming the authenticity of the money, her large eyes sparkled with delight, and her pale little lips curved into a joyful smile. 1, 2, 3. Tian began to count the bills, a skill her mother had taught her, and after 3 rounds, she confirmed there were indeed 3 notes. The little girl widened her eyes in surprise, quickly climbed onto the Kong, and hurriedly approached Shun Rubing, first covering her mouth with one small hand and whispering softly, "Mama, that person is not in the kitchen." Then she raised the 3 bills in front of her mother's eyes, continuing, "Mama, look, there is so much money." As Tian spoke, she held the money up to Shun Rubing, her small face radiating with uncontainable joy. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, a hint of color returned to her pale cheeks. Shin Rubing looked up in confusion, her gaze falling upon the money in Tian's hands, 3 bills in total. Shin Rubing's body trembled, and her previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with life. She snatched the money from Tian, unfolding it in her hands, feeling it over and over, the bills trembling along with her fingers. After half a minute, she confirmed it was indeed money, precisely 1 month's salary. Instinctively, Shin Rubing raised her hand and pinched her pale cheek hard. It hurt, confirming that this was not a dream. Tian, witnessing her mother pinch her own face, thought something was amiss and widened her eyes in fright. Her little mouth pouted, ready to cry, but then she felt her mother grasp her shoulders and shake her excitedly, a rare expression of exhilaration on her face. Tian, we have money. We have money. My dear Tian, do you hear that?" Shin Rubing was overwhelmed with emotion as she held her daughter tightly in her embrace, continuing, "Now our family has money. Tian can have eggs to eat. And we can buy you new clothes. We can even go to the zoo on Sundays." With her chin resting on her daughter's frail shoulder, Shin Rubing murmured incessantly, tears streaming down her face, yet wearing an expression of rare joy. In that moment, Shun Rubing felt an unparalleled sense of relief within her heart. "Mama." Tian broke free from her mother's embrace, her big eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Shin Rubing, asking, "Does this mean I can have boiled eggs to eat every day?" "Yes," Shin Rubing replied, nodding solemnly as she looked at her daughter. "Does this mean we can buy Tian longer clothes?" "Yes," Shin Rubing nodded vigorously again. "Can we buy Tian her favorite storybooks?" Shen Rubing nodded vigorously, assuring, "Everything that Tian Tian desires will certainly be fulfilled." A genuine smile graced her lips for the first time since her marriage, apart from her daughter. As for the source of the money, it was obvious. Zhang Junfeng must have won it through gambling. Shen Rubing embraced Tian Tian, nuzzling her daughter's smooth cheek, her gaze drifting into the distance, filled with a hint of uncertainty. However, today, this man seemed rather peculiar, as if he had transformed entirely. The savage beast had morphed into a docile lamb. Not only did he speak with a smile and a gentle tone, refraining from criticizing the meal, but he also generously offered Tian Tian the only boiled egg and steamed bun. Leaving with no money and returning in less than 3 hours with 30 yuan, a sum equivalent to a month's hard-earned wages, was astonishing. He handed it over without reservation, insisting on buying treats and clothes for the child, even suggesting a trip to the zoo. His demeanor was not only sincere, but also somewhat humble. Such behavior was unimaginable in the past. What could possibly be happening? Was this truly the same Zhang Junfeng, the harbinger of misfortune? Reborn and transformed. Could it really be him? Shen Rubing blinked, her long eyelashes mirroring her daughter's. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened, first radiating fear, then gradually shifting to disdain. Shen Rubing began to suspect that this money was stolen by Zhang Junfeng. Once a good-for-nothing, he now seemed to have succumbed to the vice of thievery. It was over. This family was on the brink of destruction. A shiver ran through Shen Rubing as she tightened her hold on her daughter, a wave of anxiety and sorrow washing over her heart. Zhang Junfeng returned to the main room, seated on the sofa, lost in thought. At 8:30, the television began airing the Japanese animated show Lungzi Teru. He sprang up excitedly from the couch, recalling that Tian Tian adored watching cartoons. He intended to call the two of them to join him, but when he peeked into the small room, he found the lights off. The mother and daughter had already gone to bed. Perhaps Shen Rubing was simply too exhausted from a day's work, or perhaps they wished to avoid seeing him altogether. Zhang Junfeng retracted his head with a bitter smile, realizing he had become a pariah, estranged from everyone. Everything needed to be rebuilt from the ground up, to cultivate a dignified and admirable image, earning Shen Rubing and Tian Tian's acceptance, as well as that of his father and sisters. He also yearned for his mother, who lay beneath the earth, to feel solace at her son's remarkable transformation into a good man. The thought of his mother suffering unjustly filled Zhang Junfeng with anguish, rendering him unable to continue watching television. He switched off the TV, dimmed the lights, and crawled into bed. In his memories, he only had fragmented recollections of the incidents that befell his parents. He recalled whispers in the factory about his father having an affair with a female supervisor from an external team, which resulted in her pregnancy. She had been brought in from elsewhere and was unmarried. To protect himself, his father had ended her life one fateful night in her solitary dormitory. The mother, unable to bear the weight of her husband's betrayal, fell into a state of mental disarray. One day, while crossing the street after work, she was tragically struck by a jeep and succumbed to her injuries. Coincidentally, this jeep belonged to the color printing factory, and the driver, Bao Yunyu, was a relative of the factory's deputy director, Niu. Zhang Junfeng found it hard to believe these rumors. In his memory, his father, Zhang Gaoyuan, was a man of integrity, deeply devoted to his image and enjoying a harmonious relationship with his mother. It was implausible that he would be involved with another woman. His father was exceptionally kind-hearted and caring, making it unfathomable to Zhang Junfeng that he could ever commit murder. This notion was utterly unbelievable to him, suggesting there must be deeper secrets at play. As for the incident of his mother being fatally struck upon returning home, it was even more perplexing, laden with inconsistencies. The timing was suspiciously close to his father's accident, and the fact that the perpetrator was driving a jeep from the color printing factory, a vehicle connected to the deputy director's family, was too coincidental to ignore. The more Zhang Junfeng pondered, the more he believed that an enormous conspiracy was concealed within these events, with both his parents as victims. He resolved to first manage the immediate affairs at home before embarking on an investigation into his parents' circumstances. After turning over in bed, he began formulating his plans, and it took him a considerable time to finally drift into slumber. Chapter 14. Two shocking revelations. Morning light filtered through the room as Zhang Junfeng opened his eyes. Upon lifting his head, he saw Tian Tian quietly standing by the small table, sipping water from a tea mug. She was still clad in her light blue knitted top and trousers, both adorned with patches, the trousers short enough to reveal half of her calves. "Tian Tian, you're up so early." Zhang Junfeng greeted her with a smile as he sat up and began to dress. By the time he had finished putting on his clothes, he noticed that Tian had already left without a sound, leaving the empty tea mug quietly resting on the table, its lid placed neatly atop. He neatly folded the blanket and placed it in the cabinet on the south side of the Kong. As he closed the cabinet door, he caught a glimpse of the hand-painted floral and fauna designs on the glass doors, vividly beautiful and captivating. Slipping into his plastic slippers, he approached the large mirror. His hair was still somewhat disheveled, but his spirits were significantly improved compared to the previous day, with the bloodshot veins in his eyes having faded considerably. Clearly, upon his rebirth, he had coincided with the original owner of this body, who had been inebriated just the night before. Zhang Junfeng picked up a comb and tidied his unruly hair. It had grown long enough that he considered a haircut today. In his past life, he had always maintained a short hairstyle, favoring a clean and sharp appearance that made him feel invigorated. At that moment, Shen Rubing entered, carrying a small dining table and placing it in the center of the room. Tian followed closely behind, bringing two small stools and setting them beside the table. Just like last night, it seemed this was their customary dining arrangement. Zhang Junfeng secretly admired Shen Rubing's fair and exquisite visage as he gently greeted, "Good morning, Rubing." Shen Rubing was momentarily startled, taken aback by his unexpected salutation. In her recollections, Zhang Junfeng would typically still be deep in slumber at this hour. And even if he occasionally arose, it was to relieve himself in the yard, his demeanor always sullen, as if the world owed him something. What has happened to him today? Indeed, since yesterday, after dinner, he has seemed like a completely transformed person upon waking from his stupor. What could possibly be the reason for this? In response to Zhang Junfeng's greeting, Shen Rubing merely nodded gently, unable to comprehend, and momentarily unwilling to engage in conversation with him. She then turned and made her way into the kitchen. For Zhang Junfeng, her nod was more than sufficient. A surge of joy filled his heart as he watched Tian set the table with 3 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. Shen Rubing returned with a bowl of cornmeal porridge and a dish of pickled radish. Zhang Junfeng proceeded to the kitchen to wash up, drying his face meticulously before hanging the towel on the rack. He then turned and sat at the dining table in the main room. Today's breakfast was indeed disheartening. 3 bowls of cornmeal porridge and a single steamed bun. A pang of sorrow gripped Zhang Junfeng, realizing that his gambling addiction had reduced their home to a state of desolation, leaving his wife and daughter with nothing but cornmeal porridge and only 1 bun remaining. If this continued, they would soon be deprived of even the porridge. The more he dwelled on this, the more he despised himself, while simultaneously feeling immense pity for the 2 women in his life. "Rubing, you work so hard. How can you sustain yourself on just cornmeal porridge?" Zhang Junfeng forced a smile, pushing the lone bun towards Shen Rubing, his tone gentle and his gaze filled with affection. Shen Rubing paused slightly, taken aback for the second time that morning. What has come over Zhang Junfeng? What is his intention? An invisible torment plagued her, inducing a discomfort that was difficult to articulate. She would have preferred a good beating to this perplexing anguish. This torment was becoming unbearable. "1 bowl of cornmeal porridge is enough for me." Without lifting her gaze, Shen Rubing gently pushed the bun back. Zhang Junfeng split the bun in half and placed the pieces before Shen Rubing and Tian, softly saying, "You both should have some. I'm not hungry. 1 bowl of porridge is quite filling for me." He smiled and then lowered his head to savor the cornmeal porridge, eating with apparent delight as if it were a gourmet meal. Shen Rubing held her bowl of porridge but found her peripheral vision drawn to Zhang Junfeng, who was engrossed in his meal. In that moment, she realized for the first time that this man, upon closer inspection, was not so unbearable after all. "I'll take care of the dishes. You focus on your work, and please ensure Tiantian's safety while riding on your way." After finishing their meal, Shen Rubing, as was her custom, began to clear the table, only to be stopped by Zhang Junfeng, their hands unintentionally brushing against one another. The woman instinctively recoiled upon realizing this. Yet this time, there was no repulsion, only a slight shiver ran through her. How could such a change occur? Why did it feel so different from before? With these questions lingering in her mind, Shen Rubing went to the wardrobe to fetch clothes for herself and Tian, taking her to the small room to change. Today, she intended to dress Tian in a pink blouse. "Mom, didn't you say this outfit is only for festivities or trips to the zoo?" As Tian extended her arms, allowing Shen Rubing to slip on her sleeves, she blinked her fluffy eyes and joyfully inquired, "What's wrong? Doesn't Tian like wearing this dress?" Shen Rubing gently helped her daughter into the other sleeve, smiling as she asked, "Of course I love wearing it, Mama. It's just that I'm afraid of getting it dirty. Then it wouldn't look new anymore." Shen Rubing felt a pang in her heart, her eyes involuntarily moistening. What a considerate child she was, enduring the discomfort of not asking to wear the dress, all to preserve its pristine appearance for their outings. "It's all right, dear. The day after tomorrow is Sunday, and Mama will take Tian Tian to the market to buy new clothes. As for this one, if Tian Tian likes it, she can wear it freely." Shen Rubing steadied her emotions, smiling as she spoke to Tian Tian. "Oh, that is wonderful. Tian Tian will have new clothes. How splendid." Tian Tian cheered with glee, almost jumping up, had it not been for her mother fastening her buttons. The mere thought of wearing the pink floral dress to preschool every day, looking as lovely as her friends, thrilled her to no end. "Hold still, or I want to be able to fasten the buttons. If Mama is late for work, her wages will be docked, and then there won't be money to buy Tian Tian new clothes." Shen Rubing chuckled while fastening the buttons, playfully engaging Tian Tian. "Mama, I won't move anymore. Let us hurry, so we're not late." Tian Tian wisely suppressed her excitement, knowing that not getting herself new clothes was trivial compared to the repercussions of her mother being late for work, facing reprimands, and wage deductions. The thought of losing a portion of her mother's earnings, leading to a more difficult life at home, and the possibility of her mother facing further distress, frightened Tian Tian immensely. Chapter 15. Morning after Zhang Junfeng tidied the dining table, he approached the kitchen to wash the dishes, only to find Shen Rubing hesitatingly standing beside him. As if she had something to say, he instinctively looked up, his gentle gaze lifting to her delicate features. Today, she wore a light beige lantern-sleeve blouse, a small standing collar encircling her fair neck, her hair elegantly pinned back, with soft bangs framing her porcelain-like cheeks. Shen Rubing appeared remarkably youthful, had she not mentioned it. One would hardly believe she was a mother to a 5-year-old. Zhang Junfeng was pleasantly surprised to see her gaze not cast downward as usual, but directed towards Tian Tian. As she murmured, "Here, take these 20 yuan to settle the debt. I don't want him to frighten the child again." As she spoke, her eyes drifted from Zhang Junfeng to the side. "Oh, no need. I still have money in my pocket, enough to pay off Gudabai's gambling debt. You see, I earned a total of 61 yuan yesterday." "What? He still has 31 yuan left? So he stole a total of 61 yuan? Shen Rubing's body jolted, the 2 bills in her hand slipping from her grasp and fluttering to the floor, as despair surged within her, her legs weakening, nearly causing her to collapse. "It is over. Last night, I was still contemplating the 30 yuan that Zhang Junfeng had stolen, and I wondered what his punishment would be if he were caught. To my astonishment, today the amount has escalated to 61 yuan. How many years would he be sentenced for this? This family is truly on the brink of collapse. My poor Tian Tian will bear the stigma of being the daughter of a thief." Witnessing Shen Rubing's intense reaction, Zhang Junfeng realized that she must suspect the dubious origins of this money. It is understandable. Who could possibly earn 61 yuan in less than 3 hours during the early 1980s? This amount equates to the hard-earned wages of an ordinary worker over 2 months. And to earn it in the evening without resorting to theft, how could that be? Claiming it was earned, no one would believe it. Calmly, Zhang Junfeng picked up the 2 large bills and gazed tenderly at Shen Rubing, saying, "Rubing, I truly earned this money. I would never engage in illegal activities, and I promise I will never gamble again. Please believe me." Although Shen Rubing did not look at Zhang Junfeng's expression, the sincerity in his gentle voice was palpable, making it difficult to doubt him. At that moment, Shen Rubing hesitated. Perhaps she had misjudged Zhang Junfeng. Since the moment he awoke from his drunken stupor yesterday evening, every action and expression he displayed seemed devoid of pretense. Could it be that he had genuinely changed for the better? "Mom, let us hurry. You'll be late for work and risk your wages." Before Shen Rubing could ponder further, Tian Tian was already anxiously stamping her feet, urging her on. In a state of confusion, Shen Rubing led Tian Tian to the yard, only to see Zhang Junfeng swiftly maneuvering past them. Just as she was about to express her surprise, she noticed he had already pushed a bicycle out of the gate and was standing there, beaming at the 2 of them. "Rubing, please be careful on the road." Zhang Junfeng handed the bicycle to Shen Rubing, their hands brushing against each other, and she felt the warmth of his touch. "Here, take this money," he said, pressing the 2 large bills into her hands. This time, she did not refuse. Instead, she quietly tucked them into her pocket, though her mind remained troubled. What on earth was going on with Zhang Junfeng? How could one person suddenly abandon all their vices? As the clamor of the street surrounded her, Shen Rubing, carrying Tian, found her thoughts abruptly interrupted. She quickly regained her focus. During rush hour, the streets were bustling with traffic, and she needed to remain vigilant for her safety. Meanwhile, after completing his washing, Zhang Junfeng returned to the main room, bent over, placing his hands on the ground, and exerted himself to lift his legs onto the Kong, performing 200 push-ups in one breath. He exhaled deeply, his face slightly flushed, and a warmth enveloped his body. Then, turning around, he sat cross-legged on the Kong, beginning his internal energy cultivation practice. This routine had been an essential part of Zhang Junfeng's daily life in his previous life, instilled in him since childhood by his grandfather's insistence on martial arts training. Once again, he stepped into the courtyard and performed a set of ancestral martial arts. This particular style was a culmination of the strengths of various martial disciplines, meticulously refined by his forebears. Zhang Junfeng hailed from a lineage steeped in martial traditions, and his grandfather had high hopes for him, envisioning him as the heir to carry on the family's martial legacy. Unfortunately, from a young age, Zhang Junfeng exhibited a lack of interest in martial arts, often shirking his responsibilities and feigning illness, ultimately leading his grandfather to redirect his nurturing efforts toward his uncles and younger siblings. Nevertheless, Zhang Junfeng still possessed a certain level of martial prowess. It would be challenging for 3 or 5 ordinary individuals to approach him. After completing his martial routine, Zhang Junfeng shook his head with a wry smile. Based on his post-exercise heart rate and fatigue level, it was evident that his current physical condition paled in comparison to his past self. This was hardly surprising, as his previous existence had been devoted to rigorous martial training and fortunate circumstances, while this body lacked any martial foundation. However, this physique was not without merit. After a moment of calm, Zhang Junfeng returned to the kitchen to fill a basin with water for washing his face. He removed his shirt and wiped down his body before heading back to the main room, where he opened the wardrobe and selected a clean set of clothes. He groomed his hair in front of the mirror, having already devised his plans for the day: a haircut, a stroll through the streets, and a chance to earn some quick money to alleviate his current financial predicament. The mere thought of the economic crisis brought a smile to his face. Why did it remind him of the international scene? Today, he donned a checkered shirt on top, paired with dark gray trousers. His leather shoes, polished with a cloth and buffed to a shine, added to his neat appearance, enhancing his overall charm and vitality. Securing both the front door and the gate, Zhang Junfeng strode forth into the streets. The bright sunlight bathed the earth, while a gentle breeze carried the essence of the morning. It was just past 9 o'clock, well beyond the rush hour, and away from the main thoroughfares. Both traffic and pedestrians were sparse. After crossing an intersection and walking for about 5 minutes, he arrived at the nearest barber shop to his home. The establishment was state-owned, modest in size, featuring only 2 large chairs, with 2 individuals seated on a long bench waiting for their turn. The 2 barbers, one plump and the other slender, clad in white shirts, were diligently attending to a customer in the chair, their expressions focused, with a wooden comb in their left hands and manual clippers in their right. They moved with practiced skill, the rhythmic sound of clipping filling the air. Chapter 16. The barbers quibble. The lean barber, noticing a new customer in his peripheral vision, casually remarked, "Please take a seat and wait a moment," before resuming his busy work. Zhang Junfeng settled onto the long bench. Not long after, the slender barber seemed to recall something. During the process of cutting hair, he stole a few glances in Zhang Junfeng's direction. Zhang Junfeng understood that he had been recognized, which was hardly surprising given that this was the closest barber shop to his home, and he had frequented it previously. A notable characteristic of barber shops in the early 1980s was the presence of a wide leather strap hanging on the wall, used for honing razors. When an elderly gentleman requires a shave, the barber pulls up a wide leather strap and vigorously sharpens his razor against it, honing its edge. As for hairstyles, there are but a couple of standard options, allowing the barber to work swiftly. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, it was Zhang Junfeng's turn. At that moment, another customer settled into the grand barber's chair. Attending to Zhang Junfeng was the lanky barber. This vintage barber's chair is notably high, necessitating that shorter patrons step onto a footrest to take a seat. The chair's cushion is thick, yet it lacks any softness. The iron framework has patches of chipped white paint, and it feels slightly cold to the touch, though 2 sturdy armrests provide support for the arms. The slender barber shook out a cape, then deftly draped it around Zhang Junfeng, enveloping him in the chair. Shorter or longer? The lean barber inquired with a hint of irritation in his gaze, which bore a palpable hostility as he peered at Zhang Junfeng through the mirror. Shorter, Zhang Junfeng replied. Though he mused internally, is it really necessary to harbor such a strong emotion over a simple haircut? He stared into the mirror, locking eyes with the hostile gaze for a considerable time, sensing that the barber was looking for trouble today. Indeed, during the early 1980s, the service attitudes in barbershops were generally less courteous than they are now. As they were state-run enterprises, customer count mattered little, as they received a fixed salary regardless. Yet, the hostility exhibited by this lean barber was far beyond mere poor service. There was something amiss. Zhang Junfeng's suspicions were well-founded. This slender barber, named by Biha, was 24 years old, exceedingly thin, yet with an unusually discerning eye, and still a bachelor. Although others had attempted to introduce him to various young women, believing himself to be a state employee, was overly selective, never finding anyone to his liking, except for Shun Rubing, who had caught his fancy. This infatuation began when Shun Rubing, 3 months pregnant at the time, visited the shop for a haircut. By Biha, serving her, was nearly blinded by her ethereal beauty, his fervent attentiveness shocking the other waiting customers. From that moment on, Biha kept a vigilant eye on any news regarding Shun Rubing. Despite learning that she had married and was pregnant, he never contemplated giving up, as if spellbound. He constantly hoped for discord between Shun Rubing and her husband, envisioning fierce conflicts leading to divorce, which would grant him the opportunity to pursue the stunning beauty openly. Eventually, upon hearing rumors of Shun Rubing's experiences with domestic abuse, Biha's initial reaction was one of frustration and anger, followed by an unsettling excitement that kept him awake at night. He believed his chance with Shun Rubing was finally approaching. One day, when Shun Rubing brought her 3-year-old daughter, Tian, for a haircut, Biha seized the opportunity to stealthily slip a love note he had prepared into her pocket while she was momentarily distracted. Upon completing his haircut, Bai and his companion Shun Rubing led the little girl Tian out of the barbershop, lingering at the entrance until she was out of sight before reluctantly returning inside. From that moment on, he began to endure restless days and sleepless nights, yearning for Shun Rubing to visit the barbershop after reading his confession letter. As for the 3-year-old girl, he did not dwell on her too much. However, since that day, Shun Rubing never returned to the barbershop. Now, 2 years have passed, and this absence has fueled Bai's inner resentment to a boiling point. He resents that Shun Rubing, despite being battered by her husband Zhang Junfeng, who even deprived her of food, remained steadfastly loyal to her family. Bai could not fathom why she would endure Zhang Junfeng's abuse and insults, yet refused to accept his declaration of affection and offer him a chance. Moreover, Bai was acutely aware of Zhang Junfeng's gambling addiction and lack of ambition, neglecting his job and relying solely on his parents for financial support, which he squandered on gambling. Later, it was rumored that Zhang Junfeng's parents faced their own tragedies. His father became a murder suspect, imprisoned, while his mother tragically died in an accident on her way home from work. It was said that now the 3 members of Zhang Junfeng's family survived on little more than cornmeal porridge. Such a man was unworthy of a beautiful wife. Perhaps Shun Rubing was terrified of this good-for-nothing and feared for her family's safety should she attempt to leave him. This notion kept Bai restless, and as time progressed, his hatred for Zhang Junfeng reached its zenith, akin to a balloon inflated to its limit, on the verge of bursting. Even in his dreams, he would awaken suddenly, prepared to confront Zhang Junfeng if he ever returned to the barbershop, ready to unleash his pent-up frustration. He wanted to demonstrate to Shun Rubing that, despite his slender frame, he was still more formidable than her worthless husband. Strangely, however, Zhang Junfeng had not visited the barbershop for over a year, preventing Bai's plan from coming to fruition. To his surprise, Zhang Junfeng arrived uninvited today. Thus, the moment Bai recognized him, he was poised to provoke a confrontation. Unbeknownst to Zhang Junfeng, due to the discord in their marriage, Shun Rubing would not have divulged the details of the confession letter to him. Bai fixated on Zhang Junfeng's head, treating him like a troublesome client to be dealt with. He intentionally failed to trim his hair evenly with the clippers, lifting them to change positions, and repeatedly tugging at Zhang Junfeng's hair, causing him discomfort and pain. 1 snip, 2 snips, 3 snips. Initially, Zhang Junfeng attributed the discomfort to dull clippers and brushed it off, merely suggesting, "You keep snagging my hair." Maybe change the clippers? Change what? These clippers are freshly sharpened. The previous customers had no complaints. Why are you so picky? Bye-bye, filled with reluctance, reprimanded him in frustration while continuing to cut, the clippers making a relentless clattering sound. Chapter 17. Confrontation. Sighing in frustration, Zhang Junfeng felt his patience wearing thin as he suddenly jerked his neck back. Unable to endure any longer, he rose swiftly from the swivel chair, yanking the cloth off and casting it to the ground, glaring at Bai Bihe with indignation and exclaiming, "I see you're doing this on purpose." Bai Bihe had been waiting for this moment. Witnessing Zhang Junfeng's fury, the pent-up resentment and envy that had brewed within him for over a year exploded at that instant. With a resounding thud, Bai Bihe slammed the manual clippers onto the counter, his demeanor shifting as he glared with bloodshot eyes, raising a finger to shout, "You're right. Today, I'm here to pick a fight with you, and not just that, I intend to beat you." As he spoke, Bai Bihe rolled up his sleeves and charged towards Zhang Junfeng, throwing a punch aimed directly at his face. Zhang Junfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this wiry barber would dare to strike first. Had he truly overestimated his own abilities? To dismiss him would have been an understatement. He was utterly overreaching. Instead of evading, Zhang Junfeng allowed a smirk to curl at the corner of his mouth, exuding a nonchalant demeanor while secretly channeling his internal energy to the crown of his head. As the fist approached, he slightly crouched, positioning his forehead directly in line with the punch, meeting it head-on. Bai Bihe was astounded. Not only did Zhang Junfeng not flinch, but he had chosen to confront the blow with his forehead. In an instant, the two collided with a resounding thwack. Bai Bihe felt as if he had struck an iron plate. An excruciating pain surged through his arm, radiating throughout his body as he stumbled back several steps. Once he regained his footing, Bai Bihe cradled his numbed right arm with his left hand, his astonished gaze fixed upon Zhang Junfeng's face. A cold smile played on Zhang's lips, his eyes reflecting an air of superiority, as if this blow had been inconsequential to him. In truth, he too felt the pain, though he refrained from displaying it. Despite possessing internal strength, his body had never been trained in martial arts. Bai Bihe could hardly believe that his full-force punch had failed to harm a single hair on Zhang Junfeng, instead incapacitating his own arm. The man before him was truly formidable. In that moment, he realized there was nothing in Zhang Junfeng that resembled the notorious scoundrel that people spoke of. Was this truly the same Zhang Junfeng, who was once obsessed with gambling and known for his abuse of his wife? Had he mistaken the man? Yet upon closer examination of his features, there was no doubt. It was indeed him. He had been here numerous times before, bearing the same visage. However, today, the aura exuded by him was chilling. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Bai Bihe could only concede defeat. A wave of regret washed over him as he lowered his proud head, too intimidated to utter another word. Zhang Junfeng, being a magnanimous individual, would not stoop to squabble with a petty person. Otherwise, his company would not have achieved such great success. Observing Bai Bihe retreating like a turtle into its shell, he retracted his assertiveness and returned to his usual demeanor. At this moment, another customer, having just finished his haircut, was so startled that he neglected to wash his hair before hurriedly paying and leaving. Zhang Junfeng turned to sit on the grand chair of the corpulent barber, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the pallid visage in the mirror, saying, "Just trim it short, please." 3 seconds later, the hefty barber seemed to awaken from a dream, managing a smile as he nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Ah, yes, certainly." The commanding presence Zhang Junfeng had just exhibited had thoroughly astonished him, and being of timid disposition, he merely wished to expedite the departure of this customer. After the haircut, having paid a mere 20 cents, Zhang Junfeng left the barber shop with a light heart. The sun's glare caused him to squint for a moment until his eyes gradually adjusted. A gentle breeze rustled the nearby willow trees, producing a soft sound. The rhythmic clatter of a bicycle bell echoed as a passerby whizzed by in a blue uniform. The quintessential work attire of that era. Zhang Junfeng felt invigorated. He lifted his gaze towards the street and took long strides towards the nearest bus stop. As the bus approached, it had not yet come to a complete halt when the customers waiting at the stop surged forward, crowding at the doors. The moment the doors opened, they jostled eagerly, pushing and shoving to board. "Tickets, tickets. Don't push. Have your change ready, 5 cents each. Those at the back, hurry up." The familiar voice of the female ticket seller guided the boarding passengers as they sequentially paid, received their tickets, and squeezed into the bus. In the early 1980s, There were no taxis or private cars. The bus was the sole means of public transport for the citizens. Zhang Junfeng was swept along by the throng onto the bus. After paying his 5 cents, he clutched his ticket and maneuvered towards the rear of the vehicle. Most passengers preferred to stand near the doors for ease of disembarkation, resulting in fewer individuals occupying the back. It took considerable effort for Zhang Junfeng to finally reach the rear section. The bus moved slowly, its antiquated seats bouncing along the poorly maintained road, causing the passengers' bodies to sway. They had grown accustomed to such crowding, and no one voiced complaints. Rather, they felt fortunate to have boarded the bus at all. Due to the sweltering heat and the close quarters, beads of sweat glistened on their faces, and a mingled aroma of perspiration permeated the confined space. Most passengers gazed with impatience out the windows, yearning for the next stop, while only a few among those seated engaged in quiet conversation. Zhang Junfeng grasped the handrail as he peered out at the low, aging buildings that swept past, none exceeding 4 stories in height. The sound of a bicycle bell occasionally rang out as a cyclist navigated through the pedestrians who strolled and paused, having long since adapted to this rhythm. "Uncle, you can sit here," a youthful voice called from below, and Zhang Junfeng felt a gentle tug at his collar. Bending down, Zhang Junfeng discovered a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, nestled closely with her mother, occupying a small portion of the double seat. One tiny hand patted the seat, signaling him to take a seat. The duo was laden with various items, crammed together, rendering their situation quite inconvenient. The girl's large, sparkling eyes radiated cleverness, framed by neatly arranged bangs, showcasing a charming doll-like face adorned with an innocent smile, while 2 little pigtails sprouted from the back of her head. This instantly reminded Zhang Junfeng of his own 5-year-old daughter, Tiantian. Their hairstyles were similar, their ages comparable, both exhibiting a remarkable sense of understanding. Chapter 18. On the bus. Thank you, little one. Uncle is not tired. It must be quite uncomfortable for you and your mother to be squished together with so many things. Zhang Junfeng lowered his head, smiling at the little girl, who was undeniably adorable. A wave of emotion washed over him, fostering a sense of warmth. "It's all right, Uncle. Please sit down," the little girl insisted, tugging at Zhang Junfeng's sleeve, determined to make him take a seat. Having just had a fresh haircut and donning a clean outfit, Zhang Junfeng appeared dashing and amiable, resembling a good-hearted man. "If the child insists, you should take a seat, Uncle. We can manage holding on to our things," the girl's mother chimed in, leaning slightly towards the window with a smile for Zhang Junfeng, while the girl followed suit, trying to create a bit more room on the seat. They wanted him to know that 3 people could comfortably fit in one seat without causing any inconvenience to them. "Thank you both. Truly, I cannot sit. I will be getting off soon. Just a little further ahead," Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile directed at the girl's mother, who appeared gentle and kind, her features delicate. It was no wonder she had such an understanding daughter. Children often reflect their parents. The nature of the parents influences the character of the child. Yet, exceptions exist. As Zhang Junfeng contemplated the original owner of this body and his past actions, a wave of melancholy washed over him. In his previous life, he had no children due to his wife's circumstances, yet he harbored no grievances, loving her wholeheartedly. He adored children, especially little girls, and yearned deeply for a daughter. Unexpectedly, fate had led him to be reborn into a life with a wife and daughter. Given this reincarnation, he resolved to shoulder the responsibilities of this family and assist the mother and daughter in overcoming their hardships. Zhang Junfeng imagined that if he could not return to his past life, he would embrace Tiantian as his own daughter. As for Shun Rubing, if she were willing to be his wife, he would be more than agreeable. Besides, her beauty bore a resemblance to that of his previous wife, perhaps even surpassing it. When he looked at her, he felt an innate sense of familiarity, a feeling akin to family. "Uncle, please sit down. Don't be so polite." The delightful voice of the little girl brought Zhang Junfeng back to the moment. He bent down to take a seat when suddenly, a person forcefully squeezed in from the side, displacing Zhang Junfeng and plopping down onto the very seat the girl had cleared for him. Zhang Junfeng furrowed his brow, casting a glance down at the leather shoe he had inadvertently stepped on, now marred by a conspicuous and unsightly footprint. "Oh dear, that hurts, Mommy," a little girl exclaimed, raising her left hand for her mother to see, her lips pursed and eyes glistening with tears. This unprincipled seat stealer had callously plopped down upon the delicate hand of the 5-year-old girl. One could hardly fathom the weight of an adult's posterior pressing down on such tender flesh. The girl's mother swiftly freed one hand, gently caressing her daughter's small hand, which had turned red from the pressure. With a frown, she cast a reproachful glance at the man who had taken the seat. "How could you be so inconsiderate?" she scolded. "Inconsiderate? What do you mean?" "Who told her to place her hand on the seat?" "This seat isn't your private property," the man retorted, disdain evident in his smirk. Zhang Junfeng's gaze rose, taking in the man's appearance. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with long sideburns and a small mustache. His beady eyes scanning the surroundings, a clear indication of his unsavory character. "You, how can you be so unreasonable?" The girl's mother's face drained of color, her anger palpable at such brazen insolence. "Reasonable? I'd like to negotiate a price for that. How much does reason cost these days?" The man's small mustache twitched as he shouted at the girl's mother, spitting as he spoke, causing both mother and daughter to recoil in disgust. Nearby passengers began to murmur, casting glances at the man in indignation over his boorish behavior, yet the sight of his aggressive demeanor deterred them from intervening. Upon noticing the girl's mother, who was both attractive and dignified, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically. A wide grin spread across his face as he leaned in closer. "What a lovely woman you are. Which organization do you work for? What is your name?" You're a rogue." The girl's mother's expression hardened, her distaste evident as she rebuked him. "Oh, you dare insult me? If you don't tell me your name and where you work today, I want to be kind to your daughter," the man threatened, his facade shifting to one of menace as he seized the little girl's arm. "Mommy, I'm scared." The girl whimpered, struggling to free herself and inching closer to her mother in a desperate attempt to escape the rogue's grasp. Finally, a middle-aged woman could no longer bear the scene. Having restrained herself for some time, she interjected in a conciliatory tone. "Excuse me, sir, let us discuss this calmly, without frightening the child." Upon hearing someone stand up for the girl, the man turned his glare towards the woman, barking, "Who do you think you are? This has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business unless you want trouble." The man's aggression left the middle-aged woman momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment as she hesitated before retreating to a safer distance, fully aware that she could not confront such a rogue. "Hey, you just stepped on my foot," Zhang Junfeng interjected, deeming it necessary to redirect the conflict towards himself, delivering a forceful slap on the man's shoulder, his tone laced with cold authority. "What? You stepped on your foot?" The mustached man turned and shot a glare at Zhang Junfeng, still sporting a disdainful smirk that exuded arrogance, and continued, "My foot hasn't grown eyes. Who told you not to retract it? What does this have to do with me?" Zhang Junfeng's lips curled into a sardonic smile, seemingly unfazed by the mustached man's insolence. Before the mustached man could utter a word of defiance, Zhang Junfeng had already lifted his right foot, bringing his heel down heavily upon the left foot of his adversary. "What do you think you're doing?" the mustached man exclaimed, puffing out his cheeks in an attempt to appear intimidating, hoping to assert his dominance in the situation. "I'm merely seeking justice for my foot that you trod upon. This is of no concern to you," Zhang Junfeng replied, his foot already poised to apply pressure. The force concentrated on his heel as he began to grind down mercilessly. "Ouch! You stepped on my foot. Ouch! It hurts so much. Please get your foot off me." At that moment, the mustached man closed his eyes in agony, his features contorted with pain, clutching Zhang Junfeng's thigh desperately in an attempt to lift himself up. The previous bravado completely evaporated. The hardness of Zhang Junfeng's shoe heel, combined with his martial prowess, was inflicting considerable distress on the mustached man. A few nearby passengers stifled their laughter, one particularly plump middle-aged woman unable to contain herself, bursting into laughter before hastily covering her mouth in fear of being noticed by the mustached man. Zhang Junfeng continued to exert pressure, his expression remarkably relaxed as he chuckled. "Your foot may lack vision, but mine certainly does not. It is this very foot that has been wronged." The mustached man's foot began to lose sensation. A troubling sign indeed. If it were merely painful, it would indicate that the nerves and blood vessels were intact. However, the encroaching numbness suggested nerve damage and blocked circulation. His foot was on the verge of ruin. "Oh no, my foot is ruined. Please, just let me go, I beg you." The mustached man could no longer maintain his arrogance, reduced to a pitiful figure with tears and snot streaming down his face. Zhang Junfeng understood that such a rogue would resort to any means to achieve his ends, even if it meant begging him to kneel and call him father. While Zhang Junfeng might be a bit of a rogue himself, he still held on to some principles. There were lines he would not cross, no matter how shameful. Raising his gaze, Zhang Junfeng looked out the window and noticed they were approaching the bus stop. He lifted his right foot, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "The stop is just ahead. You better get off, or I shall ruin your other foot as well." All right. I promise I will get off." The mustached man, his face a mask of despair, nodded vehemently, gratitude flooding his expression as he thought that he would do anything. Even call Zhang Junfeng his ancestor, if only he could be spared. He bent down to assess the damage to his left foot, realizing it wasn't as severe as he had initially feared. As the bus came to a slow halt, Zhang Junfeng added with a mischievous grin, "We're at the stop. Are you waiting for me to ruin your other foot?" As I alighted from the vehicle, I felt an urgency to disembark without delay. The young man, with a determined spirit, did not wish to endure further discomfort, so he gritted his teeth and grasped the armrests of the front seat, summoning all his strength to rise. Zhang Junfeng shifted slightly aside, permitting the young man to squeeze past. "Excuse me, could you please make way? I need to get off," he humbly implored as he navigated through the crowd, struggling to lift his numb left foot toward the exit. "What's the rush? Can't you see there are people ahead?" Came the disgruntled retorts from the passengers as they frowned and chastised him, reluctantly shifting aside. "Pardon me, I apologize for the inconvenience," he offered with a forced smile, bowing slightly as he moved forward with his injured foot. Internally, however, he seethed with resentment, thinking, "Just a moment ago, none of you dared to utter a sound. Now that I am in a predicament, you revel in my misfortune. Truly, it is the downfall of the wall that invites the crowd to push." As he approached the door, the bus had already closed its doors and began to pull away. "Wait a moment, dear driver, I haven't finished disembarking," he called out in a panic, waving his hand frantically. He had to alight at this stop, as per Zhang Junfeng's instructions. With a swift application of the brakes, the driver halted the bus once more, observing through the rearview mirror as the young man struggled to reach the exit. "Next time, remember to position yourself near the door if you wish to get off," he impatiently advised. The bus interior, once filled with a tense silence during the young man's earlier bravado, now bore witness to the exchange between him and Zhang Junfeng, which had reached the driver's ears. Although he feared potential repercussions should he intervene, witnessing the righteous triumph over the unruly brought him a sense of relief. A wave of joy surged within him, leading him to contemplate how he might playfully tease the young man as a means of venting his earlier frustration. As the driver kept a watchful eye on the rearview mirror, he swiftly closed the doors upon seeing the young man nearing the exit and set the bus in motion again. The young man was compelled to wave his arms frantically while hastening his pace, dragging his wounded foot along. After an arduous 20 seconds, he finally managed to exit the bus. The driver promptly shut the doors once more and cast a glance toward Zhang Junfeng in the back, giving a thumbs up in silent commendation. A palpable sense of relief washed over the passengers in the bus, and soon, someone initiated applause, which quickly crescendoed as everyone joined in, filling the cabin with the sound of clapping. Following the applause, laughter and light-hearted conversation filled the air, with many expressing admiration for Zhang Junfeng's bravery. "Uncle, sit here." A little girl tugged at his sleeve, her grip stronger than before, more insistent. Zhang Junfeng realized he could no longer refuse her. It would be unkind to hurt the pride of a 5-year-old. With a smile, he settled beside her, ensuring to leave a small gap between them to avoid crowding the mother and daughter, merely perching on the edge of the seat. To his astonishment, the little girl approached and affectionately leaned against Zhang Junfeng, her face radiant with a smile of pure joy. She felt secure with this handsome and brave uncle by her side. No one would dare to bully her mother or harm her. Sitting nearby, the girl's mother, with her beautiful eyes, scanned the faces of her daughter and Zhang Junfeng, and as she watched, a gentle smile crept across her lips, a blush gracing her cheeks, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Zhang Junfeng remained by the side of the mother and daughter, accompanying them as they disembarked from the vehicle. He took a moment to survey the surroundings, ensuring that the man with the small mustache had not followed them before bidding farewell to the duo. However, as they were parting, the little girl grasped Zhang Junfeng's large hand, reluctant to let go, insisting that he reveal his name. After he introduced himself, the girl's mother, her cheeks still tinged with pink, softly murmured, "I am Gong Yidan. I work at the valve factory, and my daughter's name is Nan Nan." After taking his leave and walking a considerable distance, Zhang Junfeng unconsciously turned back, only to see the mother and daughter still standing in place, waving their hands with reluctance. Though the distance was great, he could feel the glimmer of tears in Gong Yidan's eyes, stirring an inexplicable emotion within him. He was uncertain of what might transpire if he returned, yet he knew he could not do so. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Junfeng turned away and strode forward. He could not linger here, for many tasks awaited him. Chapter 20. The state-owned restaurant Zhang Junfeng spent over 3 hours traversing the main streets of this small fourth-tier city, discovering its profound backwardness in various aspects. The city lagged in development, planning, commerce, transportation, and logistics. What does such backwardness signify? It indicates opportunities for growth and a chance to make his mark. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, with his advanced awareness and thinking. Seizing opportunities in this small city reminiscent of the early 1980s to become a leader was undoubtedly within reach. Suddenly, it felt as if he had slammed on the brakes, causing a jolt in his subconscious. What was he contemplating? To aspire to be the leader here? His true intention was to return home, to reunite with his wife in the past, to live a life together, and to see their dreams flourish. He needed to return to his previous life, to ensure that the conglomerate he was part of would thrive and reach global heights. He had to uncover the true culprit behind the poisoning, ensuring they would not escape justice. The mere thought of the murderer lurking so close for all those years, becoming someone he had trusted implicitly, sent shivers down his spine. Even more terrifying was the fact that this individual was not only a senior executive in the company, but also the person his wife held in the highest regard. He had once assured her that if he were absent and urgent decisions needed to be made, she could consult with 3 trustworthy individuals. Now, what he believed to be a safety net for his wife had turned into the most perilous bomb hiding in plain sight. No, he must return to the past immediately. Yes, tonight he would go back. In this limited time, it is prudent to earn a little more, to provide for Shun Rubing and Tian, assisting these two through their temporary financial struggles. Furthermore, I must remember to repay Gu to buy the 20 yuan gambling debt I promised to settle tonight, ensuring that I leave no future burdens for Shun Rubing and her daughter, nor any regrets for myself. The clock has already passed 2 in the afternoon, and Zhang Junfeng's stomach is protesting vehemently. Since his rebirth, he has only consumed 2 bowls of corn porridge, and hunger gnaws at him. Ice pops are 3 cents each, and ice bricks 5 cents each. A vendor's call breaks through the air, prompting Zhang Junfeng to turn and look. He sees an elderly woman clad in a white top and a white hat, pushing an ice pop cart equipped with 4 small wheels. The woman ambles along slowly, appearing to be in her 50s, her face beaming with joy as she calls out to potential customers. Zhang Junfeng cannot help but reflect on how, despite their poverty in the early 1980s, people were easily satisfied and found joy in simple pleasures. As we entered the 21st century, wealth has proliferated, yet so too have pressures and troubles. Living standards have improved, yet some individuals, oblivious to their fortunes, seem perpetually discontent. Just then, a student with a backpack hurries forward, producing 5 cents and inquiring, "Annie, may I have an ice brick?" "Certainly." The elderly woman responds with a cheerful smile, taking the coin and placing it in her apron pocket before turning to unveil the ice pop cart, setting the lid aside. In the early 80s, the methods were rudimentary. In this small town, ice pops were insulated with cotton blankets. She wipes her hands on her apron, lifts the thick white blanket, retrieves an ice brick, and hands it over. With practiced ease, she covers the cart again, maintaining her cheerful demeanor as she passes Zhang Junfeng, continuing on her way. Zhang Junfeng reminisces about his childhood, when most children could only afford the 3-cent ice pops, sweet but modest in flavor. Only those from more affluent families could indulge in the 5-cent ice bricks, rich in cream. He recalls the exquisite sensation of a bite, the delicate texture, and the overwhelming flavor of milk, far superior to the 2 yuan ice treats of today. As for the impoverished children who could not afford such luxuries, they could only gaze with envious eyes, swallowing hard as they watched others indulge. This disparity between wealth and poverty has always existed, though the gap then was not nearly as pronounced as it is now. Zhang Junfeng's gaze shifts from the old woman to a state-run restaurant nearby. Stepping inside, he is enveloped by the ambience of the 1980s. The walls are aged, the seating worn, and a banner from an esteemed dining establishment hangs upon the wall. The space is modest, with 6 round tables, 5 of which are occupied by diners, leaving only 1 table at the back available. In those days, Dining was a communal affair. The notion of 2 or 3 individuals claiming a table for themselves was simply unfathomable. In the restaurant, there are 2 service windows. One serves as the payment counter, adorned with 2 rows of elongated wooden plaques, displaying the names and prices of dishes in white lettering against a red backdrop. Patrons order their meals and settle the bill here, subsequently presenting their receipt at the other window, which lists their selected items. They then await their number to be called. Number 58, a bowl of clear broth noodles. Whose is it? Mine. Zhang Junfeng waved his right hand in response. As he observed a figure clad in a white shirt and cap peering out from the window, he hastily approached the counter, retrieved his bowl of broth noodles, and made his way to a round table in the innermost part of the restaurant. Just as he placed the bowl down, 2 diners at the same table finished their meal and departed. On the table was a container of chopsticks. As Zhang Junfeng pulled out a pair, a deep brown cockroach crawled out from within. The cockroach waved its antennae, exuding an air of arrogance. At that moment, a female server in a white coat approached to clear the dishes. Zhang Junfeng pointed at the cockroach and remarked, "How can a restaurant like this have cockroaches? The hygiene conditions are concerning." He almost jested, "You didn't tea by the restaurant's accolades yourself, did you?" But before he could finish his sentence, the server swiped at the cockroach with her foot, crushing it beneath her heel, and shot him a frosty glare, stating, "This is how our restaurant operates. If you don't like it, don't eat here." Without waiting for Zhang Junfeng's reaction, she whisked away towards the kitchen, leaving behind the lifeless cockroach sprawled on its back, its legs twitching involuntarily. Zhang Junfeng was unfazed by the server's indifference. After all, he too hailed from a bygone era. In the early 1980s, state-run restaurants typically employed only 1 or 2 female servers, whose role was not to serve customers, but solely to clear tables and wash dishes. Just as the server had said, if one did not wish to eat, there were others waiting in line, and with so few eateries, all state-owned, one had little choice. Chapter 21. The prepared battle with a wry smile. Zhang Junfeng shook his head, rinsed the chopsticks with water from the kettle on the table, and after a vigorous shake, he resigned himself to eat, compelled by hunger. Shortly thereafter, 2 male patrons approached with dishes and drinks, one wearing a blue cap and the other a khaki military hat. After setting down their food, they sat down to dine. Noticing the blue-capped man's gloomy demeanor, the green-hatted one smiled broadly and inquired, "Brother, it has been a while since we last met. What is the matter? Treating your little brother to a meal today, feeling generous?" The blue-capped man shot a glance at his companion, smirking as he chewed a piece of scrambled egg, and replied, "You underestimate me, little brother. This meal hardly costs a fortune." "Then what is the matter? I noticed your mood was off when I saw you on the road. Had a spat with your wife?" The green-hatted man pressed on, picking up a piece of cherry pork to chew. "No quarrel. I simply made some poor bets today. In less than an hour, I lost 20 yuan. No wonder my right eyelid has been twitching since this morning." The man in the green hat slammed his chopsticks onto the table, took a hefty gulp from his wine glass, and placed it down with a thud. "What game did you lose? Where did you play?" Noticing that the man in the blue hat did not offer him any courtesy, he drank another substantial mouthful, indulged in a bite of food, and continued his inquiries. "The belt trick, right in front of the grocery store." "What? The belt trick?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Junfeng's eyes sparkled with suppressed excitement. An opportunity to earn some extra cash had arisen. This street con had been prevalent in the early 1980s, and he understood its mechanics. A belt over 2 meters long, when folded in half, forms a circular disc at the crease, resulting in 2 seemingly identical central holes. However, only one is the genuine crease, while the other is an illusion. The vendor would then hand you a bamboo chopstick, allowing you to choose which hole to insert it into. Once you made your choice, the vendor would remind you to grip the ends of the chopstick firmly. Ultimately, the vendor would pinch the ends of the belt together with one hand and slowly pull outward. If the belt snagged on the chopstick, you were deemed the winner. If it slipped free, you lost. In truth, no matter which hole you chose, you would invariably lose. The principle is simple. When you insert it into the genuine crease, it cannot be pulled out normally. The vendor would take advantage of the rotation of the belt disc, releasing the outermost portion of the belt to form an inner loop. Thus, when the vendor pinches the ends together and pulls slowly, the belt would easily disengage from the chopstick. If you were fortunate enough to choose the other hole, it could be pulled out directly. However, the vendor would still feign the rotation of the belt disc to confuse onlookers. Amidst the conversations of the others, Zhang Junfeng ceased to listen and quickly finished a bowl of clear noodle soup, drank a few sips of broth, set down his chopsticks, and rose to walk towards the exit. As he was leaving the restaurant, he glanced back at his companions, spotting the waitress in a white coat hastily moving to clear the dishes. Her efficiency was commendable, yet her demeanor was lacking. Fortunately, the noodle soup was inexpensive, merely 20 cents a bowl. The distance from the state-run restaurant to the grocery store was merely a matter of minutes, and from afar, Zhang Junfeng could see a crowd gathered by the shop's entrance. Surely, that was the place. A throng of onlookers, including several opportunists eager to partake in the game and earn some quick cash, had gathered. Zhang Junfeng refrained from rashly joining the crowd, instead stopping a few meters away. These street scams rarely involved a lone perpetrator. Typically, one individual played the role of the vendor while accomplices mingled among the spectators, waiting for their moment. Much like the last chess endgame he had encountered, Zhang Junfeng had previously returned 20 yuan to the vendor in order to extricate himself from the situation. It was not that he could not handle them. With his martial prowess, dealing with 3 or 5 individuals posed no challenge. Rather, he wished to avoid any enmity. In the light of day, he found himself surrounded by unsavory characters lurking in the shadows. Zhang Junfeng harbored a deep-seated concern that upon his return to his previous life, these individuals might trace him back home, undoubtedly bringing considerable misfortune to Shen Rubing and her mother. This time, he could not afford to engage in a battle unprepared. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the direction from which he had come, recalling that 2 officers had been walking that way. Indeed, the 2 officers were approaching, engaged in conversation, clad in white shirts and dark blue trousers, their conspicuous white caps making them stand out among the passers-by. Zhang Junfeng shifted his gaze to the roadside, where a man in his 30s squatted about 2 meters away, rolling a cigarette with grimy fingers stained yellow from tobacco. As their eyes met, the man's bloodshot gaze betrayed his exhaustion, unmistakably a blend of a chain smoker and an alcoholic. His tattered clothing suggested a life of poverty. A wry smile crept across Zhang Junfeng's lips as he approached the man with a lively demeanor, tapping him on the shoulder and asking candidly, "Brother, would you be interested in earning a couple of bucks?" The cigarette addict's dull eyes ignited with surprise, akin to the dawn of hope breaking through his despair. $2 would suffice for a pack of cigarettes and a modest drink. Elated, he nodded eagerly, "Absolutely. Just tell me what to do." As excitement overtook him, he shifted closer to Zhang Junfeng, carelessly discarding the unfinished cigarette. "You see those 2 officers approaching?" Zhang Junfeng swiftly rose, pointing in their direction. The man, propping himself up on his knees, stood as well, following the gesture with a nod. "Yes, I see them, the ones in the big hats." Zhang Junfeng then gestured towards the gathering crowd. "I'm going to place a bet over there. You stay here and keep watch for me. When they are about 30 meters away from you, shout that the police are coming to catch someone and run. Shout it 3 times, understood?" "Understood." "When the officers are 30 meters away, I will shout that the police are coming, run. 3 times." The man repeated, nodding vigorously. "Yes, shout as loud as you can. The crowd is noisy, and I fear I might not hear you if you whisper," Zhang Junfeng instructed, gesturing again towards the onlookers. "Don't worry, big brother. My loud voice will not disappoint you," the man pledged, nodding with fervor. Zhang Junfeng acknowledged him with a nod before turning slowly towards the gathering crowd. Deliberately unbuttoning his shirt and misaligning one button, he tousled his hair, contorting his mouth to one side, allowing his sharp gaze to transform into a somewhat cross-eyed stare. Unbeknownst to the man, Zhang Junfeng's attention had already shifted back to the 2 officers in their white caps. "Comrade, how much does it cost to play a hand?" Zhang Junfeng approached with a familiar tactic, calling out to the bewildered crowd within the circle. He still intended to employ this method to carve out a path for himself among the spectators. Now he was a man of half-wit, and forcing his way through would certainly arouse suspicion. His voice resonated loudly, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers. They beheld a disheveled figure with a wrinkled shirt, a half-witted demeanor, and could not help but burst into laughter. "Does this fool wish to gamble? The world must be going mad," the stall owner replied, standing on tiptoe to peer in their direction, eager for anyone to hasten and deliver money. 50 cents a game, with a chance to win $1. Zhang Junfeng chimed in from outside. "How delightful. I'd like to try my luck a couple of times." A chorus of hisses erupted from the crowd, mocking him for his eagerness to play without even understanding the game. A true fool indeed. Before they could continue their musings, the stall owner impatiently shouted, "You spectators, step aside and let him through. Don't hinder my business." The crowd parted, creating a narrow passage as they watched Zhang Junfeng wobble his way into the circle, provoking another round of laughter. This fool must be desperate for money. The stall owner, however, was taken aback to find himself confronted by a crooked, cross-eyed fool whose fervor for battle had instantaneously vanished, akin to a deflated balloon. With a disdainful glare, he pushed Zhang Junfeng aside and frowned impatiently. "If you have no business here, go amuse yourself elsewhere." Ignoring Zhang Junfeng, the stall owner turned his attention back to the onlookers, shaking the 2-meter-long leather strap in his hand. 50 cents a game, win $1. It's simple to play and easy to understand. The more you bet, the more you win. Don't miss this opportunity. He repeated this thrice without garnering a single response. Just then, he felt a tug at his arm. Turning around, he found the same fool grinning at him. "Hey, I'd like to play a couple of rounds. Is that all right?" Raising an eyebrow, the stall owner scrutinized Zhang Junfeng once more, questioning, "Do you truly wish to play?" "Yes, I do," Zhang Junfeng replied with a silly grin and a nod. "Very well then. Since I have nothing better to do, why not make a bit of pocket change off this fool?" At that moment, the stall owner completely disregarded Zhang Junfeng's presence. "Do you know how to play?" he asked patiently, twirling the strap. "Just tell me, and I'll know." Zhang Junfeng responded with his characteristic silly smile. "Then pay attention." The stall owner held the coiled strap in his left hand, leaning closer, while pointing at the 2 eyes in the center of the circular board with his right hand. "Do you see these 2 eyes?" He then lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Junfeng's. "Yes," Zhang Junfeng nodded, though his eyes remained fixed upwards, his cross-eyed gaze seemingly transfixed. The stall owner studied Zhang Junfeng's eyes intently for a while, but could not ascertain where his gaze was directed. "What are you looking at?" "The disc." "The very disc I hold in my hand. Direct your gaze here." The stall owner, growing increasingly impatient, glared with beady eyes and shouted, "Oh, you want me to look at the disc? I thought you were asking me to gaze into your eyes." Zhang Junfeng chuckled, finally bowing his head to observe the disc in the stall owner's hand. With a naive grin, he remarked, "Well, what a mix-up." The stall owner, exasperated, stomped his foot and sighed, his face darkening with frustration. After 2 years of street hustling, he had never encountered such a character. "Fine, I shall endure a little longer. Once I win that small sum from his pocket, I will swiftly send him on his way." With a forced patience, the stall owner retrieved a bamboo chopstick from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Junfeng, continuing, "What you must do is insert this chopstick into one of the 2 eyes, then grasp both ends firmly." Following the stall owner's instructions, Zhang Junfeng inserted the chopstick into one of the eyes and held it tightly. The stall owner elaborated, "Now, I shall pull outward. If the belt does not come out, you win, and I will pay you double your wager. If it does emerge, you lose, and your stake will belong to me. Do you comprehend?" As he spoke, the stall owner pinched the ends of the belt together and gave a gentle tug. The belt, caught by the chopstick, remained firmly in place. "Ah, I understand. This is quite simple." Zhang Junfeng grinned, looking at the stall owner. "Indeed, even a fool like you can grasp it. Now let us begin. How much will you wager?" After swiftly coiling the belt back onto the disc, the stall owner raised it before Zhang Junfeng, inquiring, "I'll bet 1 yuan to start. Is that acceptable?" Zhang Junfeng asked, his expression still one of innocence. "Certainly, the amount is entirely up to you," the stall owner replied, furrowing his brow as he nudged the disc closer. Pointing with his right hand, "Choose an eye, you may insert it into either." And so, the game commenced. The stall owner won 3 consecutive rounds, leaving Zhang Junfeng down 3 yuan. "This isn't very entertaining," he remarked, pulling a roll of money from his pocket. Unrolling it revealed 3 large notes, which he handed over, requesting 7 yuan in change before rolling it back up and tucking it away. Throughout this transaction, all eyes were fixed upon those 3 large notes. They had not anticipated that the fool they had mocked possessed such wealth. The stall owner, equally astonished, widened his beady eyes, determined not to let him leave without extracting every last coin. Grabbing Zhang Junfeng's arm with a beaming smile, he urged, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Fortune is fickle. Perhaps you shall win the next round. Seize the opportunity." Zhang Junfeng turned to regard the stall owner for a moment, seemingly convinced by his words. Before he replied, "If I lose again this round, I shall stop playing." "Rest assured, you are bound to win," the stall owner declared, already intent on allowing a small victory for this naive fool, knowing well that the ultimate outcome would be to claim all of his money. Chapter 23. Breaking the mold indeed. As the vendor had predicted, the subsequent round saw Zhang Junfeng emerge victorious, his joy evident as he beamed widely. Haha, I won. This is fantastic. I'll wager 5 yuan. Victory followed once more. Now, I'll bet 10 yuan. Again, he triumphed. In this manner, Zhang Junfeng's initial 30 yuan had transformed into 67. Haha, I won again. With a naive grin plastered on his face, he counted the bills in his hands, while the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by his fortune. The previous players had suffered dismal defeats, yet this seemingly foolish man was on a winning streak. Since luck is on your side, why not wager it all and aim for a grand win? The vendor's beady eyes twinkled with excitement as he encouraged Zhang Junfeng. A grand win? If I win, will you pay me double? Observing the vendor's insincere smile, Zhang Junfeng could hardly suppress his laughter. Very well, let us go for the big win then. I will bet all 67 yuan. If I win, you must give me 134 yuan. And you cannot renege on this. Rest assured, so many witnesses will attest to it. The vendor's heart raced with exhilaration. Should he win this round, he would reclaim all his money and then promptly expel this fool. Haha, if I win, I'll treat you all till ice pops. Zhang Junfeng exclaimed, hoping to rally the support of the onlookers. This strategy would deter the vendor from denying his loss. All right, we support you. We'll bear witness. The crowd cheered. And in that moment, their perception of the foolish man shifted positively, naturally aligning them with his cause. Though a 5-cent ice pop was trivial on a scorching day, it would certainly provide a refreshing reprieve. Zhang Junfeng nodded appreciatively, satisfied by the backing of the spectators. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Zhang Junfeng solemnly swallowed hard, and then slowly poised his chopsticks to insert them into one of the openings. At that moment, the vendor was more excited than ever, his beady eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the chopsticks as if longing to grasp them and make the insertion himself. Once he penetrated an opening, victory would be assured. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Junfeng halted, raising his head to meet the vendor's gaze, and with a silly grin, inquired, "Which opening do you think I should choose?" "Which opening you choose is your business. Why are you asking me?" The vendor's hopeful demeanor was abruptly shattered, leaving him irate as he shook his buzz cut and rolled his eyes, barking in frustration. The choice of which opening Zhang Junfeng would select was inconsequential. The vendor was solely focused on hastening the process of losing. All right, I've made my choice. The vendor was taken aback by the suddenness of Zhang Junfeng's action. How could this fool act so swiftly while he was distracted? Yet, his astonishment did not end there. The next moment, he looked down to find Zhang Junfeng's hands firmly covering the opening he had just chosen, the bamboo chopsticks peeking through his fingers. The vendor froze, unable to ascertain which opening Zhang Junfeng had penetrated, leaving him uncertain of how to extract the belt and ensure his victory. After a few moments of stunned silence, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he anxiously stared at Zhang Junfeng and asked, "What are you hiding the disc for?" "I won't let you see." Zhang Junfeng replied innocently, a trickle of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. The spectators, unable to contain their impatience, began to murmur among themselves. "What difference does it make if you see it? Just pull the belt already." "Exactly, you never said we couldn't cover it. Is there something fishy going on? Stop babbling and get on with it. We're waiting to enjoy our ice bricks." The vendor wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, noticing that among the onlookers were those who had previously lost all their money. If they discovered the deceit behind this game, realizing their funds had been swindled, their fury would be unimaginable, leaving him and his 3 accomplices trapped. Just recently, they had narrowly escaped scrutiny from the authorities. If they were caught again, prison would be inevitable. Contemplating this, the vendor swiftly turned to Zhang Junfeng and said, "For the next round, you must not cover it. Let us agree on that beforehand." "All right, I won't cover it next time," Zhang Junfeng replied, still wearing that naive expression. The vendor tucked the damp handkerchief into his pocket, grasped both sides of the belt, and fixed his gaze on Zhang Junfeng's cross-eyed stare, hoping to discern the subtle shifts in his expression to determine the winning method for pulling the belt. Just as he was about to pull, he noticed Zhang Junfeng's eyes suddenly brighten, and his lips curl slightly, as if betraying a hint of triumph. Wait, the vendor's heart raced with exhilaration. Had he not been observant enough, he would have pulled the belt and lost for certain. In that instant, a wave of relief washed over him as he exhaled deeply. Feeling unburdened, he decided to adopt a different method for pulling the belt. He spun the belt disc, rotating it so the outer belt became the inner one. then pinched both ends of the belt together with his right hand, slowly drawing it outward. The crowd held their breath, wide-eyed, fixated on the diminishing circles of the belt disc. Under Zhang Junfeng's palm, the belt disc shrank until it finally jammed and ceased to move. The vendor's expression turned to one of disbelief as he tugged forcefully. The belt remained stuck, impeding any progress. He pulled again stubbornly, but it still wouldn't budge. The atmosphere grew tense, the onlookers enveloped in a heavy silence. Moments later, a cheer erupted. "Wow, we won! We won!" The spectators erupted with joy, their excitement even surpassing that of Zhang Junfeng. Among them were those who had previously lost, now feeling vindicated, relishing in a sense of triumph. Of course, many were simply eager to savor the creamy delight of the ice bricks, which promised a refreshing burst of flavor with every bite, smooth and rich. "Hee, I won. Now pay me. It totals 134 yuan. Zhang Junfeng beamed cheerfully, extending his right hand, his cross-eyed gaze leaving one to wonder if he was looking at the vendor's eyes or his forehead. At that moment, the vendor had yet to fully grasp the situation. How could this be happening? It was impossible. Just moments ago, I distinctly observed that the foolish one had a glint of excitement in his eyes, accompanied by a subtle smile, which prompted my shift to the second method. How could I possibly have lost? Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Zhang Junfeng deftly inserted his chopsticks into the second notch of his belt, cleverly concealing his actions with his hand. The vendor, oblivious to this maneuver, was left to rely solely on chance, while Zhang Junfeng was fully aware of his strategic placement. Thus, when he witnessed the vendor attempting to fasten the belt using the first method, he feigned delight, luring the vendor into a trap. Chapter 24. A clean escape. The vendor, too clever for his own good, unwittingly switched to the second method and consequently lost the round. No further words were necessary. It was time to pay up. Indeed, our group had lost more than just this round to you. You certainly have not suffered a loss. If one can play, one must also be prepared to lose. We are all watching." Amidst the playful taunts and urgings from the onlookers, the vendor hesitated, but ultimately retrieved a stack of money from his pocket, counting out 134 yuan before handing it to Zhang Junfeng, stating, "We agreed beforehand that you cannot cover your hands in the next round." Reluctantly, the vendor pressed the money into Zhang Junfeng's hands, yet he found himself unable to let go, waiting for a promise regarding the rules of the next round. The atmosphere grew tense, and the hearts of all spectators hung in suspense, their gazes fixed on the two, uncertain of what would unfold next. "Very well. In the next round, no covering. Feel free to observe," Zhang Junfeng replied, maintaining an air of innocence. Although he appeared nonchalant, anxiety crept into his heart. He estimated that the two policemen should be arriving shortly. Fixated on the 134 yuan, the vendor realized there was no longer a valid reason to withhold the payment, for he believed he could win it all back in the next round. With a reluctant release, the money was swiftly seized, and he felt a painful tug at his heart. After receiving the money, Zhang Junfeng did not even bother to count it before stowing it away in another pocket, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers, who eagerly anticipated their creamy ice brick treat. "Run! The police are coming!" A man's frantic voice rang out from a distance, calling 3 times, each cry more piercing than the last, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. Upon hearing the shout, the vendor jolted, and 3 of his accomplices shared the same reaction. They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that they must flee immediately. Should they be caught by the police this time, imprisonment was certain. With a furrowed brow, the vendor nodded decisively and squeezed through the chaotic crowd, sprinting in the opposite direction, closely followed by his 3 companions, swiftly disappearing among the pedestrians. As the onlookers shifted their gaze, they noticed that the previously victorious fool had transformed entirely. His crooked smile straightened, and his cross-eyed gaze returned to normal. He then brandished a 5 yuan note high above his head, exclaiming, "This 5 yuan is for everyone to enjoy ice bricks." He then pressed something into the hands of a bystander and made his way through the crowd. As the onlookers reacted, they swiftly parted to the sides, watching Zhang Junfeng dash in another direction. It was only at this moment that many among the crowd understood he was feigning ignorance, and upon hearing the police were coming to apprehend someone, he still fulfilled his promise of treating everyone to ice bricks, proving himself a commendable individual. Zhang Junfeng squeezed out of the throng and quickly approached 2 police officers. At that moment, the officers had already reached the smoker. surrounding him with inquiries about his earlier claim of calling the police. The smoker chuckled foolishly, saying it was all in jest. As Zhang Junfeng passed behind the officers, he gestured for the smoker to follow closely behind him, then strode forward with an air of composure. The two officers soon found a reason to address the smoker, furrowing their brows and muttering, "There's something off about this guy," before continuing on their way. By this time, the crowd had dispersed, as if nothing had transpired at all. After hastily walking 30 meters, Zhang Junfeng slowed his pace and glanced back to see the smoker hastily catching up. He turned into a nearby alley and waited for a dozen seconds before the smoker finally arrived, panting heavily. "Indeed, your timing was impeccable," Zhang Junfeng expressed with genuine delight, patting the smoker on the shoulder, feeling a deep sense of gratitude at that moment. Had the smoker shouted even a moment earlier, he would not have received that 134 yuan. "I must say, I wasn't too quiet, was I?" The smoker gasped, bending over with his hands resting on his knees, a proud smile on his face. Unintentionally, his gaze dropped to Zhang Junfeng's twisted clothing, puzzled. He hadn't noticed it looking like that earlier. It didn't seem like the result of a struggle, but rather looked as if it had been intentionally mismatched. "Not at all. I am quite satisfied," Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile, also noticing the smoker's gaze, and casually adjusted the misaligned button. He then pulled out a roll of 67 yuan from his pocket, extracting 2 bills to hand over. "This is what you deserve." The smoker beamed, accepting it with both hands and nodding repeatedly in gratitude. "Here, take an additional 3 yuan as a bonus for your outstanding performance." Thank you. He was already pleased to earn 2 yuan, but to his astonishment, this employer was generous, offering him more than double, leaving him overwhelmed with gratitude. "Big brother, my name is Georgian. I work in the maintenance workshop at the rubber factory. If you ever need my assistance, just let me know." His eyes had begun to glisten, and the latter part of his speech was almost choked with emotion. Zhang Junfeng felt touched as well, resting his hand on Georgian's shoulder for a moment, then smiled softly. "Take my advice, smoke less in the future. You should also consider exercising. I'll come find you sometime, and we can share a drink." After a brief pause, he added, "From now on, just call me little brother." With that, he turned and walked away briskly. "Take care, brother," came Georgian's trembling voice from behind. Zhang Junfeng refrained from giving him more money, fully aware of the implications. Like Georgian, a notorious drunkard and smoker, no matter how much you offer him, he would consume it all. Such individuals are unlikely to change overnight. Instead of expressing gratitude, it would be more prudent to find an opportunity to send some gifts to his family, allowing them to benefit from it. Glancing around the streets and noticing the sparse traffic, Zhang Junfeng crossed to the opposite side of the road, briskly advancing along the sidewalk. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as he mentally calculated his total earnings. The last handful from his pocket amounted to 67 yuan, combined with the final double winnings, totaling 201 yuan. After deducting the cost of ice blocks for the onlookers and the 5 yuan given to Georgian, he was left with 191 yuan. What does this signify? It equates to over half a year's salary for an ordinary worker. When he left home that morning with only 30 yuan in his pocket, it meant he had earned 161 yuan today. In the early 1980s, this was a considerable sum. At that time, people relied solely on meager salaries. Earning this much in a day was something most could hardly imagine. As Zhang Junfeng pondered his thoughts, he crossed an intersection and arrived at a bus stop. The sign bore the station's name in red letters on a white background, rusted but indicating the closest stop to his home. Chapter 25. Digging a pit for goodbye. Suddenly, the street became bustling with cyclists, the sound of bells ringing incessantly, and smiles adorned the faces of people as they leisurely made their way home. Zhang Junfeng realized it was the end of the workday and decided to alter his course towards another direction. The Shanghai watch he once wore had long been lost to that scoundrel Zhang Junfeng in a gamble. The direction he now walked was toward Gudabai's residence, intending to repay the 20 yuan gambling debt and discreetly leave the remaining funds for Shun Rubing and her daughter. Under the cover of night, he planned to die once more, returning to his previous life. As for the method of demise, Zhang Junfeng first considered slitting his wrists with a kitchen knife. But that was a woman's way of dying. Being a man, he wished to depart with a semblance of dignity. Moreover, although he would return, leaving behind a lifeless body in a pool of blood would surely terrify that mother and daughter, especially Sweetie. Would he not be committing a sin by exposing a 5-year-old to such a gruesome sight? He shook his head vigorously. That method was absolutely out of the question. What about drowning? While not exclusively a woman's method, it still felt too pitiful and frustrating, leading him to dismiss it as well. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. Electrocution. Yes, that would be the most suitable method. He could feign an accidental electrocution, thus avoiding a bloody scene and sparing the family from undue distress. Yes, that would be the plan. Zhang Junfeng quickened his pace towards another bus stop. While waiting for the bus, a familiar voice caught his attention. Was that Gu Dabai? Following the sound, he spotted Gu Dabai walking alongside a woman in her 40s, dressed fashionably, with makeup and lipstick adorning her face. In the simple era of the early 1980s, this stood out remarkably, presenting a strikingly flamboyant appearance. From the intimate conversation between the two individuals, accompanied by their occasional physical contact, it was evident that their relationship transcended the ordinary. The alluring woman certainly aligned with Gu Dabai's taste. Yet the age difference was rather significant. Gu Dabai had yet to reach his 30th year. Was he, then, seeking an older partner? A robust woman with a round face flashed through Zhang Junfeng's mind, Gu Dabai's wife, Ban Yunxia. This hefty lady was renowned for her formidable temperament, a truth well known to anyone acquainted with Gu Dabai. Yet, even with such a fierce spouse, Gu Dabai brazenly flaunted his affairs. Was he courting trouble? Zhang Junfeng shook his head in disbelief, but then his eyes sparkled with the prospect of revenge against Gu Dabai, now armed with another piece of leverage. Maintaining a distance of over 20 meters, Zhang Junfeng stealthily followed, determined to gather more evidence to augment Gu Dabai's transgressions. The couple ambled along, bumping into each other, their affection palpable, until they turned into an alley. Shortly thereafter, the enchanting woman linked her arm with Gu Dabai's and entered a two-story residential building. Zhang Junfeng followed closely. Noting the woman's home address, 202, the family quarters of a factory, concealed within the alley. Gu Dabai, I have $20 for you. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Junfeng raised his voice, well aware that Gu Dabai was not home and had specifically come to seek out his wife. Previously, he had also visited to settle gambling debts. Gu Dabai would usually emerge promptly upon hearing his call, and their transactions were conducted discreetly. However, he never anticipated that just 2 days prior, Gu Dabai would audaciously demand repayment in front of Shun Rubing and Tian Tian, humiliating him in the process. Most intolerable of all was Gu Dabai's blatant intention to claim Shun Rubing for himself, a direct affront to a man's honor. The animosity of a husband wronged is a vendetta not to be taken lightly, and Zhang Junfeng vowed never to let Gu Dabai off the hook for such an insult. Thus, on this day, he intended to make Gu Dabai understand that humiliating others comes at a price, and overestimating oneself leads only to tragedy. Who is it? A voice, piercing and commanding, emerged as Ban Yunxia stepped outside. With slanted eyes, high cheekbones, and full lips, all harmoniously distributed across her round face. Her skin glistened with a healthy sheen. Oh, it's you. Ban Yunxia's expression darkened upon recognizing Zhang Junfeng, aware of his connection to Gu Dabai as a gambling companion. And she held no favorable opinion of him. Sister-in-law, here are 2 jean of pastries and 1 jean of candies for you and the children. Please, do not hesitate. Zhang Junfeng, knowing that he had likely left a poor impression previously, had prepared a gift for this encounter. As anticipated, upon seeing the offering, Ban Yunxia's icy demeanor thawed instantly. Goodness, brother, you are far too kind. To return a debt and bring gifts as well. How embarrassing. Though she feigned modesty, her hands eagerly reached out to accept the pastries and candies. Smiling warmly, she invited, Brother, please come inside for a cup of tea. Let us sit and chat. Ban Yunxia swayed her ample form, joyfully leading the way, occasionally glancing at the gift from Zhang Junfeng. Look at me. I've just gotten off work and haven't had the chance to tidy up. The place is quite a mess, so don't mind it. Upon entering the spacious room, she picked up a garment carelessly thrown on the sofa, crumpled it, and tossed it into a nearby cabinet with an awkward smile before shutting the door. Next, she approached the coffee table, brewed a pot of tea, and cheerfully pushed it towards Zhang Junfeng, saying, This is exquisite tea from my father's home, known as West Lake Dragon Well. You must try it. Its flavor is incomparable to ordinary tea. As she spoke, Ban Yunxia plopped down onto another sofa, which groaned under her weight. Zhang Junfeng felt a shiver of concern for the sofa, contemplating the daily strain it endured. Dandan, you go to the small room and do your homework. I need to discuss some matters with your uncle, she called out, waving her right hand toward her daughter, who was busy organizing her books. After seeing her daughter retreat, Ban Yunxia turned back to Zhang Junfeng and remarked with a laugh, "I naturally have a loud voice. It may sound like I'm shouting, but please don't take offense, haha. Enjoy the tea." Zhang Junfeng lifted the teacup, took a sip, and immediately set it down due to the heat. "By the way, I heard you shout as soon as you entered the courtyard, demanding 20 yuan back for our debai. What is that about?" Ban Yunxiao inquired, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhang Junfeng let out a long sigh, shaking his head in distress, as if confessing to his own conscience. "This matter has weighed heavily on my mind for quite some time. I've been torn about whether to tell you. However, if I reveal it, I feel I would be betraying my dear brother Debai, as I promised him I wouldn't disclose this to you. Yet, keeping it from you fills me with guilt and unrest, as if a heavy stone rests upon my chest." Chapter 26. Debai's misfortune. Ban Yunxiao was moved by his visible turmoil, grabbing his arm and anxiously asking, "Brother, what is it?" Zhang Junfeng glanced at her, gripping his arm, and then at her anxious face. With furrowed brows, he sighed deeply and lowered his head, evidently distressed. "Brother, from this moment on, I am your dear sister. You mustn't keep anything from me." "All right." Zhang Junfeng seemed touched by her words and finally resolved to share, nodding. "That 20 yuan is a hush money from Debai, because I know a secret of his." "What secret? Please tell me, brother." Ban Yunxia grasped his arm with both hands, shaking it fervently, her face a canvas of urgency. In her fervor, Zhang Junfeng's arm brushed against the teacup, causing tea to spill, prompting Ban Yunxia to push it aside. "Sister, you must promise to keep this secret," Zhang Junfeng said earnestly, his expression devoid of jest. "Rest assured, you are now my dear brother. I would never harm you." Ban Yunxia nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of seriousness she had never experienced before. Debai. He had established another home outside, located on Qianjin Street, in Yuejin Alley, within a 2-story residential building, room 202. In exchange for my silence, he had bestowed upon me a hush money of 20 yuan. Just moments ago, I had witnessed the two of them returning home in a rather affectionate manner. The woman, appearing to be in her 40s, was dressed in an extremely flamboyant style, exuding an air of wealth. Before Zhang Junfeng could finish speaking, Ban Yunxiao was already consumed by rage, slamming her hand on the table, her brows furrowed and eyes narrowed. Her voice rang out so loudly that even her daughter, who was studying in the small room, was startled. The girl peeked through the crack of the door in fear, only to quickly retract her head back. In the conservative era of the early 1980s, the notion of a husband having another home outside was intolerable for any woman, let alone the idea of him engaging with other women. It was not only a matter of disgrace, but also a severe affront to her pride. Only a weak woman would choose to silently endure such humiliation. Ban Yunxiao was not one to be trifled with, especially considering her father held a position of authority in the bureau, and Gu Debai relied on her father's connections in many aspects. Without her father's support, Gu Debai was utterly insignificant, a mere man living off a woman, and yet he dared to flaunt himself. At this moment, the fiercely independent Ban Yunxia felt an immense sense of humiliation, almost driven to madness. Moreover, just the other day, he had the audacity to sneak into my home while I was away, provocatively speaking to my wife, only to be rebuffed by her in a most humiliating manner. To add insult to injury, he was thrown out, and, upon encountering me returning home, greeted me as if nothing had transpired. How shameless can one be? This behavior had instilled profound fear in my wife and child. My wife frequently awoke from nightmares, screaming in terror, while my daughter, merely 5 years old, was too frightened to sleep. The shadow of this incident would likely haunt her for a lifetime. Gu Debai truly lacks humanity. As the saying goes, one must not wrong a friend's wife, yet he dared to sneakily tease his sister-in-law. Is this the conduct of a decent person? Gu Debai, I curse you! Ban Yunxiao exclaimed in a fit of hysteria, her fury almost causing her to lose her composure. Zhang Junfeng understood that this fierce woman was at the peak of her wrath. If Gu Debai were to return now, it would surely be an event to behold. "Dear, who is this grandfather you speak of?" Just as the tension reached its zenith, Gu Debai, oblivious to the atmosphere, entered the room, clutching a briefcase. He wore a charming smile and a demeanor that suggested he could calm any storm. Upon noticing Zhang Junfeng seated on the sofa, his expression shifted momentarily in surprise. But he quickly regained his composure. Ordinarily, Zhang Junfeng would wait until after 7 in the evening to confront him about repaying his debt. calling out softly from outside before Bai would emerge. Today, however, he had arrived unusually early and was speaking directly with Ban Yunxia. This was decidedly out of the ordinary. Surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by a facade of nonchalance as he approached Ban Yunxia with a grin, playfully inquiring, "My dear wife, who has caused you such distress? Pray tell, I shall seek retribution." Gazing upon his wife's infuriated countenance, Bai felt a tremor of apprehension within, though he maintained an air of calm. "Brother Bai, I have left 20 yuan on the coffee table for you. My apologies, but I must take my leave." Zhang Junfeng's words bore disparate meanings to the two listeners. Bai interpreted it as a belated apology for a debt promised half a month prior, while Ban Yunxiao perceived it as Zhang Junfeng's failure to guard Bai's secret, thus returning the 20 yuan as a form of hush money. Witnessing Bai clutching a briefcase only intensified her ire. "Were it not for my father's protection, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying that briefcase." With a swift motion, Ban Yunxia delivered a resounding slap that echoed throughout the room. In the adjoining room, Dandan instinctively flinched, sensing that a clash was imminent, and covered her ears in trepidation. Zhang Junfeng anticipated the unfolding drama, positioning himself as both playwright and director, with Bai cast as the tragic protagonist. If not now, then when? He thought, adhering to the wisdom of retreat, and strode boldly out the door. As he reached the courtyard, a thunderous voice erupted behind him. Ban Yunxia's fury was a tempest. "You wretched rogue, what is this nonsense about jumping into an alley? And what of that 40-year-old seductress? Do not heed the baseless gossip. It is entirely unfounded. You dare lie with such brazen eyes? There are witnesses. Zhang, you impertinent fool. Do not insult him. From this day forth, he is my brother." 10 minutes later, Zhang Junfeng walked exuberantly down the street, the gentle evening breeze caressing his face, filling him with unparalleled ease. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck by astonishment at his previous audacity. He had never acted thus before. Perhaps it was the betrayal by the one he had trusted most in a past life that had altered his character. Conversely, the desire for vengeance is a fundamental aspect of manhood, while responding to malice with kindness is the folly of a fool. As for someone like Bai, who had humiliated him and sought to usurp his wife, it would not be excessive to administer severe consequences. A glint of cold determination flashed in Zhang Junfeng's eyes, transforming his expression to one of delight. Chapter 27. Profoundly moved, Ban Yunxiao was not one to tolerate betrayal. Bai's dalliance with other women would not go unpunished. Given Ban Yunxiao's fierce temperament and robust physique, Bai would not escape unscathed. He would either be thoroughly dismantled or flayed alive. Moreover, Bai's previous successes at work had been entirely due to the influence of Ban Yunxiao's father, a support he would likely lose henceforth. As Zhang Junfeng entered his modest courtyard, the joyous banter of a neighboring family enjoying their meal wafted through the air. In such courtyard homes, during summer, many families would set up small stoves to cook in their yards, relishing their meals outdoors. It was both refreshing and delightful, with children playing in the courtyard after their meal, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the original Zhang Junfeng was a compulsive gambler, neglectful of his responsibilities. He would never have contemplated setting up a small stove in the yard. The door stood wide open, and as he approached, the voices of a mother and daughter drifted out from within. "Mom, I'm hungry. How much longer do we have to wait for dinner?" Tian. Just a little while longer. He should be back soon. What if he went out drinking again?" "I don't think that will happen this time." Tian. "Don't you feel he has changed?" It seems like he has. He doesn't hit or scold you anymore, and he even saved a boiled egg for me." Tian, tell me honestly, do you like the way he is now?" I kind of do. Have you thought about calling him Dad?" "I've thought about it, but I'm scared to call him that. He looks frightening when he glares." "Oh, but I feel that now he won't glare at you anymore." "Is that true, Mom?" "Yes, I truly feel that he is no longer the same person." "Mom, are you saying he has magically transformed into someone else?" "Yes, he is now responsible, gentle, and considerate, speaking softly both to you and to me." "Oh, how wonderful. Tian has a new dad now. I'm no longer afraid. And he won't hit you anymore." "Haha, be careful not to trip over the stool." Standing at the doorway, Zhang Junfeng wore a warm smile, a surge of tender emotions swelling within him. Suddenly, Tian paused. "Mom, did that person hurt you very much?" "Very much, but I endured it. It all passed in time." "Do you still hate him?" "I used to hate him deeply, but now I don't. It's all in the past." "Mom, if it hurt you so much, why didn't you take me away?" You were still little, and I couldn't let you grow up without a father. I didn't want the other children to say you were a fatherless child. Mom, Tian's voice trembled with emotion. Zhang Junfeng felt a pang of sorrow. He could sense the mother and daughter embracing each other, seeking solace. Previously, he had been consumed with the desire to punish Gu Dubai, to avenge the humiliation he had suffered and the fright he had inflicted upon Shen Rubing and her daughter. He had completely forgotten about dinner and had not realized that they were waiting for him to return to share a meal. Simply by stepping into the role of the original Zhang Junfeng and being kind to them for a day, he had received such profound rewards. It was evident that Shen Rubing no longer harbored such deep resentment towards him, and Tian had softened her dislike. With just a day of responsibility on his part, he had inspired the mother and daughter to put aside past grievances, choosing to forgive and forget the immense suffering they had endured. What kind-hearted women they were. What a wonderful wife and daughter. Zhang Junfeng was deeply moved. Alas, he was to leave them tonight, and he felt a pang of reluctance. Tian was the first to notice him entering the room. Instinctively, she separated from her mother's embrace and sat down on her small stool. This time, the little girl's face bore no fear, only a hint of shyness. The mother and daughter continued to occupy their usual seats at mealtime, while Zhang Junfeng unexpectedly discovered a bottle of white liquor and a teacup placed upon the table before him. This was an unprecedented occurrence in his memory. Previously, Zhang Junfeng's drunkenness had instilled terror in the hearts of the mother and daughter, marking the arrival of a nightmarish experience. Yet today, Shen Rubing had personally purchased a bottle of white liquor for him. What immense courage it must have taken to conquer the shadows lurking within her heart. Let us dine. Shen Rubing noticed Zhang Junfeng's return, but this time he was not the former harbinger of misfortune. Instead, he bore an expression brimming with emotion. Her own feelings transformed from disdain to a warmth that enveloped the room. I went to repay Gu Dubai. Sorry to keep you both waiting. Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile, passing by Shen Rubing and inhaling her delicate fragrance before taking his seat. In this household, he felt like a king, lounging on the sofa while the mother and daughter sat upon diminutive stools. The table was adorned with 4 dishes, including meat, boiled eggs, and 8 fluffy white buns. From this bountiful meal, Zhang Junfeng sensed Shen Rubing's understanding of him, tinged with a celebratory spirit, yet predominantly radiating familial warmth. The once wayward Zhang Junfeng had transformed for the better, a fact worthy of celebration. Thank you, Rubing, he said tenderly, gazing at Shen Rubing across the table with a soft voice. He then picked up the bottle of white liquor, gently setting it aside, his expression etched with guilt. Drinking leads to trouble. I shall refrain from it in the future. Moderation is key. After all, what man has never enjoyed a drink, especially since you do not smoke? Shen Rubing glanced at Zhang Junfeng, her gaze quickly retreating, revealing a hint of something more, perhaps concern. All right, let us indulge a little. Today is indeed a day worthy of joy. Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile, uncorking the bottle and pouring about 2 ounces of liquor before recapping it. One statement evoked varying interpretations from the two, yet both were entirely reasonable. Shen Rubing perceived the former harbinger of misfortune as having metamorphosed into a responsible and caring man, a cause for great happiness. Conversely, Zhang Junfeng felt elated to have swiftly liberated the mother and daughter from the shadows of fear. Mom, may we begin our meal? Tian's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the sumptuous spread before her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she interjected, noticing the adults engrossed in conversation. Neglecting the matter of dining. Oh dear, I completely forgot to mention that Tian can eat. Go ahead, enjoy your meal, Shen Rubing. Blushing in embarrassment for having overlooked her daughter while conversing with Zhang Junfeng, swiftly pushed a peeled boiled egg toward Tian, who eagerly received 3 boiled eggs in a floral porcelain bowl. Chapter 28. Farewell. Tian's eyes widened with joy as she eagerly picked up an egg, biting into it with gusto, her cheeks puffing as she savored the delightful taste. Take your time, Tian. No one is competing with you. These 3 boiled eggs are all yours. She chuckled, and Zhang Junfeng's eyes sparkled. He noticed that Shen Rubing was exceptionally joyful and beautiful today. In that moment, a warm ambience enveloped the room, filling it with a sense of harmonious comfort. Zhang Junfeng felt not only the warmth of the family, but also the unspoken hopes and dreams that the mother and daughter harbored for him and their future together. Immersed in happiness, they believed that with a responsible man like Zhang Junfeng, their family would continue to thrive in bliss. Zhang Junfeng was convinced that by continuing to embrace his role as the head of the family, he would undoubtedly find profound happiness. Yet, what about his wife from his previous life? Especially concerning the one who had secretly plotted against him, lurking within the upper echelons of the company, always poised to strike. If anything were to befall his wife, she might not be as fortunate as he was to receive a second chance. Even if she did, it was unlikely she would be reborn by his side, for such coincidences are rare in this world. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Shen Rubing inquired gently, observing Tian Tian devouring her food. Noticing Zhang Junfeng lost in thought, she asked anxiously. Zhang Junfeng snapped back to reality, chuckling awkwardly as he shook his head. Oh no, it's not that. You've cooked splendidly. It looks quite appetizing. Then why aren't you eating? Shen Rubing glanced at him furtively before taking another bite of her bun. I am eating. I intend to eat even more, he replied, taking a generous bite of the scrambled eggs, grinning at Shen Rubing with a warmth in his gaze that could melt a woman's heart. Flustered, Shen Rubing quickly averted her eyes, hastily offering a piece of scrambled egg to Tian Tian, only to find her daughter's mouth already stuffed with a second boiled egg. Tian Tian looked at her in surprise, and Zhang Junfeng's intense gaze only added to Shen Rubing's fluster, prompting her to shove the scrambled egg into her own mouth. This, combined with the bun, made her cheeks puff up, giving her a rather greedy appearance. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, chewing rapidly to swallow it down. At that moment, Tian Tian had just finished her boiled egg and, with her mouth now free, cheerfully remarked, Mommy taught me to chew slowly, yet here you are, gobbling it down. The little girl burst into laughter, her eyes darting between Shen Rubing and Zhang Junfeng. Zhang Junfeng couldn't help but chuckle along, which only deepened Shen Rubing's embarrassment, her cheeks now a vivid shade of red. After finally swallowing her food, Shen Rubing blinked and joined in the laughter. The joyous sounds resonated within the peaceful atmosphere. By the way, tomorrow is Sunday. Why don't you take Tian Tian to the street to buy some new clothes and then visit the zoo? It's been nearly 2 years since we last went, Zhang Junfeng suggested, laughing before taking another sip of liquor, his face slightly flushed with guilt as he looked at Shen Rubing. He could still recall that it had been 2 years since he last took his daughter to the zoo. This realization filled Shen Rubing with the belief that the man before her was genuinely experiencing a change of heart, rather than merely acting on a whim. He was truly beginning to improve. Oh, how wonderful. Sweetie now had new clothes to wear, and she could visit the zoo to play. The 5-year-old girl was once again bubbling with excitement, ready to circle around the table, but Shen Rubing promptly caught her, tilting her head in playful reproach. Running around while eating is not good for your health, you know. Yes, I understand, Mama. Sweetie will run after finishing her meal. After dinner, the mother and daughter made an exception to stay in the main room to watch television. Shen Rubing sat by the Kong, Sweetie nestled in her lap, while Zhang Junfeng occupied the sofa. In Zhang Junfeng's memory, it was the first time the family had watched television together so harmoniously. The last time the three of them gathered to watch, he had been in a foul mood, scolding Shen Rubing mercilessly, nearly smashing the television in his frustration. Since then, the mother and daughter had only dared to sneak in to watch television when Zhang Junfeng was absent, always anxious, straining to hear any sound from the courtyard gate, ready to switch off the television and flee back to their small room. That evening, the program was Ji Sen Si Lang, the first Japanese television drama introduced in our country, consisting of 26 episodes, with 2 episodes airing every Saturday night. The story depicted Ji Sen Si Lang's journey in learning judo, transforming from a reckless youth into a skilled martial artist. As the show concluded, Shen Rubing lifted Sweetie to return to their small room for sleep. Just before stepping out, Sweetie waved her small hand at Zhang Junfeng for the first time, her smile tinged with shyness. 15 minutes later, Zhang Junfeng quickly rose from the sofa, peering out the door to find that the small room had gone dark. Enveloped in silence, he turned around, fetched a stool, and sat at the table, intending to leave a farewell letter for Shen Rubing. The thought of parting from the mother and daughter stirred a wave of melancholy within him. In less than 2 days, his feelings had evolved from unfamiliarity to familiarity, from sympathy to deep affection and reluctance, making his previously resolute gaze falter. On one hand, Shen Rubing bore a resemblance to his late wife, which fostered a natural fondness. On the other hand, there was the charming and sensible Sweetie, whose endearing nature endeared her to him even more, creating an attachment that was difficult to sever. Zhang Junfeng had always yearned for a daughter, a desire buried deep in his heart due to the infertility of his previous wife. Now, having been reborn, his interactions with Sweetie awakened this dormant longing, and he had unknowingly come to regard her as his own child. However, the thought of the murderer who had poisoned him lurking beside his wife, ready to strike at any moment, compelled Zhang Junfeng to choose to return to his former life. Leaning over the table, he penned a heartfelt farewell letter to Shen Rubing, filled with sentiments of parting from the mother and daughter, as well as the reasons compelling him to return to his past. He addressed it to Dear Rubing and Sweetie, signing off as forever loving you, Junfeng. After meticulously reviewing it 3 times, I finally bestowed a gentle kiss upon the name of Rubing, my heart quivering in response. I solemnly folded the letter and placed it upon the table, alongside the 171 yuan from my pocket. Then, I retrieved a thick, 2-meter-long wire with a plug from my pocket. Zhang Junfeng opened the drawer of the table and took out a small folding knife, unfolding it to strip one end of the wire. Chapter 29. Friends and foes. He was determined to execute his momentous plan of returning to his past life tonight. Dying from electrocution seemed to be the most viable method he could conceive. Before long, he had stripped a 60-centimeter length of bare wire, binding one end to his left wrist and the other to his right. Zhang Junfeng secured the bindings tightly, tying them in a knot to ensure they would not slip off, even if he struggled from the shock. This was a resolute decision to embrace death. Zhang Junfeng lifted a teacup and drank deeply, wanting to quench his thirst before the moment he returned to his past life. Finally, he took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, blinking as he solemnly grasped the plug and reached towards the wall socket. It would not require much suffering, just a few fleeting seconds, and he could return to his former life, protect his wife, and unearth the true culprit behind it all. He was eager to discover who had been lurking beside him for years, deceiving him with feigned trust. As the plug neared the socket by a mere centimeter, Zhang Junfeng paused, casting one last glance at the letter on the table. Suddenly, a memory flickered in his mind, gradually materializing into a vivid image. He could not resist watching it unfold. Shen Rubing had married Zhang Junfeng solely under familial pressure, with her father, Shen Jiding, being the principal instigator. Shen Jiding, originally a printer at the trademark division, was cunning and ambitious. To secure a connection with the factory director, Zhang Gaoyuan, he introduced his daughter, Shen Rubing, to the director's son, Zhang Junfeng. Both Shen Rubing and Zhang Junfeng worked in the same colorful printing factory, yet she harbored feelings for another. Aware of Zhang Junfeng's reputation as a wastrel, despite her reservations, she reluctantly agreed to a relationship due to her family's coercion. To fulfill his desire to possess Shen Rubing, Zhang Junfeng deceitfully claimed that his father was hosting a dinner, luring her into his home and forcefully asserting himself. Shen Rubing, left with no choice, felt compelled to marry Zhang Junfeng, only to find herself vomiting on their wedding night, later discovering she was pregnant. Zhang Junfeng believed that now that he had married Shen Rubing and had consummated their union, he could do as he pleased. However, he was taken aback when Shen Rubing remained as cold as ice, consistently refusing to share a bed with him under the pretense of feeling unwell. Subsequently, regardless of Zhang Junfeng's persistence, whether through pleading, anger, or even hysteria, Shen Rubing remained tightly withdrawn, denying him any intimacy. In such matters, if a woman fiercely resists, a man cannot prevail. Zhang Junfeng, with a wife as beautiful as a flower, found himself alone each night, which only served to worsen his temper, leading him to frequent bouts of drinking and gambling, often staying out until dawn. On this particular day, Zhang Junfeng found himself engulfed in a cloud of despondency, gathering with 3 companions for a round of drinks. While the others engaged in jovial banter and laughter, Zhang remained silent, merely clinking glasses without uttering a word. "What is bothering you, Brother Zhang? You seem rather downcast," one of them remarked. "Indeed, if you're facing any troubles, don't hesitate to share. We might be able to assist you," another chimed in. The trio, flushed from the alcohol, gazed at Zhang with genuine concern. Zhang lifted his head. His eyes slightly reddened as he surveyed his companions. In a moment when he craved solace, such words struck a chord within him, evoking a sense of gratitude. When one is touched, even casual acquaintances can transform into confidants. With a heavy sigh, Zhang dejectedly shook his head, his gaze fixating on the glass in his hand. "It's merely the trivialities of family life," he replied. "Oh." The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, their attention drawn to Zhang. They instinctively thought of one person, Shen Rubing. the ethereal beauty of Zhang's household. Having visited Zhang's home before, they had marveled at Shun's exquisite beauty. Harboring a mix of envy and admiration for Zhang's good fortune in marrying such a stunning woman. There was a time when, after a few drinks, they clamored to visit Zhang's home, not merely to play cards, but with the ulterior motive of trying to charm the enchanting beauty. Yet, their ambitions were nothing more than the dreams of frogs yearning for swan meat. Previously, they had attempted various underhanded tactics, only to be rebuffed by Shun, leaving them feeling humiliated and dejected. Since then, they had refrained from showing their faces in her presence. Now, upon hearing Zhang express his familial frustrations, the dormant envy within them flared back to life. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang remained preoccupied, the three exchanged knowing glances and nodded with a conspiratorial smile. Today presented a chance for retribution against Shen Rubing. Though they had not succeeded in winning her favor, they were determined not to let her enjoy her happiness unchallenged. Brother Zhang, with such a beautiful wife, what could possibly trouble you? The round-faced youth leaned in, affectionately patting Zhang's shoulder, his breath reeking of alcohol. Indeed, Brother Zhang, if you are unaware of your fortune, how can we, who are wifeless, find solace? The sharp-featured youth added, grinning. Perhaps you've become so enraptured in nightly revelries that you've lost your senses? The square-faced youth quipped, resting his left hand on his right elbow, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Happiness, my foot. Revelries, nonsense. I spend my nights alone in an empty room, and she won't even allow me to touch her. Zhang Junfeng snapped, his brow furrowed as he slammed his palm on the table. Is that truly the case? The three exchanged incredulous looks, grinning at the irony. It turned out that the breathtaking Shen Rubing not only rebuffed their advances, but also denied her own husband. This realization brought them a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Despite Zhang's beautiful wife, he was, in fact, more wretched than they were in their singlehood. A man may endure life without a spouse, but when he is surrounded by a sleeping beauty, yet can only gaze upon her without touching, the torment becomes almost unbearable. One cannot fathom how Zhang Junfeng has survived this past year. It is indeed pitiable, not allowed to touch her, and yet, the daughter she bore is not even his. Alas, the weight of such a metaphorical green hat is rather substantial. Who is the father of that child? The three of us could help you vent your frustrations. These seemingly caring words merely serve to stoke the flames of Zhang Junfeng's ire. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Junfeng furrowed his brow, casting a scornful glance over the faces of the trio before abruptly cutting them off. He poured himself a glass of beer, downed it in one go, and continued. The child is my biological daughter, conceived before our marriage in a moment of unrestrained passion. That is why she married me, just that once. Oh, to be confined with such a beautiful wife without the privilege of her touch. Zhang, you are truly unfortunate. I once envied you, but now I feel deep sympathy. If she denies you, do not indulge her. You could still assert yourself. It's quite simple. Honestly, Zhang, I lament for you. You paid to bring your wife home. And if she denies you, is she merely reserving herself for another man? Zhang Junfeng felt a shiver down his spine, his brows knitting into a tight knot as he downed 3 more glasses of beer in quick succession, his breath growing heavier with each gulp. Brother Zhang, let me analyze this. The lady's refusal to let you touch her likely implies she has a lover and intends to remain chaste for him. Indeed, we must not be foolish. Do not wait until your wife elopes with her paramour, for then you shall lose both her and your wealth. Brother Zhang, I even suspect she has already been unfaithful. You are merely bearing the burden for someone else. It's truly tragic. With a resounding clap, Zhang Junfeng slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed, "Enough of this." In that moment, Zhang Junfeng could no longer contain himself. The flames of fury surged within him, unquenchable. He raised a full bottle of beer to his lips, eyes closed, and drank deeply, disregarding the spills that soaked his shirt. With a heavy thud, he slammed the empty bottle onto the table, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and stormed out. His eyes blazed a furious red as he stumbled, colliding with adjacent chairs, and exited the state-run restaurant. Fueled by wrath, he intended to confront Shen Rubing. Regardless of her willingness, he was determined to claim her. Through Zhang Junfeng's actions, he unwittingly fulfilled his desire for revenge against Shen Rubing. A goal that left the 3 scheming youths in high spirits, indulging in laughter and revelry as they feasted. Just as they felt satisfied and prepared to depart, a voice called out to them, "You 3, you haven't settled your bill yet." before the words had fully left her lips. A waitress clad in a white coat with blue sleeves hurried after them, blocking their path. The young waitress, her hair styled in two small braids, possessed a delicate beauty that suggested she was merely 17 or 18. With a furrowed brow, she held a small receipt in her hand. In your state-run restaurant, isn't it customary to present a receipt for payment before collecting your meal? Questioned the round-faced youth, leaning against the table, his tongue somewhat clumsy. The one surnamed Zhang who accompanied you is a regular here. He stated he would pay after his meal, but now that he has left, you must cover the cost. The waitress, her lips pursed, spoke rapidly, her frown deepening as she offered the receipt. The three men exchanged glances, their expressions filled with mutual blame, regretting their earlier decisions. Had they known Zhang Junfeng would leave without settling the bill, they would not have stoked his ire, which had driven him home to vent his frustrations on his wife. Their intention to enjoy a complimentary meal had backfired, resulting in a loss for them. The round-faced youth, visibly displeased, scrutinized the receipt for some time, but could not ascertain the total. Impatiently, he tossed the receipt onto the table without sparing a glance at the waitress, grumbling. How much is it in total? $6.80, the waitress replied crisply. What did we eat? Why is it so expensive? The square-faced youth grumbled, his gaze darting over the waitress. 6 dishes, and we drank so much beer. How can that be considered expensive? The waitress retorted with irritation. The sharp-faced youth, growing increasingly impatient, picked up the receipt and studied it until he confirmed the total. Indeed, it was $6.80. The round-faced youth rummaged through his pockets, finally producing a handful of coins, which he clattered onto the table. After counting twice, he had only $2.80. The other two searched their pockets and managed to gather $4, thus settling the bill. Here, a total of $6.80. No change is necessary. They murmured as they stumbled out, complaining, as if anyone can afford a meal. Next time, you're treating us, we want tea hold back. Meanwhile, Zhang Junfeng, inebriated, staggered home, entering the small room with unsteady steps and bloodshot eyes, surveying the space. At that moment, Shen Rubing had just finished feeding her daughter, Tian, and was playing with her. The child, having just learned to walk, stumbled adorably, bringing immense joy to Shen Rubing. Watching her daughter was her happiest moment. Suddenly, a wave of pungent alcohol wafted toward her from behind, causing Shen Rubing to frown in recognition of Zhang Junfeng's return, a sense of repulsion washing over her. Turning as usual, she faced away from him, continuing to engage with Tian. However, she did not anticipate that at that moment, Zhang Junfeng had transformed into a fiend, his agitated arms enveloping her from behind. What are you doing? Shen Rubing gasped, a chill running down her spine as she squirmed desperately to escape the embrace of this demon. Zhang Junfeng, now devoid of reason, paid no heed to her struggles, forcefully dragging her toward the larger room. Just moments ago, she was joyfully playing with her mother, but suddenly, malevolent individuals snatched her away. The 1-year-old girl was utterly terrified, bursting into inconsolable tears. The tender heart of the little one was overwhelmed with fear. She clenched her tiny fists tightly, tears mingling with saliva, streaming down her cheeks. Mama! Mama! Sweet Tian cried out in fright, desperately gazing towards the doorway from which her mother had been taken. My child, my child! Shen Rubing was dragged by Zhang Junfeng through the kitchen and into the larger room, struggling fiercely without pause. With a loud pop, one of her buttons flew off. With a swift motion, one of her socks was torn away. With a ripping sound, her back was exposed. Yet Shen Rubing continued to fight with all her might, screaming for her mother. The cries of the mother and daughter, originating from two separate places, heartbreakingly intertwined, echoing throughout the room. Though they were close in proximity, it felt as though they were worlds apart. Zhang Junfeng, devoid of compassion for the anguished cries of his biological daughter, continued to drag Shen Rubing into the larger room and attempted to lift her onto the bed. However, her desperate struggles and resistance thwarted his sinister intentions. Consumed by rage and humiliation, he lunged at her like a hungry beast, intent on overpowering her once more. But this time, Shen Rubing was not the same woman. She had a daughter, Tian, whom she cherished more than her own life, igniting a fierce sense of responsibility within her. With every ounce of strength, she fought back fiercely, kicking, pushing, and rolling, the two of them entangled in a desperate struggle. In that moment, the woman held on to a singular belief: as long as she drew breath, She could not allow this beast to succeed. Despite Zhang Junfeng's relentless attempts, he could not prevail, driving him to the brink of madness. Chapter 31. Heartbreak. Tian heard the continuous thuds from the larger room, accompanied by her mother's altered cries, causing her to tremble with fear, her own cries growing louder. She cautiously moved her little feet, step by step, toward the edge of the bed, determined to prevent any further harm to her mother. She needed to save her. As she approached the edge, Tian stood there, staring down at the dark floor, paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to descend. The commotion in the larger room intensified, her mother's voice now hoarse, and Tian was filled with dread for her mother. Time was of the essence. She crouched down, then lay flat, and began to crawl backward to the edge of the bed. The little girl's legs dangled towards the ground, her tiny feet swinging. Yet they could not reach the floor. In that moment of fear, her grip loosened, and her entire body leaned back. With a thud, Tian fell heavily onto the cold ground, fortunately landing on a plastic slipper that cushioned the impact to the back of her head. Overwhelmed by the sudden change, the little girl cried out in anguish, her wails more piercing than before, a heart-wrenching sound. A loud thud echoed from the small room, piercing Shen Rubing's heart like a knife, for it could only mean that Tian had fallen. "My child, my sweet Tian." Shen Rubing's struggle and resistance intensified dramatically as she desperately attempted to free herself from Zhang Junfeng's grasp, crawling towards the small room with reckless abandon. Yet, those wicked hands reached out from behind once more, seizing her shoulder. With a tearing sound, her clothing was ripped apart, exposing her fair shoulder to the gaze of the demon. Shen Rubing's eyes widened in horror as she opened her mouth and turned to bite down fiercely. With a piercing scream, that malevolent grip loosened, allowing her to scramble towards the small room. Upon reaching the kitchen, the sound of a door creaking open reached her ears, and several figures appeared at the threshold. It turned out that the neighbors had arrived just in time, due to the poor soundproofing of the bungalow. The cries of Shen Rubing and her child, along with the incessant sounds of struggle, quickly caught the attention of those living nearby. The residents here were all employees of the colorful printing factory, and Shen Rubing generally maintained harmonious relations with her neighbors. Upon hearing the tragic cries of the mother and child, they could not remain indifferent. They sprang into action, converging on Shen Rubing's home. Upon entering, they beheld Shen Rubing, her clothes in tatters, crawling while weeping. In the small room, 1-year-old Tian sat on the floor, her tiny bare feet exposed, crying inconsolably. The hearts of the neighbors shattered at this sight. 3 women, overcome with emotion, shed tears, unable to bear the scene's brutality. "Rubing, what has happened?" 2 of the women hurried forward to assist Shen Rubing, one of whom was named Wu Lijuan. "Quickly, check on the child." Shen Rubing called towards the small room as she was helped to her feet. Meanwhile, another female neighbor dashed into the small room, scooping up Tian and cradling her tightly, gently stroking her head, repeatedly murmuring, "Don't be afraid, darling." Among them was male neighbor Gao Daqian. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the heartbreaking scene before him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shen Rubing, her clothing in tatters and body marked with bruises, crawled on the cold kitchen floor. In the small room, the 1-year-old girl sat, her tiny feet bare, wailing heart-wrenchingly. What manner of monster could inflict such inhuman torment upon a mother and her child? The burly Gao Daqian clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury, teeth grinding together in indignation as he contemplated retribution. "My child." Shen Rubing, supported by the female neighbors, approached the woman holding Tian and took her into her arms. Holding her tightly, their faces pressed together, tears streaking down her daughter's cheeks, it felt as though they had just survived a near-death experience, vowing never to part again. The 3 women encircled the pitiful mother and daughter, tenderly caressing them, tears flowing freely from their eyes. "This is my family matter. You have no right to meddle. Who do you think you are? Get out of here." At that moment, the scoundrel Zhang Junfeng appeared at the doorway of the main room, swaying unsteadily, a look of brazen defiance on his face as he shouted, "The insolent fool has appeared at the most inopportune moment, exacerbating the situation with his incessant insults," which ultimately provoked Gao Daqian, who had been in turmoil, to a breaking point. "Zhang Junfeng, today I shall take matters into my own hands regarding your family. How dare you bully a weak mother and her child? Such injustice cannot be tolerated. I am here to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." Before his words even settled in the air, Gao Daqian's eyes widened, fists clenched, and he lunged towards Zhang Junfeng at the entrance of the main room. Just as Zhang Junfeng was about to question his intentions, he raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed throughout the room, startling several women in the kitchen. Upon realizing what had transpired, they felt a mix of bitterness and exhilaration. "How dare you strike me?" Zhang Junfeng, half awake from his intoxication, felt a burning sensation on one side of his face. Defiantly glaring at Gao Daqian, he raised his hand, intending to retaliate. "Today, I shall teach you, you heartless bastard. A lesson you deserve." Before Zhang Junfeng could react further, two hefty hands were already flying towards him, raining down slaps upon his head. The rapid succession of blows left him dazed, forcing him to retreat, cradling his head like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Despite Zhang Junfeng's imposing demeanor towards Shen Rubing, in the face of absolute power, he was merely a crushed insect. Gao Daqian towered over him, a solid figure, easily half a head taller, with a robust physique that could dwarf Zhang Junfeng. "Stop this! What on earth are you doing?" A thunderous shout startled the women in the kitchen, prompting them to look up and witness Zhang Gaoyuan and Song Yiqiu at the doorway. Zhang Junfeng's parents had arrived. Zhang Gaoyuan's brow furrowed, his piercing gaze sweeping across the faces of the women, while Song Yiqiu appeared astonished, clutching eggs, pork, and a doll. Gao Daqian, who had been chastising Zhang Junfeng, halted and turned to face the couple, anxiety gnawing at him. Both he and his wife worked at the trademark sub-factory, and having just assaulted the son of the factory manager, he feared that his furious superior might dismiss them both the next day. His wife, Wu Lijuan, stood protectively beside Shen Rubing, and upon seeing the factory manager arrive, she too became tense, trembling with fear. She shared her husband's concerns, worried about being expelled from the thriving trademark sub-factory. Chapter 32. A tempest approaches. Once upon a time, their parents were retired employees of the color printing factory, and through great effort, they had managed to secure positions at the trademark sub-factory. Zhang Gaoyuan's gaze fell upon his daughter-in-law, Shen Rubing, whose clothing was nearly torn, her body dirted and bruised, her face streaked with tears. Next to her, their 1-year-old granddaughter, Tian, hearing her grandfather's furious shout, turned towards him, her little mouth open wide. Already in tears, the mother and child embraced one another, sharing in their mutual suffering, still unable to escape the nightmare that had just unfolded. Witnessing the heartbreaking scene before her, no explanation was necessary. The truth was abundantly clear. As parents, Zhang Gaoyuan and Song Yiqiu understood their son's character all too well. The softness of a woman's heart shattered Song Yiqiu, her tears flowing freely as she hastily retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her face. The resolute Zhang Gaoyuan, beneath his furrowed brow, also bore reddened eyes as he approached the mother and daughter, the 3 female neighbors stepping aside. Little Tian, barely a year old, recognized her grandfather through her tear-filled gaze, her cries intensifying as if recounting the nightmare she and her mother had just endured. Standing before Shen Rubing, Zhang Gaoyuan felt an unbearable ache in his heart, his jaw clenched tightly. With a heavy sense of guilt, he bowed his head and choked out, "Child, we are truly sorry for what has befallen you and your mother." These words from the elder encapsulated his profound sorrow, shame, and remorse. It was their failure to properly educate their son that had led to such cruel abuse of their daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Moments later, Song Yiqiu approached, and upon cradling her granddaughter from her daughter-in-law's arms, tears gushed forth once more as she wept while holding Tian close. Large beads of sorrow streamed down her smooth, fair cheeks. Little Tian, witnessing her grandmother's tears for the first time, felt a twinge of fear, having never seen her grandmother cry before. Amidst her cries, she extended a tiny hand to wipe away her grandmother's tears, a truly tender child. Song Yiqiu held Tian tightly, her tears cascading onto the child's shoulders. In that moment, her sorrow was compounded by an overwhelming sense of shame. How was it that her grown son, Zhang Junfeng, was less sensible than his 1-year-old child? The weight of her failure as a mother loomed heavily, a profound lamentation. Suddenly, Zhang Gaoyuan lifted his head sharply, startling the 3 neighboring women who gasped in surprise, holding their breath as they fixated on him. The leader of the branch factory appeared to be on a mission, with a countenance ablaze with fury. His brows knitted tightly and his eyes burning with indignation, he strode purposefully towards the main house. As he passed by Gao Daqian, he halted, fixing him with a penetrating stare for 3 seconds before turning sharply to confront Zhang Junfeng. "Dad, you've come," Zhang Junfeng exclaimed, his earlier timidity evaporating in the presence of his savior. Pointing vehemently at Gao Daqian, his voice brimming with excitement, he declared, "Dad, it's this Gao Daqian. He dared to strike me, fully aware that I am your son. He shows you no respect. You must fire him tomorrow." Just then, a resounding slap echoed as Zhang Gaoyuan's hand struck Zhang Junfeng's face, interrupting his fervent speech. "You ungrateful wretch. I have refrained from punishing you throughout your life, which has led you to this disgraceful state. Today, I shall teach you a lesson you will not soon forget." With that, Zhang Gaoyuan raised his hand, ready to deliver a thorough reprimand to his son. Zhang Junfeng raised his hands to shield his head, dodging as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Dad, why are you hitting me too? I am your son." He never anticipated that his typically indulgent father would suddenly turn against him, striking him with such ferocity. With little hope left for his father, Zhang Junfeng turned to his mother for rescue, knowing well that she had always showered him with affection. In the kitchen, Song Yiqiu, who was holding her granddaughter Tian with a heavy heart, immediately opened her eyes wide upon hearing her son's cries for help. After a brief moment of hesitation, a flash of resentment crossed her gaze as she swiftly handed Tian over to Shun Rubing and strode purposefully towards the main room. The kitchen's occupants exchanged glances, fully aware that Song Yiqiu was driven by a fierce maternal instinct. Gao Dazhuang watched Song Yiqiu with a sense of foreboding as he moved towards the father and son, forcefully pushing aside Zhang Gaoyuan, who was about to raise his hand again. He was convinced that a fierce argument would erupt between the couple in defense of their child. Just then, the storm of slaps from his father abruptly ceased, and the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Junfeng realized that his mother had arrived to save him. Gradually opening his eyes and releasing his grip on his head, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to express his grievances to his mother, unexpectedly, smack, a powerful slap from his mother, Song Yiqiu, landed on his face. Her features contorted with rage as she yelled through tears, "Zhang Junfeng, you beast! Look at what you've done to my daughter-in-law. Look at how you've terrified my granddaughter. Do you have any humanity left?" As she cried and spoke, she relentlessly swung her right hand, delivering another furious slap to Zhang Junfeng. She continued to strike him with considerable force, her once delicate palm now red and swollen, yet she showed no signs of stopping. The scene began to blur, and this memory reached its culmination. Shock, pure shock. He reflected on how detestable the former Zhang Junfeng had been. Yet he had not expected such depths of loathing. He thought of the torment endured by Shun Rubing and her daughter. Realizing it was more heartbreaking than he could have imagined, he loathed himself. He despised the previous incarnation of Zhang Junfeng, to the point that he felt, had he been in control of this body at that moment, he would have unhesitatingly sought to end his own life. Zhang Junfeng painfully closed his eyes, tears streaming down his resolute cheeks. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from lack of blood, the wires in his hands twisted under the strain. A few minutes later, he took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, regaining control over his emotions and finding a semblance of inner peace. If the former Zhang Junfeng had been torn between Shun Rubing and her daughter and his previous wife, from this moment forth, his heart had irrevocably shifted towards the mother and daughter. Having just emerged from their fears, mother and daughter held on to beautiful dreams, only to face the grim reality of returning to the past, awakening to find themselves plunged into a cold abyss. Not only has the dream shattered, but they must also confront the icy corpse lying within the room, subjecting the mother and daughter to such grievous trauma. How could one be so cruel and heartless? Chapter 33. Preparing to go to the park? No, I absolutely cannot abandon them in their time of utmost need. That would not be the essence of Zhang Junfeng. With this thought, Zhang Junfeng opened his bright eyes and resolutely tore away the wires binding his wrist. He shredded the farewell letter into pieces and cast it into the nearby trash bin along with the wires. After picking up the 171 yuan, he contemplated for a moment before pocketing it. Tomorrow, he could give Shun Rubing an additional 30 yuan, while the remainder would serve as operational funds for the next step. Zhang Junfeng gave a wry smile. Streetcon games are not always guaranteed to yield profit, which implies that acquiring more money would become increasingly challenging. As for his ex-wife, he decided to wait. The murderer was unlikely to strike again in the short term. Having made up his mind, Zhang Junfeng felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He undressed, turned off the light, and lay on the bed. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the whitewashed walls, dispelling the darkness. Occasionally, the sound of a cricket would drift in through the open window, shattering the night silence. Gazing at the grayish ceiling, Zhang Junfeng was lost in thought when suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. These were the recollections of the good-for-nothing Zhang Junfeng, memories filled with the boundless love and affection showered upon him by his parents throughout his childhood, leaving him enveloped in happiness. Soon, these memories intertwined with his present consciousness. In that moment, he had formulated his next course of action, to investigate his father's case and the cause of his mother's death. Vengeance is a deeply ingrained aspect of Zhang Junfeng's character. After pondering for a long while, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Daddy, daddy. In the midst of his dreams, Zhang Junfeng suddenly heard a tender call by his ear. A voice that sounded remarkably familiar, sweet and melodious. But how could she possibly call me daddy? Oh, I must be imagining things. This has to be a dream. Daddy, daddy. The voice rang out again, now closer, the breath brushing against his ear. In a surge of excitement, Zhang Junfeng abruptly opened his eyes. And what greeted him was the sweet, adorable face of Tian Tian. Tian Tian. Zhang Junfeng sat up in disbelief, staring at Tian Tian and asking, "Did you just call me daddy?" "Yes." The 5-year-old girl nodded earnestly, her expression somewhat shy, yet her gaze unwavering. "Are you not afraid of me anymore?" Zhang Junfeng leaned closer, his excitement palpable as he locked eyes with Tian Tian, their faces mere inches apart. Tian Tian paused for a moment, then broke into a sweet smile. "No, I'm not afraid. Mommy said you are my new daddy, and new daddies are good daddies." The little girl twirled her large, expressive eyes, continuing with a sense of familiarity. "My new daddy likes me, and he even gives me boiled eggs. He wants mommy to buy me new clothes and take me to the zoo to play. I really like my new daddy." Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of emotion surged through Zhang Junfeng's heart, breaking the dam of feelings within him. Overwhelmed, he embraced Sweetie tightly, tears streaming down his face. There was happiness, but even more, there was profound gratitude. What a considerate child she was. A mere 5-year-old girl, displaying such a vast capacity for forgiveness. Setting aside past grievances and the hurts she had endured, choosing instead to forgive. And what of him? Sweetie had grown up without ever having received a single candy from him, nor had he taken her to the zoo even once. He had nearly shattered the television out of frustration when she wanted to watch a cartoon. All he had done was return to her the boiled eggs that rightfully belonged to her, and simply asked Shen Rubing to take her shopping for new clothes and to the zoo for a day of fun, merely ceasing to frown at her, refraining from yelling, and bestowing upon her a few smiles. She chose to forget all her suffering, selecting instead to forgive and genuinely accept this new father. Of course, Zhang Junfeng believed that the true reason Sweetie was willing to embrace him was because he no longer scolded her mother. The child had accomplished the remarkable feat of protecting her mother. "Dinner is ready, Sweetie. Come help mommy set up the little stools," Shen Rubing cheerfully announced as she entered. Placing a small dining table down, she glanced at Zhang Junfeng, who was wiping away his tears, and gently said, "Sweetie woke up early, eagerly anticipating our outing to buy clothes and visit the zoo." Her voice was sweet, and the previously dull light in her eyes sparkled with joy, while her pale cheeks flushed with a hint of color. It was evident that the woman was in high spirits. Zhang Junfeng smiled as he dried his tears, neatly folded the blankets, and placed them in the cupboard, watching Sweetie bustling about with the stools and setting the table. He hurried to the kitchen. After washing up and settling onto the sofa in the main room, he found the mother and daughter waiting for him to begin the meal. Looking at them, he said softly, "Let's eat. I'm truly worried that Sweetie can hardly wait any longer." "Yes, after dinner. Daddy and Mommy will take Sweetie to buy clothes and then to the zoo," Sweetie exclaimed, joyfully devouring her boiled eggs, unable to contain herself as bits of eggs splattered from her mouth. Embarrassed, she giggled. "Oops." Shen Rubing laughed, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, and inadvertently met Zhang Junfeng's intense gaze, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue as she shyly turned away. The leftovers from last night had been placed on the floor of the storeroom and covered, remaining fresh until this morning when they were reheated. Zhang Junfeng lifted his bowl, taking a sip of cornmeal porridge, and suddenly felt reassured that his choice last night had been the right one. Not to mention that the mother and daughter had chosen to forget their pain and accept him anew, something that even his late wife may not have been able to do. Just hearing Sweetie call him daddy that morning was enough to make Zhang Junfeng willing to pay any price for this newfound bond. If one were to return to a past life after succumbing to an electric shock last night, they would irrevocably miss the opportunity to be called dad, a chance that, once lost, can never be reclaimed. After breakfast, Shen Rubing tidied the dining table. Tian Tian donned her cherished outfit, while Shen Rubing wore a lantern-sleeved shirt paired with deep blue trousers, and Zhang Junfeng sported a checkered shirt and dark gray pants. Rubing, take this 30 yuan and buy yourself a new piece of clothing. The ones you have are all faded, he offered, just before stepping out. Zhang Junfeng produced 3 large bills and handed them over, recalling that Shen Rubing had not acquired new attire for over 2 years. As Shen Rubing grasped her bag, ready to shoulder it, she froze, staring at Zhang Junfeng in disbelief. Didn't you give me 20 yuan yesterday? What is this money for? She remembered him mentioning he had 30 yuan left after repaying the 20. Logically, he should have only 10 remaining. This is what I earned yesterday, he explained. Observing her continued shock. Oh, it's like this. I encountered a street con artist who attempted to swindle me, but I turned the tables on him. This money is his ill-gotten gains. It's only fair that I claim it. Chapter 34. Shopping. The term con sounded foreign to her, leaving her somewhat bewildered. But she brushed it aside. Shen Rubing felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as Zhang Junfeng's money was not acquired through illicit means, the con artist losing his money was his own misfortune. With a smile, she accepted the money, feeling no discomfort as their hands brushed. Instead, she found warmth and assurance in his grasp. Zhang Junfeng pushed the bicycle out of the courtyard, with Tian Tian following closely behind. Shen Rubing turned to lock the gate. Rubing, where are you off to? Inquired their neighbor, Wu Lijuan, who sat outside her door, watching her 6-year-old daughter play with another child while knitting a wool vest. Zhang Junfeng recalled that she had intervened in a dispute the previous night, during which her husband had slapped him. We're taking Tian Tian to the street to buy some clothes, and then perhaps visit the zoo, he replied. Sister-in-law, do you need anything? Shen Rubing tucked her keys into her pocket, adjusting her shirt while smiling back. Rubing, if you pass by the Xinhua bookstore, could you please pick up a children's book for me? Something suitable for kids will suffice. But if it's out of your way, don't feel obliged to make a special trip. Wu Lijuan, with a charming smile, cast a brief glance at Zhang Junfeng's face, surprised to see the once domineering figure now exhibiting a warm demeanor. It's on my way. I also need to buy Tian Tian a children's book. Sister-in-law, let us go. And this afternoon, Tian Tian can deliver it to you. After Shen Rubing finished speaking, she moved beside Zhang Junfeng, and the family of 3 chatted amicably as they headed toward the alley. Stunned, Wu Lijuan stood frozen in disbelief, completely oblivious to Shen Rubing's words. As she watched the trio exit the alley, another neighbor, an elderly lady, was equally astonished, her gaze fixed on the family's retreating figures as she settled onto a small stool beside Wu Lijuan. Zhang Junfeng is notoriously known for his abusive behavior towards his wife, so one cannot fathom why Shen Rubing would accompany him on a shopping excursion, especially with such a radiant smile. Perhaps she has been struck senseless? Wu Lijuan finally regained her senses, but found the old lady's remarks quite displeasing. With a slight frown, she retorted, What do you mean by struck senseless? Is it not possible for Zhang Junfeng to change for the better? Can we not speak with a modicum of credibility? With that, she turned away and resumed weaving a vest, choosing to ignore the old woman. This elderly lady was well known in the neighborhood for her incessant gossip, always stirring trouble and never missing an opportunity to undermine the happiness of others. Left speechless by Wu Lijuan's retort, the old woman pouted, grabbed a stool, and sulked back to her original position. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Lijuan's hands had come to a halt. She vividly recalled that ever since Shen Rubing's marriage, their household had been rife with quarrels and disputes, with the couple's relationship teetering on the brink of collapse. It was unimaginable that they would even venture out together, let alone as a joyful family unit. In the early 1980s, Sundays were the only day off, making it the prime time for shopping and outings to the zoo, resulting in crowded streets. The sound of a bicycle bell rang out as Zhang Junfeng pedaled vigorously on a 28-inch bike, struggling to maintain his balance while repeatedly ringing the bell. Passers-by, hearing the incessant ringing, turned to see the wobbling cyclist and swiftly stepped aside. Zhang Junfeng was particularly anxious, both concerned about colliding with pedestrians and, more importantly, about the safety of the mother and daughter he was transporting. Just moments ago, He had been filled with pride at having provided them a sense of security, and the thought of letting them fall would be unbearable. Fortunately, Zhang Junfeng remained composed, quickly acclimatizing to the ride after a few minutes. He recalled that the last time he rode a bicycle was over 30 years ago. Sweet, sitting on the front crossbar, assumed her father was playfully teasing her and burst into laughter, while Shen Rubing, seated nervously behind, was drenched in cold sweat. As she regained her composure, she realized she had been tightly clutching Zhang Junfeng's waist. Embarrassed, she released her grip only to nearly lose her balance, hastily grasping the bike seat beneath him. Though the position was somewhat awkward, it could not be helped, and she wiped the fine beads of sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. At the department store, they purchased Sweet a pair of knitted tops and trousers, a shirt to match a skirt for herself, and a patterned shirt for Zhang Junfeng. The family also acquired some undershirts, underwear, and socks. They then visited the Xinhua bookstore, where Sweet chose 2 children's books, costing 18 cents, to share with Wu Lijuan's daughter. By this time, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and Zhang Junfeng suggested dining at a restaurant. However, Shen Rubing replied that they had just eaten meat the previous night, and dining out would be extravagant. Instead, they could purchase some snacks and enjoy a meal in the park. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval from Sweet, prompting Zhang Junfeng to smile and agree to follow his daughter's lead. Having purchased several meat pies, a pound of animal biscuits, a substantial sausage, and a glass jar of chicken intestines, stout and squat with a tin lid, I then mounted my trusty 28-inch bicycle and made my way directly to the People's Park, where the zoo is nestled within. Upon arriving at the entrance, I secured my bicycle at the designated parking area nearby. A disordered row of bicycles lined the stand, predominantly 28-inch models, with only a scant few of the 26-inch variety. Just as I locked my bicycle, an elderly woman approached briskly, her hair partially gray, holding a small ticket in her hand and dressed in quite ordinary attire. Distinctively, she wore a red armband emblazoned with the words "Parking Attendant" in white. The old lady stepped forward, inscribing the number 36 on the seat of Zhang Junfeng's bicycle, before tearing off a small ticket and handing it over with the words, "There is a 1-cent fee for parking each time. Keep this ticket safe for retrieval." Zhang Junfeng accepted the ticket, noting that the last digit was indeed 36. "Madam, for the bicycle." Not far off, a young man raised a ticket in his hand, calling out toward them, "Coming." The old woman replied, hurrying in that direction. Slipping the ticket into her pocket, Zhang Junfeng chuckled and turned to Shen Rubing and her daughter, saying, "Let us go buy tickets. The ticket booth is located to the right of the park's entrance." And at that moment, a throng of over 30 people crowded the window, all disheveled and drenched in sweat, while their families anxiously awaited nearby. Zhang Junfeng chose not to join the fray, but instead stood in the shade of a tree, quietly observing. Shen Rubing and Tian, positioned on either side, looked at him anxiously, puzzled as to why he didn't join the line for tickets. They were unaware that Zhang Junfeng possessed a clever method to procure tickets effortlessly. Chapter 35. The Park. Before long, Zhang Junfeng's attention was drawn to a robust, middle-aged man emerging from the crowd, perspiration glistening on his brow as he scanned the area until he spotted his family and rushed toward them. "It's quite a challenge with so many people buying tickets," he exclaimed, a sheepish grin on his face, revealing 2 crumpled park tickets in his outstretched right hand. In front of him stood a woman accompanied by a 7- or 8-year-old girl. The 3 of them had purchased only 2 tickets, evidently attempting to save on the cost of admission. Judging by their attire, they resembled suburban farmers. Zhang Junfeng quickly grasped the situation. "Rubing, you 2 wait for me a moment," he instructed before making his way toward the family. "Are you here to visit the zoo as well?" Upon hearing this, the family turned to Zhang Junfeng, puzzled, as they did not recognize him and assumed he had mistaken them for someone else. "Ah, I see." Shen Rubing interjected with a smile, noting their bewildered expressions. "We are also a family of 3 visiting the zoo, and since the child is small, does not require a ticket. How about selling me those 2 tickets? I'll give you an extra 10 cents for each." With this arrangement, they would only need to pay an additional 10 cents to take their family of 3 into the zoo together. What do you think? The couple, dressed like farmers, exchanged glances for a few moments before comprehending Zhang Junfeng's proposition. He purchased 2 tickets for 60 cents and, upon reselling them to another individual, would earn 80 cents, allowing him to contribute an additional 10 cents to acquire 3 tickets. Initially, he had intended for the mother and daughter to visit the zoo while he waited at the entrance, hoping to save 30 cents. Now, The entire family could enjoy the zoo together, with a savings of 20 cents, a delightful turn of events they eagerly embraced. The middle-aged man, brimming with joy, nodded enthusiastically as he handed over the 2 tickets. Zhang Junfeng accepted the tickets and paid 80 cents, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. Before turning to rejoin Shen Rubing and Tian, waving his hand exuberantly, announcing, "The tickets are secured. Let us proceed." The entrance to the park was bustling with activity, filled with a cacophony of voices. Numerous individuals surrounded 2 ice cream carts, taking advantage of the warm weather and thriving business. Among the vendors was one selling balloons filled with hydrogen, tethered to strings that children eagerly grasped. Clusters of vibrant balloons floated above, captivating the attention of many children, who often looked up in wonder, their innocent smiles illuminating their faces. Further in, a street vendor was selling toys, with a particular green wind-up frog drawing a large crowd. The tin frog, when wound up and gently pressed to the ground, would leap energetically in place, enticing nearly every parent to purchase one for their child. Tian, what toy do you desire? Tell Daddy, Zhang Junfeng said, beaming as he glanced at Shen Rubing, who was coincidentally looking back at him. Their eyes met, and he continued. Today, having already spent nearly a month's wages, perhaps we should refrain from buying more. Shen Rubing suggested tentatively, lowering her gaze towards Tian, who gazed up with her big, fluffy eyes at both her mother and father, reluctantly casting her longing gaze towards the hydrogen balloons and the green frog. Rubing, it's a rare occasion for our daughter to enjoy a day out. Let us indulge her this time, Zhang Junfeng interjected. Without waiting for Shen Rubing's response, he crouched before Tian and gently asked, "Sweetheart, which toy do you like best?" "That one." Tian likes the balloon, and Tian also likes the green frog, she murmured, glancing at her mother's expression. "Very well, we shall buy both," Zhang Junfeng said with a smile, rising to approach the toy vendors. "Hey, you can't," Shen Rubing began, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Junfeng had already walked quite a distance away. She muttered the remainder of her thought, spoiling her so much. After purchasing the toys and 3 ice pops, the family of 3 entered the park. Tian savored her ice pop while proudly holding the bright red hydrogen balloon, bouncing ahead like a joyful little bird. Zhang Junfeng and Shen Rubing followed behind, enjoying their own ice pops while carrying several shopping bags filled with clothes, toys, and snacks. The park was shaded by willows, bustling with visitors, and winding paths meandered towards the horizon. Following the flow of the crowd eastward and then northward led directly to the zoo. They sequentially observed monkeys, tigers, bears, and various species of birds, and Tian was utterly delighted, completely forgetting about mealtime. Tian, it's time to eat, Shen Rubing called from behind, scanning the surroundings for a bench. Over there, a bench seemed to be unoccupied. Speaking, she hurried along the uneven stone path, while Zhang Junfeng followed closely behind with Tian in tow. Upon reaching the front, they discovered a person reclining on the bench, covered by an old newspaper, fast asleep, clad in a checkered shirt and dark gray trousers. The individual's clothing was tattered in several places, revealing fresh scratches on the exposed arms, indicating recent injury, no more than 24 hours old. Zhang Junfeng found the figure somewhat familiar, as if reminiscent of the attire worn by Gu Debye, yet he pondered how such decent clothing could be so torn. "Why don't we sit there and have our meal?" Shen Rubing suggested, pointing to a patch of lush, level grass behind the bench. "Yes, that sounds good," Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile, guiding Tian to the grassy area. "Tian, you must be famished," Shen Rubing said as she settled onto the grass, spreading out a newspaper and retrieving pancakes, sausages, and a jar of chicken gizzards. She tore off half a pancake and handed it over. "Yes, I'm a bit hungry." Tian nodded, taking a big bite as she sat on the grass, also accepting a piece of sausage from Shen Rubing. "I'll find something to open the can," Zhang Junfeng said, picking up the jar of chicken gizzards and glancing around before heading towards another group of diners nearby, who appeared to be enjoying canned food and likely possessed the necessary tools to open the jar. "Tian, eat as much as you like. You'll need the energy to play," Shen Rubing remarked, watching Zhang Junfeng depart, then nudging the bag of biscuits forward. "Yes, Mommy, you should eat too. This sausage is really tasty. And I love the animal crackers," Tian exclaimed, her mouth full, gazing at her mother with satisfaction. "Eat slowly, don't choke. We have no water," Shen Rubing cautioned. Soon, Zhang Junfeng returned, cheerfully wielding 2 small twigs, and placed the open jar of chicken gizzards before the mother and daughter. Fortunately, that family had a can opener. "Come on, eat quickly. This chicken gizzard is delicious," he encouraged, breaking the twigs into 6 small pieces, swiftly stripping the bark, and handing them to Shen Rubing and Tiantian. "The chicken gizzard is truly delightful," Tiantian remarked, savoring a piece with a satisfied smile. "Indeed, the flavor is quite remarkable," Shen Rubing agreed, nodding in approval. The 3 of them shared a meal, laughter filling the air, creating a joyful atmosphere that stirred the man dozing on the bench. As the old newspaper was gradually pulled away, 2 beady eyes emerged, none other than Gudabai. It turned out that the previous night, Zhang Junfeng had dug a deep pit for him, and he had endured 2 hours of relentless torment at the hands of his fierce wife, Ban Yunxia, who not only stripped him of all his possessions, but also left him battered and unceremoniously kicked out. With no money to his name, Gudabai, akin to a stray dog, had no choice but to seek refuge with his mistress, Baomancy. The woman in her 40s, with keen, fox-like eyes, detected an unsettling odor from his disheveled state. Under her pressing gaze, Gudabai was compelled to reveal the truth. Baomancy was instantly enraged. Not because Gudabai had been beaten, but rather because he had been deceiving her with claims of being single. After enduring a series of resounding slaps, Gudabai was expelled from her home, with a chilling warning. Should he ever dare to cross her threshold again, she would break his legs. Despite kneeling at her doorstep, weeping profusely and swearing his undying love for her, pleading for mere scraps of food and shelter, his entreaties were in vain. As neighbors emerged to witness the spectacle, Gudabai had no choice but to flee in disgrace. He wandered through the night for over 3 hours, ultimately finding refuge in a park where he spent the night on a bench. Sleep eluded him, not only due to the pain coursing through his body and the gnawing hunger in his stomach, but also because the bench was illuminated by a street lamp, attracting a relentless swarm of mosquitoes. Eventually, he found an old newspaper on the bench and draped it over his face, achieving a semblance of peace, yet rest remained elusive. Just the day before, he had been the envy of many, supported by a powerful father-in-law, and now he had become a homeless vagabond. Once, he had a wife and a lover, boasting to his friends, but now he was a despised and pitiful figure. The stark contrast was so overwhelming that he could hardly comprehend or accept it. Though his wife, Ban Yunxia, was fierce and domineering, akin to a sow, at least he had food, drink, and a secure place to sleep each night. Now, all of that was lost, utterly non-existent. And Baomancy, who had been sweet and affectionate during their farewell in the afternoon, had turned her back on him when he sought her help that night. What kind of person was she? Moreover, as a woman in her 40s, it should have been a privilege for her to have caught his eye. Yet she found him unworthy. Now, even if she begged him to return, he would not acquiesce. Filled with resentment, Gudabai turned over, his thoughts racing. Last night, Zhang Junfeng had taken advantage of his absence to repay the 20 yuan and had even chatted with Ban Yunxia, a most peculiar occurrence, which led to his brutal expulsion from home. Undoubtedly, Zhang Junfeng had spoken ill of him, perhaps embellishing the tale with malicious intent, inciting his wife's fury. In that moment, Gudabai felt a surge of hatred towards Zhang Junfeng. Yet, how could Zhang Junfeng know of his affair with Baomancy? Was there someone else who had divulged this information to Ban Yunxia? At that instant, his animosity towards Zhang Junfeng began to wane, albeit unknowingly. With a sigh, he shifted his position. The bench was unforgivingly hard, causing discomfort throughout his body, and the pain from his injuries was a relentless torment. How he longed for the warmth of his bed at home, wishing fervently that this was merely a dream, and that upon awakening, everything would revert to its former state. He, Gudabai, remains that individual who, with a briefcase in hand, inspires envy in many for his connections to a powerful father-in-law. Enough of that, time to sleep. Upon awakening, everything will surely be well. Just as this thought crossed Gudabai's mind, he suddenly heard Zhang Junfeng's voice, Rui Bing. Look at how Tian is straining her neck in anticipation. You two wait here, I shall fetch some water. Gudabai slightly lifted his head and, peering through the gap in the backrest, observed Zhang Junfeng rising swiftly and dashing in a particular direction. Mom, where is Dad going to get water? Tian withdrew her gaze and inquired of Shen Rubing. I don't know, but don't worry, Tian. Dad will certainly find water. Shen Rubing replied as she organized the clothes she had purchased into a single bag for convenience on their journey home. Yes, I'm not anxious, Mom. I trust this new dad, Tian Tian responded confidently, nodding her head as she reached for a string tied to a helium balloon floating behind her neck, secured there by Shen Rubing. Gently tugging the string to release the balloon onto the grass, she let go, watching it ascend, only to press it down again, allowing it to float up once more. Tian Tian found this delightful. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the balloon. Curiously, Tian Tian squinted up to see a figure. Before she could discern the details, the person lifted a foot and stomped down on the balloon. With a loud pop, Shen Rubing and Tian Tian gasped in shock, freezing in place, only to witness the intruder quickly crouching down to snatch 3 pancakes and a piece of sausage from the ground before reaching for a can of chicken intestines. Shen Rubing swiftly reacted, discarding her bag and lunging to seize the can. The assailant refused to relinquish it, dragging Shen Rubing's body across the grass for over 2 meters. Tian Tian, now alert, noticed the villain struggling with her mother over the can. She stood up and rushed over, biting the intruder's hand fiercely. "Ah!" the intruder yelped, retaliating by pushing Tian Tian to the ground. The child scrambled up, sitting on the grass, wiping her tears and crying heartily. Shen Rubing clung desperately to the can of chicken intestines, while the assailant was equally unwilling to yield, both parties exerting all their strength on the glass container. With a shattering crash, the glass broke, injuring both their hands. In the fray, Shen Rubing finally recognized the face of her assailant. It was none other than Gu Dabai, the man who had previously humiliated their family. "You bastard, you rogue," she shouted in fury, watching Gu Dabai flee in panic. She then rushed to Tian Tian's side, enveloping her in an embrace to comfort her. "Tian Tian, do not fear, do not fear." Glancing at her palm, she noticed several cuts oozing blood. Yet Shen Rubing paid it no heed. This pain paled in comparison to the domestic violence she had endured before. Tian Tian's cries attracted the attention of several passers-by. A few recalled a homeless man fleeing in haste, while others stood in astonishment by the benches, gazing curiously in their direction. Chapter 37. Pursuing Gu Dabai 5 minutes later. Zhang Junfeng returned, panting heavily. A smile adorned his face, yet beads of sweat lined his forehead as he looked around urgently, cradling a teacup filled with sloshing clear water. "What has happened to you two, Rubing and Tian Tian?" Zhang Junfeng exclaimed, hastily setting down his teacup and rushing to the pair, his eyes wide with astonishment. Seeing her father as a beacon of hope, Tian Tian threw herself into Zhang Junfeng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. In her father's arms, she felt the utmost security, shielded from any harm. While her mother's embrace also provided solace, there lingered an underlying fear of her mother enduring the same fate. It was that rogue, Gu Dabai. Rubing, her brow furrowed, spoke through gritted teeth. "Gu Dabai, I shall not let you escape unscathed." Zhang Junfeng, with concern etched on his face, grasped Rubing's wrist, his voice laced with urgency as he inquired, "How did your hand become bloodied?" "A villain attempted to steal the canned goods, and when my mother tried to reclaim them, the bottle shattered," Tian Tian cried, her tears cascading down and soaking a considerable portion of Zhang Junfeng's shirt. "I will ensure you pay for this, Gu Dabai," he growled softly, his voice resonating with a chilling intensity, reminiscent of 2 sharp blades glinting in the icy peaks. "Rubing, let us go. We must bandage your wounds. There is a veterinarian at the zoo. They can tend to external injuries," Zhang Junfeng urged. "Does it still hurt?" Exiting the veterinary station, he anxiously probed her condition. "It's nothing serious, merely a superficial injury," Rubing replied lightly, donning a facade of nonchalance. The afternoon sun blazed down, casting a warm hue on her lovely visage, which remained serene and composed, devoid of any distress. Zhang Junfeng marveled at the contrast. Beads of perspiration adorned his and Tian Tian's foreheads, yet Rubing's beautiful face remained remarkably dry. Zhang Junfeng led Rubing to the park's security office, intending to enlist their help in apprehending Gu Dabai and delivering him to the police station. However, the likelihood of success seemed slim for 2 reasons. Firstly, Gu Dabai had previously committed theft in the vicinity and was now akin to a rat fleeing from a cat, likely too afraid to return to the park. Secondly, the park authorities would undoubtedly intensify their patrols to ensure visitor safety, a consideration Gu Dabai would surely account for. Upon exiting the park, they retrieved their bicycles. As they pedaled home, Zhang Junfeng maneuvered the sturdy bike with 2 bags dangling from the handlebars. Rubing's injured hands forced her to wrap her arms around his waist. Initially tense, she soon acclimated, the subtle contact with his well-defined abs providing her with a reassuring sense of safety. Once home, Ru Bing retrieved 2 children's books and instructed Tian Tian to deliver one to their neighbor, Wu Lijuan, while Zhang Junfeng began preparing dinner. He simmered rice porridge and utilized the eggplant and green beans Ru Bing had purchased the previous day. After preparing the meal and sharing it, Zhang Junfeng washed the dishes, reminding Tian Tian to keep her mother company while watching television. He then tidied his hair in front of the mirror and glanced at the pair on the bed before hastily departing the house. Boarding the bus, he first headed to Gu Debai's residence. Ban Yunxia greeted Zhang Junfeng warmly, treating him with a familiarity that suggested she genuinely considered him as kin. Pouring tea for Zhang Junfeng, she settled onto the nearby sofa and expressed her gratitude for his revelation regarding Gu Debai's extramarital affair. She then shared a piece of news that greatly delighted Zhang Junfeng. After delivering a vigorous beating to Gu Debai, she had expelled him from her home and intended to initiate divorce proceedings. As for his whereabouts, she was indifferent. After engaging in conversation for a while, Zhang Junfeng took his leave, with Ban Yunxiao warmly escorting him to the courtyard gate, expressing her hope that he would visit often in the future. Zhang Junfeng, his eyes sparkling, replied with a smile, "Now you are like my dear sister. Of course, I shall come to play frequently." Ban Yunxiao nodded in satisfaction, watching him until he disappeared from the alley before turning back inside. She found Zhang Junfeng to be strikingly handsome, with defined features and a robust masculine aura, exuding a certain steadfastness. As Zhang Junfeng boarded the bus heading to Qianjin Street, where Baomancy resided in Yuejin Alley, he rested his arm against the window, gazing at the passing pedestrians and buildings while contemplating Ban Yunxia. Despite her fierce demeanor, she was straightforward and candid, radiating a sense of audacity that made her worthy of friendship. Moreover, with a father holding a government position, she could potentially assist in his career advancement. Lost in these thoughts, he soon arrived at the bus stop for Yuejin Alley and disembarked. Upon reaching the 2-story residential building, he knocked on the door of room 202. "Who is it?" came a melodious voice, followed by a creak as the door swung open, revealing the alluring Baomancy. At that moment, this woman in her 40s sported a head of spiral curls and wore a blue floral dress known as a blagi, a style that had crossed over from Russia in the 1980s and was famously donned by Soviet heroine Zoya. The loose short sleeves and simple round neckline cinched at the waist with a patterned belt were now fading from fashion. Yet it was evident that Baomancy took great care of her appearance. Even without makeup, her skin remained fair and smooth. "Who are you looking for?" Baomancy inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Zhang Junfeng, a striking young man she had never encountered before. "Is Gu Debai here? I have come to return some money to him." Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile, this ruse making it easier to inquire about Gu Debai's whereabouts. "That scoundrel is not here, and he won't dare show his face again. I have cast him out," Baomancy stated nonchalantly, her demeanor suggesting indifference as she glanced at her slender fingers. "Do you know where he has gone?" Zhang Junfeng's tone softened. "Not a clue." She shook her head, her green curls bouncing slightly. Then, recalling something, she raised an eyebrow. "By the way, what money do you owe him?" "He has been mooching off me and owes me money. Just some money I borrowed from him when I was short on cash," she remarked casually, turning to leave, only to be caught by Baomancy's sudden grip. "Hey, wait a moment. Perhaps you could return the money to me. If you happen to see him, just tell him to come here and collect it. Actually, I would prefer to return it to him in person, as I fear he might later deny having received it." After speaking, Zhang Junfeng swiftly turned and descended the stairs. Baomancy, with a slight pout, displayed a hint of regret before slamming the door shut. Chapter 38. Gu Debai's escape. Zhang Junfeng emerged onto the street, gazing up at the vehicles traversing the road and the pedestrians along the sidewalk. He pondered where Gu Debai might be hiding at that very moment. In the afternoon, after having pilfered 3 sesame cakes and a section of sausage, Gu Debai remained unsatisfied and engaged in a scuffle with Shun Rubing over a can of chicken intestines, resulting in mutual injuries. Subsequently, feeling guilty for his thievery, he escaped through the back door of the park. He traversed several narrow alleys and crossed 2 intersections until he was breathless and dizzy, finally leaning against a wall and crouching in a secluded corner. Once his breathing had steadied, he hastily retrieved the sesame cakes and sausage from his pocket, devouring them ravenously in under a minute. Although he still felt a sense of emptiness, at least his stomach was somewhat settled, alleviating his discomfort and granting him a modicum of strength. Rising to his feet, he stretched and twisted his neck, inadvertently noticing a large courtyard nearby. In the center of the yard stood a faucet, where a man was washing his hair. Gu Dabai's eyes lit up. He quickly rubbed his hands on the back of his pants and hurried over. "Excuse me, kind sir. May I trouble you for a sip of water?" Gu Dabai approached the man with utmost respect. The man washing his hair, upon hearing the voice, lifted his head slightly. As the water cascaded down, he noticed Gu Dabai's beaming smile and outstretched hand. After a brief pause, he stepped aside and gestured towards the faucet, inviting Gu Dabai to drink. "Thank you," Gu Dabai exclaimed, eagerly rushing forward to press his lips against the water stream, gulping down for 10 seconds before stepping aside to catch his breath. "Thank you again," he waved to the man, turning with a satisfied smile as he made his way out of the courtyard. Just before exiting, he noticed a basket filled with tomatoes on the ground. Glancing back to see the man still washing his hair, he bent down, snatched 2 tomatoes, and concealed them under his shirt, hastily exiting the yard. His actions were observed by the lady of the kitchen, who immediately chased after him, scolding, "Hey, why are you stealing tomatoes? Have you no shame?" Realizing he had been caught, Gu Dabai took off running, swiftly darting into another alley. The woman, reaching the courtyard entrance, stomped her foot in frustration upon seeing the thief had vanished, muttering a harsh curse. "Watch out, or you might get hit by a car." With a frown, she returned to the yard, picked up the basket, and paused by the faucet, turning to the man drying his hair with an angry glare. "In the future, do not allow strangers into the yard to drink water, understood?" She shot him a fierce look before retreating inside. As Gu Dabai dashed through 3 alleys and emerged onto the bustling street, he paused, harboring resentment within him. Is it truly necessary to curse me to death for merely taking 2 tomatoes? I could just as easily wish for you to drown in the river. With a slight adjustment, he strolled along the sidewalk, blending with the flow of pedestrians. Since the previous night, he had not indulged in a single puff of smoke, and his craving was beginning to manifest as a palpable restlessness. He craned his neck, scanning the surroundings, and soon spotted 2 individuals engaged in smoking and conversation not far down the road. In a moment of exhilaration, Gu Dabai inhaled too forcefully, inadvertently drawing mucus from his nasal cavity into his throat, leaving a sticky and somewhat briny taste. His throat tightened, and he swallowed it down, disregarding any sense of disgust, and approached the 2 men with a sycophantic smile, his demeanor resembling that of a dog with its tail between its legs. "Hey, brothers, do you have a cigarette to spare?" The first man, slender and unimpressed, cast a brief glance at him before returning to his smoke, completely ignoring Gu Dabai. The second man, more robust and facing away from him, turned at the sound of his voice, shot him a disdainful look, and sneered, "Get lost." The harshness of the rebuke startled Gu Dabai, causing him to shudder involuntarily as he swiftly retreated, simmering with indignation. What kind of people are these? If they don't want to share, fine, but there's no need to insult me. Before yesterday, I was far superior to them. They wouldn't even be worthy of offering me a cigarette. Gazing at the passers-by and the buildings around him, Gu Dabai was engulfed in a wave of nostalgia. Just a day prior, he had wandered these very streets with a sense of carefree superiority, believing himself to be markedly better than the throngs of pedestrians. Yet now, time had rendered him self-conscious and humiliated, recognizing that every passerby surpassed him in some way. The streets, the buildings, and the people remained unchanged, the only difference being himself. Thus, Gu Dabai meandered aimlessly, having no destination in mind, nor any idea of where he would lay his head that night. Suddenly, a sharp ringing from a bicycle bell pierced the air, followed by a jarring collision as a bike grazed his arm before speeding away. After wobbling for several meters, the rider finally brought the bicycle to a halt, turning with a fierce glare to shout, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me ringing my bell?" Though Gu Dabai's left arm throbbed from the impact, he was about to unleash his frustration when he caught sight of the rider's dark countenance and menacing glare. Instantly deflated, he adopted a conciliatory smile, nodding and bowing. Yes, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't hear you. My apologies. This is a public road, not your living room. If you want to act foolishly, do it at home." The cyclist continued to glare, unrelenting. "Yes, I'll head home right away. I'm sorry," Gu Dabai replied, turning to retreat, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath, "What a nuisance. If I had a home, would I need your advice? Wouldn't I have returned long ago?" He cursed silently in his mind, too afraid to voice his thoughts, fearing the wrath of the cyclist. The cyclist glared at Gu Dabai's retreating figure until the fool disappeared, then, filled with resentment, pedaled away on his bicycle. The familiar, resounding chimes of the clock from the nearby railway station rang out 6 times, announcing it was already 6 in the evening. Standing at the intersection, Gu Dabai instinctively raised his left hand, only to find his wrist bare, marked only by the faint imprint of a watch that once adorned it. With a wry smile, he recalled that not only had he lost his watch, but also all the money on him, which had been thoroughly pillaged by his wife, Ban Yunxia, the previous night. Sighing deeply, Gu Dabai leaned against the wall, feeling utterly despondent. He was in a state worse than that of a beggar, while beggars might be homeless. At least they had some coin to their name. He, however, was devoid of both home and funds. Chapter 39. Purchasing 2-cent soy milk. The clock's chimes sparked a glimmer of hope in Gu Dabai, as he realized he could find shelter for the night on a bench in the railway station. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably, and he entered the station with a cheerful heart. The waiting area was not particularly spacious, yet it was bustling with travelers, a sea of heads jostling for space. There was scarcely a vacant bench, and even standing room was overcrowded, creating a chaotic scene. Gu Dabai could only retreat to a corner, continually shifting on his toes, peering toward the benches, hoping for a customer to vacate a seat. But good fortune eluded him, who would purposefully save a seat for him. Even when a patron did leave, by the time he approached, the seat had already been claimed by another passenger. After several such disappointments, Gu Dabai felt disheartened and chose to rest against the wall in his corner. Suddenly, a man in a short-sleeved shirt nearby pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and carelessly discarded the pack on the ground. Gu Dabai's heart raced. There seemed to be another cigarette left in the pack. Seizing the moment, he pretended to tie his shoelaces and swiftly snatched the pack. Standing up slowly, he turned to face the wall and discreetly fished inside the pack. Indeed, nestled in a corner was a bent cigarette. Overcome with joy, Gu Dabai carefully retrieved it, straightened it out, and cleared his throat. With newfound confidence, he approached the man. "Brother, could I borrow a light?" he asked, gesturing toward the cigarette in the man's hand. The man glanced at Gu Dabai and handed over his lit cigarette. Gu Dabai gratefully accepted it, taking a few hearty puffs to ignite his own before returning it. "Thank you," he waved as he walked back to his previous spot, a satisfied smile gracing his face. As he inhaled the smoke, he idly observed the diverse crowd of travelers around him. At that moment, he felt a sense of ease wash over him, and his mood brightened significantly. As waves of passengers came and went, Gu Dabai finally managed to secure a seat when his legs began to ache. He sat down heavily, leaning back and closing his eyes to doze off. In the early hours of the morning, Gu Dabai awoke, feeling a pang of hunger, and consumed 2 tomatoes. By this time, the number of passengers had dwindled significantly, allowing him to finally lie down and rest. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Junfeng had come to the train station in search of him, but had missed him twice. First when Gu Dabai was absent, and second when he had gone to the restroom. "Don't sleep any longer. Wake up and make way. It's time for cleaning," announced the staff. As dawn broke, the night shift workers prepared to conclude their duties, necessitating a brief tidying up. Gu Dabai rubbed his eyes and sat up, glancing at the wall clock which indicated it was already 5:30. 2 consecutive nights on the bench had left him with a sore back. He stood up, yawned widely, and stretched, finally feeling fully awake. After a trip to the restroom to wash his face and rinse his mouth, he took advantage of the ample tap water at the sink, drinking until he was satisfied. Exiting the train station, he stood on the steps and gazed out at the square. The morning light spilled from the east, heralding the arrival of a new day. For most, the morning was a time for opportunities, but for the homeless Gu Dabai, he would soon face the challenge of satisfying his hunger. Having filled his stomach with cold water, he felt a chill in the crisp morning air, causing him to shiver involuntarily. On the eastern side of the square, the platform's restaurant had begun serving breakfast at its outdoor stalls, and a line of travelers awaited their turn to purchase soy milk and fried dough sticks. Those who acquired their meals took their steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks to nearby tables to enjoy their breakfast, beads of sweat forming as the hot liquid entered their bellies. From a distance, Gu Dabai watched as freshly fried dough sticks were placed onto plates and whisked away, and bowls of hot soy milk were similarly served. All he could do was swallow hard. With a clink, a backpacker passed by Gu Dabai, inadvertently dropping a coin while retrieving a handkerchief. The coin bounced and rolled to Gu Dabai's feet, which he quickly stepped on. Once the traveler had moved on, Gutabai bent down to retrieve the coin. It was a 2-cent piece. A smile spread across his face. Breakfast was now within reach. With a heart full of excitement, Gutabai approached the breakfast stall. The soy milk was priced at 3 cents a bowl. When it was his turn, he awkwardly smiled at the waitress in a white coat and said, "I'll have the 2-cent soy milk." The waitress glanced at him, her expression tinged with disdain, before serving him a bowl filled to just over half. Grinning, Gutabai carried the bowl to a nearby table, surveying the area before taking a seat and boldly enjoying his drink. At that moment, he felt equal to the other travelers. The customer who had been behind him in line now settled at the adjacent table, clutching a bowl of soy milk and 3 fried dough sticks. The 3 golden brown sticks, steaming and glistening with oil, seemed to flaunt themselves before Gutabai, teasing him with their presence. His mouth watered, and he swallowed hard, caught by the gaze of the other diner. With a dismissive glance, the diner picked up his youtiao and soy milk and moved to another table, turning his back on Gutabai. What a trivial matter, just a few battered youtiao. Gutabai scoffed inwardly, thinking, just yesterday, I indulged in lavish feasts and wouldn't have deigned to eat youtiao. Humph. After emitting a sound of disdain from his nose, Gutabai lowered his head and began to sip his soy milk slowly. He refrained from gulping it down, as that would have drained the bowl in mere moments. He believed that savoring it slowly would allow him to appreciate the rich bean flavor. Curiously, he wondered why he had never detected this delightful aroma in the soy milk before. What is that? As Gutabai glanced around, he inadvertently noticed a sign hanging at the entrance of the restaurant, announcing that the freight department was seeking temporary workers, offering a daily wage of 9 yuan, payable at the end of the day. Instantly, his eyes lit up. If he could work as a laborer, he would no longer have to worry about food. He quickly finished the soy milk in his bowl and hurried to the restaurant's entrance, inquiring of a male staff member clad in a white coat. "Comrade, I wish to apply for the labor position. Is it here?" The staff member cast a glance at Gutabai and pointed to the right. "The freight department is over there. Go there to register at 8 in the morning." "Thank you." In that moment, Gutabai felt a surge of joy within him, silently exclaiming how wonderful it was, nearly leaping with excitement. To ensure that this opportunity wouldn't slip away, he promptly sat on the steps at the entrance of the freight department, waiting for them to open, eager to be the first to register. Just the thought of not going hungry today filled Gutabai with exhilaration. As the clock in the train station struck 8, Gutabai sprang from the steps. Chapter 40. Borrowing money from a fierce wife, he successfully registered. The individual responsible for registration was a female staff member, and as Gutabai mentally appraised her attractiveness, he heard her direct someone beside her, "Listen to the group leader's instructions." Gutabai turned to see a sturdy man in a blue work uniform, his lips curling into a smile as he waved him over. "Come with me." The man then turned and walked toward the backyard, explaining the tasks at hand and the precautions to be taken. Gutabai followed closely behind, nodding eagerly, behaving like a dutiful apprentice. Their job entailed shuttling between the train carriages and the freight department, loading the goods entrusted by customers onto the train and unloading parcels sent by customers. The packages varied in size, some weighing only 1 or 2 kilograms, while others could weigh 200 or 300 kilograms, requiring 2 to 4 individuals to lift. At noon, the freight department provided a meal of 2 steamed buns and a bowl of soup. During this time, Zhang Junfeng appeared in the waiting room but, not spotting Gutabai, quickly turned and left. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gutabai was beginning to feel overwhelmed, his body aching as if it were falling apart. After enduring until 5 o'clock, he finally clocked out. As he stepped out of the freight department, staring at the meager 90 cents he had earned, tears welled up in Gutabai's eyes. He pitied himself. Just a day ago, he could easily earn money with a briefcase. Now, through grueling labor, he had garnered a mere 90 cents, less than half of what he used to make. Who could he blame for this? One can only lament their misfortune. Having strayed into infidelity, the revelation reached his wife, Ban Yunxia, leading to a swift descent from a life of carefree indulgence to one of abject poverty. With a mind devoid of further contemplation, Gutabai fiercely wiped away his tears and resolutely declared to himself, "Let us drink. Today's wine is for today's revelry. Tomorrow's worries shall be born tomorrow." This epitomizes the inherent flaws within Gutabai's character. Even at this juncture, he shows no inclination towards remorse. Adjacent to the train station stood a state-run restaurant, where uniform pricing prevailed across the city, eliminating any possibility of exploitation. He first procured a pack of production cigarettes from a nearby shop for a mere 5 cents, deeming it unnecessary to buy matches, as he could easily borrow a light from others. Upon entering the restaurant, Gudabai hesitated at the counter and ultimately ordered a plate of spicy chicken liver, a dish of dried tofu with chili, a small bowl of peanuts, a large bowl of rice, and a substantial jug of white liquor. The total came to 80 cents, leaving him with a 5-cent coin, which he tucked into his pocket. At another window, he collected his food and drink, carrying them to an adjacent table adorned with chopsticks. Surveying the modest crowd, he borrowed a light from a fellow diner before settling down to smoke. The acrid scent of the low-grade production cigarettes was jarring. Gudabai would have never deigned to smoke such before, preferring the 3-dime de Qianmen brand. Yet, times had changed. Being able to smoke at all felt like a small blessing. As he sipped and savored his meal, Gudabai observed the other patrons engaged in conversation. Before he realized it, over an hour had slipped by, and he had consumed a considerable amount of liquor. Noticing only a few peanuts and 2 pieces of dried tofu remaining, he returned to the counter to purchase another 5 cents worth of white liquor. It was not until every last peanut was gone that Gudabai, propping himself against the table, swayed slightly before staggering out of the state-run restaurant. Upon returning to the waiting room of the train station, Gudabai slumped against the wall and, before he could even reach a seat, succumbed to sleep. He awoke in the dead of night, chilled and aching all over, blinking his eyes open to find himself sprawled on the floor. Rubbing his eyes, he spotted an empty long bench and hurriedly lay down. Fortunately, the copious amount of white liquor he had consumed dulled his aches, and he quickly drifted back into slumber. During Gudabai's outing for drinks, Zhang Junfeng had visited once more, yet again missing his chance. Morning arrived with the familiar calls of female staff members cleaning up. It was time for them to clock out. Gudabai, feeling a pressing urgency, hurried to the restroom. After relieving himself, he belatedly realized he had no tissue. With no recourse, he scavenged for used newspapers, grimacing as he tore off a clean section to make do. After washing his face at the sink and quenching his thirst at the faucet, he understood that there would be no hot soybean milk to enjoy that morning. As for taking a temporary job as a laborer at the freight station, he dismissed the idea. Not only was the pay meager, but the work was also exhausting. Gudabai believed that only a job that was both easy and lucrative would suit him. This unrealistic dream is destined to fail. Gudabai, cigarette in hand, meandered through the streets for an entire morning, yet encountered no such fortunate opportunities. As noon approached, the tantalizing aroma of dishes wafted from a nearby restaurant, accompanied by the clamor of clinking glasses within. As Gudabai swallowed hard, he continued to smoke, realizing that his pack of cigarettes was dwindling to half. After a night of indulgence, he managed to restrain himself in the morning, but by 3 in the afternoon, hunger gnawed at him, and exhaustion weighed heavily on his body and mind. Resting on a stone by the roadside, he gazed vacantly at the passers-by and vehicles, pondering how he would procure dinner that evening. It was then that a woman accompanying a child sparked an idea within him. Why not seek out his wife, Ban Yunxia, and request a loan? Surely, given their marital bond, she would not be entirely unfeeling. With this thought, Gudabai felt a surge of excitement, rising to his feet, straightening his tattered clothes, and smoothing his hair as he hurried towards Ban Yunxia's workplace. At the entrance of the new electrical appliance factory, the clock signaled the end of the workday. The elderly attendant at the reception opened the factory gates, and a stream of bicycles poured out, each rider heading their separate ways. The walking employees exited through a side gate. Ban Yunxia, a cashier at the factory, first picked up their daughter, Dandan, from the nursery before riding out on her 28 model bicycle. Clad in a white floral blouse and tight blue pants, she greeted the elderly receptionist warmly before setting off towards home. Yunxia, Yunxia. After riding for over 20 meters, she heard someone calling her name from the roadside. Applying the brakes, she turned to see the disheveled Gudabai, grinning foolishly as he stepped in front of her bicycle. Frowning, she felt a surge of frustration and shouted, "Get out of my way. I don't want to see you again." After saying this, she attempted to push past him, but Gudabai grasped her handlebars, pleading, "Yunxia, please listen to me. I'm facing some difficulties. Could you lend me some money, considering we are husband and wife?" Considering we are husband and wife? Ban Yunxia's anger flared instantly. With a fierce glare, she retorted, "How dare you speak of our marriage? Did you think of that when you were chasing other women? Did you think of our bond while you were enjoying yourself with that woman? Now that you are unwanted by her, you remember our marriage? Let me tell you, this is not a place for your trash. Disappear from my sight at once, or I won't be so kind." With eyes wide as saucers and her fist raised, she prepared to strike. All right, don't be angry. I'm leaving. Gudabai waved his hands frantically, backing away several steps. He stumbled over the curb and fell, ignoring the pain as he scrambled to escape. This worthless man thinks he can take advantage of me? How foolish. I, Ban Yunxia, will not tolerate such insolence. Once Gudabai's figure disappeared from view, she mounted her bicycle, still seething with anger, and headed towards the grocery store. Determined to buy some meat to celebrate her day, not for any other reason, but to cast this worthless individual out of his life. Gudabai returned to the train station. He first quenched his thirst in the restroom, then made his way back to the waiting room, where fortune smiled upon him as he quickly secured a seat. Leaning back against the chair, he closed his eyes, hoping to drift into slumber and awaken at dawn. However, he was roused in the middle of the night by hunger, prompting another visit to the restroom for a refreshing drink, before he reclined on the bench to sleep until morning. After being awakened by a female attendant, Gudabai hurried to the restroom once more to relieve himself, followed by another round of hydration. As he exited the waiting room, the movement down the stairs caused the water in his stomach to sway back and forth. The meal from the previous evening had long since vanished, and it was almost laughable how he had stubbornly withheld a bout of nature's call to avoid wasting any remnants of that meal. Wandering aimlessly in the streets with a cigarette in his mouth, Gudabai approached any job postings he came across, eager to glean an understanding of the opportunities. The morning slipped away in this manner, and he found himself with only 3 cigarettes left in his pocket, a result of his diligent efforts to conserve. Lunchtime proved to be the most arduous moment for him. Passing by a state-run eatery, he noticed a beggar peering through the window, seemingly searching for something. The beggar's clothes were even more tattered and filthy than his own. A chuckle escaped Gudabai as he thought of the foolish man. The more he looked, the hungrier he felt. Just as he began to ponder further, he saw the beggar's eyes brighten as if he had spotted something desirable, swiftly entering the establishment. What had he seen? Curiosity piqued, Gudabai approached the very window where the beggar had been, and there he beheld the beggar seated at a table, voraciously devouring the leftovers. The meal consisted of scraps left behind by patrons, while 4 individuals nearby were departing, casting curious glances back at the beggar. Eating discarded food? What a clever method of obtaining sustenance without effort. Enlightenment struck Gudabai. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? This realization ignited a glimmer in his eyes as he fixated on the diners who were nearing the end of their meals. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. Watching the beggar feast with abandon, Gudabai grew increasingly anxious, wishing he could seize the nearly finished plates from the diners to make room for himself. Finally, 3 people at the beggar's table stood up, wiping their mouths in preparation to leave. The opportunity had arrived. Gudabai darted away from the window and swiftly entered the eatery, heading straight for the table. In his haste, he collided with a robust individual, one of the 3 diners. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going?" the man exclaimed, stumbling slightly and frowning in annoyance. "Oh, my apologies. I'm terribly sorry." Gudabai stammered, bowing in contrition. "I was just in a rush. Be more careful next time," the man replied, rubbing his stomach and, with a hint of disdain, brushing off his clothing before exiting. "My apologies," Gudabai called after him. Gudabai exhaled a long sigh of relief, waving his hand as he did so. He then swiftly turned around, dashing back towards the table laden with leftover food, only to discover that the beggar had already claimed his seat, devouring the remnants voraciously. A surge of fury erupted within Gudabai, igniting an all-consuming flame of rage. "How dare you not only consume what was left on that table, but also encroach upon what rightfully belongs to me? Even you, a filthy beggar, presume to trample upon my dignity." With bloodshot eyes, Gudabai glared fiercely, gritting his teeth as he lunged forward, his hands gripping the beggar's throat with a vice-like intensity. Forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. "You scoundrel, I shall pummel you into submission." Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the beggar turned to find Gudabai glaring at him with an expression of pure malice, the grip around his neck tightening with every passing moment. Fear struck him, leaving him momentarily speechless. As he struggled to pry Gudabai's hands away while spitting out the food in his mouth, he managed to utter, "What do you want? Let go. Why are you stealing my food?" Gudabai's grip only tightened as he dragged the beggar down to the ground. "What do you mean your food? Whoever seizes it first shall claim it." In that instant, as the beggar fell, he instinctively grasped the tablecloth, sending a cascade of plates and bowls crashing to the floor, the remnants splattering everywhere. The commotion startled all the diners, who instinctively rose to their feet, eager to discern the cause of the ruckus. The table you finished eating at is yours. This one is mine. You have no sense of propriety. Who decreed that this table was yours? You are being utterly unreasonable. The two wrestled on the ground, their bodies smeared with food scraps and soup, oblivious to the sharp shards of broken pottery piercing their skin, all in a desperate bid to assert their claim over the meager scraps of food. A few moments later, the onlookers regained their composure, and the absurdity of the scene before them provoked a chorus of laughter and lively chatter. Can you believe these two are actually fighting over leftovers? How ridiculous. Look at them, both equally pathetic. This is a place where people pay to dine. How can beggars be allowed inside? Indeed, just look at their filthy appearances. How can anyone eat in their presence? Quickly, summon the restaurant manager and have these two beggars thrown out so we can eat in peace. You too. Cease this at once. A thunderous voice echoed throughout the state-run dining establishment, drawing everyone's attention. A man resembling an official stormed over, fury etched across his face. Flanked by three staff members clad in white shirts and hats, two of whom appeared to be burly chefs. This is not a place for you to misbehave. Take your brawl outside. He gestured behind him and shouted, "Throw them out." With that, he stepped aside. Three male staff members surged forward, intervening without hesitation to separate the two, hoisting them up and escorting them towards the exit. The two stout chefs restrained the beggar, while another staff member gripped Gutabai by the collar. In that moment, Gutabai couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. With the two chefs' considerable bulk, they would surely hurl the beggar far away, causing him to wail in despair, thus avenging his own indignation. Observing the staff member who had grasped him, he appeared rather ordinary in stature. How much strength could he possibly possess? As he pondered this, he had already exited the restaurant, at which point two chefs forcefully ejected the beggar from the establishment. Remarkably agile, the beggar darted away swiftly, deftly absorbing the momentum without tumbling to the ground. Gutabai was momentarily taken aback, and just as he lamented the situation, he was unexpectedly struck hard on the backside, leaving him utterly unprepared. With his body weakened from hunger, he found it impossible to keep pace. Like a discarded parcel flung through the air, he rolled across the ground several times before coming to rest at the beggar's feet, dazed and sprawled on the earth. The impact had taken its toll on Gutabai. He was racked with intense pain, and the tumult in his stomach felt as if it were a raging tempest. A wave of nausea surged over him, compelling him to open his mouth wide. With a violent heave, a foul mixture of gastric fluid spewed forth, causing him to see stars and the world to spin around him. "How are you feeling now, my friend? Quite comfortable, I presume?" the beggar taunted, leaning over with a wicked grin. Gutabai slowly raised his head, witnessing the beggar's filthy visage wobbling in his blurred vision, and the sight of his smug expression ignited a spark of fury within him. Spitting out a thick glob of phlegm, it struck the beggar's leg like a bullet. The beggar glanced down to see the viscous substance trickling down his trousers, his face contorting with rage. "You dare spit on me? Today, I shall see just how formidable you truly are," he exclaimed, positioning himself beside Gutabai and bringing his right foot down with force, cursing with each kick. "I'll show you how tough you are." He unleashed a flurry of blows, targeting Gutabai's ribs until the latter cried out in desperation, "Stop! Please, no more." Gutabai's face was a mask of anguish as he gasped for air, repeatedly waving his hands in surrender. "Brother, I concede. I beg you, cease your assault. I fear my ribs are broken." Finally, the beggar, having exhausted himself, relented, pointing at Gutabai's head and panting with exertion. "Listen well. You are not to return to this area. Should I see you again, I will strike you anew. Do you understand?" "I understand, brother. I assure you. I shall never return here," Gutabai replied, eyes closed in pain, his hands raised in defeat. The beggar delivered one last kick for good measure before departing with a sense of triumph. Laughter erupted from several restaurant employees and onlookers who had gathered to witness the confrontation between the two beggars. It was only when one side admitted defeat that the crowd dispersed in mirth. Three young boys lingered, directing a chorus of ridicule at Gutabai. "Bear shameless! Bear shameless!" Struggling to rise, Gutabai was a picture of disarray, covered in dust and remnants of vegetable soup. He shot a glare at the laughing children, commanding them to scram. After scaring them off, he unsteadily got to his feet and staggered away in another direction. In a state of bewilderment, Gu Dabai wandered aimlessly, the biting cold and gnawing hunger rendering him utterly exhausted. An overwhelming sensation surged within his chest, as if it sought release. Turning into a narrow alley, he found a secluded spot where the torrent of emotion erupted. Gu Dabai could no longer contain himself and crouched in a corner, weeping uncontrollably. He strove to stifle his sobs, fearful of attracting onlookers, whose disdainful glances would only deepen his humiliation, for he had become the very image of a destitute wanderer. He felt a profound sense of frustration, questioning whether it was merely a matter of misfortune or the capriciousness of fate. Even at this moment, Gu Dabai remained oblivious to the need for introspection, instead placing the blame on external circumstances. Suddenly, a series of frantic barks pierced the air, drawing Gu Dabai's attention to a large gray dog, baring its teeth menacingly at him. Taken aback, he wondered why it displayed such aggression towards him, having done nothing to provoke it. A quick glance revealed 5 tiny, furry puppies nestled among the rubble nearby. The puppies, having just been born, still had their eyes closed and huddled together, trembling and searching for their mother's milk, clearly hungry. Turning his gaze back, Gu Dabai noted that the barking dog, in its moment of leaping, revealed its female characteristics. In an instant, the frustration within him transformed into fury. How dare a mere dog challenge him? As if he were some feeble creature? Steeling himself, Gu Dabai rose, leaned against the wall for support, and approached, bending low to seize one of the helpless puppies. Holding it before him, the mother dog ceased its barking, stretching her neck and gazing wide-eyed with fear at Gu Dabai's every move. He raised the puppy high above his head, oblivious to the danger it faced, while the little creature continued to search for its mother's nourishment, eyes still tightly shut. Suddenly, Gu Dabai's expression darkened with malice. He lifted the puppy even higher and, with all his might, hurled it to the ground. The pitiful creature emitted a faint cry before its life was violently extinguished. The gray dog, stunned by the horrific scene, stood frozen for a few moments before it approached its fallen offspring, nudging it with its nose. The unfortunate puppy, with eyes barely open, exuded blood from its mouth and nostrils, devoid of any signs of life. The mother dog let out mournful cries, tears streaming from her eyes as she licked her lifeless pup, desperately wishing to awaken it with her presence, urging it to drink once more. But the puppy would never respond to its mother's calls again. Its once warm and furry body grew cold. After several agonizing seconds, the gray dog realized the heartbreaking truth. Its baby would never rise again to seek nourishment from her. The very hand that had dealt this cruel fate belonged to the beggar before her. With a heart-wrenching howl, the gray dog lifted its head, eyes ablaze with fury, only to find that Gu Dabai had silently retreated a distance of over 20 meters. The Great Dane was utterly enraged, baring its teeth and charging like the wind towards Gu Dabai. Chapter 43. Seizing the child's apple, Gu Dabai, aware of his injured leg, knew he could not outrun the massive dog. Spotting a pile of bricks at his feet, he swiftly bent down, seizing them to hurl at the frenzied beast approaching him. 1 brick, 2 bricks, 3 bricks. He threw them one after another, fully cognizant that if the dog caught up with him, it would tear him to shreds in retaliation for the death of its pup. With a resounding thud, 1 brick struck the dog's head, causing it to stumble. Yet it rose again, relentless in its pursuit. Another thud echoed as a brick hit the dog's right eye, sending it tumbling and howling in agony. A direct hit. Gu Dabai cackled, approaching the fallen creature with a gaze that was chillingly malevolent. He raised the brick high and brought it down with ferocity, each strike landing on the dog's skull. "How dare you bark at me, you mad dog?" With a series of brutal blows, he struck the Great Dane over a dozen times until its brain splattered, and it lay motionless, finally succumbing to despair, tears streaming from its eyes. Thus, it met its end, yet it remained troubled by the fate of its young, who would soon perish from hunger without their mother's nourishment. Gu Dabai emerged onto the street, his face alight with the joy of a victor, devoid of any remorse for the life he had just extinguished. "What a heartless creature you are! Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" However, this fleeting joy was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming hunger, his stomach churning uncomfortably, causing him to become restless once more. Rubbing his emaciated belly, he felt the sharpness of his backbone beneath his skin. Reaching into his pocket, he discovered that the last 3 cigarettes had vanished, likely lost in a scuffle with a beggar. Not only was he enduring unbearable hunger, but he was also parched, finding himself at the end of his resources. As he passed a vegetable and fruit shop, a young woman emerged, cradling a little girl in her arms. The woman carried a basket filled with vegetables and several apples. The little girl, no more than 2 years old, was blissfully savoring a red apple, her face turned away. The fragrant aroma of the apple wafted into Gu Dabai's nostrils, making him swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with greed as he involuntarily trailed behind them. The girl, with her large curious eyes, stared back at him, puzzled as to why this stranger was fixated on her apple. Gu Dabai plastered a broad smile on his face, contorting his features into comical expressions in an attempt to amuse the child and gain her trust, hoping to snatch the apple at the opportune moment. Yet, the little girl remained unyielding, her expression one of unwavering curiosity as she scrutinized Gu Dabai's ever-changing visage. Losing all patience, Gu Dabai snatched the apple from her hand and dashed away, causing startled passers-by to scatter in surprise. Upon realizing her apple was gone, the little girl burst into inconsolable tears. Her mother swiftly set down the basket, crouched down, and placed her daughter on her lap, only to discover that the apple in the child's hand had vanished. She searched the ground around her, but there was nothing to be found. Quickly lifting her child, she turned around, only to see Gu Dabai disappearing into the crowd. She shouted after him, "What kind of adult robs a child's apple? Are you not afraid of choking?" A nearby passerby, upon learning the situation, joined in the condemnation directed at Gu Dabai's retreating figure. Gu Dabai ran around the corner into another alley, finally stopping to lean against the wall, gasping for breath. Moments later, he bit into an apple, the sweet juice flooding his mouth, and within 20 seconds, it was consumed entirely, leaving only a few seeds to be spat out. In an effort to conserve energy and stave off hunger, coupled with a parched throat, Gu Dabai returned to the waiting area early. He first went to the restroom to quench his thirst and wash his face, then surveyed the waiting room. Today, the number of passengers was relatively sparse, and he managed to secure a seat. Reclining on the bench, Gu Dabai half closed his eyes, idly watching the diverse passengers engaged in conversation. The array of individuals in the waiting room included people of all ages and genders. Blue and green hats, short and long-sleeved shirts, tank tops, and dark blue trousers created an overall muted gray palette. Occasionally, a woman in a floral blouse or a vibrant dress would catch the eye, akin to a rare flower blooming amid rocks. A plump girl sauntered past Gu Dabai, exuding a peculiar scent reminiscent of gynecological issues. She hurried towards the restroom, her bag bouncing with each step against her backside, fully showcasing her figure to Gu Dabai, who furrowed his brow in disapproval. He inwardly scorned her for daring to wear such attire at her size, lamenting the waste of a beautiful garment. A light-footed girl then passed by, radiating a faint scent of perspiration that stirred Gu Dabai's thoughts towards her smooth physique. Dressed in a pale pink floral top, her cinched waist perfectly accentuated her slender form, and as she walked gracefully, her two braids swayed enticingly behind her. Though both girls were similar tops, the effect was strikingly different on each. As the girl entered the restroom, Gu Dabai's gaze drifted to the side, suddenly alert. He straightened up, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he focused on a particular direction. Not far in front of him, a thief had just succeeded in his mischief. Quickly turning to hide a wallet under his clothing as he approached Gu Dabai, their eyes met momentarily, and though the thief hesitated for just a second, he soon regained his composure, continuing to sit beside Gu Dabai. Overcome with excitement, Gu Dabai shifted closer to the thief, a look of envy on his face. "Brother, your skills are remarkable," he exclaimed. The thief frowned, glancing at Gu Dabai, whose clothes were splattered with soup and dirt, forming a chaotic pattern, the offensive odor wafting towards him. "Brother, there's no need for pretense. I witnessed the entire affair." Gu Dabai swiftly scanned the surroundings, leaning in slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he candidly inquired, "What are your intentions?" The thief, with his shifty eyes and furtive demeanor, remained inscrutable. "I assure you, I won't divulge anything. I simply wish to become your apprentice," Gu Dabai whispered almost conspiratorially, his head nearly brushing against the thief's ear. The thief's body tensed, surprise flickering across his features as he regarded Gu Dabai with a mix of skepticism and authority. "Why do you wish to learn this?" Chapter 44. Apprenticeship with a thief. To be frank, my wife has enticed another man and cast me out of our home. I find myself homeless and unable to confront the two of them. Gu Dabai exaggerated his plight, shifting the blame for his infidelity onto his wife in a bid to evoke sympathy from the thief. In the ensuing conversation, he portrayed himself as a kind-hearted, honest man. Beleaguered by his domineering spouse, akin to a dog under her heel. Remarkably, his tale resonated with the thief, who also endured the tyranny of a fierce wife, prompting him to venture into a life of thievery. Thus, he imparted the craft of pickpocketing to Gu, detailing techniques and precautions. Listening intently, Gu nodded appreciatively, filled with gratitude towards this serendipitous encounter. The thief raised his head, his keen gaze flitting over the passengers, instinctively searching for the scent of money. Suddenly, he fixed his eyes on a particular spot and gestured with his mouth. You could target that plump girl's bag. Gu looked up to see the very girl in a floral dress. The thief had indicated a potential mark, and as a gesture of goodwill, he declared, "Consider this a parting gift." Rising, he cast a glance towards the door. Upon recognizing the target, Gu brow furrowed, realizing it was the girl who had exuded an unpleasant odor earlier. "Remember, as a novice, for your safety, you should only target women," the thief cautioned, his serious expression leaving no room for jest. "Women are generally timid, and should you be discovered, a fierce glare should suffice to facilitate your escape." With that, the thief made his exit. Thank you, brother." Gu rose to accompany the thief outside the waiting area, but was halted by a gesture. The thief nodded at him before swiftly disappearing through the door. "A master may guide you in, but the journey is yours to tread." Gu understood well that his next steps relied solely on his own abilities. Overwhelmed with excitement and anxiety, his heart began to race, fists clenched tightly, and a sheen of perspiration beaded on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, attempting to quell his nerves, though with little success. "I can wait no longer. Every endeavor requires a first step," Gu encouraged himself. Finally, swallowing hard, he unclenched his fist and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Gu edged closer. The plump girl, sporting a short, permed hairstyle and carrying a beige backpack slung over her shoulder, was intently studying the train schedule on the wall, her backpack resting against her backside. Gu stood merely 20 centimeters behind her, feigning interest in the timetables while his right hand trembled as it reached for the backpack. He tentatively brushed against it, and upon noticing no reaction from the girl, his fingers found the small zipper pull. Overcome with anxiety, it took several attempts before he could grasp it firmly and gently pull it to the right. Gu could distinctly feel the pull tremble slightly with the zipper, yet the girl remained oblivious, her gaze fixed on the schedule. At that moment, a thrill surged through Gu amidst his tension. It was his first attempt at pickpocketing, and thus far, it was progressing smoothly. The zipper had been fully drawn open, signifying that he had succeeded halfway. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his face flushed with heat. He withdrew his hand, using the back of it to wipe away the perspiration, steeling himself before extending his hand once more toward the girl's backpack. How long would they have to wait for this train? It was hard to say. Suddenly, two passengers engaged in conversation approached from behind. Gu heart nearly leapt from his chest, and he quickly retracted his hand, casually stroking his chin and pretending to study the schedule earnestly. The two passengers paused momentarily, exchanged a few words, and then moved on. With a sigh of relief, Gu heart finally settled. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, recalibrating his mindset before reopening his eyes and extending his sinful hand once again. The distance was closing. His index and middle fingers had already slipped into the girl's backpack, trembling uncontrollably as they began to explore. He felt it. His hand had brushed against a small cloth pouch. In the early 1980s, it was common for women to wrap their money in handkerchiefs, serving as makeshift wallets. After a surge of ecstasy, Gu employed the techniques he had learned as a thief, pinching the pouch between his index and middle fingers and attempting to pull it out. The pouch shifted slightly, but was snagged on something else. Gu adjusted his grip and tugged once more, yet it remained stuck. His fingers lacked strength and finesse. With the wallet so tantalizingly close, he could not bear to leave empty-handed. Determined, Gu resolved to take the plunge and thrust his entire right hand inside. At that moment, overwhelmed by a mix of excitement and anxiety, he was drenched in sweat. "Tang Xiaodi, come here for a moment." Just as Gu held his breath, his face flushed crimson, a woman's voice suddenly called from behind him. Startled, he instinctively withdrew his right hand, raising it to touch the back of his neck as he turned and walked away. In that instant, his spirits plummeted. The wallet, so close at hand, had vanished in the blink of an eye, a crushing blow for the desperate Gu. "Oh, I'm coming," the plump girl responded, casting one last glance at the train schedule before turning to approach the caller. One could hardly fathom the strange allure this train schedule held for her. After taking a few steps, Gudaba turned and leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on the figure of the plump girl. She approached a long bench, where a bespectacled girl shifted aside, her two long braids swaying behind her. The plump girl sat down, and the two of them leaned in close, whispering to each other. Occasionally glancing towards Gudaba, he realized that the earlier pickpocketing attempt had been noticed by the bespectacled girl, who had promptly alerted her companion. A wave of intense resentment surged within him. Had it not been for the meddling of this bespectacled girl, he would have succeeded today. Success would have meant indulging in a hearty meal, escaping the torment of hunger, and enjoying the luxury of reclining on a bench, sleeping until dawn after feasting. Yet, all of this was suddenly thwarted by that accursed girl in glasses. The frustration simmered within him, and Gudaba felt an overwhelming urge to slap her across the face. However, in such a public setting, he dared not act, for the watchful gaze of authority was ever present. Instead, he glared with fierce intensity at the two girls, who, startled by his menacing look, stood and relocated to another bench, turning their backs to him. Chapter 45. Competing with a dog for buns. A waft of secondhand smoke drifted into Gudaba's nostrils. How delightful. Gudaba felt invigorated. What a familiar scent. It was the very brand of cigarettes he once cherished, the expensive kind from Daejeon, costing 3 mao per pack, while ordinary ones were merely a mao. To enjoy free secondhand smoke was indeed a small pleasure. Gudaba turned to observe the source of the smoke. A robust man of around 40, wearing a blue hat, leaned against the wall, engaging in idle conversation with a woman across from him. Gudaba edged closer, savoring the intensified aroma of the smoke. The woman opposite the smoker frowned slightly, signaling her partner to be mindful of the presence behind him. The man glanced back at Gudaba, his face contorting in distaste at the unpleasant scent, prompting him to shift away, leaning back against the wall to continue smoking. Gudaba, undeterred, inched closer, which elicited annoyance from the smoker. The man turned around and irritably growled, "Get lost, don't stand so close to me." The man's build was similar to Gudaba's, yet he was evidently more robust, exuding an air of strength. Gudaba recognized he was no match, forcing an awkward smile as he turned and begrudgingly made his way back to the bench. Just then, a passenger departed with a large bundle. Allowing Gudaba to plop down onto the seat, lean back, and close his eyes, attempting to nap. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach was filled with water, protesting with discontent as it churned. How could Gudaba possibly sleep? He opened his eyes, rubbed his belly, feeling utterly drained, and occasionally seeing stars dance before him. The relentless agony of hunger gnawed at him, stirring a growing restlessness. Unable to remain seated, he resolved to stand up and head to the restroom. He had been drinking too much water lately, leading to frequent urges. Intending to quench his thirst, Gudaba took only a few sips before a sharp, twisting pain gripped his abdomen, accompanied by an unsettling chill. He turned off the faucet, lifted his leg, and felt a disconcerting weakness. Perhaps a bit of sunlight would offer some warmth. As he trudged outside with a feeble demeanor, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward a plump girl, who was sharing a meal with a bespectacled companion. Narrowing his eyes, Gudaba discerned that they were savoring steamed buns. The resentment from earlier, compounded by his gnawing hunger, clouded his judgment, and he became reckless. Energized as if by an unseen force, he lunged toward them, attempting to snatch the bun from the glasses-wearing girl's hands. Startled, she momentarily froze, causing the bun to slip from her grip, yet Gudaba failed to seize it. The bun rolled away, only to be crushed underfoot by a passing traveler. Witnessing the extinguishing of his last hope, Gudaba, in a fit of anger and humiliation, glared at the girl and retaliated with a punch. A scream escaped her lips as he turned to flee, colliding with an incoming traveler at the doorway with a loud thud. The traveler seemed unfazed, but Gudaba stumbled back, falling to the ground, his right ankle throbbing with pain. Rising, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he spotted a railway officer in a white uniform and cap swiftly approaching. Cursing under his breath, Gudaba cast a resentful glance at the traveler before bolting outside. He dashed across the square, veering into a narrow alley where he finally paused. As he relaxed, the pain in his right ankle intensified. Rolling up his pant leg, he discovered it swollen like a dumpling. It dawned on him that he had twisted his ankle when the traveler knocked him down, and his hasty escape had aggravated the injury. What a stroke of misfortune, he muttered, sitting down heavily on the ground and massaging his ankle. Each press brought a sharp, piercing pain that made him grimace and squeeze his eyes shut. Suddenly, a round object rolled toward him and came to rest against his leg. Opening his eyes, he was momentarily dazzled. It was a meat bun. Without hesitation, he picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it 3 times before swallowing it whole. Just as he finished, a large black dog bounded forward, barking excitedly. Gutabai looked up to see the dog, full of energy and showing its teeth, its demeanor quite aggressive. Behind the dog, a man approached quickly, munching on a meat bun. Gutabai understood then. The black dog was furious at him for stealing its bun and was demanding he return it. But that was out of the question. Whoever snatched it first was entitled to it. With a dismissive sneer, he continued to rub his ankle. As the dog's owner drew nearer and observed the dog's furious antics, a mischievous idea sparked in his mind. He pulled out another meat bun and called, "Blackie, come here." The large black dog abruptly ceased its fervent barking, wagging its tail as it approached its owner with a gentle demeanor. "Go to hay," commanded the dog's owner, tossing a meat bun into the air. The black dog leaped, tracing a graceful arc before landing at the feet of Gutabai. The bun lay enticingly before him, and as Gutabai reached out to seize it, the black dog was not inclined to allow this. With a fierce bark, it lunged, clamping down on Gutabai's hand. "Ah!" Gutabai cried out in anguish, a rush of pain and fear flooding his senses. He instinctively recoiled while delivering a powerful blow to the dog's head with his right fist. The black dog, fiercely protective of its food, became genuinely enraged. Rather than releasing its grip, it bit down even harder. "Ah, let go," Gutabai implored, attempting to pry open the dog's jaws. The black dog, undeterred, pulled back with all its might, shaking its head vigorously. The struggle between man and dog unfolded in a chaotic flurry, drawing attention. The dog's owner observed for a time, and seeing that the situation was escalating, he bellowed, "Hey, come back." Upon hearing the command, the black dog reluctantly relinquished its hold, casting a few disdainful glances at Gutabai before trotting back to its master. The owner tossed another meat bun ahead, and the black dog eagerly dashed to claim it. As the owner passed by Gutabai, he offered a scornful sneer, snorting in derision before hastily moving on. It was not until half a minute later that Gutabai regained his composure from the shock, only to find that the bun had been thoroughly shredded, revealing bone beneath the torn flesh. Gasping in pain, Gutabai grimaced, hissing through clenched teeth. The wound, now raw and exposed, was highly susceptible to infection. Chapter 46. Evil begets evil. Gutabai tore a strip of cloth from his shirt, gritting his teeth as he wrapped his left hand. Now entirely destitute, he could scarcely afford a meal, let alone seek medical attention. "You will pay for this," he vowed internally, propping himself against the wall as another wave of pain surged through his right ankle. Clearly, he could not return to the train station after his recent failed robbery. With this thought, he exited the alley and walked into the street, heading in a particular direction. He recalled a road where sewer pipes were being installed. The large concrete pipes were spacious enough to lie down in and sleep. Morning arrived. After breakfast, Shen Rubing mounted her bicycle, a sturdy 28 bar, and departed for work. Having taken 3 days off to recover from her hand injuries, Zhang Junfeng finished washing dishes, completed 200 push-ups, and then sat cross-legged on the Kong, meditating for 40 minutes. After securing the door, he ventured out into the streets to search for Gutabai, marking the 4th day since his disappearance. The last encounter had left Zhang Junfeng humiliated, and he had retaliated by digging a pit for Gutabai. This seemed to settle the score. However, he had not anticipated that Gutabai would brazenly injure Shen Rubing's hands, leaving their daughter, Tian, frequently screaming in fright through the night. This time, he could not allow Gutabai to escape unscathed. Zhang Junfeng had visited the train station a dozen times, yet each attempt had proven fruitless. "Do not fret about Gutabai departing this city by train, for he is utterly destitute." Zhang Junfeng surmised that he might find respite or even spend the night at the train station. He had traversed the streets of this city numerous times, even exploring its narrow alleys, yet no trace of Gutabai could be found. Could he possibly have vanished into thin air? As these thoughts consumed him, Zhang Junfeng unwittingly arrived at a section of road undergoing sewer repairs. To the north, a deep trench had been excavated, where workers clad in blue uniforms were laboriously lowering a massive cement pipe into the depths with the aid of ropes, their movements synchronized with their shouts. The gray pipe, substantial in girth, boasted a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Consequently, all vehicles and pedestrians had been forced to crowd onto the opposite side of the street, rendering the already narrow thoroughfare even more congested. Observing the workers drenched in sweat and their painfully slow progress, Zhang Junfeng lamented the technological inadequacies of the early 1980s. As he navigated past this section, he approached an intersection. Across the street, he noticed a beggar limping along, covered in mud, with a tattered checkered shirt and dark gray trousers barely discernible beneath the filth. Suddenly, an image flashed through Zhang Junfeng's mind, the figure of a man napping on a park bench, shrouded in newspapers. Could it be Gu Dabai? In an instant, a multitude of memories surged forth. Before Shen Rubing and Tian Tian, Gu Dabai had brazenly humiliated him, openly challenging his dignity. Before his own eyes, Gu Dabai's wicked gaze had unabashedly fixated on Shen Rubing, daring to transgress his boundaries. In the park, the struggle for Akin had left his wife, Shen Rubing, with bloodied hands, while their daughter, Tian Tian, had screamed in terror from her dreams. If these grievances went unaddressed, how could he find peace? Fixating on the filthy silhouette of Gu Dabai, a fiery rage ignited within him. So, you were here all along. It seems that my search has borne fruit without much effort. Zhang Junfeng bellowed across the street. Gu Dabai, today I shall see where you can flee. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, swiftly reaching the opposite side. Gu Dabai shuddered, for that voice was all too familiar. Turning around, he indeed saw Zhang Junfeng, poised across the road while dodging vehicles. 3 days prior, he had injured Gu Dabai's wife in the park, leaving their child terrified. Undoubtedly, Zhang Junfeng had come to settle the score. If caught, Gu Dabai knew he would not be spared. Thus, retreating was the wisest course of action. In a panic, he spun around, disregarding the red light, and, dragging his injured leg, dashed towards the intersection. A deafening crash echoed as a truck collided with him. The screech of tires followed as the truck slammed to a halt, but it was too late. Gu Dabai was hurled into the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground 3 meters away. Tragically, the back of his head struck the sewer cover, causing a depression in his skull and resulting in the shattering of brain cells, his life extinguished. This once arrogant rogue, who had thrived outside while willingly submitting to a life of servitude at home, had finally met a lamentable end to his wandering existence, departing for the realm of eternal bliss. At this moment, Zhang Junfeng had crossed the street, yet he stood there, hesitating to approach. His expression was devoid of emotion, no sorrow, no regret, no sense of loss. As the saying goes, human actions are observed by the heavens. One reaps what one sows, and this was fate. 5 minutes later, Zhang Junfeng found himself seated on the bus. Gu Dabai had already faced his punishment, and now, he intended to investigate the wrongful accusations against his father and the truth behind his mother's tragic demise. The destination Zhang Junfeng was heading towards was his sister Zhang Hanyu's home. Memories of his parents' unwavering affection surged within him. Though their methods of upbringing may not have been ideal, their love had always been genuine. Alighting at the nearest stop to his sister's residence, he crossed an intersection and turned left into an alley, arriving at her home on Imean Street, Sanjia Alley, a modest 2-story family building, room 105. With a firm knock, Zhang Junfeng rapped on the door. After several moments, a creak signaled the door's opening, revealing a delicate face, with willow-like brows and lotus-shaped eyes. Her features were well-defined, yet bore the marks of weariness. "It's you," Zhang Hanyu said, her tone neutral after a moment of surprise. "Yes." Zhang Junfeng nodded, continuing, "Sister, I wish to visit our parents' house to retrieve the keys." Due to their brother's errant behavior, both sisters, Zhang Hanyu and Zhang Hanyu, held a poor impression of him. The recent tragedies that befell their parents, coupled with Zhang Junfeng's indulgence in alcohol and domestic violence, had deeply wounded them. "Come in," Zhang Hanyu replied, her demeanor still detached as she turned and walked back into the room, leaving the door ajar for Zhang Junfeng. He followed her inside, gently closing the door behind him. Zhang Hanyu approached the table and rummaged through a drawer for the keys, while Zhang Junfeng stood beside her, stating, "I want to search for clues at our parents' home. I refuse to believe that our father had any involvement with that Jia Chunyan, nor do I think her death is linked to him. Furthermore, there are questions surrounding our mother's death." Zhang Hanyu paused momentarily, contemplating his words, but remained silent as she continued her search. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Junfeng surveyed the surroundings, a typical family setting, clean and orderly. A wedding photo of his sister adorned the wall, and the furniture, purchased during her nuptials, gleamed brightly. It has been over 3 months. The police have been investigating, yet the conclusions remain unfavorable for us, he sighed. With a soft sigh, Zhang Hanyu approached him, holding out the keys. Here, she said, pointing to the sofa, please sit. She then moved to the coffee table, brewed a pot of tea, and set it before Zhang Junfeng before taking a seat on the opposite side. Chapter 47. Gathering clues, sister, regarding our parents, aside from the rumors. Have you heard any credible information? Did they exhibit any unusual behavior before the incidents? The more detailed, the better. Zhang Hanyu straightened in her seat, resting her arms on the armrests, her head bowed in contemplation, a crescent-shaped hairpin holding her coiled hair in place. Zhang Junfeng's gaze lingered on his sister's profile. Once vibrant and full of life, her countenance now appeared overshadowed, the once smooth and rosy complexion markedly paler. Once a blissfully happy family, within a mere fortnight, they succumbed to desolation and decline due to the father's alleged involvement in a scandalous crime and the mother's tragic demise in an accident. The two sisters found themselves at a loss, plagued by sleepless nights and a gnawing sense of unease. They pondered the strange coincidences. How could their parents suffer such calamities in succession? Yet, they were unable to furnish any evidence to the authorities. Meanwhile, the Inuel Zhang Junfeng remained engrossed in his vices of drinking and gambling, seemingly indifferent to the misfortunes befalling the sisters, which left them utterly disheartened. Now, unexpectedly, Zhang Junfeng expressed a desire to investigate their parents' situation, which took Zhang Hanyu by surprise. However, she harbored no expectations. A close friend had mentioned that on the afternoon of their father's incident, she had seen Jia Chunyin conversing with him. Zhang Hanyu recalled certain details and abruptly turned to Zhang Junfeng, stating, "It seems she asked our father to visit her single dormitory at 10 that night, requesting his assistance with something." "Oh, when did she convey this to you?" Zhang Junfeng inquired, his gaze fixated on his sister's profound eyes. "It was a week after our father was taken by the police. At that time, she seemed curious about what Jia Chunyin wanted with him at night. Later, rumors circulated at the factory about our father's alleged affair with that woman, which my friend came to believe, yet she could not resist confiding in me." Zhang Junfeng diverted his gaze, contemplating for a moment. This indeed constituted a valuable lead. The term request signifies respect and trust, typically not employed in relations between individuals of intimate nature. Jia Chunyin's use of the word in her dialogue with their father indicated a level of respect and trust, allowing for the preliminary conclusion that no such close relationship existed between them. Additionally, a week prior to their father's tragedy, I visited them after work and overheard their quarrel regarding dirty money that must be returned. Observing that my entrance halted their argument, I noticed our father hastily stow a suitcase into the wardrobe, his demeanor tense, though I paid it little mind at the time. "Indeed, this is a significant clue," Zhang Junfeng remarked, furrowing his brow and nodding. At that moment, he quickly connected the dots between dirty money, the need to return it, and their mother's position as a financial director. These three elements appeared to intertwine with issues of embezzlement. "Sister, I heard the driver responsible for our mother's accident is Bao Yunyun. Is that correct?" Zhang Junfeng pondered aloud after a few moments of reflection. "Yes, indeed, that scoundrel," Zhang Hanyu responded, her eyes brimming with ire as she instinctively bit her lip at the mention of their mother's killer. Zhang Junfeng sipped his tea, engaging in further conversation with his sister, Zhang Hanyu, for half an hour before rising to take his leave. "Sister, fret not. I vow to uncover the truth behind this matter, to restore our father's honor, and to ensure our mother may rest in peace in the afterlife." With a solemn pledge, Zhang Junfeng grasped his sister's hand, offering a reassuring pat and a heartfelt glance before turning to depart. The door was gently closed by Zhang Junfeng, and it was only a minute later that Zhang Hanyu regained her senses from her stupor. She felt that Zhang Junfeng had changed, no longer resembling the frivolous younger brother she once knew. The reckless, roguish demeanor had transformed into a mature and resolute presence. His formerly restless eyes now radiated depth and wisdom. Furthermore, the warmth and solidity of the hand that Zhang Junfeng had just held instilled a profound sense of security within her. What was happening? How could this be? Puzzled, Zhang Hanyu sat on the sofa, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the teacup that Zhang Junfeng had used, memories of his past antics flooding her mind. Following Imin Street eastward, passing through two intersections, and turning left into Fumin Alley, stood a two-story residential building. Ascending the outdoor staircase, Zhang Junfeng reached the second floor, room 203, his parents' home. As he unlocked the door, a familiar scent enveloped him, the warmth of the atmosphere evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Closing the door behind him and slipping into his slippers, he gradually made his way to the main room, everything feeling so familiar. The surroundings, the furniture, and the black and white photograph of his parents on their wedding day adorned the wall. As he touched the smooth, dust-free wooden furniture, he could still sense his mother's presence lingering there. Ever since their parents' unfortunate incident, his sister Zhang Hanyu and younger sister Zhang Hanyu would clean the room every other day, understanding their mother's song Ichio's penchant for cleanliness. On the low table beside the sofa lay a family portrait. Though devoid of color, it radiated a unique charm. Zhang Junfeng approached and gently picked up the photograph taken when he was 10 years old. As he caressed the smiling faces captured within, memories of that time began to resurface. In his childhood, Zhang Junfeng was quite the mischievous boy. He would secretly slip a note reading "I am a dog" beneath a classmate's collar, provoking fits of laughter from onlookers, leaving the classmate bewildered. Whenever he saw appear in a white shirt, it reminded him of his father painting walls, who would mix blue ink into the whitewash. He would stealthily follow and douse the unsuspecting individual with ink. During class, when a classmate stood to speak, he would quietly move their chair, causing them to fall and prompting laughter from the entire class. His homeroom teacher would often bang the podium with a ruler, exclaiming in anger, "Zhang Junfeng, have your parents come to school tomorrow." Zhang Junfeng smiled bitterly, recalling his notoriously mischievous school days, when he was not only the one summoned most frequently for parental visits, but also the child most disliked by his peers. For instance, when classmates were engrossed in a game, the moment Zhang Junfeng approached to join, they would scatter. Once he left, they would reconvene and continue their game. Setting the family portrait down, he returned to the present, seated on the sofa, and began to reorganize the clues provided by his sister, analyzing the sequence of events surrounding the case. Jia Chunyan had asked her father for assistance with a matter, and that very night, she was found dead in her dormitory. What could it have been that she needed her father's help with? Chapter 48. Inference. Under normal circumstances, one contemplating suicide would typically leave behind a farewell note, denouncing the instigators of their despair or elucidating the reasons behind their tragic decision. They might also pen a letter to their family or entrust cherished possessions to their most trusted confidant for delivery to their loved ones. It is evident that had the authorities discovered Jia Chunyan's letter, her father would not be in custody at this moment. He was likely the first to enter her dormitory after her demise and would have encountered that very note. Presenting the letter to the police would have readily absolved him of any connection to Jia Chunyan's death. Yet, why did he not take such action? It is apparent that the letter must have fallen into another's hands, where it was either concealed or destroyed. One could speculate that when the father, on duty that night, arrived at the dormitory at the appointed hour of 10, he found Jia Chunyan had taken her own life and had also come across the farewell note. Subsequently, he approached an individual with the letter. In that scenario, his only recourse would have been to report the situation to the supervising authority at the main factory. This implies that upon receiving the report that evening, the on-duty leader at the main factory, for undisclosed reasons, chose to either conceal or destroy the letter. Following this, rumors began to circulate, suggesting an illicit affair between the father and Jia Chunyan, leading to her pregnancy and subsequent suicide out of shame and indignation. While these rumors are unfounded, the reality of Jia Chunyan's pregnancy remains. The question then arises, to whom does the child within her belong? It is plausible that the main factory's leadership orchestrated a scheme to frame the father, possibly in connection with the return of tainted funds. Conversely, it is likely that the very leader of the main factory was the culprit of embezzling substantial public funds. The method of this embezzlement likely pertains to the acquisition of certain large-scale equipment by the organization. Coincidentally, not long ago, the color printing division had procured a set of second-hand Japanese equipment valued at over $2 million, suggesting that someone took advantage of this opportunity to misappropriate significant funds. This connection becomes increasingly clear. The official responsible for introducing this Japanese equipment is implicated as the one who embezzled the funds and sought to eliminate the father. At this juncture, the figures of Niu Dongsheng, the deputy factory director in charge of supply and marketing, and Kai Run, the head of the equipment department, come to the forefront. Analyzing these elements leads to a coherent trail of clues. The sister overheard her parents arguing, with mentions of the need to return the tainted money. The father's anxious demeanor as he stowed a suitcase in the wardrobe indicates the sum involved is considerable. Given that the main factory's acquisition of the Japanese equipment would have made the mother, as the head of finance, privy to the details, Niu Dongsheng and Kai Run would need to silence her to secure their ill-gotten gains. After accepting a substantial hush money, the mother would undoubtedly be terrified and at a loss, fearing that if she kept it at work, it would be discovered by the father. The father, steadfast in his integrity, upon learning of the situation, resolutely returned the money to Niu Dongsheng and Kai Ren. His unwillingness to compromise meant that he was no ally in their trench, but rather a powder keg that could ignite at any moment. This state of affairs would leave Niu Dongsheng and Kai Run in a state of acute anxiety, compelling them to devise a foolproof method to ensure that Zhang Gaoyuan, the father, would remain forever silent. At this critical moment, an unfortunate incident occurred as Jia Chunyin took her own life in her single dormitory. Upon discovering this tragic event, her father brought her suicide note to report to the duty officer at the main factory. Coincidentally, the officer on duty that night was Niu Dongsheng. After listening to the report and reading the note, an idea struck him. This was the opportune moment to eliminate the father. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he dismissed the father, assuring him that he would handle the remaining matters. Once the father departed, Niu Dongsheng summoned the driver, Bao Yuni, who was sleeping next door, and conveyed his instructions. He promised Bao a substantial sum of money and assistance in securing a permanent position. Bao Yuni, being a relative of Niu Dongsheng and brought in as a driver by him, had not yet achieved full employment status. Tempted by the allure of wealth and opportunity, Bao Yuni was swayed, recognizing that not only could he gain a significant amount of money and secure his job, but he also could not afford to offend his powerful benefactor. Thus, Bao Yuni set the plan in motion, spreading rumors that Jia Chunyin's death was connected to her father, insinuating that they had an affair which led to her pregnancy and subsequent suicide in shame. According to Niu Dongsheng's scheme, once the father was apprehended on charges of immorality, it would almost certainly result in a death sentence. As for the death of the mother, Song Ichio, Zhang Junfeng had his own theories. Although Niu Dongsheng had temporarily neutralized the father, the knowledgeable mother remained a potential threat. To ensure his safety, she too needed to be silenced. Given her position as head of the finance department, all financial transactions passed through her hands. Niu Dongsheng routinely bestowed small favors and shared certain benefits with her. After embezzling a large sum alongside Kai Run, he discreetly offered her a hush money, explaining that they were all in the same boat. The money they had been sharing was illicitly obtained, and should anything go awry, none would escape unscathed. Fearing the loss of her position, the mother hesitantly accepted the hush money and took it home. However, the amount was substantial, raising concerns that it would inevitably lead to trouble. Perhaps Niu Dongsheng worried that if the father were executed for immorality, the mother might resort to desperate measures and expose the entire affair. Consequently, he instructed Bao Yuni to lie in wait, intending for him to cause a fatal accident as the mother crossed the street after work, disguised as a traffic incident. The rationale was compelling. Her husband's betrayal had severely impacted her mental state, leading to the tragic outcome. Moreover, with Niu Dongsheng's extensive network of connections, the police would likely lean in his favor without compelling evidence to the contrary, even if Zhang Junfeng arrived at a reasonable deduction based on existing clues. Such conjecture might not be accepted by law enforcement, which relies heavily on tangible proof. Only definitive evidence can dispel the most persistent rumors. This situation brought to light two crucial pieces of physical evidence: Jia Chunyin's suicide note and the mother's confidential financial records. Given her years of experience as an accountant, she would undoubtedly have documented this financial transaction. This secret account would not be stored at her workplace, but rather in a discreet location within her home, where it would be less likely to be discovered. The question arises, where is Jia Chunyin's suicide note? And where is the secret account book belonging to her mother? If these two pieces of evidence could be unearthed and presented to the authorities, the entire case would be resolved effortlessly. With this thought in mind, Zhang Junfeng sprang up from the sofa and began his search. He rummaged through the 3 drawers of the coffee table, the 2 cabinets below, the desk drawer, as well as the wardrobe and the 2 leather suitcases atop it. One of the suitcases was locked, and when he lifted it down from the cabinet, it felt surprisingly light. Chapter 49. The initial layout. Zhang Junfeng turned to the coffee table and retrieved a large screwdriver from a drawer. The lock on the suitcase was exceptionally sturdy, and it was only after bending the screwdriver that he managed to pry it open. The suitcase was largely empty, containing only a few garments worn by his parents on their wedding day, preserved as mementos. Among them lay a pair of silver bangles, handed down to his mother from his grandmother at the time of her wedding, said to have been passed down through 5 generations of daughters-in-law. In the compartment of the suitcase lid, he discovered some receipts, which were his father's travel expenses that had yet to be reimbursed. Beside the receipts was his mother's notebook. Zhang Junfeng flipped through a few pages and noted entries detailing instances when Niu Dongsheng had bestowed certain items upon her, with meticulous records of what had been given. As the head of the finance department, his mother was naturally a target for people like Niu Dongsheng, and such small favors had begun during her tenure as a section chief. Zhang Junfeng rolled his eyes. It was evident that Niu Dongsheng had been scheming for a long time, laying the groundwork for future embezzlement. He set aside the notebook and receipts, carefully returned the suitcase to the cabinet, and proceeded to the small room. The small room offered few areas to search, apart from the wardrobe for bedding. There was an old sewing machine on the floor. After a swift search, he still could not locate his mother's secret account book. Returning to the larger room, he sat on the sofa, slightly breathless from the recent flurry of activity, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He poured himself a cup of boiled water and gulped down several large swigs. After setting the cup down, he picked up the receipts, which amounted to more than 30. Zhang Junfeng noted that the earliest receipt dated back to over a year ago. Had it really not been reimbursed for so long? Now that his father was in trouble, it was imperative to take these to his workplace for reimbursement and perhaps to seek out Bao Yuni for some useful information. Zhang Junfeng was already acquainted with Bao Yuni, a man who was impractical, always dreaming of striking it rich through schemes. Having worked as a driver at the main factory for 2 years, most of his salary had been squandered at drinking and gambling tables. Dealing with such a person was quite straightforward. A few drinks and some enticing offers would easily sway him. Zhang Junfeng glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly 11 o'clock. At this hour, he would arrive at work just in time for lunch, perfect for finding Bao Yuni to share a drink. Gathering the receipts, he locked the door, and as he descended the stairs, he encountered his neighbor, Mr. Wang. "Hello, Mr. Wang," Zhang Junfeng greeted with a smile, and under the astonished gaze of Mr. Wang, he hurried down the stairs, until the moment his silhouette disappeared. Grandpa Wang finally emerged from his stupor. It was the first time this scoundrel had taken the initiative to greet him. Surely, something was amiss. He shook his head in bewilderment, hoisting his basket of vegetables and making his way up to the second floor, heading towards his own door. Zhang Junfeng boarded a bus, and within half an hour, he arrived at the color printing factory. Gazing at the familiar entrance across the road, adorned with 6 large red characters spelling out color printing factory in welded iron, a wave of emotion surged within him. Once a worker at this factory, he had not set foot here in 4 months. Now, returning felt like stepping into a world that had irrevocably changed. His father was imprisoned, his mother had passed away, and the perpetrator remained at large, living without a care in the world. Humph, but your good days are numbered. Let you frolic for just a little while longer. Zhang Junfeng clenched his teeth, filled with determination. After dodging vehicles, he crossed the road, intending to find Bao Yunue in the office building. Including Bao Yunue, there were 3 drivers at the factory, all of whom had a designated lounge next to Deputy Director Niu's office, making it convenient for the leadership to find them when in need of a vehicle. The lounge even contained a bed, where Bao Yunue often spent his nights. Just as Zhang Junfeng reached the other side of the street, he noticed someone emerging from a small door. This individual had long hair, sideburns, a lean frame, and wore a short-sleeved plaid shirt paired with black trousers. It was none other than driver Bao Yunue. "Bao, my brother, I was just about to look for you." Zhang Junfeng waved his hand, approaching with warmth. However, Bao Yunue's enthusiasm was absent. He stared at Zhang Junfeng, frozen in place. Since the tragic incident that claimed his mother's life, this was the first time he had laid eyes on Zhang Junfeng. Could he be seeking revenge? Yet, seeing his beaming smile, it seemed unlikely. What, then, could be the purpose of his visit? Bao Yunue remained on guard, contemplating, when Zhang Junfeng stepped forward and patted his shoulder, exuding the same friendliness as before. "It has been 4 months since we last met, hasn't he it?" Bao Yunue's expression remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Zhang Junfeng's cheerful face, utterly perplexed by his intentions. "I've come to see you, my brother, with no ulterior motives. I merely wish to invite you for a drink to reminisce about our friendship." "Reminisce about our friendship?" Bao Yunue was even more bewildered. Previously, there might have been some semblance of camaraderie, but now, he was the adversary responsible for his mother's death. It is said that the enmity of a father's death cannot be shared, so surely the hatred stemming from a mother's demise is not far behind. Come on, brother, don't hesitate. We shall not return until we are inebriated, Zhang Junfeng insisted, wrapping his arm around Bao Yunyue and steering him towards a nearby state-run restaurant, a place where they wouldn't encounter acquaintances, allowing for candid conversation. Bao Yunyue was utterly confounded by this fervor, still in a daze as he was propelled forward, crossing two intersections until they turned right, leading them to a restaurant. Above the entrance, the words state-run restaurant were prominently displayed, flanked by phrases such as self-reliance and hard work, all painstakingly crafted in cement on the walls. The once vibrant red paint now faded. Two dilapidated doors, with words such as restaurant and welcome painted on the glass, creaked open as Zhang Junfeng pushed them aside, ushering in Bao Yunyu. The doors, propelled by springs, slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud. The cacophony of voices, the tantalizing aroma of food, and swirling smoke enveloped the two. There were no smiling waitstaff to greet them. They were left to place their orders at the counter themselves. Brother, order whatever you like. Today, I am filled with sincerity, Zhang Junfeng declared, pointing at the two rows of menu boards above the counter, exuding a generous demeanor as he spoke to Bao Yunyu. At that moment, Bao Yunyu seemed to awaken from a dream, finally believing Zhang Junfeng's earnestness, particularly swayed by the enticing scents wafting from the kitchen. With a grin, he clapped Zhang Junfeng on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude. Brother, you are truly generous. I shall graciously accept your offer, huh? Your words are rather formal, Zhang Junfeng replied, raising an eyebrow in mock annoyance. Who are we to be so distant? We have known each other for a few years now, haven't we? Indeed. We have been acquainted for over 2 years. Our bond runs deep, Bao Yunyu agreed, his gaze never straying from the menu. After making his selections, he called out to the counter, 1 order of sweet and sour ribs, 1 order of braised pork, and a serving of deep-fried tenderloin. Oh, and 1 portion of braised crucian carp, along with 2 bottles of Maodai. That will be all for now. Having placed the order, Bao Yunyu glanced at Zhang Junfeng with a teasing expression, as if to say, you better not hold back. Zhang Junfeng, while engaging in light-hearted banter, masked his inner frustration, thinking to himself, let us see how long you can stay in high spirits, my friend. At the counter, with dishes and drinks in hand, they made their way to a table against the wall. Zhang Junfeng set down the food with a cheerful smile, proclaiming, we've agreed on a night of revelry. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Of course, Bao Yunyu replied, plopping down onto a chair, his face alight with joy. Zhang Junfeng understood that his companion was interested in only 4 things. The sight of alcohol brought him delight, the gambling table excited him. The sight of money opened his eyes, and the presence of alluring women left him at a standstill. As he opened the bottle of Maodai, Zhang Junfeng had already devised a plan to extract Bao Yunyu's innermost thoughts. Come, brother, let me fill your glass. As he spoke, he poured Bao Yunyu's teacup to the brim. Oh, brother, you are too kind, Bao Yunyu said, feigning modesty, his hand raised yet suspended in midair. Zhang Junfeng then filled his own glass, having emptied 1 bottle of Maodai. Brother, to be candid, although our interactions have been limited, I have a particularly favorable impression of you. I have long heard that you are a friend who would go to great lengths for those you care about. And you are truly worth befriending, Zhang Junfeng asserted, lifting his cup with a serious expression that seemed heartfelt. This sincerity caused Bao Yunyu to feel a pang of guilt. His cheeks flushed as he lowered his gaze, unable to lift his cup. Brother, regarding your mother's situation, I am truly sorry for what has transpired. As he spoke, he grasped Zhang Junfeng's wrist, holding the wine, and continued, somewhat choked with emotion. To be honest, brother, after the accident with your mother, I couldn't sleep for 3 whole days. I felt guilt and self-reproach. My heart was heavy with sorrow. Without waiting for Zhang Junfeng's response, he suddenly lifted his head to look at him, tears brimming in his eyes as he said, but it truly cannot be blamed on me. Your mother ran the red light with her head down. The thought of his mother lying lifeless in the street pierced Zhang Junfeng's heart with anguish, tears streaming down his face, as he felt a profound sadness. Yet, he was acutely aware of the purpose of his visit today, gritting his teeth to suppress his sorrow. He took the other hand and gently shook it in Bao Yunyu's grasp. Let bygones be bygones, brother. Honestly, I have never blamed you. I understand that this is not your fault. Bao Yuni slowly raised his head, seemingly in disbelief, until his gaze fell upon Zhang Junfeng's face, at which point he dared to accept the truth. His attitude was sincere, and his eyes were genuine, devoid of any pretense. Brother, it is wonderful that you can understand. Here, let me offer you this jar of wine as an apology. I shall take the first sip. Before the words had left his mouth, Bao Yuni had already lifted the large tea jar and gulped down a generous mouthful, wiping his mouth afterward and letting out a long sigh of relief. Zhang Junfeng bore no grudge against him, allowing him to feel unburdened. Previously, he had been anxious that Zhang Junfeng might seek revenge, even worrying about a possible sudden attack from behind. However, seeing Zhang Junfeng's demeanor today, those fears were evidently unfounded. Zhang Junfeng truly believed it was not his responsibility. Come, brother. This toast is for you, in honor of our friendship. Let us drink deeply. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Junfeng raised the tea jar, slightly furrowing his brow as he took a large sip, gradually relaxing afterward. Noticing that Bao Yuni was still staring at him in a daze, he set down the tea jar and gestured invitingly, saying, "Don't just stare. We have a table full of dishes that would go to waste if we don't eat." "Oh, yes. You are right. It would indeed be wasteful not to eat." As he spoke, Bao Yuni eagerly picked up his chopsticks, swiftly grabbing a piece of sweet and sour pork rib, savoring the meat before discarding the bone. The two of them chatted and dined, with Zhang Junfeng laying the groundwork for deepening their bond. While Bao Yuni's large jar of white wine reached its bottom, Zhang Junfeng opened another bottle of Matai and filled Bao Yuni's cup again. After setting down the bottle, they continued discussing matters from the gambling table. Unbeknownst to them, under Zhang Junfeng's persuasion, Bao Yuni had drained the last sip from the tea jar, having consumed a full kilogram of liquor by this point. He set down the jar, exhaling a breath of alcohol-laden air, feeling his cheeks warm and his vision slightly blurred. However, he noticed Zhang Junfeng bringing another bottle of wine, smiling as he poured it to the brim, then expressed with heartfelt emotion, "I truly envy you, brother. Having the factory director as your strong backing, you are assured of a life free from worries. Meanwhile, my situation is dire. My only support, my father, has encountered trouble, and I remain unaware of how it will unfold." Alas, Zhang Junfeng lowered his head with a sigh, his face clouded with concern. Upon the mention of a benefactor, Bao Yunue did not display elation. Instead, he curled his lip, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath as he grumbled, "Humph, what benefactor?" In Director Nyo's eyes, "I am but a mere relative, and he is not one to honor his words." Could it be? In the eyes of others, Director Nyo is regarded as a man of his word, someone who values familial ties. Zhang Junfeng's gaze remained steadfastly locked on Bao Yunue's eyes. "What do you mean by a man of his word and valuing family?" With a derisive snicker escaping his lips, Bao Yunue continued, "You are unaware. Director Nyo is actually untrustworthy and rather sinister." "Oh, I would not have guessed." Zhang Junfeng, after expressing his astonishment, murmured to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." "Impossible? What I say is the absolute truth, without a shadow of a doubt." Growing increasingly impatient, Bao Yunue glared, insisting, "I possess evidence. Director Nyo asked me to carry out 2 perilous tasks, promising me a substantial sum, and even vowing to secure my job's permanence." Zhang Junfeng felt a jolt within. The perilous tasks Bao Yunue referred to must pertain to implicating his father and the fatal incident involving his mother. Yet, maintaining a composed facade, he replied with a smile, "I believe Director Nyo will uphold his commitments." "Uphold my foot," Bao Yunue exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury. Gripping Zhang Junfeng's hand, he continued, "After I completed the tasks, he regretted it." Director Nyo has gone back on his word?" Zhang Junfeng appeared genuinely concerned for his friend's plight. "He did secure my job, yet he only compensated me with 1/3 of what was promised." Chapter 51. The fish bites the hook. Shaking his head, Bao Yunue shot a glance at Zhang Junfeng, unwilling to relent. "He claims that the 2/3 were spent on securing my position. Isn't that infuriating?" Perhaps Director Nyo's words bore truth. In this day and age, securing favors without offering gifts is nearly impossible, and spending 3 or 200 is quite commonplace. "What? You mentioned 3 or 200. Bao Yunue jolted, even inebriated. He scanned the surroundings with heightened alertness, leaning closer to Zhang Junfeng and lowering his voice. "If it were truly 3 or 200, I would not be concerned. After all, you are not a stranger." Let me disclose the actual figure. Extending 2 fingers, Bao Yunue declared. That amounts to 200, does it not? Haha, brother. You are quite amusing. Zhang Junfeng remained unfazed, seemingly unimpressed by the revelation. It is not 200, it is 2,000. Bao Yunue nearly shouted, his urgency compelling him to lean closer to Zhang Junfeng's ear. Zhang Junfeng was taken aback. The fact that Niu Dongxing would expend such a considerable sum underscored the significant risk associated with the tasks entrusted to Bao Yunue. The clues were drawing ever closer to his previous deductions. Zhang Junfeng felt a rush of excitement. Masking it with an expression of shock, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, withhold such a sum? He then lowered his head, murmuring in disbelief, Director Niu always appears amiable and benevolent. I never imagined he could be so ruthless towards a relative. His words ignited the flames of Bao Yunue's ire. The essence of benevolence is but a fade. He is as venomous as a viper, harboring malicious intent beneath a veneer of concern, too inconvenient to disclose to you, dear brother. Such grave matters cannot be divulged, even with one's own father seated before them, regardless of the inebriation. Zhang Junfeng is acutely aware of the ruthless nature of Niu Dongxing, who would not hesitate to harm his own parents. Yet, he feigns worry. Alas, this is no trivial sum. You mustn't speak of this indiscriminately. Rest assured, this matter is shared only between us, for you are my brother. Bao Yunyun, resting a hand on Zhang Junfeng's shoulder, exuded the camaraderie of kindred spirits. Having drunkenly embraced Zhang Junfeng as one of his own, now I feel at ease. Your intellect is unparalleled. Come, brother, let us toast once more to your future prosperity. Downing a hearty gulp, Zhang Junfeng glanced sidelong at Bao Yunyun, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. A friend of mine mentioned acquiring a couple of tapes from the South recently, Western adult films. I wonder, dear brother, would you be interested? Upon hearing this, Bao Yunyun's hazy eyes sparkled with newfound vigor, stretching the exclamation into a drawn-out syllable. He seized Zhang Junfeng's hand resting on the table, brimming with excitement. That's splendid. I absolutely adore watching those films. The sounds, the movements, they are exhilarating. You must take me to enjoy them one day. As he spoke of enjoyment, his eyes narrowed with anticipation, as if the tantalizing scenes were unfolding before him. Fear not, my brother. Should fortune arise, I shall certainly consider you. After another sip of liquor, Zhang Junfeng suddenly inquired, Brother, you're not getting any younger. It's time you sought a girlfriend and considered marriage. I imagine your parents must be quite anxious. Indeed, I share their concern, yet suitable candidates are scarce. Bao Yunyun lamented, his expression turning somber. Dear brother, having grown this much, you surely understand that the purpose of that organ extends beyond mere urination? Zhang Junfeng smirked, casting a playful gaze at Bao Yunyun. Bao Yunyun, being a man of appetites, understood full well that this inquiry was a veiled pretext to broach the delicate subject of Jia Chunyin's pregnancy. Not at all. You underestimate me, Bao Yunyun replied, puffing his chest with pride as he exhaled the scent of alcohol. While I may not have a girlfriend now, I've had my fair share of experiences. There's one from our workplace. Oh, impressive, brother. Who is this fortunate soul from our unit? Zhang Junfeng, filled with excitement, couldn't he help but think of the tragic fate of Jia Chunyin, who had succumbed to despair and suicide. Brother, I must implore you to keep this a secret. If this were to leak, it would be catastrophic. Bao Yunyun fixed his bleary gaze on Zhang Junfeng, a hint of apprehension evident. Rest assured, my brother, my lips are sealed tighter than a fisherman's net. Only breath comes out, nothing else escapes. Zhang Junfeng asserted confidently. Very well, listen closely, Bao Yunyun said, surveying the surroundings before leaning in closer, lowering his voice. It's Jia Chunyin. You mean the Jia Chunyin who committed suicide, the leader of the troop? Zhang Junfeng widened his eyes, feigning complete surprise. In our unit, there is only one Jia Chunyin. Who else could it be? As Bao Yunyun spoke, his eyes narrowed into a slit, a proud smile gracing his face. You managed to win her over? Truly impressive, my dear brother, Zhang Junfeng said, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. I can't take credit. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, Bao Yunyun replied. His breath tinged with the scent of alcohol and lingering traces of bad breath, causing Zhang Junfeng to wrinkle his nose slightly, though he bore it with restraint. Come, brother, tell me how you seized this chance. If such fortune arises again, do remember to include me. Noticing Zhang Junfeng's keen interest in his romantic escapade, Bao Yunya became quite animated, taking another sip of his drink before boasting. It turned out that just 2 nights before Zhang Junfeng's father's incident, Niu Dongxing's Niu Xiaofu had called the driver's lounge, urging Bao Yunya to visit his new abode. This residence had been left by Niu Dongxing for Niu Xiaofu's marriage, and typically, he resided there alone. Upon arriving, Bao Yunya found Niu Xiaofu lounging on the living room sofa, smoking a cigarette. In the bedroom, scattered across the floor were various women's garments, and a woman lay sleeping on the bed. As Bao Yunya focused his gaze, his eyes widened in disbelief, and blood surged from his nose, warm and trickling down to his lips. It was Jia Chunyan, the woman he had longed for, completely undraped. In his stunned silence, Bao Yunya swallowed hard, bewildered by Niu Xiaofu's intentions in summoning him. Old Bao, haven't you been pining for this woman for quite some time? You've always wanted her, haven't you? Niu Xiaofu smirked, his gaze fixed intently on Bao Yunya's face. No, how could I? She's your girlfriend. I'm not unaware of that. Bao Yunya stammered, his underlying intentions laid bare, rendering him flustered. He dared not offend Niu Xiaofu, especially since he would still rely on his father, Niu Dongsheng. In the future, Chapter 52, the scheme of division. Stop pretending. Your nose is bleeding. With such trivial thoughts, do you think you can hide them from me? Niu Xiaofu scoffed, reclining back and crossing his legs, taking a puff of his cigarette before continuing. In truth, I've noticed for quite some time, and I hold no grudge against you. Today, I've called you here to grant you an opportunity to fulfill that dream of yours. What? Bao Yunya could hardly believe his ears, left in shock for several seconds before hesitantly questioning. Are you saying I should be with her? Indeed. Niu Xiaofu nodded nonchalantly, adopting an air of superiority, a patron bestowing a favor. Is this not what you have longed for? Dumbfounded, Bao Yunya was utterly bewildered, tentatively asking, but, isn't Jia Chunyan your girlfriend? She is no longer. I've grown weary of her. I wish to change my taste, Niu Xiaofu replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a perfect circular smoke ring, then another plume that pierced through the ring. His gaze radiated a certain malevolence until, as the smoke dissipated, he lifted a teacup beside him, savoring a sip of tea. Then, thank you, dear brother. After Bao Yunya concluded his words, he eagerly entered the bedroom and gently closed the door behind him, though he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Niu Xiaofu for his generous endowments. The young man's cruelty and heartlessness took him somewhat by surprise. That night, Bao Yunya indulged 3 times, leaving him breathless and utterly fatigued. As Zhang Junfeng listened to Bao Yunya's account, his conviction solidified that his father bore no connection to the deaths of Jia Chunyan. The rumors suggesting an affair between his father and Jia Chunyan, which supposedly led to her pregnancy and subsequent suicide in shame, were utterly preposterous. The true culprit behind Jia Chunyan's plight, leading to her pregnancy and tragic demise, was none other than the scoundrel Niu Xiaofu. How insidious and malicious Niu Dongsheng was. Zhang Junfeng seethed through clenched teeth. By framing his father for this tragedy, he not only eliminated a thorn in his side, but also shifted the blame onto his son. A masterstroke of cunning. Zhang Junfeng stole a glance at Bao Yunya, noting his bleary eyes, which were nearly unable to remain open. He continued to stoke the flames, saying, This Niu Xiaofu seems rather considerate of family, yet his father is quite the opposite. You've tirelessly served him, and even if it's not commendable, you certainly deserve some acknowledgement. As he spoke, he saw Bao Yunya's intoxicated gaze suddenly widen. Zhang Junfeng pressed on, given his position. Securing you a permanent job would be but a mere formality. Is it really necessary for him to withhold 2,000 yuan from you? To speak candidly, Niu Dongxing's treatment of you is utterly intolerable. With a resounding clap, Bao Yunya slammed his hand on the table, causing a commotion that drew the attention of everyone in the establishment. Let Niu Dongsheng not overstep his bounds. If he pushes me too far, I shall report him. Zhang Junfeng quickly interjected. Brother, you've had too much to drink. Please sit down. This could have adverse repercussions. He stood up, managing to restrain Bao Yunya. Brother, though it's refreshing to vent, he wields significant power. What can you truly charge him with? I possess evidence of the unsavory deeds he has compelled me to commit. Bao Yunya retorted defiantly, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Zhang Junfeng's heart raced with joy. This was the most promising news of the day. If he could acquire the evidence in Bao Yunya's possession, it would clear his father's name. You have evidence? That is splendid. Zhang Junfeng fixed his gaze on Bao Yunya, Such crucial physical evidence is something Niu Dongsheng would desperately seek. He is undoubtedly aware that it lies with you, and he will harbor an intense hatred towards you. It must be kept in a secure location. Rest assured, brother, Bao Yunyu chuckled, brimming with confidence. I pilfered it while he was distracted. He would never suspect me, but rather think it misplaced. Zhang Junfeng intended to pry further about the whereabouts of the evidence. But Bao Yunyu remained adamant that it was stored in the safest of places, ultimately yielding no success. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to reveal the truth. The two continued their revelry until 3:30, and as they staggered out of the restaurant, Zhang Junfeng offered to escort Bao Yunyu back to his unit for rest, only to be declined. Brother, I can manage. I'm perfectly fine. With a contented heart, Bao Yunyu waved goodbye to Zhang Junfeng and staggered towards the factory. Zhang Junfeng turned and made his way directly to the bus station. Sitting on the bus, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The day's discoveries had far exceeded his expectations. The clues gleaned from Bao Yunyu confirmed that his earlier deductions were entirely accurate. As for the evidence mentioned by Bao Yunyu, allegedly pilfered from Niu Dongsheng, it was highly likely that it pertained to Jia Chuanyan's letter. However, where was this letter concealed? What was the most secure location, as per Bao Yunyu's account? How could he procure that letter in the subsequent steps? Undoubtedly, Jia Chuanyan's letter was pivotal in unearthing the truth behind his father's wrongful entrapment by Niu Dongsheng, while the secret account held by his mother would unveil the mystery surrounding her demise. Even after disembarking the bus, Zhang Junfeng could not untangle these thoughts. Setting them aside for the moment, he decided to visit the market to purchase some vegetables, fruits, and eggs, as he intended to prepare a meal for the mother and daughter. Upon reaching his doorstep, as he retrieved his keys to unlock the door, Gao Daqian arrived, pedaling his 28-inch bicycle with his wife and child in tow. Zhang Junfeng, your wife asked me to let you know that you need not wait for them for dinner. They are staying at her parents' house tonight, Wu Lijuan exclaimed, jumping down from the back seat with a smile. Gao Daqian, a towering figure, steadied his bicycle and nodded towards Zhang Junfeng. Oh, I see. Thank you, sister-in-law, Zhang Junfeng replied with a beaming smile, returning the nod to Gao Daqian, who appeared slightly embarrassed. Zhang Junfeng understood that it was due to the previous incident where he had been taught a lesson, yet he admired Gao Daqian for having acted decisively at that crucial moment. Gao Daqian is a true man, sister-in-law, you possess remarkable insight. I do not exaggerate in the least, Zhang Junfeng expressed sincerely as he tucked the keys into his pocket. It's all quite all right, Wu Lijuan replied. Her cheeks flushed with happiness as she glanced at Gao Daqian, who was gently placing Dan Dan on the ground. Approaching their own yard, she fished for her keys while casting a glance at Zhang Junfeng. He is quite straightforward, perhaps a bit too blunt at times. Please do not take it to heart. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your words. I know I was quite the scoundrel in the past. Even I wanted to reprimand myself. Gao Daqian was right to correct me. Honestly, I am deeply grateful to both of you. Zhang Junfeng's candidness left the couple momentarily bewildered. Chapter 53. Turning over every stone, however. Upon witnessing Zhang Junfeng's sincere demeanor and earnest expression devoid of any roguishness, Gao Daqian looked at his wife, Wu Lijuan, in astonishment. Wu Lijuan, having been taken aback once before when she saw Zhang Junfeng and his family shopping for clothes, was less surprised this time. At that moment, she was even more convinced that the once unrefined Zhang Junfeng had undergone a profound transformation and was now a reformed individual. All right, sister-in-law, I shall invite your family over for dinner another day, Zhang Junfeng cheerfully remarked, casting a smile at the still-dazed Gao Daqian as he pushed the door open and stepped into the yard. Gao Daqian stood there, lost in thought for a while, until Wu Lijuan called him into the courtyard, snapping him back to reality. He curiously glanced at his wife and inquired, have you noticed? Zhang Junfeng seems quite different from before. Indeed, he has improved, Wu Lijuan replied, leading Dandan into the courtyard. Yes, he has indeed changed for the better, Gao Daqian muttered to himself, pushing the 28 kilograms barbell as he followed her inside. Half an hour later, Zhang Junfeng prepared a bowl of clear soup noodles, adding a few strands of spinach. Since Shen Rubing and her daughter had not returned, he figured he could manage a meal alone. After dinner, he stepped out of the house, and the setting sun bathed the earth in a golden glow, draping everything in a warm, reddish hue. The evening breeze gently tousled Zhang Junfeng's hair as he faced the sun and boarded a bus heading to his parents' home. He intended to search meticulously for his mother's secret ledger detailing Niu Dongxing's embezzlement. In less than 20 minutes, Zhang Junfeng arrived at Imean Street, Fumin Alley, standing before the two-story staff building. A few individuals, having just finished dinner, sat on small stools chatting, including the elderly Wang, whom he had encountered previously. Zhang Junfeng smiled as he passed by, eliciting a few curious glances. As he hurried up the outdoor stairs, the group began to murmur among themselves. It has been quite a while since Zhang Junfeng last visited, one remarked. He only came once after his parents' incident. I wonder what prompted him to come today. His sister and younger sister, however, are frequent visitors, another noted. Those sisters are dutiful, often coming to help clean for their parents. Alas, their family seems to be in ruins. How could such an upstanding man as Zhang Gaoyuan become entangled with a woman from his workplace? It truly is baffling. The police have yet to reach a final conclusion. We mustn't speak too hastily, though his wife's fate was indeed tragic. With that, the group collectively glanced upward toward the second floor, where Zhang Junfeng had already entered the house. Upon entering the main room, he approached the tea table, poured himself a cup of boiled water, and took a few sips before settling onto the sofa. Zhang Junfeng focused his mind, surveying his surroundings with meticulous attention to every corner. Earlier that morning, he had already searched the entire room, leaving only the nooks and crannies unexplored. Scenes from detective dramas flashed through his mind. He recalled that some individuals would conceal important letters or documents within picture frames. Typically, such locations are overlooked due to human reasoning. In the 21st century, this trope has become rather cliché in film and television, but in the early 1980s, it retained an air of mystery and was worth a try. With this thought, Zhang Junfeng rose from the sofa and approached the large mirror. This mirror had been a wedding gift, crowd-funded by his mother's colleagues at the time of her marriage. Though aged, it remained spotless due to his mother's diligent care, with the frame glowing a warm yellow. Perched atop the mirror, two magpies rested on a plum blossom branch. The male looked back adoringly at the female, whose face radiated with blissful charm. In Zhang Junfeng's recollection, his mother would always wear a blissful smile while dusting, her eyes glimmering with fond memories of yesteryears. Yet now, the visage of that beloved figure has vanished, while the mirror remains hanging in the home. Alas! With a sigh, Zhang Junfeng withdrew his thoughts and raised his gaze. The large mirror was secured to the wall by 3 nails, with the lower 2 providing support and the upper one tied with a red thread. Holding the top of the mirror at a forward tilt of 15 degrees, Zhang Junfeng leaned forward, cradling the lower edge of the mirror, lifting it above his head to observe the rear. A thick layer of dust had accumulated there, clearly indicating that it had remained undisturbed for at least a year. After returning the mirror to its rightful position and brushing off the dust from his hands, he glanced down and spotted the family portrait resting on the table. Causing his lips to curl upward, there lay great hope. He retrieved a pair of pliers from the drawer, placing the portrait frame on the table and removing a few small nails from the top, allowing the back panel to come off with ease. However, disappointment soon washed over him again, for aside from the family photo, there was nothing else within the frame. He restored the frame to its original state, gently placing it back on the table and returning the pliers to the drawer before making his way to the kitchen. He searched every conceivable space, including the cabinet where bowls were stored, as well as the box for grains, but to no avail. Clearly, uncovering the secret ledger left by his mother was proving to be a formidable task. Zhang Junfeng boiled a kettle of water, brewed some tea, and settled onto the sofa while perusing his mother's notebook. It meticulously chronicled each occasion of division, noting the time, place, and the words spoken by Niu Dongxing at those moments. The notebook was nearly filled, indicating that there had been a considerable amount to distribute. So, from where did this money originate? Perhaps his mother had sensed its dubious provenance. Thus, she meticulously recorded every transaction in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. In the afternoon, having consumed a significant amount of alcohol with Baoyunya, Zhang Junfeng found himself feeling lightheaded after drinking a large pot of strong tea. Since Shen Rubing and her daughter would not be returning that night, he decided to spend the night at his parents' place, intending to go directly to work the next day to reimburse his father's travel expenses. When he awoke, it was already past 7 in the morning. After completing 200 push-ups and exercising for 40 minutes, Zhang Junfeng finished his morning routine and stepped out of the house. The dawn had risen high, a fresh and dazzling light emanating from the east, causing him to squint for a moment to adjust. At this hour, the morning rush had subsided, and the streets no longer felt crowded with vehicles and pedestrians. Zhang Junfeng walked along the roadside until he arrived at the entrance of a bustling eatery. Here, besides soy milk and fried dough sticks, there were rice porridge and steamed buns. After a hurried meal, he boarded a bus heading straight for the color printing factory. As he stepped through the entrance, Old Lee from the reception peeked out and called, "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Junfeng smiled and approached. "It's me, Uncle Lee." Before he had even approached, Old Lee adjusted his reading glasses and immediately recognized Zhang Junfeng. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned him inside. As Zhang Junfeng passed by the photography room, he happened to encounter Sister Zhang from the drawing studio, emerging with the developed negatives in her hand. This photography room constituted the third stage in the trademark production process. The first stage involved designers creating color samples based on client requests. The second stage saw illustrators rendering these colors into black and white drafts, inscribing text, and drawing guidelines for the layout. The third stage entailed capturing the black and white drafts onto film with a camera, which was then handed over to the illustrators to segregate the colors according to the samples. Zhang Junfeng, who was already engaged in the illustration work, understood that the most challenging aspect of this task was the skill of hand lettering. "Ah, what brings you here? Such a rare visitor," Sister Zhang exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with surprise. She was in her 30s, possessing a charming visage that radiated warmth even when silent. "I'm here to reimburse my father's travel expenses and thought I'd drop by to see you all," Zhang Junfeng replied, holding her in high regard for her readiness to assist him with his assignments in the past. Sister Zhang was refreshingly candid, with a cheerful disposition, always willing to help without complaint. "Have you really been on leave for nearly 4 months? Are you not planning to return to work?" she inquired, her wide smile revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. "Are you not afraid that I'll return to work and burden you with tasks?" Zhang Junfeng teased. "Not at all. Hurry back to work. If you feel awkward about it, just treat me to a meal at a restaurant." She laughed, her joy blooming like a peony. "All right then, Sister Zhang. I'll first take care of the travel reimbursement and then come by to visit you upstairs," he said, waving her goodbye and making his way towards the trademark division office. "I'll be waiting for you." Sister Zhang stood there, her eyes sparkling as she watched Zhang Junfeng's figure until he turned the corner and disappeared from view. Having had a fruitful day with Bao Yunyu yesterday, Zhang Junfeng felt elated, contemplating the smooth signing of the reimbursement by his father-in-law, Shen Zheting, before visiting his old colleagues in the illustration room. He found himself reminiscing about his time spent there and the comrades he had worked with. As for whether he would return to work after securing evidence to rescue his father or venture down a different path, that decision remained unmade. If he did choose to return, he resolved to commit earnestly, eschewing the previous pattern of work that had been inconsistent. With these thoughts in mind, he arrived at the entrance of the trademark division office, a bright smile illuminating his face as he opened the door. Creaking softly, the door revealed 3 individuals engrossed in lively conversation, their discussion undisturbed by his entrance. Seated at the principal position was Zhang Junfeng's father-in-law, Shen Zheting, holding a large teacup. Opposite him, at the desk, sat the deputy factory manager and a female staff member. At present, Shen Zheting serves as the acting factory director, exuding an air of confidence that amplifies his authority to an extreme degree. "Director Shen, I am here to submit my father's travel expense reimbursement." Zhang Junfeng approached with a smile, his mind recalling another memory that revealed Shen Zheting's obsession with status, particularly relishing the use of official titles in front of others. Typically, upon hearing Zhang Junfeng's voice, Shen Zheting would rise with a warm smile, taking his hand while inquiring after his well-being. However, today, when Shen turned to face Zhang, his smile froze, and he remained seated, offering no inquiry into Zhang's welfare. Instead, he sat there, unwaveringly staring at Zhang Junfeng for a prolonged 10 seconds. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me?" Zhang Junfeng attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, placing the receipts on the table. Even in jest, Shen Zheting would usually not take offense. Yet today, he exhibited an unusual demeanor, showing no intention of interaction, slowly lowering his gaze to the receipts, the smile on his face gradually dissipating into a frigid expression. What could possibly be troubling him today? Observing Shen Zheting's icy visage, Zhang Junfeng's enthusiasm swiftly waned, and the smile that adorned his face faded. The room fell into a suffocating silence, the awkward atmosphere unsettling the deputy factory director and the female business clerk seated nearby, their eyes darting between Shen Zheting and Zhang Junfeng, contemplating that with the father-in-law now in a position of power, he was perhaps adopting an overly grand demeanor. After another tense pause, Shen Jiting coldly uttered a few words. "You have come at an inopportune time. The finance department is currently out of funds." Reluctantly raising his gaze to Zhang Junfeng, his lips twitched slightly, his expression resembling the chill of winter ice. "What?" Zhang Junfeng thought he had misheard. Staring at Shen Jiting in disbelief, unsure whether the two words were directed at Shen's statement or his attitude. "I mean, the finance department has no money at present. You cannot reimburse these receipts. Do you understand?" Shen Jiting reiterated, his gaze fixed on Zhang Junfeng, his tone neither warm nor cold. "No money?" The deputy director and the female clerk exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished. They were acutely aware of an impending substantial influx of funds, as they were the ones handling the transactions. Shen Jiting's actions were evidently an act of harassment towards Zhang Junfeng, which felt quite excessive, considering he was indeed his son-in-law. They vividly remembered that during the tenure of Zhang Junfeng's father, Shen Jiting had been silent and expressionless in his presence. "Is it possible that our factory of nearly 200 employees lacks even this meager amount for travel expenses?" "I refuse to believe it," Zhang Junfeng replied, his lips curving into a sardonic smile as he spoke with a hint of defiance. In this instant, his mindset from a previous life began to take precedence, as he no longer believed that this father-in-law would extend a helping hand. "Our factory?" Shen Jiting raised an eyebrow, letting out a scoff. "I am formally notifying you today that you have been dismissed. A month ago, the notice was published." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Junfeng was rendered speechless. Though he may not necessarily return to work, he is nonetheless astonished by Shen Jiting's lack of regard for the bonds of kinship. Despite having been absent from his duties for 4 months, if Shen Jiting had no intention of dismissing him, there were numerous justifications available to him. Ultimately, this situation was directed at him, and based on the timeline, it likely commenced following his father's unfortunate incident. Contemplating this, Zhang Junfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Dismiss me? That seems unreasonable. I had taken a leave of absence. Your leave expired 3 months ago, and since you failed to submit a leave extension, according to the factory's regulations, an unexcused absence of over a month warrants dismissal." As Shen Jiting uttered these words, an expression of schadenfreude inadvertently crossed his face. Chapter 55. Never indulge. Zhang Junfeng smiled faintly. He had long recognized Shen Jiting as a cunning and opportunistic individual. Marrying his daughter, Shen Rubing, into the Zhang family was merely a strategic maneuver to align himself with his father, Zhang Gaoyuan, in his quest to ascend to the position of union chairman. Now that he had secured the role of factory director, and with Zhang Junfeng's father imprisoned, Shen Jiting naturally regarded Zhang Junfeng with disdain. Such despicable individuals are known to resort to any means to achieve their ends, and once they do, they will burn bridges without a second thought. It was simply unexpected how swiftly, directly, and ruthlessly he turned against him, showing no inclination to maintain even a fade of civility. "Let him dismiss me. I have no particular fondness for this job. However, my father's travel expenses must be reimbursed." Just as Shen Jiting was about to speak, Zhang Junfeng raised his hand to halt him. "Since my father assumed the position of director, he has dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the factory, devoting a substantial portion of his energy to its success. Without his efforts, the trademark branch would not have expanded from over 30 employees to the current 200. Had it not been for his leadership, the trademark branch would not have risen from the brink of collapse to its current prosperous state. Now that he has encountered difficulties, does the factory intend to take advantage of his misfortune? One must remember the well-digger when drinking water. Those who are ungrateful are hardly deserving of being called human. Moreover, these travel expenses were initially covered by my father himself, and the factory has no grounds to deny reimbursement." Zhang Junfeng's impassioned speech left Shen Jiting speechless. His head bowed in silence. The deputy director and the female staff member felt a profound sense of shame and rose to exit the room. Subsequently, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. Half a minute later, Shen Jiting, his face ashen, raised his voice to call out, "Accountant Liu, Accountant Liu?" A few seconds later, a voice responded, "Yes, I'm coming." With a creak, the door opened, and the 40-year-old Accountant Liu entered, bearing the scent of snowflake cream. "Director, you summoned me?" Shen Jiting brandished the receipts in his hand, his eyes fixed on Accountant Liu, his complexion yet to recover. "Look at this, he brings so many receipts for reimbursement. I told him the finances were insufficient, but he refuses to believe me, as if I were deceiving him. Lao, the accountant, paused momentarily, swiftly comprehending Shen Jiting's intent. With a semblance of regret, she gazed at Zhang Junfeng and remarked, Director Shen possesses an intricate understanding of every financial ledger. He is acutely aware of the liquidity within our accounts. Her intention in articulating this was to convey to Zhang Junfeng that it was not her desire to impose difficulties upon him. In truth, she was well aware that the finances were sound, yet she felt compelled to act in accordance with Shen Jiting's directives. Reflecting on the kindness Zhang Gaoyuan had often shown her, Lao felt a twinge of remorse. After a moment's contemplation, she constructively suggested, why not inquire with the finance department at the headquarters? The travel expenses for the head of the branch can be reimbursed directly with the finance chief's signature. Very well, Zhang Junfeng replied, nodding at Lao before exiting the office, deliberately avoiding a glance at Shen Jiting, whom he deemed unworthy of his attention. He found it perplexing that such ignoble traits could yield a daughter as admirable as Shen Rubing. It was truly astonishing. With his character, one might suspect he would even incite Shen Rubing to pursue a divorce. Contemplating this, he proceeded into the headquarters office building. The finance department was located on the ground floor, where Zhang Junfeng gently tapped on the door. Who is it? Come in, came the voice of a middle-aged woman from within. Upon entering, Zhang Junfeng beheld a bespectacled middle-aged woman who had just secured the corner safe and was turning to face him. Upon recognition, a look of confusion crossed her face. Zhang Junfeng knew her as Ding Li, the newly appointed finance chief following his mother's unfortunate incident. Previously, she had served as a powerless deputy chief, covertly seeking to undermine his mother to ascend to her current position, while she feigned camaraderie, often addressing his mother with endearments. She frequently reported back to superiors on her missteps. Regrettably for her, his mother had always exercised caution and garnered the trust of the leadership at headquarters. Perhaps owing to her ethereal beauty, a beautiful woman possesses an inherent advantage, whereas Ding Li, in contrast, bore a perpetual sheen of oiliness upon her face, resembling a typical tired housewife, unappealing even to men of influence. Aunt Ding, it's me, Junfeng, he said with a smile as he approached. Although he seldom visited the finance department, Ding Li recognized him. After a brief pause, uncertain whether she was surprised by his visit or simply feeling awkward, she maintained a neutral expression and inquired, what brings you here? Oh, I'm here to reimburse my father's travel expenses. He covered these costs himself, Zhang Junfeng explained, producing the receipts to hand over. However, Ding Li did not extend her hand to receive them, nor did she even glance at them, instead retorting in a sardonic tone. The travel expenses for the trademark branch can be reimbursed within your own branch. Why bring them here? Indeed, Aunt Ding, Zhang Junfeng suppressed his frustration. What should have been a simple matter of obtaining a signature had turned into a convoluted ordeal. It was evident that the old woman still harbored resentment toward his mother. Director Shin mentioned that the trademark branch is out of funds and instructed me to seek reimbursement from your finance department. At this moment, Zhang Junfeng felt a forced smile upon his lips, the discomfort gnawing at him. We are the finance department of the headquarters. If every branch comes to us for reimbursements due to lack of funds, what purpose does your branch's finance department serve? Ding Li remarked, her brow furrowed, her tone quite irritable. Aunt Ding, please lend a hand. It's merely a matter of your signature, he implored. Upon hearing this, Ding Li's frown deepened. Showing no sign of concession, her resolve only hardening. Do you think this place is run like your family business? You can't just boss everyone around. Let me remind you, I am a cadre at the ministerial level employed by the state, not someone you can command at will. In that moment, Zhang Junfeng could no longer contain himself, his expression darkening. Addressing you as Aunt Ding is a mark of respect due to your past camaraderie with my mother. Why must you react with such ire? Even the president has stated that state officials are public servants to the people. How can you, as a state official, turn a blind eye to this? Moreover, when the mayor meets petitioners, he greets them warmly and humbly. You, a mere finance chief, are more arrogant than him? If you persist in making things difficult for me today, I shall promptly seek out the factory director to adjudicate this matter. My father's travel expenses cannot be reimbursed through the finance department. Zhang Junfeng's assertive yet respectful words extinguished Ding Li's previously domineering demeanor. Chapter 56. The tea grows cold. She began to feel anxious, realizing that her deliberate obstruction of Zhang Junfeng could backfire if it reached the factory director. Furthermore, She was aware that Zhang Gaoyuan had been a favorite of the factory director before his troubles, and they were said to have maintained a good rapport. Wait. Just as Zhang Junfeng turned to leave, Ding Li called out to him from behind, her voice now significantly softer. Zhang Junfeng scoffed inwardly, thinking, truly, some people are ungrateful. They only comply when coerced. How tiresome. However, when he turned around, his face bore a smile. It's not that I'm unwilling to reimburse you. The factory has already disbursed funds for material costs, and there is currently no money available in the accounts. Ding Li wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief and continued, come back in 3 days, and I shall prioritize your reimbursement. Very well. Zhang Junfeng departed the finance department, fully aware that he had no genuine intention of involving the factory director over such a trivial matter. It was merely Ding Li's arrogance that had compelled him to utter those words, intending to intimidate her and suppress her attitude. Now that she had relented, promising reimbursement in 3 days, he did not mind waiting. Exiting the finance department, Zhang Junfeng felt a sudden urge to relieve himself and hurried towards the restroom. The colorful printing headquarters office building occupied the southern side of the factory yard, housing not only the office of the factory director, but also a nursery, a clinic, and various departments, all connected to the 2-story workshop on the west side. The restroom lay beneath the junction of the 2 floors, unchanged from 4 months prior, still permeated by the strong odor of urine. Upon exiting the restroom and rounding a corner, he spotted Fan Shuamei, the cashier from the finance department, standing there. The individual in question is a 22-year-old with thick brows and bright, expressive eyes, possessing a fair complexion. She is a cashier, nurtured under the guidance of Zhang Junfeng's mother. Her most prominent characteristic is her propensity to blush easily. The transition from pale to crimson occurs in an instant. I am here waiting for you, Fan Shuamei remarked. Her cheeks flushed. Her smile was enchanting, yet her gaze seemed to dart away shyly. Do you need something? Zhang Junfeng inquired gently, a smile gracing his lips. Well, I overheard your conversation with Section Chief Ding just now while I was outside, Fan Shuamei said, stealing a glance at Zhang Junfeng before quickly averting her eyes. Her face deepening in color. In fact, the money is on the books. It's Section Chief Ding who is deliberately making things difficult for you. That Ding Li is truly a petty person. Zhang Junfeng clenched his teeth, realizing he had underestimated Ding Li's treachery. He had not anticipated her deceitful nature. Section Chief Ding has left. While she is away, you should quickly come with me to the finance department to report your father's travel expenses, Fan Shuamei suggested, turning gracefully towards the finance department. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhang Junfeng followed closely behind, his concerns evident. I fear she may retaliate against you. She has quite a vengeful streak. Don't worry, I will pretend I am unaware of your visit. I will simply say that you were in a hurry and had already informed the factory, which should deter her from causing me any trouble. Fan Shuamei replied with a gentle smile, continuing her forward stride. Observing her graceful figure, with her 2 long braids swaying, Zhang Junfeng felt a surge of emotion. She is a kind-hearted person. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry her will undoubtedly find happiness. With Fan Shuamei's full cooperation, the travel expenses were swiftly calculated, and he successfully received the cash, totaling over 300 yuan, equivalent to 5 months of his father's salary. You are a good person. I shall not forget you, Zhang Junfeng said as he prepared to leave. For the first time in 3 years of acquaintance, he broke protocol and shook Fan Shuamei's hand. Her face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, and the warmth of her small hand radiated into his. For reasons unknown, Zhang Junfeng felt an inkling that she would soon require his assistance in a particular matter. He refrained from seeking out Bao Yunyue in the driver's lounge. Having met him for drinks over the past 2 days, fearing it might raise suspicions, he walked westward along the office building, arriving at the 2nd floor's drawing room. His workplace. Whether it was the 4-month absence or the incident involving his father, Zhang Junfeng sensed a degree of estrangement in the demeanor of his colleagues. However, it mattered little. He would not be returning to work anyway. Only Sister Zhang remained as warm and welcoming as ever, stirring a wave of warmth within him. After years of interaction, he had forged a sincere friendship, which was sufficient. Opening the drawer of his workbench, he found little of personal significance, and thus, it was best left behind. As he bid farewell, the other colleagues merely acknowledged him with nods, while Sister Zhang enthusiastically escorted him to the door. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out, Zhang Junfeng noted as he observed her lips tremble slightly and her eyes reddened after speaking. Sister Zhang, you will always be my cherished sister. Zhang Junfeng felt a surge of emotion as he gently patted her shoulder, soft yet reassuring. After bidding farewell to Sister Zhang, he turned eastward along the second floor, passing through a door that led to the nursery. The door to the nursery was closed, but a lively and expressive voice could be heard from within. A female teacher was narrating a story to the children. Peering through the window, Zhang Junfeng spotted his daughter, Tian. With her hands clasped behind her back, she sat on a small stool, her posture mirroring that of the other 10 or so children, raptly listening to the tale. Among them, Zhang Junfeng observed that Tian sat the straightest, her expression the most focused, and her adorable, naive demeanor the most endearing. All right, children, that concludes today's story. Let's take a break, the kindergarten teacher announced as she opened the door. Upon noticing someone peering in through the window, she became immediately vigilant. Who are you looking for? Do you need something? Oh, I am Tian's father, Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile as he stepped closer. It's nothing serious. I was just passing by and wanted to check on the children. You are Tian's father? I've never seen you before, the young nursery teacher, seemingly only 18 or 19, furrowed her brow, her bright, questioning eyes fixed on Zhang Junfeng. Teacher, he is my dad, Tian chimed in. Having relaxed at the sound of her teacher conversing with someone, she peeked through the door and, upon seeing Zhang Junfeng's face, excitedly leapt from her stool and rushed towards him. It was only then that the teacher's brow unfurled, revealing a warm smile as she watched Tian leap into Zhang Junfeng's embrace. However, she couldn't help but wonder why he had never visited the nursery in the nearly year since she had been working there. Oh dear, my little treasure. Have you missed Daddy? Did you have fun? Was the teacher's story delightful? Zhang Junfeng exclaimed, lifting Tian into his arms and showering her with a flurry of questions. Yes, I missed you. I had fun. It was lovely, Tian replied succinctly, wrapping her arms tightly around her father's neck, reluctant to let go. Tian is quite the handful. I appreciate your efforts, Zhang Junfeng said affectionately, still holding his daughter close. Upon glancing up, he saw the teacher standing there with a beaming smile, prompting him to express his gratitude. Oh, you flatter me too much, the teacher replied excitedly, her bright eyes resting on Tian. Tian is the most sensible child in the nursery. I hardly have to worry about her at all. From the teacher's tender gaze, Zhang Junfeng could sense her fondness for Tian. Well, that reflects your excellent guidance, teacher. Tian always comes home singing your praises, he added, but I must say, it's quite a challenge for someone so young to manage so many children. Oh, I just graduated. Although I've undergone a few days of training, I truly lack experience, she admitted. The teacher intercepted a child attempting to dash outside, signaling him to remain within. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to Zhang Junfeng, saying, if there are shortcomings in our approach, I trust you, as parents, will be understanding. As a parent myself, I deeply appreciate the arduous efforts of our educators. Zhang Junfeng reflected. At that moment, a jovial, rotund man approached, clad in a white shirt and cap, carrying 2 buckets, clearly a chef from the cafeteria. Teacher Bai, it's time for lunch, he announced warmly, his gaze lingering affectionately on the female teacher. From the depth of his eyes, Zhang Junfeng sensed an unspoken admiration. All right, children, please return to your seats and prepare for your meal. Teacher Bai clapped her hands in excitement, addressing the little ones, then turned to Zhang Junfeng with a gentle smile. My apologies. She took Tian from his arms, placing her gently on the ground, and urged the children, hurry and sit down, everyone. Goodbye, Daddy. Tian waved her little hand, reluctantly bidding farewell to Zhang Junfeng as she joined her peers. Who is that? Who is that? Several children quickly surrounded Tian, eagerly inquiring while occasionally glancing toward Zhang Junfeng. That's my dad. He is a real man, she declared proudly, her chest puffed out, a gleam of immense pride illuminating her face, showcasing how exceptional Zhang Junfeng was in her eyes. Upon leaving the daycare, Zhang Junfeng chose not to seek out Shen Rubing, but instead strode briskly out of the factory gates. It was lunchtime, and he assumed Shen Rubing had gone to the cafeteria. It would be inappropriate to look for her at this hour, he mused. During this time, the streets were noticeably busier, filled with pedestrians and vehicles, most of whom were returning home for lunch. The cacophony of car horns, bicycle bells, and the lively chatter of passers-by blended into a symphony of urban life. Crossing the road to the opposite side and continuing down the sidewalk, Zhang Junfeng's mind replayed the earlier scene. He had not anticipated that after his father's incident, Shun Jiting's attitude towards him would shift so dramatically, plummeting from volcanic intensity to icy disdain. If he looked down upon me, why should I seek his favor? It was not in Zhang Junfeng's character to press a warm face against a cold backside. Furthermore, a despicable clown like Shun Jiting did not deserve to stand on equal footing with him. Suddenly, a sharp ringing echoed behind him. Zhang Junfeng stepped aside, yet his arm was still brushed by the handlebars of a bicycle. Irritated, he furrowed his brow, pondering how such a wide road could lead to such collisions. Raising his gaze, he spotted a burly figure clad in a blue work uniform, riding a robust bike with a striking young woman perched on the back seat. The young lady exuded style, her hair styled in glamorous waves, adorned in a floral-patterned dress that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Zhang Junfeng glanced down at his elbow, which had been struck. Though it throbbed slightly, he had no desire to confront the cyclist. The robust man abruptly halted, applying the brakes with a firm grip, and leaned his leg against the bicycle, turning around to glare at Zhang Junfeng with an irate expression, exclaiming, "Have you stuffed your ears with chicken feathers? Didn't you hear my bell?" In the presence of the lovely woman behind him, he sought to display his dominance. Zhang Junfeng furrowed his brow. Feeling a tightness in his chest, he had wished to let it pass, yet this fellow dared to provoke him. He could not help but retort, "Is it you who lacks vision? How can one be so brazen after colliding with someone?" The man, undeterred, challenged further, "Oh, are you not satisfied? Today, I will clash with you, and what will you do about it?" As he spoke, the burly man gestured for the woman on the back seat to dismount, lifting his leg to set the bicycle aside. He cast a glance at the woman, embodying a demeanor that screamed machismo, with a fierce glare and rolled-up sleeves. He approached Zhang Junfeng. Under the sun, his blue work attire glimmered with an oily sheen, suggesting he was a mechanic. The woman, having disembarked, turned to Zhang Junfeng. After a moment of surprise, her eyes brightened, and she joyfully called out, "Zhang Junfeng, is that really you?" She then dashed a few steps forward, shoving the bewildered mechanic aside to stand before Zhang Junfeng. "Tang Haiyao." Zhang Junfeng recognized her as a close female friend, though her lifestyle appeared somewhat reckless. Mingling with numerous men, Zhang Junfeng did not harbor any disdain. Rather, he empathized with her. She sought those funds, not for indulgence, but to finance medical care for her bedridden mother. Tang Haiyao was strikingly beautiful, with a vivacious spirit and a loyal heart, seemingly having a soft spot for Zhang Junfeng. In Zhang Junfeng's memories, during moments of drunkenness and loneliness, they had shared intimate encounters. "Oh, Zhang Junfeng, it has been over 4 months since we last met," Tang Haiyao exclaimed, extending her arms to grasp his hands, shaking them from side to side. Her face radiated joy, reflecting genuine happiness that was palpable. Her enchanting smile had the power to captivate any man's heart. At that moment, the mechanic approached, his brow furrowed. The affectionate display of his companion towards Zhang Junfeng ignited a flame of jealousy within him, prompting a desire to confront Zhang Junfeng. "I see you are tired of living." The mechanic growled, extending his long arm, intent on grabbing Zhang Junfeng's collar, a strong scent of smoke wafting from him, marking him as a seasoned smoker. Before Zhang Junfeng could react, Tang Haiyao, filled with indignation, forcefully pushed the mechanic, causing him to stagger back. The mechanic looked at her in astonishment, and after a few moments, pointed at Zhang Junfeng, questioning, "Who is he? Does it matter who he is?" Tang Haiyao's smile vanished in an instant, her brow furrowing as she glared at the mechanic with impatience. Clearly, her reaction caught the mechanic off guard. He scowled, hands on his hips, pacing in place in disbelief. Suddenly turning around, he pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Junfeng, unwillingly questioning Tang Haiyao. "What makes this kid superior to me? In my eyes, he surpasses you in every aspect. Is this answer satisfactory?" Tang Haiyao replied with a frown. "You." The man in work attire was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head in frustration. "But we were supposed to have lunch together. I'm quite busy this afternoon." "You may leave," Tang Haiyao stated firmly, not waiting for his response. She then turned to Zhang Junfeng, her radiant smile undiminished, completely disregarding the man in work attire. At this moment, Zhang Junfeng was overwhelmed with joy, his pride swelling as he straightened his chest even further. He felt exhilarated. This man, who had dared to challenge him, was now sidelined, while the woman beside him had chosen his side. This sensation was far more gratifying than delivering a few punches. Yet, Zhang Junfeng yearned for even greater delight, seeking to elevate his triumph. Right before the eyes of the man in work attire, he raised his hand and gently pulled Tang Haiyao closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. With the demeanor of a conqueror, he looked down upon the man and, with an air of dominance, declared, "Have you stuffed your ears with chicken feathers? Haiyao has asked you to leave. What are you waiting for?" At that moment, Zhang Junfeng could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, revealing his signature smile. However, this time, it was imbued with an air of arrogance. The man in work attire glanced between Tang Haiyao and Zhang Junfeng, his dark complexion morphing into a shade of fury. At that moment, he was consumed by feelings of hatred, helplessness, and regret. His hatred stemmed from the fact that he had initially intended to take Tang Haiyao to a restaurant for drinks, followed by an intimate rendezvous at his place. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself thwarted by an interloper, igniting a fury within him that made him wish to pummel Zhang Junfeng. His helplessness arose from the knowledge that he had no justification for losing his temper in front of Tang Haiyao. She had previously informed him that she agreed to date him, but had never committed to being his girlfriend. Thus, her choice of companion was her prerogative, and he had no right to interfere. Although he longed to sever all ties, he found himself unwilling to part ways and could only glare in silent rage. His regret was palpable. Had he not succumbed to the urge to flaunt himself and engage with Zhang Junfeng, he would not have lost this delectable opportunity. As despair enveloped him, his face turned an even deeper shade of purple, prompting Zhang Junfeng to burst into laughter. "Why not join us? You could observe our little performance." "Humph, we shall see," the man in work attire spat, casting a resentful glance at Tang Haiyao, the captivating woman who had ensnared his heart. He vowed to make her suffer when the opportunity arose. With that, he turned and stormed toward the gaming machine, furiously climbing aboard and pedaling away in a fit of rage. His face was now a deep shade of purple, and he realized that if he remained any longer, he might very well succumb to his anger. As Zhang Junfeng gazed at the frustrated figure of the man in work attire, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his joy stemming from the resounding victory that had unfolded, enough to make his heart blossom with delight. His exuberant laughter pierced through the clamor, resonating far and wide, even drawing curious glances from passers-by. Beside him, Tang Haiyao could not resist tugging at his arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Is it truly necessary to laugh so heartily? Zhang Junfeng looked at Tang Haiyao, excitement radiating from him as he replied, "What a man cherishes most is the thought of his woman being snatched away by another man. Did you not see how infuriated he was?" He continued, "How he feels is of no concern to me. My only priority is you. Just don't let it upset you." As Tang Haiyao spoke, she extended her delicate hand and playfully tapped Zhang Junfeng's chest, her voice sweet and her gaze alluring. Upon noticing this display in public, Zhang Junfeng felt a surge of caution. After all, it was the conservative early 1980s, and such behavior might be deemed inappropriate. Quickly shifting the topic, he cheerfully suggested, "Come on, Haiyao, since today is a joyous occasion, let me treat you to a meal. I feel guilty making you spend again. So today it's my treat." Tang Haiyao, far from being bashful, met Zhang Junfeng's gaze directly, her captivating eyes roaming over his handsome features. In her heart, she held him in high regard, believing him to be a man of distinction, one she was genuinely inclined to accept. Can a woman truly be expected to pay when dining with a man? I shan't elaborate further. Zhang Junfeng fixed his penetrating gaze upon Tang Haiyao, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, rendering her unable to resist. She found herself surrendering, raising her hands in mock defeat. "All right, you are the man. I shall follow your lead." Though she spoke these words, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. Zhang Junfeng seemed somehow different than before. What exactly had changed? Moments later, a revelation struck her. His gaze was resolute and profound, devoid of the previous roguishness. "Then let us dine at this establishment," Zhang Junfeng declared, gesturing towards a nearby restaurant with a smile, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. Tang Haiyao was taken aback. How had the previously carefree scoundrel transformed into a man of refined elegance? "Why do you stare at me so? Do you find me handsome?" she finally responded, smirking. "Let us postpone this discussion for later. We should eat first. I truly worry that your stomach will ache again." Tang Haiyao felt a wave of warmth. Zhang Junfeng remembered her tendency for stomach pains when she was hungry. However, how could he be so considerate, a trait previously unheard of? as she marveled at this transformation. Zhang Junfeng's hearty laughter rang out. I told you, you think I'm handsome, yet you refuse to admit it. Following his laughter, Tang Haiyao felt a gentle push on her shoulder as they made their way into the restaurant. A wave of warmth enveloped her, bringing her back to the moment. And with a flirtatious smile, she remarked, well, I shall not hold back. Just be careful not to order something that makes you weep. With the creaking sound of the door opening and closing, two individuals entered the restaurant. Chapter 59, Inviting my female friend for a drink. As it was mealtime, the restaurant was bustling with chatter, creating a somewhat overwhelming atmosphere. The first 5 tables were occupied, leaving only a table at the back against the wall, where a pair of diners were having their meal. In the early 1980s, sharing tables was a common practice in restaurants. The two approached the payment counter, and Haiyao glanced at the menu above, ordering 4 dishes and a bottle of ordinary white wine. Don't get that kind of wine, get Matai instead. Zhang Junfeng understood that Tang Haiyao was trying to save him some money by ordering a regular bottle. Yet he felt delighted at the prospect of treating her to fine wine. When a woman attempts to spare expenses for a man, it signifies a deep affection for him. Zhang Junfeng naturally grasped this sentiment. Tang Haiyao cared for him, and while he felt touched, he could not offer her any promises in return. At the payment counter, he handed the receipt to the person in white behind the counter, and while waiting for the dishes, Zhang Junfeng studied his reflection in the glass door. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, his features were well-defined, a straight nose and a square jaw. He gently nudged Tang Haiyao beside him, gesturing for her to look at the reflection in the glass door. Tang Haiyao leaned over, smiling as she peered through the glass, only to see several chefs busily at work. What is so interesting about watching chefs cook? She thought, smiling sweetly, finding Zhang Junfeng at this moment resembling an endearingly naive boy. I intended for you to see the reflection in the glass door, Zhang Junfeng chuckled, pointing slightly. Only then did Tang Haiyao scrutinize the reflection, her charming face appearing in the glass. Well, don't you think I look rather handsome? Zhang Junfeng boasted with a hint of pride as he admired her beautiful profile. Yes, all your features are present, and their arrangement is quite normal, Tang Haiyao replied, shaking her head and displaying a teasing expression. However, next to you, I appear rather plain. Zhang Junfeng gazed at the glass door, genuinely admiring. Tang Haiyao's enchanting face was not only flower-like in beauty, but also possessed a captivating charm that could easily enthrall any man. You are quite the charmer. Aren't you? Do you often sweet-talk young ladies? Tang Haiyao raised an eyebrow, playfully tapping Zhang Junfeng's forehead, a gesture of intimacy reserved for couples. Not at all. Do I seem like the kind of man who behaves so frivolously? Zhang Junfeng replied earnestly, defending his character. That is hard to say. I don't follow you around 24 hours a day, so how would I know? Tang Haiyao pressed on, playfully testing Zhang Junfeng's reactions. Number 45, for dishes. And a bottle of Matai, please come to collect your order. Before Zhang Junfeng could respond, the prepared dishes were already placed at the counter. And the chef in white called out, that is us. I'm number 45, Zhang Junfeng waved and smiled in response. Then, alongside Tang Haiyao, carried the food and drink to the table at the back against the wall. After placing the dishes down, Zhang Junfeng retrieved 2 pairs of chopsticks from the holder. His eyes fixed intently on the chopstick holder, remaining utterly still. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the absence of cockroaches emerging from within brought a sense of relief and a smile to his face. He rinsed the 4 chopsticks briefly in water, gave them a shake, and, with a grin, offered a pair to Tang Haiyao. Junfeng, what is the matter with you today? You seem a bit off, Tang Haiyao remarked. Her face adorned with a gentle smile as she accepted the chopsticks with her right hand, her expression tinged with curiosity. Oh, last time I dined at a restaurant. A small insect crawled out from the chopstick holder, which rather spoiled my appetite, so I've been more cautious this time, Zhang Junfeng replied, deliberately omitting the fact that the insect was a cockroach, knowing it would likely render Tang Haiyao unable to eat from disgust. Cleanliness is paramount. One can eat without falling ill, she mused, glancing at the chopsticks before looking back at him. Her bright eyes glimmering with a playful light as they danced across Zhang Junfeng's face. Her affection was genuine, as long as she could be with this man. Nothing else mattered. The intensity of her gaze made Zhang Junfeng feel a flutter of warmth and unease, prompting him to divert the conversation as he bent down to open a bottle of wine. Haiyao, how have you been lately? Is work keeping you busy? How is your mother's health? Still the same, just getting by, she replied, the enchantment fading from her face, replaced by a tinge of melancholy. Fortunately, I managed to negotiate with my superiors at work, so I have more free time to care for my mother. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, fiddling with the chopsticks in her hands. Her fingers, long and delicate, resembled segments of white jade bamboo, starkly contrasting the chopsticks. The doctor mentioned that my mother's condition is stable. It can only be maintained at home. Even if we were to go to a larger city, it would cost more without any guarantee of improvement. Haiyao, do not despair. Everything will get better. Trust me, Zhang Junfeng said softly, extending his right hand to gently clasp hers in a gesture of comfort. Her hand was exceptionally soft yet cold, perhaps a reflection of never having been cherished by a man. Zhang Junfeng contemplated how he would incorporate helping Tang Haiyao into his future plans. Once he attained financial stability, his priority would be to assist her in alleviating her burdens, ensuring her mother could receive treatment in a larger city. This way, she would no longer have to resort to mingling with unsavory men to gather funds for her mother's care. Tang Haiyao slowly turned her hand over, grasping Zhang Junfeng's hand and gently rubbing it. His words touched her deeply. After more than 2 years together, she had never experienced such nuanced care and tenderness from him before. The previous Zhang Junfeng had been capricious and boisterous, exuding a roguish charm, often flashing a devil-may-care smile. Tang Haiyao could not quite articulate why she was drawn to that rebellious spirit. Perhaps because being with him allowed her to unleash her inner turmoil and find a momentary reprieve. She relished that sensation. For months ago, Zhang Junfeng had inexplicably erupted in anger and had not sought her out since. Tang Haiyao knew that he was aware of both her home and workplace. For long months passed without a whisper of news from Zhang Junfeng. Just as Tang Haiyao was sinking into despair, fate unexpectedly reunited them today. However, the Zhang Junfeng she encountered seemed transformed. The roguish charm that once defined him had vanished, replaced by the demeanor of a resolute and sagacious gentleman. This shift left Tang Haiyao feeling somewhat disconcerted, her demeanor becoming noticeably more reserved, and for the first time, she experienced the flush of shyness. Come, Haiyao, let us raise our glasses for the sake of our friendship. Drink deeply. Zhang Junfeng's voice broke through her reverie as he extended a large tea mug toward her. Indeed. And also for the serendipity of seeing you again, Tang Haiyao replied with a gentle smile, clinking her mug against his, her soulful gaze lingering on his handsome face. Chapter 60. The drunken man's impertinence. After both took generous sips, Zhang Junfeng placed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib on a Tang Haiyao's plate. He recalled that she had always been fond of this dish. As they dined, they shared stories from the past 4 months, exchanging updates on their lives. Zhang Junfeng recounted his investigation into his father's wrongful accusation and the deductions he had drawn from the evidence gathered thus far. It is now fairly certain that my father has been framed. However, the crucial evidence remains elusive. You refer to Jia Chuanyan's letter, correct? Tang Haiyao inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. Indeed, that letter is in the possession of Bao Yunyan. I managed to extract that information while he was inebriated yesterday. Yet, he claims to have hidden it in the safest place possible, and despite my relentless questioning, he would divulge nothing further. You mean the driver from the headquarters, Bao Yunyan? Yes, that's him. Do you know him? Not exactly. I have merely encountered him a couple of times while dining with friends. Tang Haiyao's brow furrowed as she continued. When I noticed his lecherous gaze, it made me extremely uncomfortable. You are right. That Bao Yunyan has a reputation for being quite unscrupulous. Exercise caution in your dealings with him in the future, Zhang Junfeng advised, placing another piece of crispy pork into her dish with a smile. This dish must be enjoyed while hot. It loses its charm when cold. Indeed, Tang Haiyao affirmed with unwavering determination in her gaze, resolved to procure the vital letter for Zhang Junfeng. Tang Haiyao was enchanting, akin to a wildflower blooming with vibrant colors and exuding a captivating fragrance that beckoned every passerby. As Zhang Junfeng and Tang Haiyao shared laughter and conversation, their camaraderie attracted envious glances from others nearby. At the adjacent table sat a man clad in a blue checkered shirt, his eyes roaming over Tang Haiyao, utterly entranced by her allure. In his view, such a striking beauty ought to be his girlfriend. A seasoned salesman, he had traveled extensively, accumulated wealth, and believed that only someone of his caliber deserved to possess a girlfriend as dazzling and seductive as her. Jealousy ignited within him, causing a surge of resentment as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Junfeng. He couldn't help but clench his jaw, his grip on the teacup tightening. How could this young man possibly deserve such a beautiful girlfriend? Equally consumed by envy was a dark-faced man seated at a nearby table, clad in a blue work uniform. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol with his three companions, his bleary eyes frequently darted towards Tang Haiyao, his brow furrowed in indignation. Observing Zhang Junfeng's physique, which paled in comparison to his own, he felt a sense of injustice. He was skilled, earning a higher wage, and believed he was more deserving of such a stunning beauty. Despite being married with children, his spouse could not hold a candle to the enchanting woman before him. The thought of possessing such a seductive and exquisite partner not only promised social prestige, but also the thrill of intimacy. As his gaze remained fixated on Zhang Junfeng, his inner envy intensified unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, at the kitchen door stood another man in a white shirt, who also cast his eyes upon Tang Haiyao. He was the nephew of the restaurant's manager, and due to this connection, he enjoyed a certain freedom even during the busiest kitchen hours. And no one dared to ask him to assist. This privilege only fueled his arrogance and delusion of being feared by all. At this moment, his eyes brimmed with envy and resentment. A restaurant manager's nephew without a girlfriend, lamenting that such a captivating beauty could belong to someone else. The patron in the checkered shirt was merely an ordinary man, unworthy of comparison to him. As he ground his teeth in frustration, the dark-faced drunkard among the four suddenly rose, raising his glass and staggering toward the alluring beauty. The nephew could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude, anticipating the unfolding drama. In his mind, he had already plotted a scheme. Once they were embroiled in conflict, he would summon 3 chefs under the pretense of a disturbance, thus justifying their expulsion. He envisioned seizing the opportunity to display his gallantry, rescuing the frightened beauty and winning her favor. "Beautiful lady, indulge me with a drink. It's my birthday today," the dark-faced drunkard declared as he approached, ignoring Zhang Junfeng and directly confronting Tang Haiyao. He raised his teacup, his face flushed, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath as he swayed unsteadily. Zhang Junfeng remained calm, observing the situation without haste, waiting for a legitimate reason to intervene. He was resolute in ensuring that Tang Haiyao would not suffer even the slightest harm in his presence. "I don't know you. Please step away," Tang Haiyao said, looking up at the drunkard with a frown. "Just a drink, and we'll be acquainted, won't we, beauty?" The drunkard chuckled, revealing a set of yellowing teeth, his breath prompting Tang Haiyao to turn her head aside. "This young lady has already stated that she does not know you and has asked you to leave. Did you not hear her?" Zhang Junfeng remarked, fixing his gaze on the drunkard's face, his tone measured and unhurried. The black-faced drunkard slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhang Junfeng's face. Initially, he intended to teach him a lesson, but he did not expect the young man to approach him willingly. What an infuriating fool. "Who the hell are you? What business do you have with me while I'm trying to enjoy a drink with this lovely lady?" "Of course. It is related," Zhang Junfeng replied nonchalantly. "We are sitting together, can't you see?" He remained composed, showing no fear of the burly drunkard before him. "What? You dare to insult my eyesight?" the drunkard retorted, his temper flaring. "You must be tired of living. You are mistaken. It is you who is weary of existence." Zhang Junfeng replied, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor while remaining seated, utterly unfazed by the looming threat. "Who do you think you are?" The black-faced drunkard squinted his bloodshot eyes, leaning forward slightly, scrutinizing Zhang Junfeng. "I was just dismissed from my job, so now I'm an unemployed drifter," Zhang Junfeng stated, his head held high, exuding an air of superiority that rivaled the drunken man's imposing stature. "An unemployed drifter?" The drunkard sneered, baring his teeth in derision. "Then why are you trying to act tough in front of me? Do you believe I can't toss you out of here in an instant?" "Oh, I truly do not believe that." Zhang Junfeng smiled as he rose to his feet. Although he stood 5 centimeters shorter and was noticeably leaner than the inebriated man, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, with diners falling silent, some timidly fleeing the establishment. The stark contrast in their physiques only bolstered the drunkard's confidence. He placed his drink down on the table and flashed a lewd grin at Tang Haiyao. "Beautiful lady, just wait for me a moment. I have some business to attend to before we enjoy our drinks together." With that, he abruptly turned, his face contorting into a menacing scowl as he raised his fist. However, before his punch could reach Zhang Junfeng's face, an unseen force restrained him. Confused, the drunkard wondered what was happening. Zhang Junfeng, with a resolute expression, grasped the drunkard's wrist and gently twisted it outward, causing the inebriated man to grimace in pain. Hey, What are you doing? That hurts. His bleary eyes narrowed into slits, and a patch of stubble on his lip trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps due to excessive drinking, his body had become unresponsive, leaving him devoid of any means to resist. Seeing their companion in distress, 3 men dining with the drunkard stood up simultaneously, one brandishing a bottle. With bloodshot eyes and the stench of alcohol wafting from them, they approached menacingly. Clad in matching blue work uniforms, their robust physiques suggested they were accustomed to hard labor. Enough, Junfeng, let him go. We should leave, Tang Haiyao urged, rising swiftly and gripping his arm as concern for Zhang Junfeng's safety surged within her. After all, Zhang Junfeng is merely a man facing 4 robust adversaries, with little chance of triumph. Haiyao, fear not, for I am here, he reassured Tang Haiyao, gently patting her hand twice, exuding an air of nonchalance as he endeavored to quell her fears. He was acutely aware that dealing with 5 or 6 individuals posed no challenge, especially against these 4 intoxicated men. Junfeng, be cautious, Tang Haiyao suddenly exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency as her gaze shifted in alarm towards Zhang Junfeng's rear. Undoubtedly, someone was attempting a stealthy ambush from behind. Zhang Junfeng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading a flying empty bottle that whistled past his ear. Before the assailant could retract the bottle, Zhang Junfeng swung his arm back, delivering a powerful punch. The blow struck the ambusher squarely on the nose, eliciting a pained scream as he recoiled, clutching his face and retreating. Junfeng, watch out behind you. Tang Haiyao cried out again in a state of panic, stepping back as another burly man approached from behind, attempting to seize Zhang Junfeng by the neck and drag him down. At that moment, a salesman clad in a blue checkered shirt foolishly advanced, seeking to exploit the situation by delivering a few vicious blows to Zhang Junfeng's ribs, fueled by his inner resentment. However, before he could approach, the tide of the confrontation shifted dramatically. Zhang Junfeng swiftly dispatched the first drunken assailant with a kick, then raised his hand to subdue the arm gripping his neck. He bent forward, thrusting his rear upwards, executing a powerful maneuver that sent the inebriated man crashing to the ground. The sound of his body colliding with the dining table reverberated through the room, toppling dishes and drinks in a chaotic cascade. The salesman hurriedly sidestepped, while several diners, alarmed, fled the scene. Zhang Junfeng turned to glare at the last of the drunken men, who appeared taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, trembling as he retreated, half revived from his drunken stupor. Initially emboldened by their numerical advantage, he had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming man possessed such remarkable strength. The 4 of them were no match for him. With the drunken man now intimidated, Zhang Junfeng chose to disregard him, brushing off the dust from his clothing and smoothing his disheveled hair. Addressing the 4 cowards with a stern voice, he declared, "Listen well, the 4 of you. From now on, conduct yourselves with decorum when you venture out. Do not presume that sheer numbers grant you the liberty to act recklessly. You encountered me today. Had it been someone else, the outcome might have left you battered and bruised." With that thought, Zhang Junfeng exhaled deeply, wishing to disengage from the matter. He turned and extended a hand, greeting Tang Haiyao with a warm demeanor. "Let us depart." At this moment, Tang Haiyao's previously anxious heart finally found solace. Her face pale, she grasped Zhang Junfeng's outstretched hand, allowing him to lead her out of the restaurant. Zhang Junfeng's prowess in subduing the 4 drunken men left everyone in the room astounded. They had not anticipated that a man of seemingly ordinary stature could exhibit such bravery and agility, effortlessly overcoming 4 adversaries in under 2 minutes. The nephew of the restaurant leader, after the initial shock, felt a twinge of disappointment for not having the opportunity to witness a mutual downfall and to court the alluring beauty. The salesman in the blue checkered shirt felt relieved that he had refrained from throwing a punch. Otherwise, he too would have become a victim, and a smirk of luck involuntarily appeared on his face. However, as he raised his gaze, he locked eyes with the black-faced drunkard, whose glare was infused with venomous wrath, causing the salesman to hastily avert his eyes and lower his head in trembling fear. With each approaching footfall resonating ominously, the salesman felt his heart leap into his throat, as the heavy footsteps seemed laden with palpable resentment. "What were you laughing at just now?" The sudden roar was like a thunderbolt to the startled salesman. He jolted violently, as if struck by lightning, quivering like a withered leaf in the cold wind. With a resounding slap, the black-faced drunkard slammed his hand on the table. Despite having been chastised by Zhang Junfeng moments earlier, In the presence of these 4 men, they were kings. Speak, why the hell did you mock me? And no, I wasn't mocking you, brother, the salesman stammered, feeling like an ant before the ferocious black-faced drunkard, his earlier envy towards Zhang Junfeng having long since evaporated. Do you dare to argue with me? The black-faced drunkard had lost all patience, raising his right hand to rain blows upon the salesman's head. The diners in the room fled in terror, leaving only a few staff members and chefs in white shirts, who concealed themselves behind the windows, peering cautiously. After a relentless 5 or 6 minutes, the black-faced drunkard finally ceased, collapsing onto a stool, panting heavily while casting a sidelong glare at the salesman. Chapter 62. Encountering street scams. At this moment, the salesman lay howling, his face smeared with blood, too afraid to lift his head while sprawled across the table. It was only after the 4 drunkards departed that he dared to raise his gaze. Staggering to the sink, he washed the blood from his face and tidied his clothes. Fortunately, since he had been bent over the table during the beating, only a few tiny bloodstains marred his attire. As he adjusted his hair, the painful swelling on his head made him grimace. Upon exiting the restaurant, a wave of regret washed over him. Had he foreseen the beating by the drunkards, he would have preferred to assist that individual in confronting the 4. As for the damage incurred, the restaurant would have to accept its misfortune, being state-owned and eligible for reimbursement. Junfeng, I never anticipated you were this formidable. After crossing an intersection and walking a few more minutes, Tang Haiyao exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes regarding Zhang Junfeng as if she barely recognized him. Those who dare to tease the woman accompanying me have truly lost their sight, Zhang Junfeng declared fiercely. And after uttering this statement, he turned to Tang Haiyao with a beaming smile, his tone softening. With me by your side, you have nothing to fear. Zhang Junfeng's reference to the woman accompanying me stirred a wave of excitement within Tang Haiyao. How she wished those words had been, my woman. The excitement in her heart had yet to fade when Zhang Junfeng approached, holding 3 large bills and gazing at her with deep affection. Haiyao, take this money as a token of my sincerity. No, Junfeng, I do not wish for your money, Tang Haiyao firmly replied, pushing the money back towards him. Please, take it. You have many places where you need money now. There is no need for formality between us. As he spoke, Zhang Junfeng took Tang Haiyao's hand, placing the 3 bills into her palm and gently closing her fingers around them. After a moment's pause, her eyes glistening with emotion, she nodded and murmured, Junfeng, you are truly kind. They continued their walk, discussing various topics until they reached a crossroads where they bid each other farewell. Junfeng, how can I find you? Tang Haiyao suddenly inquired as they parted. Huh? Zhang Junfeng laughed, looking at her with a hint of confusion. It had always been him seeking her out, but now she was asking how to find him. I mean, if I urgently need your assistance, I wouldn't know where to locate you, she explained, her beautiful eyes fluttering with nervousness. If you need me urgently, you can come to my house. But I may be quite busy during the day and will only return home at night. All right, then I shall take my leave, Junfeng. Tang Haiyao nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment. With Shun Rubing at home in the evenings, seeking Zhang Junfeng might raise her suspicions, which would not bode well. Previously, Tang Haiyao had heard Zhang Junfeng mention that Shen Rubing suspected an intricate relationship between them. At that time, Shen Rubing harbored a deep disdain for Zhang Junfeng, wishing for him to indulge in his vices, as long as he did not appear before her and her mother. However, now Zhang Junfeng had shed his previous roguish demeanor, emerging transformed, embodying both masculine wisdom and considerate thoughtfulness. Tang Haiyao could sense this change, and one could only imagine how much more Shun Rubing felt it. Given their intimate cohabitation, the thought of sharing a bed stirred a wave of envy within her. Ah, Shun Rubing, how fortunate you are. With such thoughts, Tang Haiyao reluctantly turned and began her slow journey homeward. Along the way, she glanced back twice. The first time, she saw Zhang Junfeng still standing in place, waving at her. The second time, he had already hurriedly set off in the opposite direction toward his home. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within Tang Haiyao. How wonderful it would be if they shared the same home. Having just finished dinner and feeling a bit irritated, Zhang Junfeng decided to take a stroll. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun cast its warm glow, the air still and stifling. He slowed his pace, walking along the sidewalk for over 10 minutes until he reached a shopping complex. A crowd had gathered outside, peering at something. Was it another street scam? Zhang Junfeng's fists clenched as visions of chess endgames and belt eyelets flashed before him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. If that were the case, today they would suffer a heavy loss and learn a lesson. The crowd was sparse, making it easy for him to slip inside. In the midst of a bustling crowd, upon a plastic sheet, sat a gaunt middle-aged man, his hands deftly manipulating 3 cards as he elucidated the rules of his game to the captivated onlookers. The game was deceptively simple. Behold, I possess 3 cards, 2 of which are ordinary and 1 unique. I shall lay them on the ground and shuffle their positions. If you can discern which one is the unique card, I will reward you double your wager. The slender vendor spoke fervently, demonstrating the shuffling process repeatedly. Clad in a black checkered shirt with sleeves rolled high, revealing his sun-kissed arms, he appeared frail, yet undeniably robust. So, do you all comprehend? Bet 1. Win 2. It's that straightforward. He continued to entice the gathering crowd with his persuasive rhetoric. Finally, a young man with long hair, unable to resist the allure, approached with a grin and squatted before the vendor. All right, what's your wager? I'll start with 50 cents. Very well, pay close attention. This one is unique, the vendor declared, lifting the designated card for the young man to inspect. Now, I will shuffle them a bit. Make your guess. The slender vendor placed the cards on the ground, subtly interchanging their positions, then looked up, inviting the young man to decide. I bet on the left card. The young man pointed decisively at one on the ground. When the vendor revealed it, indeed, it was the unique card. Congratulations. You've guessed correctly. Here's your 1 yuan. The more you wager, the more you win. Come, everyone join in. Another young man with a buzz cut squeezed through the throng. I'll wager 1 yuan as well. The long-haired youth, emboldened by his previous success, decided to raise his stake. Any more bets? You can all join in. The vendor beamed at the crowd. No more wagers? Then let us commence. With that, he resumed his rapid shuffling of the cards. I bet on the middle one. I too wager on the middle, echoed another voice. Let us reveal the cards. The vendor flipped over the middle card, and lo and behold, it was indeed the unique one. Oh my, you two have guessed correctly once more. How fortunate. Here are 2 yuan for you both. As the 2 winners celebrated their triumph, the enthusiasm among the spectators surged. Look, winning is that easy. Who else wishes to wager? Seizing the moment, the vendor further encouraged the crowd. Those who had previously hesitated now eagerly stepped forward to place their bets. Meanwhile, the 2 initial winners, sensing the growing crowd, quietly slipped away into the throng. Chapter 63. Raising the stakes. All of this was keenly observed by Zhang Junfeng, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he suppressed a cold laugh. In a previous life, this very trick had been taught on mobile devices, yet here it was, in the early 1980s, employed for street deception. The slender vendor relied on sleight of hand, using astonishing speed to create illusions for the onlookers. The 2 individuals who had won earlier were, in fact, his accomplices, strategically placed to lure in unsuspecting participants. As anticipated, none of the subsequent bettors emerged victorious. Before long, the vendor had amassed over 100 yuan from the unwitting crowd. One by one, they rose dejectedly, unwilling to accept their fate, returning to the role of mere spectators, continuing to watch others guess the cards. Gradually, a few more individuals joined the game. Yet none emerged victorious. All those who lost were baffled. Despite having seen clearly the new position of the old card, how could it be wrong when turned over? Is there anyone else willing to play? Bet $1, win 2. Do not miss this splendid opportunity. The slender stall owner, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to urge the onlookers. Yet after 3 calls, no one approached to participate. Just as disappointment began to set in, a naive voice broke through the air. Can I give it a try? Turning to see who had spoken, the stall owner was met by a man clad in a plaid shirt and gray trousers. To his bewilderment, the man's eyes were nearly squinted shut, almost resembling closed eyelids. The stall owner paused, his mind racing with questions. It is often said that one should have bright, prominent eyes, yet how could this man have such small ones beneath his thick brows? Nevertheless, he thought, as long as he could win some money, that was all that mattered. With a broad smile, he replied, of course. Do you know how to play? It's simply a matter of guessing the old card. If you guess correctly, you owe me double. Zhang Junfeng, with an innocent grin, squatted in front of the stall. Right. Now, pay close attention to the old card. I'll just casually switch them around. You take a guess. The stall owner skillfully shuffled the 3 cards before lifting his gaze to Zhang Junfeng. Can I have a trial round? Zhang Junfeng squinted his eyes and spoke in an endearingly simple manner. A trial round? The stall owner raised an eyebrow, puzzled at Zhang Junfeng. Such a simple game, and you need a trial? Truly foolish. However, he reasoned that if he could win the man's money quickly, he could send him on his way. Despite feeling anxious at the sight of those squinty eyes, he remained patient and said, "All right, go ahead and guess." Zhang Junfeng grinned like a child. "Then I shall guess." The stall owner frowned, forcing a smile that was more painful than eating bitter melon. "Fine, hurry up and guess." Zhang Junfeng leaned forward, nearly pressing his face against the cards, studying them intently for a long moment before finally lifting his head. "I bet on the middle one." He pointed clumsily at the card, his finger unable to straighten. The stall owner's lips twitched with disdain as he revealed the card, which turned out to be not the old card. "Wrong. This one is the old card." He tossed the card in front of Zhang Junfeng. "Huh." Zhang Junfeng expressed surprise, though his eyes still remained nearly shut. "How could I have guessed wrong?" He muttered to himself, leaning down again, bringing his face close to the table. He picked up the old card, holding it just 3 centimeters from his eyes, peering at it from the front and then the back. His actions elicited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. With such vision, he still dared to guess for money. It was utterly ridiculous. Indeed, one must be mad with desire for money. It was a case of one willing to play and another willing to partake. We could simply enjoy the spectacle. The stall owner, growing increasingly impatient, frowned and asked, "Have you seen clearly? Are you still able to play?" "Play? I want to play big." Zhang Junfeng, with a naive smile, spoke with an air of indifference towards the gaunt stall owner. He set aside the aged paper in his hand and delved into his trousers, laboriously searching for what felt like an eternity before extracting a bundle of cash. The onlookers were astounded, exchanging wide-eyed glances, and even the thin stall owner was taken aback. No one anticipated that this seemingly foolish person, whom they had mocked, possessed such wealth. From that moment on, their perception of Zhang Junfeng underwent a remarkable transformation. Wealthy individuals invariably command a greater respect. "How much will you wager?" The stall owner, regaining his composure, eagerly inquired after swallowing hard. "I'll start with a big unity note," Zhang Junfeng cheerfully declared, as he clumsily placed the bill on the ground. "What?" The spectators gasped in unison, casting puzzled looks at one another. Although he was indeed affluent, wagering 10 coins at once seemed exceedingly foolish. Yet, upon reflection, they recognized this as a trait inherent to the wealthy. Understanding dawned upon the onlookers, and they nodded in agreement. "Why are you all fretting unnecessarily? The more one wagers, the greater the potential winnings," the stall owner remarked with a discontented glance at the crowd before turning to Zhang Junfeng with a grin. "Now, pay close attention." He proceeded to skillfully shuffle 3 cards, exuding an air of confidence. "Place your bet." Once the stall owner halted his movements, his gaze fell upon the ground where the big unity note lay, almost within his grasp. "I must observe closely this time. I cannot afford to guess incorrectly," Zhang Junfeng said, his squinted eyes fixed on the stall owner, a simple smile adorning his face, which irked the latter considerably. Internally, the stall owner cursed. "Why are you asking me? You're the one guessing cards, you fool." Yet, with a veneer of sarcasm, he replied, "Go ahead, you're bound to win this time." "Then I shall make my guess," Zhang Junfeng declared, bending down to press his face close to the 3 cards, scrutinizing them meticulously. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. The hearts of the onlookers raced. Some were there merely for entertainment, while others harbored concerns for Zhang Junfeng. They held their breath, their heads bobbing in sync with Zhang Junfeng's movements. After a tense 15 seconds, Zhang Junfeng lifted his head, pointing at the card on the right. Grinning as he proclaimed, "I bet on this one." The stall owner momentarily hesitated, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and revealed the card, which indeed turned out to be the old one. Phew! The anxious onlookers finally exhaled a sigh of relief, their racing hearts settling. Those who had come merely to observe the spectacle also breathed out, albeit with a tinge of regret. Wow, he actually won. It was only at this moment that the spectators began to believe in Zhang Junfeng's capabilities, realizing he was indeed a master who concealed his prowess until the opportune moment. The atmosphere transformed into one of jubilation, with many nodding in approval, sharing in Zhang Junfeng's joy. At that point, Zhang Junfeng seemingly grasped the situation, beaming as he turned to the stall owner and said, "Your words truly hold power. You said I would win, and I did. Hee, it's time for my winnings." With that, Zhang Junfeng extended a hand towards the stall owner, his fingers still curled in anticipation. Chapter 64. The Weeping Girl. The slender stall owner furrowed his brow, rolled his eyes, and produced 2 large banknotes. Handing them over. Here you go. This is 20 yuan. How much are we betting? He was fixated on the bundle of cash in Zhang Junfeng's pocket, eager to win it over. Let us start with 50. Zhang Junfeng replied, grinning foolishly, placing the 20 yuan on the ground and pulling out 2 more large banknotes to add to the pile. All right, make your guess. The slender stall owner swiftly shuffled the 3 cards, fixing his gaze on Zhang Junfeng. Hee. So tell me, do you think I can win this time? Zhang Junfeng continued to beam with his silly smile, nearly provoking the stall owner to slap him in frustration. His mind was a turmoil, as if he had consumed a bitter gourd, but he had to suppress his discomfort. You'll definitely win. Just make your guess. Then I'll guess. Zhang Junfeng leaned down, pressing his face against the table, scrutinizing the cards before making his decision. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Junfeng won several times in succession, continuously raising the stakes. What was exasperating was that before each guess, he would innocently inquire again, "Do you think I can win this round?" The slender stall owner felt like leaping up to curse, yet he could only utter insincere words. You can win. You can win. Just make your guess. What drove him to the brink was that every time Zhang Junfeng won, he would exclaim, "Your words really hold true." This made the stall owner feel as though the silly grin was laced with mockery and derision, yet he could find no fault in it. After several rounds of this, Zhang Junfeng had amassed over 500 yuan. At that point, the slender stall owner could no longer maintain his composure. Pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, feeling in his meager pocket, he discovered he had but a mere 10 yuan left, hardly enough to cover Zhang Junfeng's winnings. With a sense of resentment, he declared, "Let us call it a day. I'm closing up." Hee. Then I shall return tomorrow, Zhang Junfeng replied, still smiling foolishly, his eyes squinted in delight, his tone hinting at an unfulfilled desire for more. The slender stall owner gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he watched Zhang Junfeng organize his winnings. Neatly arranging the thick stack of cash, he separated the 10 yuan notes into one pocket and the others into another, finally holding up a 5 yuan bill above his head, exclaiming, "This 5 yuan is on me for ice cream. Thank you all for your support." Great. Wonderful. Zhang Junfeng's generosity earned him a chorus of cheers, as the onlookers relished the prospect of enjoying a creamy ice treat, feeling pleased in their hearts. As Zhang Junfeng turned to leave, the slender stall owner scanned the crowd, exchanging glances with his 4 accomplices, signaling them with a subtle gesture. Upon receiving the cue, they nodded and swiftly followed after him. In another direction, a 12 or 13-year-old girl approached, clad in a long floral shirt. The slender stall owner whispered a few instructions, and the girl nodded before darting off in another direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Junfeng walked along the road, his heart brimming with joy, having won over 500 yuan in less than an hour. The sum of money was equivalent to Shen Rubing's salary for a year and a half. She would undoubtedly be overjoyed upon discovering it. This Sunday, he planned to take the mother and daughter out shopping, purchasing several more outfits, for a single set of clothes would hardly suffice for change. They would dine at a restaurant, as last time Shen Rubing had been reluctant to indulge, but this time they were not short on funds. Additionally, he intended to take Tian to the zoo, and as for the toys at the entrance, she could choose whatever her heart desired, which would surely delight her immensely. As he contemplated his card-guessing scheme, Zhang Junfeng could not help but smile with a sense of pride. To guess correctly was, in fact, quite simple. He had merely scratched a subtle mark on the back of the card while observing it closely. Thus, even if the slender stall owner were cunning and swift, Zhang Junfeng would be able to discern the card. He feigned being severely myopic, squinting to inspect the card for the nail mark without raising any suspicions. The mark was made lightly, so even if the stall owner examined the card, he might not notice it. Suddenly, as Zhang Junfeng pondered, he was startled by the sound of a young girl sobbing nearby. Looking up, he saw a girl of about 12 or 13 sitting by the roadside, tears streaming down her face. Her floral shirt was long, barely revealing her fingertips. She was crying deeply, one leg stretched out before her, stained with blood. The girl's distress attracted several passers-by, and Zhang Junfeng hastened toward her. "Little girl, what is the matter? Please tell your uncle and aunt," he urged gently. "Yes. Please stop crying. If you need help, we are here for you. Look at her leg. It appears to be injured and bleeding," commented a bystander. The kind words of the onlookers only made the girl feel more moved and aggrieved, causing her to cry even harder. "Dear, Let me take you to get it bandaged first, then I will escort you home. Where do you live? Zhang Junfeng asked softly, feeling a pang of compassion as he observed her sorrow and the injured leg. The girl paused, lifted her tear-filled eyes, and choked out, "Uncle, I came out to buy medicine for my mother, but now my leg is hurt, and I cannot return home. My mother is still waiting for her medicine. Please don't cry. I will take you to get bandaged and directly help you buy the medicine. Then I will take you home, all right?" Zhang Junfeng reassured her. The girl hesitated for a moment, wiped her tears, and timidly looked up at Zhang Junfeng, giving a faint nod. "Okay, thank you, uncle." Noticing that the girl was unable to walk, he gently picked her up and scanned the surroundings. About 50 meters ahead, there was a hospital. A middle-aged woman, plump and kind in appearance, pointed the way. Zhang Junfeng hurried toward the hospital, carrying the girl, while passers-by admired his kindness. "What a good-hearted person," they remarked. "Indeed. With his strong brows and bright eyes, he exudes righteousness. May the girl recover swiftly, and may her mother regain her health." Upon entering the hospital lobby, it was sparsely populated, giving off an air of desolation. After registering at the orthopedic department, the cashier at the window directed, "Please turn right on the second floor." Zhang Junfeng ascended to the second floor, cradling the little girl, and gently laid her upon the bed in the surgical treatment room. The chamber was devoid of any personnel. Approaching the doorway, Zhang called out into the empty corridor, "Doctor, we have a patient." In response, a melodious voice echoed back, and a female doctor clad in a white coat and wearing a mask emerged hurriedly from an adjacent room, accompanied by a nurse. "How did this happen? You, as a father, ought to be more attentive when caring for your child," she chastised coldly upon entering and spotting the girl lying on the bed. Zhang Junfeng, about to explain, was abruptly interrupted by the doctor's icy tone. "The injury has already occurred. Do you still intend to argue? It is quite rare to encounter a father like you." The doctor, with her hands tucked into her pockets, approached the little girl. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhang offered a nervous smile towards her, while the girl bowed her head in silence, revealing her anxiety. Perhaps it is best to let the misunderstanding pass. There is no need to explain to the doctor. Treating the injury is the priority, Zhang thought to himself. After all, once the wound was dressed, he could return the girl home, and this incident would be resolved. Clearly affected by her emotions, the doctor examined the wound closely and frowned, stating, "The cut is extensive. Surgery is required. Xiao Wang, prepare immediately." "Yes, Dr. Liu." The nurse named Xiao Wang nodded and hurried into the inner room to gather the necessary tools. Half an hour later, the surgery concluded with 12 stitches, and Dr. Liu finally removed her mask, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, appearing significantly more relaxed. "I will prescribe some medication for you. Follow the instructions at home, and return in 7 days to have the stitches removed," she said, her tone softening as she washed her hands at the sink, her long eyelashes fluttering. "Thank you, Doctor," Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile and a nod. After washing and drying her hands, Dr. Liu turned her full attention to Zhang. With prominent brows and large eyes, her features were straight and strong, suggesting she was around 25 or 26. He couldn't help but wonder how she could have a daughter in her teens at such a young age. It seemed implausible to marry at merely 10 years old. "Actually, I am not the girl's father. I brought her to the hospital after witnessing her fall and injure her leg," Zhang explained, seizing the opportunity as he noticed the doctor's surprised gaze. Though she had already suspected as much, her heart warmed at this kind stranger's willingness to help, and she felt a tinge of guilt for having misunderstood him and venting her frustrations. A faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks as she slowly made her way to her desk, where she meticulously noted the surgical fees and medication names on a form. Raising her head to meet Zhang's gaze, she hesitated before inquiring, "What about the surgical fees?" "I will take care of it," Zhang Junfeng replied without hesitation, accepting the form with a smile. Turning to the little girl, he asked, "What medicine do you need to buy for your mother?" In that moment, the doctor's perception of Zhang Junfeng shifted entirely. The kind-hearted gentleman not only escorted the unfamiliar young girl to the hospital and assisted her in covering the surgical expenses, but he also took it upon himself to purchase her mother's medication. This situation transcends mere acts of kindness. It requires a certain level of character and vision. The gaze of the female doctor, initially filled with compassion, evolved into admiration, eventually tinged with a hint of affection. The gentleman's virtues and actions dictated his allure. Following the young girl's request, the female doctor prescribed additional medication, which Zhang Junfeng promptly settled at the payment counter. Upon returning from the payment area, the nurse had finished bandaging the young girl, and Zhang Junfeng bid farewell to the female doctor. Before departing the treatment room, she extended her hand with a smile and said, "You are a good person. On behalf of the patient's family, I thank you. My name is Lu Dongwei, and I work in surgery. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out." The brilliance in her beautiful eyes sparkled with more than just admiration. It conveyed a deeper emotional connection. "Thank you. I appreciate your kindness," he replied, grasping her hand, which was soft and warm, transmitting a wave of heartfelt resonance. Zhang Junfeng smiled quietly, contemplating that with his physical condition, he would not be visiting her at the second hospital anytime soon. The young girl was still unable to walk, so Zhang Junfeng lifted her in his arms while she clutched the medications. Following her directions, they traversed a street, crossed an intersection, and turned into a narrow alley. "Uncle, we can get through here," she indicated towards a cluster of dilapidated houses. Zhang Junfeng glanced up to see a secluded area where several homes stood in disrepair, surrounded by crumbling walls and overgrown weeds. It seemed that plans for new construction were imminent. As he pondered this, he continued into the vicinity of the rundown dwellings with the young girl in his embrace. Approaching the worn houses, the girl suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle, put me down. I need to urinate." Zhang Junfeng chuckled and gently set her down, reminding her, "Take your time and watch your step." He observed her limping as she ducked behind a crumbled wall, a smile creeping onto his face. The notion of needing to bring the medications along to relieve herself seemed rather comical, as though they might be snatched away. Shaking his head in amusement, he looked up. The scent of wild grass enveloped him, and the ruins were further shrouded by nature's reclamation, rendering the area desolate. Aside from the occasional chirping of insects emanating from the overgrown grass, there was no sign of human presence. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes elapsed. The young girl still had not returned. Could she have encountered some trouble? Perhaps she had fallen and was unable to rise. Zhang Junfeng furrowed his brow, growing concerned, and called out towards the broken wall, "Little sister, are you all right? Do you need help?" No response. "Little sister, how are you?" Still, there was no reply, and Zhang Junfeng's anxiety deepened. However, he knew that a 12 or 13-year-old girl relieving herself would require privacy, and he could not intrude without her consent. What an awkward situation it would be if one were to inadvertently stumble upon something one should not have seen. As I hesitated, I noticed 2 individuals approaching from the front, both clad in shirts and trousers, wielding wooden sticks, their expressions ominously cold. Simultaneously, I heard the sound of wild grass being trampled behind me. Zhang Junfeng abruptly turned around. Coming towards him were 3 more individuals, similarly armed with wooden sticks and bearing equally grim expressions. One of them looked familiar. As he drew closer, it was indeed the gaunt vendor from the street. A sudden jolt of realization struck Zhang Junfeng. It appeared he had been followed. Having just won a considerable sum from these street conmen, they would surely not let it go easily. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a sardonic smile as he stood his ground, waiting for these tricksters to approach. "You truly are quite the actor, aren't you? Impressive performance. We have been shadowing you all along. Did you not anticipate this?" The gaunt vendor sneered with a triumphant grin, halting 5 meters away from Zhang Junfeng. His reference to acting pertained to Zhang Junfeng's earlier pretense of being nearsighted. "Now that you have arrived, it matters not whether you anticipated it." Zhang Junfeng responded with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Well said. You thought you could just walk away after winning some money? Such a notion is naive." The vendor rhythmically tapped his wooden stick against his palm, exuding a threatening demeanor. "What else would you have me do? Should I return the money I won to you?" Zhang Junfeng maintained his serene smile, as calm as still water. "You are correct. Let me be frank. If you do not surrender all your money today, you shall not leave this place standing." The vendor's expression twisted into a sinister grin, glancing at his companions, who nodded in agreement. "Are you implying that you wish to take my money as well?" Zhang Junfeng feigned ignorance, deliberately posing the question. "Indeed, that is precisely the intention." The vendor grinned wide, seemingly enjoying the banter with Zhang Junfeng, exuding an air of confidence as he took his time. "And what if I refuse to comply?" Zhang Junfeng's smile vanished, his expression darkening with a hint of hostility. "Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The vendor's countenance shifted sharply, his gaze becoming icy. "Intriguing. I would relish the opportunity to witness this." Zhang Junfeng's lips curled into a cold smile, placing his hands on his hips. Attack, the vendor commanded with a wave of his hand. Four henchmen, grips firm on their wooden sticks, advanced menacingly towards Zhang Junfeng, encircling him. The odds were now 4-1, and with their formation, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Zhang Junfeng. Suddenly, a robust henchman, impatient, let out a shout and lunged from the left, swinging his wooden stick directly at Zhang Junfeng's face. In a swift motion, Zhang Junfeng evaded by leaping backwards, executing 3 consecutive backflips and landing steadily by the edge of a crumbling wall. The 4 assailants were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Even the gaunt vendor looked quite astonished. They had not anticipated that their adversary possessed such skill, and it seemed they had encountered a formidable challenge. The slender stall owner, accompanied by his subordinates, roamed the land, engaging in deceitful practices within the realm of trickery. However, at this moment, his earlier confidence had dwindled considerably, a reality brought forth by Zhang Junfeng's agile reflexes and swiftness. He thought to himself that it was imperative he not escape. With a decisive wave of his hand, the stall owner issued commands to his subordinates. Allowing Zhang to flee would mean a loss of both personnel and resources. The 4 subordinates swiftly regrouped to encircle Zhang from 3 sides. Now, with his back against a crumbling wall, Zhang felt a measure of security. Soon after, the 4 subordinates charged forward in unison, yet Zhang adeptly dodged and countered their advances, utilizing their own momentum against them. Within mere minutes, the 4 were left reeling and moaning in pain, clutching their injuries. Useless fools, the stall owner exclaimed, witnessing their utter defeat. He cast aside his wooden stick and drew a gleaming dagger nearly a foot in length from his waist, its blade shimmering menacingly. Today, I shall settle this matter with you. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he lunged forward with a speed that far surpassed that of his subordinates, indicating his superior martial prowess. Zhang remained composed, meeting the challenge with calm assurance. In less than 2 minutes, he had the stall owner firmly pinned to the ground. The dagger was swiftly wrested from the stall owner's grasp, and, with a flick of his wrist, it was embedded in a nearby tree trunk. The stall owner struggled against the earth, but Zhang's elbow pressed against the back of his neck, a forceful and unyielding hold that left him unable to escape. Ultimately, he conceded, panting heavily, the earlier bravado evaporating. In that moment, he perceived Zhang Junfeng as a formidable individual, and with a resigned acceptance, he closed his eyes and muttered, "I surrender. Do with me as you will. I harbor no intention of harming you." Zhang replied with a serene smile, retracting his elbow and using the stall owner as a makeshift seat to rest for a moment. After a brief pause, the stall owner opened his eyes and regarded Zhang with a sidelong glance. "What do you wish to do?" "I merely wish for you to remember this lesson and refrain from deceitful practices in the future," Zhang stated, dusting himself off with a sense of ease. Lowering his gaze, the stall owner realized his defeat was inevitable, yet he had a lingering question. "Friend, may I ask you something?" "Speak," Zhang responded, twirling a wild herb in his hand. "How did you deduce my intentions with such accuracy? Do you possess some form of clairvoyance?" Zhang chuckled. "It is not as profound as you imagine. In truth, it is quite simple. I merely made a subtle mark on the back of that old man while you were distracted. Was it truly that straightforward? How did I not perceive it?" The stall owner mused aloud, still grappling with disbelief. "Indeed, it is as simple as that. You were overly hasty and self-assured, which blinded you to other possibilities. Moreover, the mark I made was quite faint. Without keen observation, you would not have noticed it." At that moment, the stall owner was utterly convinced of Zhang Junfeng's superiority, recognizing that this individual surpassed him in both skill and intellect by a significant margin. After Zhang Junfeng finished speaking and was about to rise, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. What? The sound he emitted was not one of distress, but rather a note of confusion. Immediately, he sidestepped and turned around, only to find the little girl he had rescued had emerged at some point, brandishing a brick in her small hands, her youthful face flushed with anger. "You?" Zhang Junfeng stood there in a daze, instinctively rising to his feet, his expression filled with disbelief. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. After all, he had selflessly saved her life, taken her to the hospital, covered her surgical expenses, and even purchased medicine for her mother before escorting her home. How could such a seemingly innocent girl attempt to harm him from behind? Although the blow she struck was not particularly forceful, the emotional impact on Zhang Junfeng was profound. The crux of his bewilderment lay in the fact that a girl of merely 12 or 13 could act so ungratefully. At that moment, the girl provided Zhang Junfeng with an answer through her actions. She limped towards the frail vendor, plopping down on the ground in tears, crying out, "Daddy, Daddy, how are you?" Despite her injured leg, her concern for her father eclipsed her own pain. "Ah, I'm fine, Xiaotong," the frail vendor replied, despite his own injuries and bruises marring his face. In order to alleviate his daughter's worries, he forced a smile and struggled to rise. "See, Daddy is really all right." To prove his point, he raised his fist and lightly thumped his chest twice. Only then did the girl, Xiaotong, cease her sobbing. Wiping away her tears and casting a guilty glance at Zhang Junfeng. "Uncle, I'm so sorry." Sighing with a bitter smile, Zhang Junfeng decided to let it go. The girl had already acknowledged her mistake, and considering her actions were driven by a desire to protect her father, what more could he say? Chapter 67. Injured head resigned. He thought it futile to blame the girl any further. Her intention to defend her father by striking the one who harmed him was not inherently wrong. However, the duo was indeed extraordinary. The vendor was cunning, and his daughter, at such a tender age, exhibited remarkable cooperation. In an effort to make their ruse convincing, she had genuinely injured her leg, requiring 12 stitches. Setting aside her filial piety, one could only marvel at her endurance. "You may have harmed me, but I bear you no ill will. However, you should not have used your daughter as a tool to lure me here, endangering her in such a manner," Zhang Junfeng said, furrowing his brow as he looked at the vendor with resentment. "Xiaodong, is your leg truly injured? Let Daddy take a look." The vendor finally noticed the bandages wrapped around his daughter's left calf, stained with fresh blood, and his eyes welled with tears. Earlier, he had instructed 4 of his subordinates to follow Zhang Junfeng, and then told his daughter to play the emotional card, intercepting Zhang Junfeng en route and luring him to this desolate area. This was their pre-planned strategy, a contingency set in place for unforeseen circumstances. As the emaciated vendor gathered his stall, he caught up with his 4 subordinates and found that his daughter had successfully intercepted Zhang Junfeng. The 5 of them then united and stealthily made their way to the desolate row of houses, lying in wait for Zhang Junfeng to fall into their trap. In a bid to outpace her uncle, the little girl inadvertently stumbled, scraping her leg deeply. However, she was unharmed now, having been taken to the hospital by her uncle. The young girl appeared unfazed by her injury, instead radiating gratitude as she pointed towards Zhang Junfeng. Alas, it was truly a case of lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot. The vendor, overwhelmed with shame, struck himself hard across the face and, lowering his head, lamented, "It is all my fault for being blinded by greed, treating my daughter as a mere tool. I have wronged the mother of this child who has passed away." With another resounding slap to his own face, the vendor was halted by the little girl. "Dad, please don't do that," she implored, her eyes glistening with concern. "My friend, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I am Tang Dikang, and this is my daughter, Tang Xiaodong. I shall repay you in kind in the future." The vendor clasped his fists together, adopting a stance of camaraderie. "May I ask for your name, good sir?" "I am Zhang Junfeng. There is no need for repayment. I only hope that you may prosper along a righteous path in the future." Zhang Junfeng's voice resonated with conviction, and an aura of determination and integrity emanated from him. "I shall remember this, my friend, until we meet again," the vendor said, bowing in gratitude before assisting his daughter. "Xiaodong, let us go." "Goodbye, uncle." The little girl, along with her father, supported each other as they waved a reluctant farewell to Zhang Junfeng. The 4 injured subordinates also rose and followed behind, gradually fading from view. Once they had departed, a bittersweet smile crept onto Zhang Junfeng's lips, tinged with a hint of irony. He had performed a good deed, yet received but a mere brick in return. Was it worth it? These thoughts had already passed, but the headache was all too real. Glancing at the blood on his hands, quite a considerable amount, he realized he needed to return to the Second People's Hospital to consult Dr. Lu Donghui once more. Just earlier, while shaking her hand, he had thought he wouldn't see her again soon. How naive that had been. At the Second People's Hospital, in the surgical treatment room. Who the hell did this? There is so much blood. Upon seeing the wound on the back of Zhang Junfeng's head, Lu Donghui was both furious and heartbroken. Letting slip a curse, her eyes reddening. Beside her, Nurse Xiao Wang gaped in astonishment. In her memory, Dr. Lu had never resorted to such language. Stealing a glance at Zhang Junfeng, she wondered what had caused this reaction from the usually composed doctor. Before Nurse Xiao Wang could ponder further, she heard Dr. Lu issue a command. We need to operate. Xiao Wang, prepare everything immediately. Be quick. Yes, Dr. Lu, Nurse Xiao Wang replied, swiftly retreating to gather all the necessary surgical tools: scalpels, surgical scissors, tweezers, disinfectant cotton, anti-inflammatory cotton, medical gauze, and bandages. Hurry, Xiao Wang, Dr. Lu urged from outside. I'm coming. Nurse Xiao Wang responded, rushing back to Dr. Lu, her breath coming in quick bursts. Lu Donghui swiftly grasped the scissors, drawing close to Zhang Junfeng's nape, and began to snip away the hair surrounding the wound. This series of actions conveyed a sense of urgency. Nurse Xiao Wang cast a glance at the injury, which was not particularly severe, far less so than the young girl's leg injury from the afternoon. Yet, Dr. Lu appeared as though she were facing a formidable adversary, her expression grave and demeanor tense. What could be the reason for this? Moreover, her preparation of tools had noticeably quickened compared to before, yet Dr. Lu continued to urge for haste. What could be the cause of this? Could it be that Dr. Lu had developed feelings for Zhang Junfeng? This thought flickered through Nurse Xiao Wang's mind, prompting her to observe more closely, and indeed, she discerned a clue. While suturing Zhang Junfeng, Dr. Lu would utter comforting phrases such as, "Does it hurt? Just bear with it, it will be over soon." This attentiveness had previously only been directed toward children. Furthermore, her level of concentration today surpassed that of any minor procedure she had performed in the past. Lu Donghui's surgical task unfolded under Nurse Xiao Wang's scrutiny and contemplation, ultimately reaching completion. At last, the final suture was in place, the thread meticulously trimmed, and the scissors placed back onto the tray. Lu Donghui straightened up, exhaling a long sigh of relief, her face revealing a lazy ease after the tension. Following this, she wrapped a thick layer of bandage around the wound and, once secured, finally broke into a satisfied smile. Nurse Xiao Wang noticed a thin sheen of sweat had emerged on Dr. Lu's forehead. She picked up a towel to wipe it away, then carried the tray into the inner room. Thank you, Dr. Lu, Zhang Junfeng said, rising to his feet and turning to extend his hand with a smile. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Lu Donghui replied, shyly grasping his hand, her voice gradually lowering. I hold you in great esteem. You may call me by my name. All right, thank you, Donghui, Zhang Junfeng smiled, his gaze deepening, their clasped hands gradually warming. Wait a moment. I shall prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication for you. A few seconds later, Lu Donghui realized she had nearly forgotten her responsibilities, gently withdrawing her warm hand and walking to her desk. All right. Zhang Junfeng nodded and followed her, watching as Lu Donghui sat down, swiftly noting the medication names. Then rising to hand them over, gently advising, take 1 pill 3 times a day, do not wash your hair until the wound heals. And remember to return in 7 days to have the stitches removed. Okay, I will remember, Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile, nodding before turning to leave. Chapter 68. A heart longing for home. Several seconds passed, and Lu Donghui gazed at the doorway, still enveloped in excitement, her body frozen in the same position. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quickly turned to the window, peering outside with eyes radiating anticipation. Zhang Junfeng strode across the street, his steps strong and purposeful, heading in a specific direction, his figure tall and imposing. Until he vanished from sight, Lu Donghui continued to gaze in that direction, lost in her thoughts. Donghui, what are you staring at so intently? Nurse Xiao Wang inquired playfully, having closed the door now that they were alone, and approached the window with a light-hearted jest. Her name is Wang Xiaoya, an 18-year-old with an innocent appearance and a lively disposition. In truth, Lu Donghui takes great care of her, and has even mentioned that when alone, they refer to each other as sisters. Sister Donghui? Nurse Xiaoya called out again, jolting Lu Donghui from her reverie as she turned to look at her. Huh, Xiaoya, what were you saying just now? Giggled Wang Xiaoya, covering her mouth while her gaze lingered on Lu Donghui's slightly flushed face. I was asking Sister Donghui, what has you so entranced? Surely, you're not thinking about that Zhang Junfeng from earlier? She laughed. You're quite the chatterbox. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Lu Donghui's face turned a deep crimson as she chased after Wang Xiaoya. Oh dear, look at Sister Donghui's face turning red. Just admit it. Wang Xiaoya teased, evading her grasp with laughter. Stop right there, you little rascal. Lu Donghui exclaimed, her cheeks aglow as she attempted to catch up, but Wang Xiaoya deftly circled the desk, eluding her grasp. I had a good look at him. With his thick brows and bright eyes, he has quite the handsome features. He seems a perfect match for Sister Donghui, Wang Xiaoya said with a smile, darting to the other side of the desk. You just wait. I'll catch you. Lu Donghui laughed as she chased after her, but again Wang Xiaoya skillfully evaded her, maintaining the distance of the desk between them. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. The two paused their playful chase and quickly reverted to their usual demeanor. Come in, Lu Donghui announced. The door creaked open, and a young nurse peeked in, her face bright with a smile. Dr. Lu, the director is looking for you. P.S. in the office. All right. I'll be there shortly. The little nurse nodded and retreated, closing the door behind her. Little rascal, just wait until I return. I'll have my way with you. Lu Donghui playfully pointed at Wang Xiaoya, pretending to be stern, but could not suppress her laughter as she headed towards the door. As Zhang Junfeng left the second hospital, he glanced at the wall clock, noting that it was already 5:30, past the end of his shift. He boarded a bus, hastening homeward with eagerness. Gazing out at the pedestrians through the window, warm memories surfaced in his mind. By this time, that mother and daughter would have certainly returned home. Shen Rubing would be bustling about preparing dinner, while Tian played with her green-skinned frog indoors. By the time he arrives home, a meal should be waiting for him. A sudden headache brought Zhang Junfeng back to reality as he touched the thick bandage wrapped around his head, realizing it might give the impression that his injury was severe. He could envision the moment he entered his home, Shen Rubing turning to him with a soft smile, only to be startled by the sight of his bandaged head. Undoubtedly, she would be taken aback, her eyes welling with tears as concern washed over her. As for Tian, she would likely be left speechless, bewildered by the transformation from a healthy father seen at noon to a wounded one by evening. This stark contrast would likely frighten her into tears, leaving an indelible imprint on her tender heart. Zhang Junfeng harbored a reluctance to witness such scenes, unwilling to let the mother and daughter worry, grieve, or shed tears for him. He recalled the adorable image of Tian, hands clasped behind her back, chest out, intently listening to stories. The moment she spotted him, she would rush over, calling out Daddy and refusing to let go, her pride evident when she introduced him as her father before her peers. Shen Rubing and her daughter had returned to her maternal home the previous night. It had nearly been 2 days since he had last seen them, and he genuinely missed them. The enchanting smile of Shen Rubing, her graceful figure, and her sweet voice continually surfaced in his mind. Zhang Junfeng could no longer restrain himself. He yearned to return home at the swiftest pace to be with his wife and daughter, only in their presence, basking in the warmth and joy of family bliss. Would his heart find solace? At last, the bus reached its destination. Zhang Junfeng alighted and swiftly made his way home. After traversing half a street and a crossroads, he turned right into an alley and walked for less than 5 minutes, arriving at the area of his modest dwelling. Sister-in-law, have you had dinner? He inquired with a smile as he fished out his keys, greeting Wu Lijuan. She sat at her doorstep, crafting a knitted vest, while her daughter Tong sat beside her, engrossed in a children's book alongside a neighbor's child. That book was one of the 2 Zhang Junfeng had purchased during their last shopping excursion at the Xinhua bookstore. Yes, Wu Lijuan replied, lifting her gaze to meet Zhang Junfeng's. Upon noticing the thick bandage wrapped around his head, her expression shifted to one of shock. What happened to your head? The knitted vest slipped from her hands onto her lap. Oh, I had a bit to drink at noon and accidentally bumped into something. It's nothing serious, Zhang Junfeng chuckled, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Having saved a young girl in the afternoon only to be injured by her, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate to Wu Lijuan, fearing it would spark too much conversation. With all that bandaging, how could it be nothing serious? Wu Lijuan's mouth fell slightly ajar, her gaze fixed on Zhang Junfeng, her expression seemingly questioning the extent of his pain. Zhang Junfeng smiled, appearing relaxed as he clarified, Sister-in-law, it's really not severe. The doctor just wrapped it a bit too thickly, haha. Oh, Wu Lijuan finally relaxed, reminding him with a smile. You should drink less in the future. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will be cautious, Zhang Junfeng responded with a grin, inserting his key into the lock. As he opened the door, he glanced back at Wu Lijuan. By the way, has Rubing sent any messages for me today? Wu Lijuan paused, then shook her head. No. But I did notice her looking rather troubled when I saw her after work. I greeted her, but she didn't seem to hear me. She left the factory with Tian, heading towards her mother's place. That eases my mind, Zhang Junfeng said. Sister-in-law, you carry on with your tasks. I'm heading home. He waved goodbye cheerfully, just as he was about to step into the yard when a bicycle bell chimed behind him. Ding-ling-ling. Wu Lijuan's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile. Zhang Junfeng turned to see Gao Daqian returning. Big brother is back. Zhang Junfeng greeted with a smile. Chapter 69. Zhang Junfeng's concerns since that incident, where Gao Daqian stood up for Shen Rubing and dealt with that scoundrel Zhang Junfeng. He has held him in great esteem. As Gao Daqian turned around, he was taken aback to see Zhang Junfeng's head wrapped in bandages. He braced himself, extending his leg to support the 28 bar. His expression one of surprise. Junfeng, how did you injure your head like this? Is it serious? Not much to worry about, Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile, showing no trace of pain on his face. I had a few drinks at noon and bumped it. Oh, that's good to hear, Gao Daqian said, his expression relaxing as he nodded in understanding. Propping up the 28 bar, he raised his hand to lift 2 woven bags tied on the back seat, placing them before Zhang Junfeng with a smile. I asked a friend for some lime, and unexpectedly, he gave me 2 bags. As he spoke, Gao Daqian separated the 2 bags. Junfeng, it just so happens that we each get 1 bag. This lime is quite pure. Brother, this is too much, Zhang Junfeng began, but was swiftly interrupted by Gao Daqian's laughter. Oh, don't be so polite about such trivial matters. Indeed, last time you bought comic books for Tongtong, I sent some to Rubing, but she absolutely refused them. So, let's not be formal with each other anymore. Wu Lijiu chimed in, her gaze sincere and a radiant smile gracing her face. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, brother and sister. Oh, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Who doesn't he rely on whom, right? Ha. Gao Daqian's hearty laughter filled the air as he instinctively reached to pat Zhang Junfeng on the shoulder, only to suddenly recall the lime on his hands and withdrew with a chuckle. You're right, brother. As neighbors and brothers, if there's ever a need for me, don't hesitate to ask. Zhang Junfeng nodded in response, engaging in a few more casual exchanges before taking the bags and stepping into the courtyard. Gazing at the empty home, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him. He had anticipated seeing the 2 of them inside, Shen Rubing's radiant smile, cheerfully calling out Daddy, embracing the warmth and joy of family life. However, the house lay still and silent, devoid of any trace of happiness, as Zhang Junfeng was swiftly enveloped by solitude. Sighing, he set down the bags. With the bandages wrapped around his head, it was not the best time to be exposed outdoors. Instead, he thought it might be an opportune moment to repaint the walls of the house. In Zhang Junfeng's memory, the last time the walls were painted was nearly 3 years ago, when his father had arranged for someone from the unit to do it. With this thought in mind, Zhang Junfeng entered the storage room, retrieving a large iron basin and placing it in the courtyard. He opened the bags, taking a few pieces of lime and placing them in the basin. With half the bag remaining, he sealed it and returned it to the storage room. Enough for another round of painting. Next, he went to the kitchen, using a ladle to fetch water and adding it to the basin. 5 or 6 ladles would suffice. Soaking overnight, by the following morning, the lime would blend seamlessly with the water. After washing his hands, Zhang Junfeng settled onto the sofa, his gaze inadvertently gravitating towards the floor as memories of the mother and daughter resurfaced in his mind. It was the hour for dinner. A small dining table was surrounded by Shen Rubing and Tian, their laughter and chatter creating a warm familial scene that he yearned for. Yet at this moment, he found himself alone, a solitary figure in the stillness. The images of the 2 women danced before his eyes, their sweet and youthful voices echoing in his ears. Suddenly, a thought struck him that perplexed him. Ordinarily, if Shen Rubing were to return to her family home, she would have sent a message through their neighbor, Wu Lijuan. However, today, she had chosen to leave quietly, without leaving him any word. Did she not realize that he would be concerned for her and Tian? When he visited Tian at noon, she would undoubtedly relay that to her mother, yet this was not a sufficient reason to withhold information from him. Could it be that Shen Zhiding had exerted some pressure on her, driving her away from him? Or was he coercing her into a divorce? Much like Zhang Junfeng had once pressured Shen Rubing into their relationship, back then, she had succumbed to his will. Would she do so again this time? If she did acquiesce, it would signify the end of their union, rendering his presence here meaningless. It might be better to return to his past life, to reunite with his wife and unearth the perpetrator who had poisoned him. Yet the thought of such a retreat left Zhang Junfeng feeling both reluctant and uneasy. He had developed profound feelings for the mother and daughter. His desire for Shen Rubing's acceptance and understanding indicated that he had fallen for her. As for the perceptive Tian, He regarded her as his own, cherishing her as if she were his biological daughter. He could not bear to part from Shun Rubing, nor from Tian Tian. Leaving this home was simply not an option. Furthermore, if he were to return to his previous life, how could he leave the two of them in Shun Jiting's care? The mere notion filled him with dread. Undoubtedly, upon his return, Shun Jiting would force Tian Tian to remarry another man, though he was reluctant to admit it. He knew this to be the truth. Thus, he could not abandon this place. He had to protect Shun Rubing and Tian Tian, shielding them from any harm. As a man, how could he allow his wife to be held by another man? How could he permit his child to call someone else father? Absolutely not. Such a scenario was intolerable to Zhang Junfeng. However, Shun Rubing's inclination to submit to her family's wishes posed a significant challenge, one that was deeply rooted in her character. The thought of these troubles triggered a piercing headache, and he instinctively cradled his head in his hands. As the pain subsided, Zhang Junfeng suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sharp with determination. No, he must go to Shun Jiting's house and speak with Shun Rubing, doing everything in his power to encourage her not to yield to Shun Jiting's machinations. Let her comprehend that yielding to the arrangements of her family would lead her down a path of misfortune. She has already suffered once and cannot afford to repeat such a mistake. Moreover, which man would accept her daughter as his own? Treating Tian Tian as if she were his flesh and blood? The likelihood of such an occurrence is minuscule. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Junfeng rose from the sofa, stroking his head as he approached the grand mirror. Gazing at his reflection, he noted the thick bandages wrapped around his head, his pallid complexion, and the bloodstains adorning his clothing, an utterly disheveled appearance. What sentiments would Shun Jiting's family harbor upon his arrival in such a state? What mockery would they bestow upon him? Chapter 70. A phone call. Crucially, in such circumstances, Shun Rubing would undoubtedly feel overwhelmed, her spirit waning. How much of his explanations could she truly believe or accept? The outcome was far from optimistic. In that moment, Zhang Junfeng relinquished the thought of visiting the Shun household. He understood that persuading Shun Rubing to defy her family's wishes and reclaim her freedom, to return to him, was no simple task under the immense pressure she bore. It would require a gradual process to help her comprehend and accept this reality, and above all, she must first muster the courage to do so. A piercing headache assailed him once more, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. He decided to cease his ruminations and seek solace in sleep. Time shifted back to the afternoon. Shun Jiting sat at his desk, brooding in silence. After being rendered speechless by Zhang Junfeng earlier that morning, his mood had soured considerably. At noon, the deputy factory director invited him for drinks, accompanied by a striking saleswoman. Despite the deputy director's flattering remarks and the saleswoman's enchanting glances, they failed to lift Shun Jiting's melancholic spirits. Upon returning to the office, his subordinates, sensing his sullen demeanor, kept their distance, striving to avoid him. However, the phone on his desk was indifferent to his mood, ringing with a persistent urgency. The sharp trill of the phone interrupted Shun Jiting's thoughts. Frowning, he reluctantly answered, "Hello. Who is this? Speak quickly." His impatient tone resonated across the line, prompting a brief pause from the other end before a similarly irritable voice responded, "It's me, Niu Dongsheng." "Oh, it's Director Niu." Shun Jiting instinctively leapt from his chair, his furrowed brow instantly relaxing, his formerly cold tone now imbued with obsequiousness. "I thought it was someone else." "Ha. What instructions do you have, Director Niu?" With a beaming smile, Shun Jiting drew the phone closer. As he conceded, Niu Dongxing chose not to dwell on the past. "I have a matter to discuss with you. Regarding what I mentioned previously about our little Fu wanting to court your daughter, how have you progressed?" "I am making every effort. I anticipate that tonight I will be able to persuade my daughter to reconsider and facilitate her divorce from Zhang Junfeng." As Shun Jiting recounted his thoughts, he glanced back at the entrance, confirming that no one had entered. He then redirected his focus to the telephone receiver. That's good to hear. Nevertheless, I must reiterate. You must act swiftly. Our dear child, Xiao Fu, possesses quite the impatience, as you are well aware." A voice from the other end responded, neither too soft nor too harsh. Yes, rest assured, Director Niu. I guarantee that I can persuade my daughter to agree to the divorce tonight. However, Shun Jiting hesitated, as if grappling with unspoken difficulties. "If there are any challenges, do not hesitate to share them with me. Stammering does not befit someone entrusted with such responsibilities." Niu Dongxing's words carried an unmistakable undertone, implying that if Shun Jiting did not expedite the matters at hand, his tenure as acting director would be precarious. Indeed, Director Niu, I am concerned that if we adhere to the usual procedures, the divorce may be delayed. What do you suggest? Before Shen Jiting could finish, Niu Dongxing's robust voice interjected, as long as your daughter consents to the divorce. I can make a call to my contacts at the Civil Affairs Bureau. It will be finalized in mere minutes once we arrive. I will handle the rest. Very well. Then, I shall await your good news. Tomorrow morning, I will come to your office. Yes, thank you, Director Niu. Goodbye. With a series of nods and bows, Shen Jiting finally set down the phone, exhaling deeply as he sank into his chair, leaning back and gasping for breath. The tension had been palpable, and he was surprised to find beads of sweat forming on his forehead, prompting him to take out a handkerchief to wipe it away. Just 2 days prior, Niu Dongxing had phoned Shen Jiting, explicitly stating that his son, Niu Xiaofu, had taken a liking to Shen Rubing. He candidly expressed that he did not intend to leverage his power over Shen Jiting, but rather, upon hearing of Zhang Junfeng's frequent domestic abuse toward Shen Rubing and the collapsing state of their marriage, he was willing to intervene and rescue her from her dire circumstances. The implication was clear. The fact that his son was interested in Shen's daughter was a stroke of fortune, and it was imperative to seize the opportunity. Shen Jiting fully comprehended Niu Dongxing's intentions. He was a man of considerable cunning, always prioritizing his own interests. On one hand, Niu Xiaofu was still unmarried and came from a well-off family, while his daughter, Shen Rubing, had already been married and carried the burden of a child. Given these circumstances, the fact that Niu Xiaofu was not deterred by their situation left Shen Jiting with no reasonable grounds to hesitate. Furthermore, if he could align himself with such a powerful ally, his prospects of securing a permanent position as the director would be virtually assured. Weighing the pros and cons, a sly smile crept across Shen Jiting's greasy face. This transaction was undeniably advantageous. Shen Jiting was indeed a small-minded man, prioritizing his own benefit above all else, even to the extent of employing his daughter as a mere tool, disregarding her happiness. To this end, he sought out his daughter at the color printing branch, instructing her to return home that evening for an important discussion regarding the family's honor. After finishing work, Shen Rubing picked up her daughter, Tian, from the daycare, pushing the stroller as she exited the factory. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to head back to her parental home. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a female colleague returned from the restroom and exclaimed, "Rubing, did your Zhang Junfeng get into a fight with 4 men?" Startled, Shen Rubing asked, "What? Where?" Upon hearing this, she quickly became flustered, wiping her hands anxiously. "At a restaurant not far from the office," came the reply. "I must go and see. Please inform the class leader for me," Shen Rubing declared, setting aside her cloth and preparing to rush out, only to be halted by her colleague. "Wait. Listen to me first. The men have already fled. Who will you look for?" "Those 4 have run away, but I need to check on Junfeng," Shen Rubing insisted, stamping her foot in distress and attempting to break free from her colleague's grasp. "No, they all fled after the fight. Someone from our office who was dining there reported it," her colleague explained, finally releasing her hold. "Did they say anything about my Junfeng?" This time, it was Shen Rubing who grasped her colleague's arm tightly. "Well, I heard that Zhang Junfeng left with a woman, and they said she was quite alluring." "What else did they say?" "Hurry up," Shen Rubing urged, shaking her colleague's arm with urgency. Chapter 71. Shen Rubing's heartache. They mentioned that the fight broke out over this woman, apparently due to jealousy. "I overheard it while going to the restroom," her colleague added. A chill swept through Shen Rubing as a wave of desolation enveloped her. An alluring woman, dining with Zhang Junfeng, and a brawl sparked by jealousy. Such words resonated painfully within her. She believed them, for she had previously heard from her closest colleague that Zhang Junfeng had a female friend who was indeed quite enchanting. One day, after dining at her family home, that colleague had spotted them while riding home with her child. As she passed a state-run restaurant, she observed a woman assisting a man as they exited. The man, clearly intoxicated, was Zhang Junfeng, and the woman's allure compelled her to glance twice, revealing the intimate nature of their relationship. This colleague had confided in Shen Rubing alone, as at the time, Zhang Junfeng frequently berated her, leaving her heart in despair, wishing he would indulge in debauchery elsewhere. As long as Zhang Junfeng stayed away from her and her child, it was the most fervent wish of Shen Rubing. However, circumstances had shifted. Zhang Junfeng had suddenly transformed into a different person, embodying qualities she admired. Intelligent, resolute, courageous, principled, and exceptionally considerate. He treated both her and her child with genuine kindness. From the way Zhang Junfeng gazed at them, Shen Rubing sensed a heartfelt affection and concern, a sincere connection that enveloped her in a sense of security and warmth. Akin to a bird finding solace in its nest, this man provided her with a profound sense of safety, a steadfast harbor amidst life's tempests. It was precisely for this reason that the window to Shen Rubing's soul was gently tapped, stirring her emotions and prompting her to set aside past grievances. Willingly choosing to believe in Zhang Junfeng, she had anticipated a harmonious life together, envisioning a blissful existence for the three of them. However, to her dismay, just a few days after Zhang Junfeng's apparent transformation, he resumed his entanglement with another woman, a reality she found emotionally intolerable. A profound sense of sorrow enveloped her, and unbeknownst to her, tears cascaded down her cheeks, blurring her vision. She felt a deep sense of injustice for having so readily placed her trust in Zhang Junfeng, realizing too late how naive her hopes had been. How could a man, previously a rogue, transform overnight into a paragon of virtue? Yet, in a twist of irony, she, Shen Rubing, had believed it to be true. Was it her inherent kindness or sheer ignorance? She believed it to be the latter. On the seat beside her, Tian sensed that her mother was acting unusually today. Despite having a bicycle, why was she pushing it instead? It wasn't until they paused at her grandmother's doorstep that Shen Rubing turned to lift her down, revealing red, tear-filled eyes. "Mom, why are you crying?" Tian asked. Concern etched on her small face as she reached out to wipe away her mother's tears. In the child's memory, having this new father, who cherished both her and her mother, left no room for tears. "I'm fine," Shen Rubing managed to smile, pulling out a handkerchief to dry her tear-streaked face. "Mom, I have good news. Dad came to see me today," Tian exclaimed cheerfully, hoping to elicit a smile from her mother. "Oh, when?" Shen Rubing, surprised, tucked the handkerchief into her pocket and gazed at Tian with curiosity. "He was so happy to see me during lunchtime. His face was all smiles." This revelation piqued Shen Rubing's interest, prompting Tian to grow even more animated. "Oh, it was at lunchtime." A chill ran through Shen Rubing. Lunchtime was precisely when Zhang Junfeng would be dining with that other woman. He must have been overjoyed. Tian helped her mother open the courtyard gate, and Shen Rubing pushed her bicycle into the yard. Just like her own home, the gate led to a shed she had built to serve as a storage space. Tian closed the gate behind them and dashed inside, excitedly calling out, "Grandma, Mom and I are back. My dear granddaughter, come here to Grandma." Shen Rubing's mother, by Shinro, who had been unwell and on sick leave for over 2 years, was preparing a meal. Upon hearing Tian's voice, she smiled and beckoned. "Mom, let me take over." Shen Rubing placed her backpack in a small room and began cooking, instructing her daughter, Tian, "Go play with Grandma in the main room." With swift efficiency, Shen Rubing prepared the meal, setting a small table in the yard with bowls and chopsticks. The three of them sat on small stools, waiting for Shen Jiting to return for dinner. At 6 o'clock, he entered the courtyard. "Dad, you're back." Shen Rubing rose to greet her father, extending her hand to receive the bag he carried. Shen Jiting, with a grim expression, nodded without raising his head and directly seated himself at the dining table. Seeing her grandfather's displeasure, Tian dared not utter a word. "Jiting, what troubles you so? Have you encountered difficulties at work?" Bai Xinro inquired, glancing at Shen Jiting's somber countenance before turning to Shen Rubing. "Rubing, please bring out the dishes. Let us dine." "Humph, it's all because of that Zhang Junfeng. So disrespectful as to undermine my authority in front of my subordinates," Shen Jiting exclaimed angrily, casting a glare at Shen Rubing. She trembled slightly, lowering her head as she made her way to the kitchen, soon returning with the array of dishes set upon the table. "Jiting, let us eat first, and we shall discuss this matter afterwards," Bai Xinro offered soothingly. Observing Tian's timid gaze fixed on her grandfather, she affectionately touched the girl's cheek. "Tian, do not merely watch the adults converse. Eat your meal and nourish your body." Tian glanced at her grandmother, nodded, and then lowered her head to pick up her chopsticks. Shen Rubing also sat beside her daughter, lifting her rice bowl as the family began to eat in silence. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and Shen Xingwang along with his wife Kong Xiaoshuang entered. "Oh, Mom and Dad, you are already dining," Kong Xiaoshuang exclaimed cheerfully upon entering, her gaze sweeping across the dining table. "Brother, sister-in-law, you are here," Shen Rubing greeted, rising to fetch bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. "Xiaoshuang, You have arrived just in time. Please, take a seat and join us for dinner. Bai Xinro said with a smile, glancing at the vacant spots at the table. Hello, uncle and aunt. Tian Tian chimed as she stood up to bring two small stools to the side of the table. Oh, Tian Tian is so thoughtful. And we'll give you some candy. Kong Xiaoshuang remarked, settling onto one of the stools and pulling two pieces of candy from her pocket, handing them to Tian Tian. Thank you, aunt. Tian Tian beamed, eagerly unwrapping a piece to pop into her mouth when Shen Rubing, emerging with the bowls and chopsticks, called out, Tian Tian, you may have candy only after we finish eating. Okay. Tian Tian glanced at her mother, understandingly nodded, and placed the candy back on the table, licking her lips. With Kong Xiaoshuang's arrival, the atmosphere brightened significantly. She was quite the conversationalist, sharing amusing anecdotes from work, which elicited laughter from everyone, even bringing a hint of warmth to Shun Jiting's demeanor. After the meal, Rubing, shall we wash the dishes together? Kong Xiaoshuang cheerfully proposed, moving her bag to the back as she approached Shun Rubing. These few bowls and chopsticks are manageable. Sister-in-law, you should go inside and chat with mom and dad. Shun Rubing replied with a smile, gently ushering her toward the main room. Then I shall leave it to you, Kong Xiaoshuang said, no longer being polite. And with a smile, she entered the house. As Shun Rubing washed the dishes, Tian Tian played with her green frog in the yard, while the others engaged in conversation about Zhang Junfeng in the main room. It is evident that the shared sentiment among everyone is that Zhang Junfeng is utterly insufferable. Earlier in the afternoon, upon hearing of Zhang Junfeng's brawl over that woman of dubious character, Shen Rubing had been feeling quite despondent. Now, as her family lambasts Zhang Junfeng, her headache intensifies. Overwhelmed with turmoil, she wishes to cease listening and hasten her chores, eager to join Tian Tian in play. Mom, come play with me, Tian Tian peeks in, noticing her mother tidying up and smilingly beckoning her over. All right, I'll be right there. Shen Rubing forces a smile, swiftly finishing her task, folding the cloth neatly, and placing it in a corner beside the cupboard. Just as she is about to join Tian Tian, she hears her father calling from inside the house. Rubing, come in for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Shen Rubing shudders, fully aware of the impending conversation, realizing that she is to be the target of their collective ire. There is no escaping this. Whatever transpires, she must confront it head-on. Tian Tian, your grandfather wishes to speak with me, so you play by yourself for a while. I'll join you once I'm done, all right? Okay, Tian Tian replies reluctantly. But understanding her mother's troubled demeanor, she nods obediently. Shen Rubing turns, placing her right hand on her chest, taking a deep breath, and slowly exhaling before stepping into the main room. With her head bowed, she dares not meet their gazes, her heart racing with trepidation. She approaches the edge of the Kong, sitting beside her mother. Among the four present, her mother is likely the only one who might show her some leniency. Bang! Shen Jiting slams his teacup onto the table after taking a sip, causing a loud clatter. The sound sends a jolt through Shun Rubing, heightening her anxiety. That Zhang Junfeng is utterly outrageous. Today, he came to me seeking reimbursement for his father's travel expenses. When I merely suggested he wait a couple of days due to financial constraints, he immediately lost his temper and threw a fit. At that moment, two subordinates were reporting to me, and here I am, the head of a large factory, being humiliated by my own son-in-law. How am I to maintain authority in my work? People will mock me behind my back, saying I cannot even control my own son-in-law. How can I possibly manage others? The more Shen Jiting spoke, the angrier he became, his voice rising and his complexion darkening. Every time Zhang Junfeng visits, he carries himself with such arrogance, as if he is our superior. Shen Xingwang, seated on a stool, vented his indignation. Indeed, Zhang Junfeng has crossed the line. He shows no respect, even when joking around. Disregarding his elders, Bai Xinro chimed in, revealing her own pent-up frustration. Father, please don't be angry. Your health is paramount. Our Rubing married such a man because she did not comprehend his character at first. We cannot fault her for that. Kong Xiaoshuang sat upon the sofa, casting a glance at Shun Rubing as she uttered these words. I mentioned to Dad that he is a scoundrel, yet he still insisted that I date him. Shun Rubing, burdened with grievances, couldn't help but softly lament. Isn't it for your own good? He wants you to marry into a prosperous family to ensure a happy life. And now you are blaming your father? Shen Jiting interjected, his eyes wide with indignation. For my own good? Is it not more for your desire to become the union leader and to secure a job transfer for my brother? Tears brimmed in Shun Rubing's eyes. as she felt the sting of betrayal. They claimed it was for her benefit while their motives were self-serving. Such cruelty was intolerable. Indeed, Rubing, we initially hoped you would marry someone of good standing to spare you from hardship. That can hardly be deemed erroneous, can it? Bai Shinro observed her daughter's tears with a pang of sympathy, taking her hand in comfort. Yes, your father used his connections to secure a position for you. Surely that was for your benefit? Shun Xingwang, harboring grievances, glanced at Shun Jiting on the sofa and continued, otherwise, why would he introduce me to so many suitors? All of whom fell through? Shouldn't you lend a hand in my transfer to the color printing factory? After venting his frustrations, Shun Xingwang inadvertently caught Kong Xiaoshuang's resentful gaze. Realizing he had let slip too much, he lowered his head in silence. Recalling how he had once claimed to Kong Xiaoshuang that he had never pursued anyone, now exposed as having had his share of romantic entanglements, Kong Xiaoshuang shot him a sidelong glance, contemplating how to address this when they returned home, only to be interrupted by Shun Rubing's tearful lament. Initially, when Dad asked if you would transfer to the color printing factory, you expressed your preference for a girl from your current unit, unwilling to leave. It was then that Dad allocated that position for you. I overheard your conversation. Shun Rubing was near to breaking down, tears streaming down her face. Had she not fought to maintain her composure, she would have succumbed to sobs. She could not fathom how her father and brother could treat her in such a manner. Kong Xiaoshuang's gaze sharpened, while Shun Xingwang lowered his head even further. Rubing, even if your father wishes for you to date Zhang Junfeng to ascend to the union leadership, is it not ultimately for the betterment of our family? Furthermore, as your brother seeks a transfer to the color printing factory, shouldn't you, as his sister, contribute in some way? It is precisely because you pushed me into the Zhang family that I endured 5 long years of torment. You cannot fathom the depths of that dark existence. Shun Rubing lifted her head, tears staining her face, her voice choked with anguish. Mother, why do you not feel compassion for your daughter? Shun Rubing pondered how other mothers cherished their daughters, yet her own seemed indifferent. Disappointment washed over her as she withdrew her hand, feeling no warmth in her mother's grasp. As for Bai Shinro's visage, it was shrouded by a veil of tears, rendering it indecipherable, yet that was of little consequence. Shun Rubing wept with abandon, her lamentations enveloping the room in a heavy silence. Her pitiful sobs reverberated throughout the space. Only the antique wall clock, with its pendulum's rhythmic ticking, offered solace to the sorrowful woman. 3 minutes later, a soft sigh escaped Kong Xiaoshuang as she shifted on the sofa and spoke. Let the past remain in the past. Regardless of circumstances, we are family behind closed doors. She glanced around the room, finally resting her gaze upon the tear-streaked Shun Rubing. Witnessing her profound anguish stirred a sense of empathy within her, and her brows furrowed slightly as she continued, Now, we must deliberate on our next course of action. In my opinion, Rubing cannot continue in this manner. She ought to divorce that scoundrel, Zhang Junfeng. Her words immediately elicited a strong reaction. All 3 individuals, excluding Shun Rubing, turned their attention to Kong Xiaoshuang's lovely face. At that moment, they recognized that this woman was not only beautiful, but also possessed considerable intellect. Indeed, I have long found Zhang Junfeng distasteful. Were it not for the fact that his father is the factory director, I would have already taught him a lesson, Shun Xingwang exclaimed, seemingly triggered by sensitive nerves, his neck thickening and face reddening with indignation. Absolutely, Shun Jiting banged on the coffee table, nearly spilling the tea from the pot. When Zhang Junfeng's father held authority, I, as his subordinate, had to swallow my pride. Now that I am in charge, we can stand tall and assert ourselves. He straightened his posture on the sofa, raising his chin high, his eyes gleaming with a sense of invincibility, and proclaimed, as the leader of the trademark branch, I shall not allow my daughter to endure his mistreatment any longer. A divorce is imperative. These years have truly been a trial for my daughter, Bai Shinro added, her eyes welling with tears as she spoke. She took Shun Rubing's hands into her own, offering her warmth. Shun Rubing struggled momentarily but, finding no escape, eventually surrendered. Despite the family's unanimous support and their grievances against the Zhang family, Shun Rubing felt no warmth from their words. Instead, she sensed only the butterfly effect stemming from shifts in power and status. When Zhang Junfeng's father was in command, she suffered domestic abuse and returned home to weep. At that time, not a single family member had the courage to rally behind her or advocate for her. They merely consoled her to endure, uttering platitudes that everything would improve, while lamenting her misfortune. Of course, Shen Jiding had approached Zhang Gaoyuan several times, receiving promises to discipline his son, yet to no avail. Zhang Junfeng continued his tyrannical ways, disregarding the counsel of his parents. As for Shen Jiding himself, he regarded his father-in-law with disdain, paying no heed to his counsel. Eventually, Shen Jiding, constrained by social niceties and his own interests, grew apprehensive that voicing his concerns might incite Zhang Gaoyuan's displeasure, thereby jeopardizing his position as the union chairman. Thus, he ceased to speak further on the matter. Consequently, Shen Rubing endured 5 long years of domestic abuse. Moreover, there is another matter I must address. After taking a sip of tea, Shen Jiding's eyes widened in shock. This very afternoon, Zhang Junfeng was seen with a woman of dubious reputation. Indifferent to the need for discretion, dining at a nearby restaurant just outside the factory gates. In a fit of jealousy, he even engaged in a brawl with several individuals. This incident has stirred up a tempest in the city, with everyone in the factory buzzing about it. If Rubing chooses not to divorce him this time, what will become of my dignity as the head of this trademark branch? Indeed, I have heard that a friend of mine later saw Zhang Junfeng holding hands with that woman, leaving the restaurant in high spirits and disappearing into a narrow alley. You must wonder what kind of mischief they are up to. As Shen Xingwang continued to speak with increasing fervor, spittle flew from his mouth, some even landing on Kong Xiaoshuang's face. She frowned, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it away, and shot him a glare. You should speak less and listen more to our parents. They possess greater foresight than you. Internally, she cursed him for his audacity. At home, he dared not stand, but now sought to assert his presence here like a dog. This old habit of spreading rumors and embellishing stories had resurfaced. When I return home today, you shall see how I deal with you. Instantly deflated, Shen Xingwang resembled a withered eggplant, his face flushing as he returned to his seat. My daughter is so unfortunate to have married such a scoundrel. This time, no matter what, she must not continue this relationship. Bai Xinro cast a glance at Shen Rubing, tightening her grip on her hand. You must not speak ill of my father. My new father is a good man, and he treats me well, as well as my mother. At some point, Tian Tian appeared at the door of the main room, defending her father. She had been playing with a green frog in the yard, waiting anxiously for her mother to emerge, and upon hearing the fervent discussions inside, she nervously stepped in. Upon entering, she realized they were all speaking ill of her father, while her mother sat by the Kong, weeping quietly. Mom, why are you crying? Tian Tian's eyes reddened as she rushed over, extending her small hand to wipe her mother's tears away. My sweet girl, Shen Rubing exclaimed, pulling her child close, the tears flowing uncontrollably like a flood breaking through a dam. Mom, don't cry. Tian Tian comforted her, still attempting to wipe away the tears, but the more she wiped, the more they seemed to flow, as if they would never cease. Chapter 74. Pressure to divorce. What do children understand? Is your father a good man if he can strike your mother? Is he a good man if he cavorts with another woman? As Shen Xingwang reached a fervent crescendo, he abruptly rose from his chair, inadvertently showering Kong Xiaoshuang with spittle once more. This provoked a flicker of ire within the woman, who seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations. Suddenly, with a sharp command, she interrupted Shen Xingwang's discourse. Enough. Do you not realize the absurdity of speaking such things in front of a 5-year-old? Can she comprehend? Do you deem it appropriate? Rising to her feet, Kong Xiaoshuang pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Xingwang, her words dripping with disdain, and once again, her saliva splattered onto his face. Yet, he bore it silently, occasionally blinking but refraining from retreating. Little Tian Tian, overwhelmed by the intensity of the confrontation, burst into tears, seeking refuge in her mother's embrace, burying herself deep within. At that moment, she longed for the sudden arrival of her brave new father to whisk her and her mother away from this turmoil. In her innocent heart, she repeatedly whispered, Father, please come quickly. They speak ill of you. They are bullying Tian Tian and mother. Hurry, father, why do you not come? Meanwhile, sitting nearby, Bai Xinro could no longer remain a passive observer and interjected, All right, let us tone it down a bit. Look how frightened the child has become. She then turned to Tian Tian, gently stroking her head in comfort. Fear not, sweet one, do not be afraid. With a sudden clap, Shen Jiding struck the coffee table, causing the now empty teapot to leap with a jolt. Everyone present felt a shiver run through them. Shen Rubing ceased her tears, and Tian Tian's sobs transformed into soft whimpers. The remaining onlookers focused their attention on Shen Jiding's grim visage, acutely aware that he was about to unleash his wrathful sentiments. Is it any wonder that with such a rogue for a father, one could expect a virtuous son? After much contemplation, I have concluded that there is no turning back from this matter. The implications extend far beyond our family's reputation, affecting Rubbing's honor and, inevitably, Tiantian's well-being. Consider this. Let us not even discuss the ridicule I endure at work from subordinates. They may not dare to mock me openly, but I can feign ignorance of their whispers. How do you suppose Rubbing's colleagues perceive her? Her husband brazenly cavorting with a paramour, and she, astonishingly, continues to endure and maintain their household. Henceforth, her standing among her peers will undoubtedly plummet. Who could possibly respect her now? As for Tian, imagine the torment she faces daily, subjected to the taunts of her peers. Your grandfather has been arrested. Your father is a rogue. It is trivial if the other children refuse to play with her, yet the psychological scars inflicted upon a 5-year-old are immeasurable. Have you considered these ramifications? The consequences of this scenario for our family will be dire indeed. Shun Jiting surveyed the room, adopting the mantle of the head of the household, and solemnly pronounced, "In light of all that has been discussed, I decree that Rubbing must divorce Zhang Junfeng. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. This decision rests with me. And it is final." With that declaration, he reached for the teapot, only to realize it was devoid of contents. Upon witnessing the situation, Shen Xingwang promptly rose to his feet and filled his father's teacup with fresh tea. I wholeheartedly concur with father's decision. It is indeed time to draw a clear boundary with Zhang Junfeng. Ru Bing, he continued, allow me to share some words. Kong Xiaoshuang stood from the sofa, sauntering gracefully to the edge of the Kong, where she seated herself beside Shun Ru Bing, resting her left hand on her shoulder, and with profound emotion, conveyed, "Hearing about the tribulations you've faced brings tears to my eyes. As women, we marry men not just for companionship, but in pursuit of happiness. You have endured humiliation and hardship for 5 long years. One would think even an ice block would have melted under such circumstances. Yet, what has Zhang Junfeng offered you? He not only fails to provide happiness, but audaciously seeks solace elsewhere." At this juncture, Kong Xiaoshuang glanced at Tian, swallowing back words unfit for young ears. "To be candid, I feel a deep sense of injustice on your behalf. Were I in your position, I would have long since departed from such a man. The individuals present here are all family. Though some words may be spoken with fervor, they are all for your well-being. Of course, your thoughts are paramount, but I trust you will recognize the sincerity behind our concerns." After concluding her remarks, Kong Xiaoshuang gently patted Shun Ru Bing's shoulder and returned to the sofa. By chance, her gaze met Shun Xingwang's, who wore a smug expression, as if to say, "You made the right choice." Kong Xiaoshuang narrowed her eyes at him, silently asserting, "Am I unaware of your true worth? Do not overestimate yourself." Understanding her unspoken message, Shun Xingwang forced a sheepish smile, reddening as he lowered his gaze to his shoes. A fly had landed on the tip of his leather shoe, which he flicked away while muttering under his breath, "Get lost? Whom are you telling to get lost?" Kong Xiaoshuang inquired, glaring at him. "Not you. A fly had landed on my shoe, and I dispatched it." "I doubt you would dare speak to me so," she retorted, a smirk gracing her lips as she returned to the sofa, her demeanor one of superiority. Her gaze fell upon Shun Ru Bing's countenance, while Shun Jiting and Bai Xinro also turned their attention in that direction. Look at how clearly Xiaoshuang articulates her thoughts. I believe this is the most prudent course of action. Ru Bing, do speak up, Bai Xinro nudged her daughter, who had been in a state of silence for quite some time. Despair cannot be more profound than a heart grown cold, and in this moment, Shun Ru Bing embodied such a sentiment. The pain inflicted by Zhang Junfeng and her maternal family had left her breathless. In this instant, her heart felt ashen. She merely wished to embrace Tian in quietude, longing to shield their moment from any disruption. "Whatever you decide, I shall abide by it. There is no need to consult me further," Shun Ru Bing stated impassively, once again yielding to her family's wishes. Her previous submission had led her to marry Zhang Junfeng, subjecting her to 5 years of darkness. This time, what further suffering awaited her? What does it matter? One day at a time, she resolved, as long as she could raise Tian, everything else was inconsequential. Tian blinked her large, glistening eyes, her eyelashes adorned with tears, while traces of sorrow still lingered on her cherubic face. She gazed at her mother in terror, noticing the momentary stupor that mirrored the aftermath of her father's previous outburst. This 5-year-old girl yearned to express to her mother, "Do not abandon the new father. I desire him to stay and wish for you to take me home. Back to our little family of 3. Yet, fear restrained her. She could not bear to witness her mother's tears again. Perhaps, when her mother's spirits lifted, she would find the courage to speak, and her mother would acquiesce. Sweetheart pondered this in her heart. In chapter 75, saying what one means, Kong Xiaoshuang offered words of comfort to Shun Rubing before taking her leave, accompanied by Xin Xingwang, who rode the 28-inch bicycle as they returned home together. Upon entering, Kong Xiaoshuang headed directly to the sofa and plopped down with a frown, remarking, "You need to be more composed when you're out. Your antics draw too much attention." I was merely standing up for my sister against Zhang Junfeng's bullying. Xin Xingwang changed into slippers and hurried over, responding while assisting Kong Xiaoshuang in removing her mid-heeled leather shoes, placing them in the shoe box in the corner. He then fetched a cloth to wipe away the shoe prints she had left. "Spare me your little schemes. Do you really think I can't see through you? You're colluding with your father to push your sister towards divorce. That's the truth. If I couldn't see that, would I be able to help you persuade Rubing?" Kong Xiaoshuang scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain, her expression revealing her contempt. "Huh? You think you can hide anything from my discerning eyes? Go away with your nonsense. That's just monkey business, and you can't even flatter properly." Kong Xiaoshuang raised her hand, admiring her sharp fingernails, indifferent to Shun Xingwang's attentiveness. "All right, whatever you say, my dear wife." Shun Xingwang nodded in agreement repeatedly. Observing his servile demeanor, Kong Xiaoshuang frowned, saying, "Why can't you stand up for yourself? Always so submissive, you resemble a lackey. I'm here with you. If anyone dares to look down on me outside, I would confront them fiercely. Come off it. Do you really believe you can make a difference? You think you're so formidable?" Kong Xiaoshuang's lips curled in a smirk, finding Xin Xingwang's bravado repulsive. Her words flew out rapidly, akin to reprimanding a grandson. "With your mediocre capabilities, I can hardly be bothered to argue. Just remember to speak sensibly from now on." Yes, I shall certainly improve," Xin Xingwang replied. Suddenly, Kong Xiaoshuang seemed to have an epiphany, looking at Xin Xingwang with newfound clarity. "Is your father so eager to force Rubing into divorce because he wishes to introduce her to someone new? Huh, you've hit the nail on the head. My dear wife, you truly are the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang." Xin Xingwang's eyes sparkled with admiration for Kong Xiaoshuang. "Then tell me, what exactly is going on?" Kong Xiaoshuang, now intrigued, sat upright on the sofa, eager to hear more. Xin Xingwang gazed at his wife, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and felt a surge of excitement. "It is the son of Deputy Factory Director Niu from our main factory. He has taken a liking to my sister, and his father called my dad to propose a union between our families. Would you consider that a fortuitous development? On the surface, it seems advantageous. His family holds power and influence, and their financial standing is undoubtedly robust. However, the crux of the matter lies in the character of this deputy director's son." Kong Xiaoshuang felt a prick at her feet and lifted her foot to inspect it. She flicked it to the ground and continued, "Do you know anything about him? We must not push your sister into the flames a second time." "Not much," he replied. "I met him once. His name is Niu Xiaofu. He is tall and robust, and his appearance is quite decent. Well, anyone is 100 times better than that Zhang Junfeng. That fellow is no human being." Xin Xingwang chuckled, exuding confidence. "Oh, how unfortunate Ru Bing is, enduring 5 years of trials. I truly admire her resilience," Kong Xiaoshuang remarked, her gaze deep and contemplative. "I believe that marrying Niu Xiaofu will bring her happiness. When the time comes, our family might bask in the glow of Deputy Director Niu's stature." "You are always dreaming of good fortune," Kong Xiaoshuang quipped, adjusting her position and extending her legs. "I'm exhausted. Go fetch me a basin of warm water for my feet. I wish to soak them." Kong Xiaoshuang yawned and abruptly stretched her leg, catching Xin Xingwang off guard, causing him to tumble in surprise, which amused her greatly. "Hey, my dear wife, your smile is truly enchanting." Xin Xingwang seized the moment to praise her. His words stemmed from the heart. It was indeed her smile that had bewitched him into relentlessly pursuing her in the first place. Yet, Kong Xiaoshuang had one non-negotiable condition. After marriage, all household matters must be decided by her. Xin Xingwang, eager to win her affection, had acquiesced to all her demands without hesitation. Thus, nearly 3 years into their marriage and at the age of 24, Kong Xiaoshuang still had no desire for children, leaving Xin Xingwang utterly helpless. Despite his mother, Bai Xinro, being anxious and frequently urging Kong Xiaoshuang, she remained resolute in her ways. and the Shen family found themselves at her mercy. After all, they had the misfortune of having a son who was both timid and utterly dependent on his wife. The footbath is ready, Shen Xingwang announced cheerfully, carrying the basin to the sofa, only to find Kong Xiaoshuang with her eyes closed. Beneath her long lashes lay a serene and lovely face, her clothing slightly raised, rising and falling with her steady breath. The sight of her reclining on the sofa struck Shen Xingwang as a vision of a sleeping beauty. His greedy eyes roamed over Kong Xiaoshuang, and the thought of soon sharing the same bed sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Gently, he removed her socks and cradled her delicate feet, placing them into the warm water. In a sudden jolt, Kong Xiaoshuang opened her eyes, letting out a piercing scream. With a forceful push of her feet, she overturned both Shen Xingwang and a basin of foot-soaking water onto the floor. Shen Xingwang found himself sitting on the ground, the warm water soaking the area beneath him, steam rising from the floor. "Are you trying to scald me to death?" Kong Xiaoshuang exclaimed in anger, retracting her feet and gently rubbing them. Her gaze filled with resentment directed at Shen Xingwang. "I thought a bit of warm water would make for a more comfortable sleep." Shen Xingwang scrambled to his feet, not daring to show any sign of negligence, and forced a smile. "Dear, please don't be angry. I will fetch another basin of water for you." Forget it. If you can't manage such a trivial task, you are truly useless." "Quickly, spread the quilt for me," she retorted, her brows furrowed as she continued to massage her feet, which were now reddened like jade from the heat. With a sigh, Shen Xingwang smiled as he took the basin away, returning moments later with a mop to clean up the spilled water. After washing his hands, he went to the cupboard to retrieve the quilt, laying it out neatly on the Kong, arranging a pair of embroidered pillows close together. "Hurry, help me onto the Kong," she urged. Chapter 76. Kneeling at the washboard with a smile still on his face, Shen Xingwang slipped a pair of slippers onto Kong Xiaoshuang's feet. It was as if he were assisting his own mother, guiding her to the Kong, helping her remove her clothes before snuggling under the covers. Eager to join her, Shen Xingwang began to undress, but was halted by Kong Xiaoshuang's fierce glare. "What are you doing?" "Going to sleep under the covers," he replied with a chuckle, slightly bewildered. "Do you realize you've made a mistake?" Kong Xiaoshuang's cold stare pierced through him. "Yes, the water was too hot and has reddened my wife's feet," he answered submissively, lowering his eyes. "And what else?" Her gaze was sharp as daggers, making it difficult for Shen Xingwang to meet her eyes. "What else could there be?" he murmured. "Are you still pretending to be oblivious?" Kong Xiaoshuang pressed on. "I truly can't recall," he said, bowing his head, beads of nervous sweat forming on his forehead. "You just let slip that you've had many relationships that ended poorly. What's that about? Didn't you once boast that you had never dated anyone?" Kong Xiaoshuang's voice rose, her eyes narrowing with intensity. "That was merely a white lie to ensure you would consider being with me," he explained. "And what about your reluctance to transfer to the color printing factory because you had your eye on a girl at your original workplace? How do you explain that?" Kong Xiaoshuang scrutinized him, as if wishing to deliver a couple of sharp slaps. "Oh, is that what you wish to know?" Shen Xingwang seemed to gather courage, lifting his head with a grin directed at Kong Xiaoshuang. "That woman is you." For a considerable 10 seconds, Kong Xiaoshuang remained silent, her skeptical gaze fixed on Shen Xingwang's face. "Really?" she finally asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Undoubtedly, if I were to lie, I would invite the wrath of heaven upon myself." Shen Xingwang pounded his chest, fervently swearing an oath to the heavens, only to be interrupted impatiently by Kong Xiaoshuang. "Enough with the useless theatrics. You may not fear death, but I dread the prospect of becoming a widow. My dear, can we consider that mistake forgiven?" Shen Xingwang gazed at Kong Xiaoshuang with the pleading eyes of a servant awaiting clemency. "Very well, that error is absolved. But you must accept punishment for scorching my foot." "Oh," Shen Xingwang replied submissively. "Then why are you still standing? Hurry and kneel on the washboard," Kong Xiaoshuang commanded, assuming the role of a mistress dictating orders to her servant. Sighing, Shen Xingwang complied, retrieving a washboard from behind the door, which had already been nearly flattened by his kneeling. For him, kneeling on such a washboard had ceased to be a punishment, merely a time-consuming endeavor. "Not that one. Go fetch the washboard from behind the kitchen door," Kong Xiaoshuang gestured dismissively, guiding him towards the correct direction. Have you bought a new washboard?" Shen Xingwang's heart sank upon hearing this. After enduring 2 years of pain to flatten the previous one, it felt like a cruel joke that his suffering would be rendered meaningless by a new acquisition. As he approached the kitchen and retrieved the washboard from behind the door, despair nearly overwhelmed him. This new washboard was even sharper than the last. In that moment, a flicker of regret washed over him, not for any other reason, but for having disrobed too soon. Had he retained his clothing, even a thin layer of fabric might have dulled the sting of the impending discomfort. With the pristine washboard placed in the center of the room, Shen Xingwang steeled himself and knelt down, skin against the cold surface. A piercing pain shot through him, causing him to grimace and shut his eyes. Following the established custom, he knelt for 5 minutes. Finally, rising with a sigh of relief and placing the washboard back behind the door. Approaching the bed, he intended to snuggle under the covers with Kong Xiaoshuang, but was met with a chilly rebuff. "Tonight, you can cover yourself with a blanket. I'm tired and wish to sleep early." Kong Xiaoshuang turned away, presenting her back to him, cocooning herself tightly and closing her eyes. It was over. Once again, he had no chance tonight. Shen Xingwang gazed at his wife nestled in the blankets, a wave of despair washing over him. Resigned, he retrieved another blanket from the cupboard and placed it beside her. After crawling under the covers, he stared at the back of Kong Xiaoshuang's head, silently wishing she would turn towards him. To his astonishment, she actually shifted and turned around, causing his heart to swell with hope. Just as he reached out to lift her blanket, however, he saw her frown in distaste as she extended her hand, forcefully pushing his pillow far away. "I'm feeling irritable tonight. Keep your distance. And turn off the light to sleep." With that, Kong Xiaoshuang withdrew her hand back into the blankets, turning her back to him once more, tightly wrapping herself up, and quickly falling asleep. For a full dozen seconds, Shen Xingwang remained frozen in place, resembling a statue turned to stone. After a sigh escaped his lips, he descended to extinguish the light, burrowing into his blankets, turning his face away, and closing his eyes with great effort to succumb to slumber. Despite his unwavering dedication, akin to that of a devoted servant, he was but a dog in the presence of the uncompromising Kong Xiaoshuang, an animal that barks wildly outside but returns home only to wag its tail. Was Shen Xingwang truly devoid of frustration and resentment? Certainly not. Yet, his sentiments were of no concern to Kong Xiaoshuang. As night enveloped the world, Shen Rubing cradled her daughter in the small room, lying on the heated bed. Only in this moment could she experience a semblance of warmth. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow that illuminated the darkness. In that obscurity, a glimmer sparkled, tears resting on the delicate lashes of her daughter. The little girl possessed long, thick lashes, a trait inherited from her mother. Shen Rubing lowered her gaze slightly, observing her daughter, sweet, and gently patting her as she emitted soft snores. The poor child had succumbed to slumber, frightened by the tumultuous commotion of the day. Perhaps she would continue to relive that harrowing scene in her dreams. For Shen Rubing, her daughter was her hope, her everything, more precious than life itself. For Sweet's sake, she resolved to endure. She yearned for Sweet to grow swiftly, believing that once her daughter matured, her own trials would finally come to an end. Feeling a slight numbness in her arm, Shen Rubing carefully placed Sweet's little head upon the pillow. Gazing up at the ceiling, shrouded in a gloomy gray, her heart mirrored that somber hue, devoid of light, devoid of hope, uncertain of the direction her fate would take. Just before sleep took her, her father commanded her once more. The following morning, she must return home to find Zhang Junfeng and proceed together to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce. All other arrangements had already been made for her. As for why her father was so insistent on hastening her divorce, perhaps it stemmed from genuine concern that Zhang Junfeng's issues would cast a shadow over their family, adversely affecting her and Sweet. Upon reflection, her father's reasoning held merit. Parting from him might indeed be the right choice, an opportunity for a fresh start. Throughout the 5 years, faced with Zhang Junfeng's domestic violence, Shen Rubing had contemplated divorce. Yet, the cost of such a decision felt insurmountable, instilling fear and forcing her to retreat, ultimately leading to resignation. Divorce would not only bring shame, but also subject her to the judgment and disdain of those around her, and she could hardly navigate her parents' disapproval. Simultaneously, Shen Rubing was stifled by a sense of defiance against her family. Her father, Shen Jiding, had initially insisted on marrying her off to Zhang Junfeng as a means to achieve two objectives. 1. To elevate his own status as the union chairman of the trademark branch, and 2. To facilitate Shen Xingwang's transfer from another unit to the color printing general factory. While her father and brother achieved their ambitions, they cast her into a profound abyss. Thus, even if she were to perish within the Zhang household, she would never return. choosing instead to endure the daily reprimands and criticisms of her family, a torment far more unbearable than death itself. Certainly, this represents only one facet of the situation. The primary concern lies with her daughter, Tiantian. Shen Rubin worries that after divorcing Zhang Junfeng, Tiantian may face ridicule and isolation from other children. A profound emotional blow for a 5-year-old girl. It is already lamentable that Tiantian finds herself in such a family, burdened with an irresponsible father. She must not endure further harm from the outside world. Shen Rubing's mind is a whirlwind of thoughts. She reflects on the past Zhang Junfeng, envisions an improved Zhang Junfeng, and contemplates the pressure exerted by her family. Now, her family is compelling her to divorce, and Zhang Junfeng's actions today have extinguished her last glimmer of hope. Shen Rubing feels desolate. Whether divorce is shameful or not matters little now, as all of this is soon to pass. She closes her eyes to sleep, resolved to comply with her family's wishes and pursue a divorce from Zhang Junfeng the following day. Shen Rubing had anticipated a restful slumber until dawn, yet unexpectedly, a specter from her past re-emerges in her dreams, a haunting figure that obliterated her cherished aspirations, one she cannot forget. To understand the present, one must revisit the past. Initially, Shen Jiding sought the position of union chairman and proposed to connect with the top leader, Zhang Gaoyuan, through family ties. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Junfeng was elated. Shen Rubing's beauty was renowned throughout the factory. Given Zhang Junfeng's frivolous nature and privileged background, he was not lacking in eager suitors. Under the guise of romance, he engaged with several young women, merely for amusement, epitomizing the adage that romance devoid of matrimonial intent is but a form of debauchery. These young women were drawn to his advantageous family background, a fact Zhang Junfeng well understood, rendering them inconsequential in his eyes. In stark contrast, the modest and graceful Shen Rubing was a paragon of gentleness and kindness, untainted by a desire for indulgence. Zhang Junfeng had long admired her, viewing her as the ideal partner for marriage. His criteria were clear. Women he entertained outside must be wild, while his wife should embody virtue and submission. Upon first encountering Shen Rubing in the factory yard, Zhang Junfeng was instantly captivated. He had never before encountered such exquisite beauty. Although he had dallied with many women, the ethereal charm of Shen Rubing was not something he could easily forsake. He had initially intended to find an excuse to end his current relationship with another girl and fervently pursue Shen Rubing. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiding proactively presented this opportunity, suggesting that his daughter, Shen Rubing, become Zhang Junfeng's girlfriend, a stroke of fortune that was simply too good to refuse. Thus, under the weight of paternal pressure and the urging of her mother and brother, Shen Rubing reluctantly entered a relationship with Zhang Junfeng. Throughout, Shen Rubing remained expressionless, indifferent to his advances, yet Zhang Junfeng, aware of her demeanor, felt a sense of defiance within himself. A girl from an ordinary family should consider herself fortunate to associate with someone from a family of middle-level officials like his, yet Shen Rubing seemed to feign superiority. Every time the two ventured out, Shen Rubing would walk ahead with her head bowed, as if she were merely taking a solitary stroll, entirely oblivious to Zhang Junfeng beside her. This hardly resembled a couple in a relationship. Zhang Junfeng's resentment grew with each passing moment, secretly vowing to win Shen Rubing's heart, leaving her with no alternatives. A gentle breeze swept across Zhang Junfeng's face, dispelling the facade in his eyes and revealing the cunning glint hidden within. One evening, he sought out Shen Rubing, proclaiming amidst the laughter of her family that his parents wished to invite their future daughter-in-law over for dinner. Shen Rubing was in a small room chatting with her sister, Shen Ruxue, and initially intended to decline the invitation. However, she was met with a reprimand from Shen Jiding, while her mother and brother urged her on from the sidelines. With no other option, Shen Rubing reluctantly rose to comply. "Sister, I find Zhang Junfeng's gaze rather unsettling. Do be cautious," Shen Ruxue whispered to Shen Rubing after peering into the main room. Indeed, Shen Rubing nodded, touched by her sister's well-meaning warning. In this household, only her sister truly understood and supported her. As for the others, thinking about it brought her sorrow. Her parents seemed eager for her to marry Zhang Junfeng immediately to fulfill their ambitions. Her father aspired to become the chairman of the union. Her brother wished for a transfer to the color printing factory, and her mother believed that marrying into such a family would be beneficial for her daughter, unwittingly pushing her into a perilous situation. Shen Rubing's disdain for Zhang Junfeng was one aspect, But more significantly, she had an unsettling premonition that a life with him would not bring happiness. Rather, it would be a nightmarish tempest. As she donned her coat in the main room, her brother, Shen Xingwang, shamelessly shoved her towards Zhang Junfeng, seemingly eager for them to become one family at that very moment. Zhang Junfeng, of course, beamed with delight, grinning widely, while Shen Rubing furrowed her brow, tears welling in her heart. Dingling. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, Zhang Junfeng unlocked the gate and pushed the bicycle towards her, cheerfully stating, "Let me take you. It will be quicker this way." "No, thank you," Shen Rubing replied, shaking her head as she silently walked ahead. Zhang Junfeng's smile faded into a cold smirk, his eyes flashing with something sinister. A chill swept through the air, laden with moisture, signaling an impending rainstorm. Zhang Junfeng pushed the bicycle, attempting to engage in conversation, yet Shen Rubing remained silent, leaving him disinterested and quiet. Chapter 78. The night of the storm. Throughout the journey, Shen Rubing felt dazed, her heart in a state of unease. Both families resided in the dormitories of the color printing factory, a mere 20-minute walk apart. Upon entering the house, Shen Rubing sensed something amiss. Confused, she scanned the room, wondering why it was devoid of occupants. "Oh, they went out to buy groceries," came the explanation. Zhang Junfeng noticed Shen Rubing's unease and quickly smiled. Closing the door behind him, he continued, "My mother mentioned before leaving that she would buy a chicken and some eggs from a farmhouse to prepare a meal for you. As there are none available in our local market, we may need to wait a little longer." Shen Rubing, still somewhat skeptical, stepped into the main room. "Rubing, please make yourself comfortable," Zhang Junfeng said with a grin, turning to the tea table to pour some tea. As he turned back, he found Shen Rubing still standing in place. "Rubing, why haven't you sat down yet?" he asked cheerfully, placing the teapot on the edge of the Kong before returning to gently tug at her sleeve. "What are you doing?" Shen Rubing instinctively recoiled, taking a step back with wide, frightened eyes fixed on Zhang Junfeng. "I merely wish for you to sit down and enjoy some tea. What are you afraid of?" Zhang Junfeng feigned innocence and stepped outside briefly, only to return shortly. "Rubing, why are you still standing? My parents will be back soon." When he saw that she remained unmoved, he approached her with a smile, extending his hands to gently guide her shoulders, attempting to persuade her to sit on the Kong. As Shen Rubing saw his hands reaching out, a shiver ran through her, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. "I think I should head home and inform uncle and aunt. I will come another day," she said hastily, making her way towards the door. Ever since she laid eyes on Zhang Junfeng, an ominous premonition had taken root within her, and now she felt compelled to escape this perilous situation. "Wait a moment," Zhang Junfeng exclaimed, swiftly blocking the doorway and securing it shut. Turning back, a smile graced his lips, revealing his true nature. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Shen Rubing instinctively took 2 steps back, creating distance between them, her wide eyes filled with terror as she clutched the buttons of her pale pink coat tightly. In that moment, she sensed that she had fallen into Zhang Junfeng's trap, realizing she was ensnared without a chance of escape. "Haha, nothing else. Just hoping to make you my woman ahead of time," Zhang Junfeng declared with a sinister grin, his dark eyes glinting with malice as he advanced towards the terrified Shen Rubing. "You come from an ordinary family, and yet you've managed to associate with someone from my cadre family. You should consider yourself fortunate. But here you are, pretending to be aloof in my presence. Today, I intend to uncover just how noble you truly are." Zhang Junfeng's pent-up resentment exploded forth, his expression becoming grotesque as his breathing quickened. Each step he took resonating ominously on the floor. His bloodshot eyes widened, and with outstretched arms, he cornered Shen Rubing against the Kong, fulfilling his intent. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream for help." The poor woman trembled beneath her delicate coat, her face a portrait of fear and despair as she made one last stand. "Go ahead, scream as loud as you can. Don't forget, this is our unit's family quarters. If you scream, everyone in the factory will know that you lost your virtue in my home. I could also say that it was you who seduced me. And then we shall see how you will navigate your life, and how your parents will cope with it." Moreover, Zhang Junfeng's words compelled Shen Rubing to abandon her cries for help, plunging her mind into a chaotic abyss. In the early 1980s, societal attitudes were exceedingly conservative. For a respectable young woman like Shen Rubing, reputation was more precious than life itself. If news of her humiliation spread within her workplace, an avalanche of gossip and disdain would rain down upon her, leaving her with no avenue for survival. Her family would also bow their heads to the ridicule of others, drowning in derision, their lives spiraling into tragedy. What to do? What to do? In her desperation, Shen Rubing watched as Zhang Junfeng encroached upon her step by step. Thud. She found herself backed against the edge of the Kong, with no retreat left, tears streaming down her face. Thunder rumbled outside, accompanied by a terrifying cacophony, causing the very sky to tremble. Soon, a fierce wind howled, forcing the open window to bang shut with a resounding thud, followed by a torrential downpour. The relentless rain cascaded from the heavens, drumming against the window with a clattering sound. Clang! The teacup by the edge of the Kong was kicked to the ground, bouncing once before flipping over, splattering tea everywhere. The thunder rolled again, as if the heavens were weeping. An hour later, Shen Rubing emerged from the household's courtyard, stepping into the deluge. Her clothes quickly became drenched. The night rain was frigid, causing the unfortunate woman to shiver uncontrollably. In her daze, she longed to return home, to collapse upon the Kong and fall asleep, hoping to forget everything. Upon awakening, she wished for everything to remain unchanged, as if none of this had ever transpired. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky momentarily, revealing the plight of a lonely woman struggling amidst the rain. The rain intensified, crashing to the ground and creating layers of bubbles, while the streets of the residential area lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any figures. It seemed as though the entire world had been swallowed by the curtain of rain. After a long while, Shen Rubing's frail silhouette finally appeared under the dim glow of a street lamp, blurred and indistinct in the relentless downpour, embodying such profound solitude and helplessness. The rain poured down from above, soaking her to the bone, and on her face, tears mingled with raindrops, rendering it impossible to discern one from the other. A pair of beige mid-heeled shoes stumbled through the muddy path, splattered with muck. Shen Rubing walked intermittently, weaving in and out of shadows cast by the dim street lamps. And after considerable time, she re-emerged beneath another faint light. What should have been a 20-minute journey extended into an hour and a half. By the time she returned home, the entire family had already succumbed to slumber. The light in the small room remained aglow, a beacon left by her sister, Shen Rushue, for her. As Shen Rubing stepped into the small room, she found her sister, Shen Rushue, stirring awake from her slumber on the heated bed, supporting herself on her elbows. She lifted her head from the covers. Concern for her sister had kept her awake, and at this moment, seeing Shen Rubing drenched like a drowned rat, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 79. Heartbroken upon witnessing her sister's expression of utter despair, Shen Rushue immediately sat up, her almond-shaped eyes wide with shock. Her cherry lips trembling for a moment before she managed to voice her concern. "Sister, what is the matter?" This inquiry struck a vulnerable chord within Shen Rubing, who could no longer contain herself. A torrent of humiliation erupted forth. With a soft sob, she collapsed onto the floor, her arms resting on the edge of the bed as she buried her head deeply, weeping uncontrollably. Her shoulders shook violently, her head trembled, and her entire being quivered like a fragile flower amidst a tempest. Hope seemed elusive, and light appeared nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Shen Rushue sprang from her bed with a swift motion, disregarding her shoes, clad only in a tank top and shorts, and rushed into the main room. She fumbled against the wall, finding the light switch, and cried out in sheer panic, "This is bad. Something has happened to my sister. It's serious." Shen Rushue was genuinely alarmed, her words tumbling out as she stomped her feet anxiously in the middle of the room. The sudden outburst jolted the three occupants on the bed awake. "Shen Rushue, have you lost your senses? Why are you shouting in the middle of the night?" Shen Xingwang was the first to rub his eyes, peering at the old-fashioned wall clock with irritation before retreating back under the covers, closing his eyes. He had been immersed in a delightful dream of being transferred to the color printing factory, where the girl he had once desired was now seeking him out. Just as he was about to grasp her hand, Shen Rushue's shout had rudely awakened him, leaving him quite vexed. "Isn't your sister at Zhang Junfeng's house for dinner? What could possibly happen to her?" Shen Jiting also glanced at the clock, slowly sitting up and casually draping a shirt over his shoulders, his brow furrowed in displeasure. His irritation mirrored that of his son, as he had been reveling in a fantasy of being promoted to the chairman of the union, where previously indifferent colleagues suddenly showered him with congratulations. The sudden interruption by Shen Rushue's cry had, of course, dampened his spirits. "Rushue, what has happened to your sister? Please be clearer." "The ill mother," by Shinro, was the last to respond. She turned over, propping herself up with one hand. Her gaze fixed on Shen Rushua as she inquired. As a mother, she dreaded the thought of her daughter being in trouble and feared the very notion. Dad, why are you so slow? Hurry and check on my sister in the small room. I'm frantic. Shen Rushua stamped her feet in frustration, shouting at Shen Jiting. Her beautiful eyes filled with reproach beneath her furrowed brow. Jiting, please go see our daughter. My heart is racing uncontrollably. Why Shinro? Witnessing her youngest daughter in such a state of distress, began to feel a rising anxiety within her. With a firm push, she urged the still dawdling Shun Jiting to hurry. Oh, am I not just about to go out? Your impatience serves no purpose. You cannot resolve the issue at hand. Shun Jiting, displeased by the shove, twisted away from Bai Shinro's icy grasp. Frowning, he muttered as he donned his old slippers. Casting a sidelong glance at Shun Rushua, he narrowed his eyes and reproached. As a young lady, you ought to be more composed. Do not flail about at the slightest provocation. With that, he adjusted his clothing to cover himself completely before making his way toward the small room. Before even entering, the sound of Shen Rubing's sobs reached his ears, startling Shen Jiting. His narrowed eyes widened in alarm, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What on earth was happening? After a few seconds, he blinked and instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that something indeed dreadful had transpired with Shen Rubing. Without further contemplation, he hastily entered the room and approached his daughter. Rubing, tell me, what on earth is going on? Weren't you supposed to be dining at Zhang Junfeng's house? Did his parents disapprove of you? As he spoke, a wave of unease washed over him. He dreaded hearing the grim truth from his daughter. Shen Rubing continued to tremble violently, her profound humiliation intensifying upon hearing her father's voice. If it weren't for his insistence that she pursue a relationship with Zhang Junfeng, she would not be in this state of despair, feeling neither fully human nor ghostly. How could she ever face the world again? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, her cries growing louder. Observing her sister's heart-wrenching sorrow, Shen Rushua felt a pang of anguish, her nose prickling as she turned her face away. Unable to bear the sight any longer, tears brimmed in her eyes, swirling before cascading down her smooth cheeks to the floor. What's the use of crying? Please, just tell me what happened so I can help you. Shen Jiting's impatience began to surface, his brows furrowing as he glared and raised his voice. It was that scoundrel Zhang Junfeng. Shen Rubing sobbed, uttering this single phrase before burying her face in her arms, overwhelmed by her grief. The humiliation within her surged like a tidal wave, uncontrollable. Zhang Junfeng. What has he done? Shen Jiting gasped, blinking in disbelief as he leaned closer to Shen Rubing, pressing for answers. He humiliated me. I cannot bear to live. The revelation struck Shen Jiting like a thunderclap, leaving his head spinning. A wave of numbness washed over him, his body swaying involuntarily, his legs weakening as he struggled to keep himself upright against the wall. This was it. His most cherished and valuable daughter, Shen Rubing, was no longer an innocent girl. If word got out, how could Shen Jiting ever hold his head high again? How would he face his colleagues at work? It was merely the whispers, disdainful glances, and spittle that overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to continue at the color printing factory. Shen Jiting leaned weakly against the wall, feeling the chilling coldness of the surface, and he raised his head in confusion to gaze at the gray-white ceiling. Zhang Junfeng, you truly are a scoundrel, a beast, a despicable wretch. May you meet a miserable fate. Shen Jiting began to gasp, his chest rising and falling more violently, as he raged and cursed within his heart. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for a man of his cunning nature would never easily divulge his true feelings. He was perpetually on guard against others, a typical example of a petty person measuring a gentleman's heart with his own narrow mind. Chapter 80. Maximizing interests on the surface. He appeared warm and enthusiastic, like an old friend of many years, while inwardly he might be cursing you or plotting to stab you in the back. Such is the nature of the scheming, petty individual. The truly terrifying ones are those who possess both malice and cunning, for they are the most dangerous of all. Suddenly, Shen Jiting's eyes widened in shock, a glint of cold fury flashing across them, transforming into an aura of resentment as his gaze turned icy. Zhang Junfeng, you have taken advantage of my daughter. Do not think you can escape this responsibility. You must take her as your bride and bring Shen Rubing into the Zhang family. Once Shen Rubing becomes the daughter-in-law of the Zhangs, all will be well, and my original plan will be fulfilled. Previously, Shen Jiting had harbored some reservations. Even if the two families were to become in-laws, He felt trepidation in approaching Zhang Gaoyuan to seek the position of Union president. After all, he would have to humbly beg Zhang Gaoyuan, and whether or not he would be willing to assist him remained uncertain. Now, however, the situation was entirely different. Having the law on his side as a significant bargaining chip, he could confidently approach Zhang Gaoyuan for a face-to-face negotiation. If Zhang Gaoyuan dared to refuse his demands, he would have no choice but to go all out, exposing Zhang Junfeng's misconduct towards Shen Rubing. To safeguard his son and the family's reputation, Zhang Gaoyuan would likely not dare to dismiss Shen Jiting's terms. With this thought, the clouds of gloom on Shen Jiting's face dissipated, replaced by a clear blue sky and brilliant sunshine. He instantly felt invigorated, standing tall and pounding his chest with a resonant thud, assuring his daughter, "Rubing, rest assured. I will take charge of this matter and ensure that justice is served. That bastard Zhang Junfeng has taken advantage of my daughter and still wishes to play the innocent. He is dreaming if he thinks I, Shen Jiting, can be easily trifled with." With a bold demeanor, he patted Shen Rubing on the shoulder, then turned to Shen Rushue and advised, "It's getting late. Both of you should retire early. There is much to be done tomorrow." With that, Shen Jiting strode confidently out, every cell in his body brimming with self-assurance, nearly overflowing. "Jiting, it sounds as if your daughter has been bullied by that Zhang Junfeng. Is that the case? How is Rubing faring now?" As Shen Jiting entered the spacious room, he noticed Bai Xinro, wrapped in a blanket, fixating her eager gaze upon him. Upon seeing Shen Jiting's relaxed demeanor and cheerful expression, her anxious heart began to ease slightly. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwang, lying in bed, propped himself up to glance at his father. He was not particularly worried about his sister Shen Rubing. Rather, he feared the potential strain in their relationship. If their bond deteriorated, his own career prospects would be jeopardized. Observing the joy on Shen Jiting's face provided him with some comfort, alleviating his tension. Shen Jiting did not rush to respond. Instead, he scanned their faces with a smile and strolled over to the tea table. He opened the thermos, added some hot water to the half-filled pitcher of cold tea, and drank heartily, quenching his thirst. Shen Jiting was a man who took great care of his health. Even on sweltering summer days, he refrained from consuming cold beverages. He believed that drinking cold tea when the body was overheated would create an unhealthy chill in the stomach. His meticulousness in such matters revealed not only a desire to preserve his own life, but also an extreme degree of selfishness. "Could you please just tell me how Rubing is doing?" Bai Xinro, growing increasingly impatient with Shen Jiting's theatrics, furrowed her brow and urged him. Had she been able to get out of bed that evening, she would have rushed to the small room to check on her daughter instead of going through the trouble of asking others. Wiping the water from the corner of his mouth, Shen Jiting cast an irritable glance at Bai Xinro and complained, "All you do is rush me. Can you not wait for me to have a drink first?" After giving her another exasperated look, he leisurely approached the edge of the bed, climbed onto the Kong, and sat cross-legged, continuing at a measured pace. "Indeed, our daughter has been deflowered by Zhang Junfeng." "What? Deflowered?" Bai Xinro exclaimed, propping herself up in alarm. "Yes." Shen Jiting nodded. "You mean?" Bai Xinro's anxiety reached a breaking point. "Yes, indeed," he confirmed. "Oh no," Bai Xinro lamented, collapsing in despair, as the honor of her daughter seemed irrevocably lost. "But you need not worry. Since it was her first time, she is simply struggling to come to terms with it. A good night's sleep will suffice. It is nothing serious." Shen Jiting's eyes narrowed, as if recounting the troubles of another family, devoid of any visible sorrow. "Our daughter has been treated in such a manner, and you say it is nothing serious? Must it result in a death for it to be considered an issue?" Bai Xinro wept bitterly. Must you always cry? Will you allow me to finish speaking?" At that moment, Shen Jiting noticed a mosquito resting on his leg and swiftly swatted it, raising his hand to inspect the crushed insect. He grimaced at the sight of its bloodied remains before discarding it on the ground. "This Zhang Junfeng, the scoundrel, dares to bully our daughter. I must confront him." Bai Xinro, in a state of frantic urgency, gritted her teeth. This was the instinctive reaction of a mother upon learning that her daughter had been wronged. With great effort, she began to shift her body, attempting to maneuver her stiff legs to the edge of the Kong in order to rise and put on her shoes, determined to seek out Zhang Junfeng and deliver a couple of resounding slaps. Alas, her two legs proved to be quite uncooperative, refusing to heed her commands. The frustration surged within the frail and ailing Bai Xinro as she pounded her legs with fervor. Thud, 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 muttering indignantly, she lamented, I find myself utterly powerless as my own daughter is bullied. Thud, thud, thud. What meaning does my existence hold? Thud, thud, thud. Have you lost your senses? What are you doing at this ungodly hour? Did I not make it clear that I would not concern myself with this matter? Shen Jiting furrowed his brow. Seizing by Shinro's right hand, which was relentlessly striking her legs, and forcefully cast it aside, scolding her in exasperation. So what do you propose we do? How can we avenge our daughter? Bai Shinro retrieved her right arm, which had been flung to the left, and cautiously inquired about her husband's plan. Since this incident has transpired, our daughter cannot return to her former state. Thus, our next step must involve contemplating how to secure compensation from the Zhang family and maximize our interests. Shen Jiting regarded Bai Shinro with utmost seriousness, then glanced at Shun Xingwang, who lay sleeping at the southern end of the Kong. Chapter 81. Longing for father indeed, father. Ruobing will inevitably become a daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. It's merely a matter of timing. What difference does it make? Shen Xingwang suddenly grasped his father's intention, excitement coursing through him as he propped himself up, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Father, why not seize this opportunity? Tomorrow, approach Zhang Gaoyuan and discuss your aspiration to become the union chairman, as well as my transfer to the color printing general factory. It was no surprise that the father and son shared such aligned thoughts. Bai Shinro cast a disapproving glance at her son, who seemed preoccupied solely with his own affairs. Showing no concern for his sister, turning back to Shun Jiting, she pressed on. What shall we do about our daughter? Will we simply endure this? Xingwang is absolutely right. He is indeed my son, Shun Jiting praised with a smile, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment at their united front. He then looked at Bai Shinro and declared, not only will I address my and Xingwang's matters with Zhang Gaoyuan, but I shall also demand that they promptly marry off our daughter. Once that is accomplished, we need not fear any further complications. As Shun Jiting spoke with increasing excitement, he could not help but chuckle at his own cleverness. Father, you truly are remarkable. Your foresight is unparalleled. Even our factory director pales in comparison to your intellect. Shun Xingwang, brimming with exhilaration, lavished praise upon his father, focused solely on the prospect of transferring to the color printing general factory. Then, it must be so. Given the circumstances, the marks upon their daughter could not be erased. Every woman must eventually confront such trials. Moreover, for an ordinary family like theirs, marrying into a family like the Zhangs could be considered an elevation in status. This tormenting specter relentlessly plagued Shen Rubing, leaving her to awaken in sorrow, only to succumb to tears once more as she drifted into sleep. Morning arrived. Before 5 o'clock, Zhang Junfeng was already awake, and the pain from his head wound had lessened. Having just undergone stitches the previous day, physical exertion was ill-advised, so he refrained from doing push-ups or any strenuous activities. After freshening up, Zhang Junfeng prepared a pot of cornmeal porridge, not out of fondness for it, but rather to reminisce about the first time he witnessed the poignant scene of the mother and daughter. Shen Rubing appeared utterly haggard, while her daughter, Tiantian, suffered from severe malnutrition. Beyond this, they endured the constant fear and potential wrath of the scoundrel Zhang Junfeng, who could erupt into violence at any moment. 5 years of such torment was a burden few women could bear. The mere thought of this inflicted a sharp pain in Zhang Junfeng's heart, rendering his vision somewhat blurred. It was not a lack of fortitude on his part, but rather the dire plight of Shun Rubing and her daughter that stirred deep compassion within him. From this moment forth, he vowed that they should never again experience even the slightest harm. Zhang Junfeng realized that after his rebirth, he had grown increasingly sentimental, a transformation intricately linked to Shen Rubing's tragic circumstances and Tiantian's endearing nature. Wiping away his tears, he regained his resolute demeanor. The misfortunes of the mother and daughter had become a thing of the past. After dining, he stepped into the courtyard. The lime had already been soaked, and Zhang Junfeng stirred it with a wooden stick until all lumps were dissolved. As he worked, a vivid memory surfaced, the first time he had seen his father mixing lime. "Father, what are you adding?" he had curiously asked while crouching beside the lime water, watching as his father tore open a small paper bag and sprinkled in a blue powder. This blue powder is called YNGLN. When added to lime water, it prevents the whitewashed walls from yellowing too soon and can also be substituted with blue ink, his father explained with a smile, setting aside the remaining powder before continuing to stir. After a few more turns, feeling the color insufficiently vibrant, he added a bit more and elaborated. Adding some more blue will make the walls look fresh and beautiful. Once satisfied, he returned to the kitchen, grabbed a handful of coarse salt, and tossed it into the lime water, continuing to stir. "Father, why add the coarse salt?" Zhang Junfeng inquired. "The purpose of the coarse salt is to prevent the lime from fading. Otherwise, if you three accidentally lean against the wall, you'd all turn into little white figures." His father chuckled heartily, his gaze fondly resting on 6-year-old Zhang Junfeng, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. After his father's diligent mixing, the lime had thoroughly blended with the water in the large iron basin. When his father lifted the stick, a thick stream of lime slurry flowed back into the basin. Finding the mixture somewhat viscous, he added more water, achieving a smooth consistency before standing the stick aside with a cheerful declaration. "All right, we can now paint the walls." In those days, wall painting involved affixing a brush head to a long stick, dipping it in lime water, and painstakingly applying it stroke by stroke. A laborious endeavor that required a full day of effort from dawn till dusk. As the memory faded, Zhang Junfeng withdrew his thoughts from the past, the kind smile of his father lingering in his mind. He recognized that although his sister and mother were also understanding, obedient, and charming, their parents' favoritism lay with him simply because he was their son. The traditional mindset of his parents, which favored sons over daughters for the sake of security and lineage, weighed heavily on him, and the recollection of their unfortunate circumstances sent a shiver through his heart. "For 4 months, my father has been detained, with the case still under investigation, preventing family visits. I remain in the dark about his condition within those walls. Enduring hardship is inevitable. I can only hope he is spared from violence." Zhang Junfeng gazed up at the sky, resolute in his determination to accelerate his efforts to locate those 2 crucial pieces of evidence. The day he uncovers the evidence will herald his father's liberation. Where might Jia Chunyan have concealed that letter? What could be the safest place in his mind? Currently, there are only 2 plausible hiding spots for the letter: the driver's lounge where he sleeps, and on his person. However, in the sleeping area, with 2 other drivers present, the risk of discovery looms large. It is rumored that the police are also in pursuit of the letter's whereabouts. Should another driver stumble upon it, it would not be dismissed as mere scrap. The matter would quickly escalate into a public uproar. Moreover, Niu Dongxing must be feeling an urgent need to find the letter. If he were to discover that it had been pilfered by his most trusted ally, Bao Yunya, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Bao Yunya is acutely aware of this, as he intends to use that letter as leverage against Niu Dongxing in the future. The likelihood of him hiding such an important item in the driver's lounge is slim. He would not take such a risk. As for carrying it on his person, the threat of loss or discovery presents an even greater danger, which Bao Yunya surely understands. Beyond these 2 locations, where else might I have overlooked? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Zhang Junfeng's mind. There exists another possibility. Perhaps Bao Yunya mailed the letter back to his rural home. Under such circumstances, the probability is significant. Bao Yunya might believe that no one would suspect him of sending the letter back home. In a few days, I shall invite him for drinks, and I will glean information from him. As for the secret ledger my mother possesses, which documents Niu Dongxing's criminal evidence, it is undoubtedly hidden within my parents' home, a place my mother deems the safest. Yet, I have searched all the likely spots without success. Where, then, could my mother consider the most secure hiding place? For now, no answers come to mind. Zhang Junfeng retrieved his thoughts, observing that the slaked lime had been adequately mixed. He returned indoors to fetch blue ink, adding it to the basin. He then took a handful of coarse salt, incorporated it into the mixture, and continued stirring with a stick, reflecting, after all these years, the materials for wall painting still rely on slaked lime. The production of paint presents a lucrative opportunity. With the onset of the national housing reform, commercial properties are set to become a trend, and new painting materials will soon be embraced and favored by the populace. As for the paint formula, it resides firmly within Zhang Junfeng's memory. In a past life, a classmate of his owned a paint factory. On one occasion, he visited him, and since they were not competitors, his classmate unwittingly allowed him to view the formula. Zhang Junfeng merely glanced at it once, yet it remained etched in his memory. He never anticipated that a seemingly trivial action from the past would prove useful in the present. A satisfied smile graced the corners of his mouth. From the perspective of his 21st century mindset, the early 1980s, a time of national reform and opening up, were ripe with opportunities. The prerequisite was audacity, a willingness to dream and act decisively. After mixing the slaked lime thoroughly, Zhang Junfeng rummaged through some old newspapers to cover the items in his home that required protection. With a limited supply of newspapers, he decided to start with the main room, planning to transfer them to the smaller rooms and kitchen later. Compared to paint, the viscosity of the lime wash was quite low, making it prone to dripping when applied with a brush. Thus, covering the items became imperative. He found a bristle brush, secured it to a long wooden stick, and poured some lime wash into a basin. With the brush dipped in the mixture, he began painting the walls. Upon completing the main room, he turned around to find Shen Rubing standing at the doorway. "Rubing, you're back. What do you think? It looks quite good, doesn't it?" Zhang Junfeng placed the brush aside and approached her with delight. He had expected her to beam with joy and commend his work, but her expression was one of indifference, devoid of any excitement. It seemed that whatever Zhang Junfeng did was of no consequence to her. The smile on his face faltered, and an ominous feeling crept into his heart. "Rubing, what's wrong? Is your family putting pressure on you again?" he asked, grabbing a cloth to wipe his hands. Silence ensued. After a few tense seconds, Shen Rubing finally spoke. "I need to ask you a few questions. You only need to answer yes or no." Her face was as cold as ice, lacking warmth. "All right, Rubing, go ahead," he replied, feeling a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. Shen Rubing slightly lifted her head and looked at him. "Did you, yesterday, cause my father to lose face?" "Yes." Zhang Junfeng understood she was referring to the incident at his workplace when he had confronted her father over reimbursement issues, and he nodded honestly. However, there was a reason for his actions. Just as he was about to explain, he noticed Shen Rubing frowning and waving her hand dismissively. "You don't need to explain," she continued. "Also, at noon, did you accompany a striking woman to a restaurant?" "Yes." As Zhang Junfeng attempted to provide context, he was once again interrupted by her. "I said, you don't need to explain." Shen Rubing shook her head, her expression filled with distress. "Did you, for her, get into a fight with someone?" "Yes." Zhang Junfeng nodded sincerely, but that was because his words were halted yet again by Shen Rubing's dismissive gesture. "What is wrong with you? No one wants to hear your explanations." Her indifference had morphed into impatience. "Did you hold that woman's hand when you left the restaurant together?" "Yes." After affirming her question, Zhang Junfeng immediately inquired, "Rubing, why won't you listen to my explanation?" "There's no need. I no longer wish to hear your fabrications." Shen Rubing's expression, one of profound understanding, was unmistakably etched upon her face as she cast a fleeting glance at the bandage adorning Zhang Junfeng's head. "Moreover, this injury of yours," her voice faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It must be due to the woman, right?" Indeed, Zhang Junfeng nodded. It was true. He had been injured by a 12-year-old girl, yet he felt compelled to remain silent about the explanation. In the next moment, he witnessed the corners of Shen Rubing's mouth quiver, and large tears cascaded down her smooth, delicate face, falling to the ground like pearls. "Rubing, what troubles you? Why deny me the chance to explain?" Zhang Junfeng's heart tightened, instinctively raising his right hand to wipe away her tears, only to be met with her firm rejection. "Please, no more theatrics," she uttered, her gaze laced with contempt, her throat constricting slightly. "Zhang Junfeng, I have returned today with the intention of filing for divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau." The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. "What?" he exclaimed, staring incredulously at her beautiful face. "Rubing, please repeat that." "I mean it." Shen Rubing's throat moved again. "We are going to get divorced now. The referral letter is already prepared." She lowered her head, gently wiping away her tears, emotionlessly reiterating her words. The once fiery warmth and affection in her gaze had vanished without a trace. The harsh reality shocked Zhang Junfeng, rendering him motionless, his mind a blank slate. The room succumbed to silence. In this space, filled with the scent of lime water, a pendulum swung mechanically, devoid of any semblance of life. Seconds turned into a minute. The old wall clock chimed, its small door opening to reveal a rooster that crowed 9 times. The sound jolted Zhang Junfeng back to reality, chilling his heart. "Rubing, I only wish to understand the reason," he managed to choke out. Chapter 83. No hope left. Although he had anticipated that Shen Jiding would pressure Shen Rubing into divorce, the reality of it still felt surreal and difficult to accept. Moreover, it was astonishing how swiftly it had come to pass, articulated from Shen Rubing's indifferent lips. "Do not inquire further," she weakly shook her head. "I am utterly exhausted. I wish to conclude this matter swiftly." In just 2 days of separation, she had aged considerably. resembling a delicate flower forgotten in the frigid cold, now being brought indoors, slowly thawing from its frost. The fragility of life was glaringly apparent. So easily shattered and utterly drained, even a slight additional burden could lead to total collapse. Zhang Junfeng comprehended her plight. Undoubtedly, after he had confronted Shen Jiding, the latter would not rest until he had tarnished Zhang Junfeng's reputation, shifting all blame onto him, even going so far as to don the guise of a victim, amplifying Zhang Junfeng's transgressions to an egregious extent, thereby casting a shadow over their entire family. This act exerted immense pressure on Shen Rubing, rendering her overwhelmed and ultimately leading her to capitulate once more. Zhang Junfeng felt a profound sympathy for Shen Rubing, understanding her plight. This was not her fault. In his heart, he silently called out, "Rubing, do you not know that the man standing before you is the one who truly cherishes and cares for you? The one capable of protecting you? You have misjudged him. He has committed no wrong against you, yet you are wounding his heart. Nevertheless, he bears no resentment, for he comprehends your turmoil. In due time, you shall uncover the truth, recognizing the earnest intentions of this man who loves you dearly and endures humiliation for your sake." He refrained from revealing the truth, not wishing to burden her further, as he witnessed her suffering and could not bear to see her on the brink of collapse. At that moment, gazing at Shen Rubing, who was physically and emotionally drained, teetering on the edge of despair, Zhang Junfeng found himself with no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes. In this situation, any explanation he might offer could potentially become an additional strain, leading to her breakdown. Such an action was out of the question. Zhang Junfeng recognized that his immediate priority was to stabilize Shen Rubing, guiding her through this precarious period. It was akin to ensuring she was a safe distance from the precipice before pulling her to safety. At that later time, he would be able to explain, and she would be receptive. "Since we are bound by the ties of marriage, I implore you, let us proceed with the divorce," he heard her faint voice. Lifting his gaze, he noticed Shen Rubing swaying, her frail form unable to maintain its stance, as she leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the ground. In that moment, his heart shattered and his vision blurred. A few seconds later, "Very well, I shall grant your wish, Rubing." Zhang Junfeng nodded, rising to gently assist her back to her feet. "Please, do not become agitated. I will change my attire, and we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau without delay." He had already devised a plan. By agreeing to the divorce, he could dedicate himself wholly to locating the two pieces of evidence in the interim, striving to rescue his father promptly. This burden weighed heavily upon his heart. Once his father was vindicated, the truth regarding his mother's demise would also be revealed. And the three culprits, Niu Dongsheng, Kai Run, and Bao Yunya, would undoubtedly face the full force of the law. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, entering the divorce office. "Please, take a seat," the staff member, in her 30s with a neutral appearance and a detached demeanor, gestured toward the two chairs before the desk. Having received a directive from her supervisor to expedite the process, she wasted no time. After Zhang Junfeng and Shen Rubing settled in, she instructed, "Please fill out these forms. There are 3 copies." There were no inquiries regarding the reasons for the divorce, no attempts at reconciliation, nor discussions of property disputes. The child would remain in Shen Rubing's custody. Everything proceeded along the most streamlined path, quietly unfolding. Throughout the entire process, neither Zhang Junfeng nor Shen Rubing uttered a single word, navigating through the haze of confusion. "Just sign your name at the bottom," the staff member stated in a tone devoid of warmth, her gaze fixed on the end of the form. Zhang Junfeng grasped the pen, a wave of sorrow washing over him at the thought of becoming 2 separate families. He instinctively lifted his gaze to Shen Rubing, noticing her momentary hesitation before she inscribed her signature. With a sigh, he too signed his name. In truth, Shen Rubing's brief pause was a reflection of her thoughts about Zhang Junfeng's virtues, yet her contemplation was swiftly interrupted by the betrayal she felt, prompting her to decisively complete the signature. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously. The sky, once clear, was now engulfed by dark clouds, and a wave of damp air surged in through the window. It seemed a storm was imminent. The staff member rose to close the window, and upon returning to her seat, she observed 3 forms neatly laid out before her. After verifying their accuracy and confirming that the signatures were in place, she efficiently stamped each with the divorce seal, retaining 1 copy and handing the other 2 to the respective parties. "No photographs are required. Signatures and stamps suffice," she remarked. With this, You are no longer a married couple." After delivering her statement, she stood and moved to a nearby metal cabinet, retrieving a thick ledger before returning to her seat to commence the documentation process. Noticing the couple still seated in a daze, she promptly added, "You may leave now." Zhang Junfeng and Shun Rubing stood in silence, exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau one after the other. A gust of cool wind met them, forceful enough to sway Shun Rubing slightly. Zhang Junfeng instinctively reached out to support her, but hesitated, retracting his hand when he saw she had regained her balance. "Rubing, it looks like rain is coming. Shall we seek shelter until it passes?" Zhang Junfeng suggested, glancing anxiously at the sky. "No need, there's a bus stop ahead. And I must return to work," Shun Rubing replied, lingering for a moment, as if reluctant to depart. The joyful times they once shared were now a distant memory, leaving Zhang Junfeng's heart aching at the uncertainty of their future reunification. "Rubing, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead," Shun Rubing murmured, her gaze cast downwards at the ground. "Can you wait for me?" he inquired, his heart racing with anticipation. After a few moments, Shun Rubing shook her head, her voice faint. "It's impossible. Everything is in the past." Zhang Junfeng felt a tremor in his heart, as if a knife had pierced through it. They lingered in silence for several seconds. "Very well, Rubing, please take care of yourself and our daughter," he said, the depth of his despondency palpable. "You take care too," Shun Rubing responded, without raising her eyes to the sky, and began to walk toward the nearest bus stop. Chapter 84. To the hospital. Watching Shun Rubing's figure gradually fade into the distance, Zhang Junfeng felt a profound sense of heartbreak. He had hoped for at least a glimmer of hope from her, but instead, she had drawn a definitive line under their relationship. This implies that, in the next step, Shen Jiting will compel her to remarry, and she will become another man's wife, with Tian calling a different man daddy. A deafening thunder rumbled, and soon the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, enveloping Zhang Junfeng entirely. While pedestrians scurried to find shelter from the rain, Zhang Junfeng remained unresponsive, his heart as frigid as the cascading raindrops. The streets lay shrouded in a curtain of rain, with dense droplets drumming against the ground, producing a melodic, tinkling sound, quickly forming puddles that bubbled with life. Apart from Zhang Junfeng, not a single figure could be seen on the street. Onlookers in the nearby shops gazed at him through the windows, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Zhang Junfeng trudged aimlessly through the downpour, resembling a homeless wanderer, struggling helplessly amidst the deluge. In his mind, scenes replayed incessantly. Shun Rubing's smiling visage, the joyous moments spent as a family, and the instant when Shun Rubing drew her final breath. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the rainwater as they cascaded to the ground. After a long and arduous journey, Zhang Junfeng finally returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed that the wash basin had filled to the brim with rainwater, white slaked limes spilling everywhere, turning the entire yard into a sea of white. With no regard for the mess, he stepped inside, collapsing onto the sofa in tears. Soon, the spot where he sat became drenched. 2 minutes later, he suddenly lifted his head and yanked the sodden bandage from his forehead. The pain from the rain-soaked wound paled in comparison to the anguish within his heart. The following morning, after the rain had ceased, the sun emerged with a cheerful smile. It was Sunday, the day when Gao Daqian and his wife had planned to take Tong Tong to the zoo. At 6:30 in the morning, the family had already enjoyed breakfast. But with the park opening at 8, they could only wait patiently. Wu Lijuan dressed Tong Tong in fresh clothes, allowing her to play in the yard for a while. Tong Tong ventured into the yard, where her mother's trumpet vines climbed high along the wooden fence, blooming with blue flowers that resembled tiny trumpets. The little girl was overjoyed, smiling as she approached to sniff the flowers, only to find they lacked fragrance. Stepping back, she gently caressed the trumpet flowers. Curiosity piqued about how they had managed to climb so high. Following the vine down, she inadvertently caught sight of the gaps in the wooden fence. In the neighbor Zhang Junfeng's yard, the ground was covered in white, leaving Tong Tong astonished as she hurried back inside. Mommy, Mommy, the ground in Aunt Rubing's yard has turned white." Hearing this while washing dishes, Wu Lijuan felt a twinge of curiosity and promptly wiped her hands before stepping outside. Peering over, she discovered that indeed, the previous day's downpour had filled the wash basin with rainwater, causing the slaked lime to overflow and cover the entire yard. After the rain, even the walls and the wooden fence were splattered to a height of half a meter in a hue of gray and white. Wu Lijuan felt a sudden shock. Given the disarray in the courtyard, it was implausible that Zhang Junfeng could overlook it. There must be some underlying mystery. With this thought, she grew anxious and called into the house. Daqian, Daqian, please come out for a moment. What is it? Gao Daqian inquired as he hurried out. Noticing that both Wu Lijuan and Tong Tong were peering towards Zhang Junfeng's yard, and he joined them. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Gao Daqian was momentarily taken aback. Daqian, doesn't this seem rather strange to you? Wu Lijuan nudged him, asking. Indeed, the yard is in such disarray. Zhang Junfeng cannot possibly be unconcerned. Gao Daqian nodded in agreement before calling out towards Zhang Junfeng's house. Junfeng, Junfeng? After a few moments of silence, he called again, Zhang Junfeng, Zhang Junfeng? Wu Lijuan echoed his call, but still, there was no response. Uncle, Tong Tong chimed in, repeating the call. After several more moments, the house remained eerily silent. This is bad. Something may have happened, Gao Daqian exclaimed. Then you should hurry and check, Wu Lijuan urged, her face pale with concern. All right, Gao Daqian nodded. Swiftly making his way to the storeroom, retrieving a ladder, which he leaned against the wooden fence. He quickly climbed up and jumped into Zhang Junfeng's courtyard. He pushed open the door and rushed into the main room, a pungent odor of plaster assaulting his senses. The room appeared chaotic. Newspapers that had covered the furniture were still in place, and a long bandage lay scattered on the floor, stained with water and blood. Against one wall, there were buckets filled with plaster and a wooden stick bundled with brushes. Looking towards the bed, he found Zhang Junfeng lying there, unresponsive to Gao Daqian's arrival. Junfeng, what has happened to you? Gao Daqian called out, hastening forward. He saw Zhang Junfeng curled up in the blankets, eyes closed, his face flushed. Junfeng, please wake up. Gao Daqian nudged him several times, but there was still no reaction. He placed his hand on Zhang Junfeng's forehead. He's burning up. What? A high fever? Gao Daqian gasped. Instinctively retracting his hand and quickly returning to the courtyard, his voice laced with urgency. Li Juan, this is serious. Junfeng has a high fever. I must carry him to the second hospital immediately. What? Wu Lijuan was equally startled, pausing for a moment before continuing. Then I will go with you. All right. After a brief hesitation, Gao Daqian nodded, knowing that if he insisted on leaving them behind, they would only grow more anxious. He added, Li Juan, please bring extra money. I'm worried I won't have enough. Gao Daqian dressed Zhang Junfeng and carried him directly to the second hospital, while Wu Lijuan secured the door and followed closely behind with Tong Tong. They walked for over half an hour and finally arrived at the second hospital, just as it was nearing 8 o'clock. Upon entering the lobby, Wu Lijuan approached the window to register for internal medicine. Upstairs, right turn, the newly arrived cashier instructed. Closing the small window, Gao Daqian glanced back at Wu Lijuan and Tong Tong, then ascended the stairs with Zhang Junfeng on his back, while Wu Lijuan tightly held on to Tong Tong. Following closely behind, Lu Donghui had just arrived and, along with Wang Xiaoya, completed the morning's routine disinfection and sanitation. After returning the book she had finished reading the previous night to Dr. Luo in the neighboring burn unit, where she had been, she turned to leave, only to encounter a burly man hastily approaching with a patient in tow. Doctor, where is the internal medicine department? The man inquired breathlessly, his face flushed and glistening with sweat, exuding an aura of urgency. Lu Donghui paused and pointed ahead. It's at the very end. Thank you, he replied gratefully. Rushing toward that direction, followed closely by Wu Lijuan, who was leading Tong Tong. Suddenly, Lu Donghui's eyes widened with recognition. The patient on the man's back had a remarkably familiar appearance. Wasn't that the very individual she had operated on just yesterday? The remnants of stitches were still visible in his hair. Wait, Lu Donghui instinctively called out, hastening toward them. The man halted, slightly bewildered, and turned to catch his breath. Doctor, were you calling me? Without responding, Lu Donghui approached and leaned forward to examine the patient's face, gasping in astonishment. Zhang Junfeng? The man, Gao Daqian, was taken aback but nodded in surprise. Yes, that's Zhang Junfeng. What's wrong with him? Lu Donghui, filled with anxiety, nearly shouted, he has a high fever. Gao Daqian, startled, glanced at the female doctor with concern. Quickly follow me, Lu Donghui urged, dashing ahead. Gao Daqian momentarily hesitated but swiftly caught on, exclaiming, hey, as he quickened his pace behind her. Tong Tong, hurry, Wu Lijuan urged, pulling her daughter's hand as they jogged to keep up. Upon bursting through the door of the internal medicine consultation room, Lu Donghui called out urgently, "Dr. Li, please, I have a relative with a high fever. You must take a look." "All right." Quickly place the patient on the bed, responded a bespectacled female doctor, who swiftly rose to her feet and directed them to the bed. Her name was Li Tsongxue, donned in a white coat with a stethoscope draped around her neck, her beautiful face etched with concern. With Lu Donghui and Li Tsongxue assisting, Gao Daqian gently laid Zhang Junfeng down on the bed. Once he was positioned comfortably, Li Tsongxue unbuttoned his shirt and placed the stethoscope against his chest. She leaned in, her brow furrowed, listening intently to his breath. The others watched her closely, their hearts racing in unison. After 40 seconds, Li Tsongxue removed the stethoscope and relaxed her furrowed brow, turning to Lu Donghui with a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you brought him in time. It hasn't developed into pneumonia. He needs an immediate for fever reduction and anti-inflammatory treatment. I recommend a 3-day hospitalization for further care." "All right, I will go arrange for the hospitalization at once. You can begin treatment in the meantime," Lu Donghui affirmed without hesitation, then turned to Gao Daqian. "Do you know where Zhang Junfeng works?" "Well, Gao Daqian was on the verge of revealing that he had been dismissed from his position when he quickly realized that such a statement would not sound well. He swiftly changed his words. "I work in the same unit as him." "Very well, please carry him to the ward first, and then accompany me to complete the admission procedures," Lu Donghui said with an urgent gaze and an authoritative tone. "Certainly, I shall follow the doctor's arrangements," Gao Daqian replied. Hoisting Zhang Junfeng onto his back once more and, under Lu Donghui's guidance, made his way to the opposite ward. Inside the ward, a patient was receiving an intravenous drip, the medication nearly depleted. After placing Zhang Junfeng on the bed, Wu Lijuan and Tong Tong stood guard beside him, while Gao Daqian followed Lu Donghui to the payment counter to handle the admission paperwork. As they passed the orthopedic consultation room, Lu Donghui called out, "Xiao Wang, please bring the medicine and bandages to treat the patient in the internal medicine ward, the one from the day before yesterday, Zhang Junfeng." "Understood, Dr. Lu. You can rest assured." Upon hearing Zhang Junfeng's name, Wang Xiaoya smiled knowingly and hurried into the back room to prepare. Meanwhile, the nurse from the internal medicine department had already prepared the medication and approached to administer the four to Zhang Junfeng. "Thank you," Wu Lijuan said with a smile as she stood up. The female nurse nodded, pointing to the 4 bag with a gentle tone. "When this bag is nearly empty, please call for me to change the medication." "All right," Wu Lijuan acknowledged. "Excuse me, nurse, please remove the needle," the patient in the room remarked, observing the 4 line where the liquid was decreasing, as he was self-paying and wished not to waste a single drop of medication. The female nurse swiftly turned and rushed over, unpeeling the tape from his hand, removing the needle, and then applying pressure. "Press down for a little longer." After giving her instructions, she took the glass 4 bag from the stand and hurriedly exited the ward, returning to the internal medicine consultation room. The patient, pressing on the injection site, stood up and glanced at Zhang Junfeng, offering Wu Lijuan a smile before departing. No sooner had he left than Wang Xiaoya, clad in her nurse's uniform, entered with a tray, instantly recognizing the unconscious Zhang Junfeng on the bed. She was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the pair of women seated nearby. "Oh, does Zhang Junfeng have children now? Has Donghui's sister perhaps misread the situation?" With this question lingering in her mind, she inquired, "Are you the patient's family?" "We are his neighbors," Wu Lijuan replied with a smile. "Oh." Wang Xiaoya then relaxed with a smile, having been startled moments ago. She placed the tray beside Zhang Junfeng's head and said, "Could you please help support his head?" "Of course," Wu Lijuan agreed, leaning forward to cradle Zhang Junfeng's head. Wang Xiaoya crouched down, first applying some medication to the wound on the back of his head, then skillfully wrapping the bandage. Once finished, she stood up, her expression anxious as she remarked, "The wound is infected. I will return this afternoon to change the dressing. Remember, the bandage must not be removed. Rest assured." "Thank you, nurse," Wu Lijuan said, gently lowering Zhang Junfeng's head and nodding with a face full of gratitude. "Not at all," Wang Xiaoya replied with a warm smile as she picked up the tray and returned to the surgical consultation room. "Mom, will the uncle be in a lot of pain?" Tong Tong gently tugged at her mother's sleeve, a hint of nervousness in her voice as she inquired. "It would undoubtedly hurt a little, but uncle is a strong man who will triumph over the pain." Wu Lijuan lowered her head, observing the apprehensive expression in Tong Tong's eyes, and responded with a smile. "Mom, Does that mean I will be strong, and it won't hurt when I get an injection in the future? Of course, Wu Lijuan replied with a chuckle. Then I shall also strive to be a strong person. Tong Tong nodded resolutely, a newfound concept blossoming in her young heart. As long as one is strong, one can become powerful. At that moment, Lu Donghui and Gao Daqian returned. Wu Lijuan approached them, asking, "How did it go, Daqian?" "The hospitalization procedures are completed, and with Dr. Lu's assistance, it went very smoothly," Gao Daqian exclaimed, shaking some receipts in his hand. A look of excitement on his face as he glanced at Lu Donghui, his gaze filled with gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. As your neighbor, you kindly brought him to the hospital, and I should be the one thanking you on behalf of Zhang Junfeng," Lu Donghui sincerely remarked while looking at the kind-hearted Gao Daqian family. Chapter 86. The sentiments of a female Dr. Gao Daqian and Wu Lijuan exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the nature of their relationship. Could this female doctor be a relative of Zhang Junfeng, or perhaps a close friend? Ultimately, they could only speculate. Lu Donghui approached the foredrip, checking the tubing until she reached the back of Zhang Junfeng's hand. The input channel appeared normal, which eased her mind, allowing a slight smile to emerge. Just then, Wang Xiaoya peeked her head through the door, announcing, "Dr. Lu, there's a patient." Lu Donghui glanced toward the entrance, smiling as she replied, "All right, I will be there shortly." Wang Xiaoya smiled and withdrew, leaving. Lu Donghui turned back to Gao Daqian and Wu Lijuan, her tone gentle. "You have worked hard. Just remember to remind the nurse to change the dressings, and I will come by when I have time." With that, she turned and exited the ward. "Rest assured, Dr. Lu," Gao Daqian and Wu Lijuan replied, following her to the door with smiles. Having acquaintances in the hospital makes a significant difference. It's as if they received a green light all the way, Gao Daqian said with delight, addressing his wife. "So, in the future, can we also seek out Dr. Lu when we go to the hospital?" Wu Lijuan responded joyfully, a hint of envy in her eyes. "We helped Zhang Junfeng this time. Didn't you notice how Dr. Lu treated us? I believe she will take good care of us in the future." After a moment of contemplation, Gao Daqian's face lit up with confidence. "Yes, I too felt that Dr. Lu's gaze was filled with gratitude." Wu Lijuan nodded in agreement. "I believe Dr. Lu might be a relative of Zhang Junfeng or a very close friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't care for him so much." Gao Daqian was quite certain of this. "Not necessarily. Dr. Lu's gaze toward Zhang Junfeng is rather special. She may have developed feelings for him. Women tend to be more perceptive in such matters than men," Wu Lijuan remarked proudly, gently nudging Gao Daqian. "But Zhang Junfeng has a wife, doesn't he?" Gao Daqian raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. "What does that have to do with anything?" It is indeed the case that Dr. Lu has affections for Zhang Junfeng, and as he has not explicitly reciprocated her feelings, it does not constitute a betrayal towards Shun Rubing. While you present a valid point, there remains an elusive sense of discomfort that Gao Daqian cannot quite articulate. At noon, Wu Lijuan ventured downstairs to procure a few steamed buns, and also brought 2 kin apples for Zhang Junfeng. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Gao Daqian remarked, "Lijuan, the foredrip has concluded for the morning, and since Zhang Junfeng is not in any critical condition, why don't you take Tong Tong to the park as promised? Let us not disappoint the child." "Very well, but when it's time for the afternoon drip, keep an eye on the medication and remember to call the nurse for a change," Wu Lijuan instructed. Tossing the packaging into the trash and casting a glance at Zhang Junfeng, who remained in a deep slumber. "Rest assured, you both take care," Gao Daqian nodded, gently touching her arm as she passed by him. With a radiant smile, Wu Lijuan replied, "Then we shall be off. I will bring you dinner tonight." "There's no need. You'll be tired from playing with the child. I can manage a little something downstairs later," he responded with a smile. Wu Lijuan nodded in agreement. Extending a hand to her daughter, "Tong Tong, let us go. Say goodbye to Daddy." Tong Tong grasped her mother's hand with one hand while waving with the other as they exited the hospital room. Finally a moment to rest, Gao Daqian sighed deeply. Reclining on the adjacent bed, his thoughts drifted to Dr. Lu Donghui's charming visage, and a hint of envy surfaced within him. Zhang Junfeng truly possesses an aura of romantic allure, having captivated such an exquisite female doctor. It remained a mystery how she would feel upon discovering that he has a wife and child. As various thoughts swirled in his mind, fatigue gradually overcame him, and he peacefully succumbed to slumber. During this time, Lu Donghui entered the room with light, silent steps, carrying a delicate fragrance. She approached Zhang Junfeng's bedside, Having already visited twice earlier in the day and feeling an unease that prompted her return after a hasty lunch. Unbeknownst to her, Gao Daqian, lost in dreams, stirred slightly before drifting back into a deeper sleep. Lu Donghui placed her hand upon Zhang Junfeng's forehead. Moments later, she withdrew it, relieved to find that his fever had subsided. Her anxious heart settled as she began to examine him closely. His thick eyebrows, straight nose, firm lips, and chiseled cheekbones painted the portrait of a handsome man. Each feature exuded a masculine charm that stirred Lu Donghui's heart. She believed that within this man's embrace lies the safest harbor in the world. The thought of marrying him filled her with delight. She envisioned herself as a cherished companion, basking in his affection, which would surely envelop her in happiness. Yet, as the notion of actively pursuing a marriage with him crossed her mind, warmth flooded her cheeks, and her heart raced, leaving a rosy blush upon her face. The thought of such feelings being revealed to others was utterly mortifying. Little did she know, a pair of wide, curious eyes was peering at her from the doorway, none other than the nurse Wang Xiaoya, whom she had regarded as a younger sister. During lunch, Wang Xiaoya noticed Lu Donghui appearing restless. When she spoke to her, Lu merely responded with vague murmurs, which Wang understood all too well. After Lu finished her meal and departed, Wang hastily concluded her own meal and silently made her way to the far end of the corridor. Peering into the internal medicine ward, she indeed spotted Lu Donghui, gazing intently at the sleeping Zhang Junfeng. A playful smile crept across her face as she teased, "Sister Donghui, are you admiring the bandages I wrapped? If you're dissatisfied, I can redo them." Startled by Wang Xiaoya's voice, Lu Donghui jolted, feeling as though her secret had been exposed. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, she swiftly turned around, her face aglow, and retorted, "You little rascal, are you here to pry again?" Her footsteps were light, and her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. "Sister Donghui, why is your face so red? Are you shy?" Wang Xiaoya laughed, darting ahead, her tongue as mischievous as ever. "You think you can escape my grasp? Just wait until I catch you." Her words only deepened Lu Donghui's blush, her determination to evade capture evident. The two of them raced back to the orthopedic clinic, with Lu Donghui closing the door behind them, initiating a playful game of cat and mouse around the desk. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Junfeng stirred awake. Upon lifting his head, he noticed the stark white sheets and the forced stand, quickly realizing he was in a hospital. Glancing around, he saw Gao Daqian lying on the clinical bed, lost in thought while staring at the ceiling. Understanding dawned upon him. "Big brother, thank you for bringing me to the hospital." Zhang Junfeng expressed his gratitude earnestly. You're finally awake, Junfeng," Gao Daqian exclaimed, springing up and sitting at the edge of the bed. "What happened to me?" Zhang Junfeng inquired, glancing down at the blanket covering him in puzzlement. "Oh, you had a high fever and didn't respond when I called you, so I carried you to the hospital. You've already received 4 bags of 4 fluids. The doctor said you can be discharged in a couple of days." Gao Daqian explained as he stood up to pour Zhang Junfeng a cup of warm water. "Really? I'm hospitalized? Is it that serious?" Zhang Junfeng asked, surprised, a smile forming on his lips. "Yes, the doctor mentioned it was fortunate you were brought in promptly. Otherwise, a delayed treatment could have led to pneumonia," Gao Daqian replied, resuming his seat beside Zhang Junfeng. "Big brother, how did you realize I had a fever?" Zhang Junfeng attempted to prop himself up, but winced at the pain from a wound on the back of his head, lying back down. "It happened this morning," Gao Daqian began, taking a sip of his tea. "Tong was playing in the yard and noticed your courtyard was covered in white ash. She rushed in to call me and her mother. When my wife and I went outside, the situation seemed odd. We called for you but received no response, which made me suspect something was wrong. When I entered your house, I found you burning with fever, so I hurriedly brought you to the hospital." The mother and daughter, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying me. After lunch, I asked Li Juan to take Tong to the park for some playtime. Gao Daqian, upon finishing his words, looked at Zhang Junfeng with a sense of relief, genuinely pleased that he was safe and sound. Zhang Junfeng felt a warmth in his heart, deeply touched. Had it not been for Tong discovering the yard strewn with white ash, and had Gao Daqian's family not promptly brought him to the hospital and helped reduce his fever, he undoubtedly would have succumbed to pneumonia. Having divorced Shen Rubing just yesterday, she would not be returning, at least not in the near future, and should his fever persist, there was a real danger to his life. In this light, Gao Daqian's family could indeed be considered his saviors, deserving of profound gratitude. He, Zhang Junfeng, would never forget this immense favor. Brother, thank you for running around for me, handling my hospitalization, and covering all the expenses. As he spoke, Zhang Junfeng reached into his pocket only to realize he wasn't wearing his usual trousers. Gao Daqian sensed Zhang Junfeng's intention and quickly explained. You were unconscious when we rushed you to the hospital, so I just grabbed a random set of clothes for you. Also, it was Dr. Lu who handled your admission paperwork, and she covered all the costs, insisting I shouldn't pay her back. As Gao Daqian spoke, he picked up an apple can from the table, examined the tin lid, found it difficult to open, and then stood up to leave. Moments later, he returned with a can opener, a smile on his face. I actually borrowed a can opener. Brother, are you referring to Dr. Lu from the orthopedics department? Zhang Junfeng asked as he watched Gao Daqian sit back down by his bedside, beginning to open the can. Yes, the one who's quite beautiful, Gao Daqian replied, suddenly pausing. Leaning in to look at Zhang Junfeng. Is Dr. Lu a relative or friend of yours? She seemed very concerned about your fever. From the moment I brought you in, she was bustling around, never resting for a moment. She truly cares for you. No, we are not related at all. I only met her when I came here for treatment. As Zhang Junfeng spoke, a look of gratitude crossed his face. To have received such significant assistance from someone he had only met for the third time was remarkable. She was indeed a good person. He owed her a debt of gratitude and would seek an opportunity to repay it. Junfeng, have some canned fruit. It's very sweet. Gao Daqian opened the can and placed it on the bedside table beside Zhang Junfeng, then took out a pair of chopsticks from the drawer, smiling as he set them atop the can. These chopsticks were given to us by Li Juan when she bought buns at noon. They're clean. At that moment, a striking figure quietly entered the room. Both men turned to see Lu Donghui, clad in a white coat, carrying some food. Under the white light, her already beautiful face appeared even more radiant. Dr. Lu has arrived. Gao Daqian quickly stood, greeting her with a smile. Donghui, you're here. Zhang Junfeng's face lit up with a smile, his voice gentle. Yes, Lu Donghui replied, nodding with a smile at Gao Daqian, gracefully approaching Zhang Junfeng's bedside. A waft of fragrance danced through the air, prompting Gao Daqian to take a deep breath, as this scent seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of a dream. Lu Donghui placed the food on the bedside table, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Zhang Junfeng. You have finally awakened. The word finally encapsulated an array of concern and torment, warming Zhang Junfeng's heart, deeply moved. Everyone has told me about your tireless efforts on my behalf. Truly, you have worked hard. You are far too kind. As a healer, it is our duty to consider our patients and provide them with comfort, Lu Donghui replied, her smile radiant, her affectionate gaze resting upon Zhang Junfeng's handsome visage. Gao Daqian stood nearby, at a loss for words, and suddenly blurted out, Dr. Lu, you're still here so late. Oh, a colleague had some matters at home this evening, so I am covering her shift, Lu Donghui explained. Turning to Gao Daqian and noticing his weary expression, Junfeng is no longer in serious condition. You need not stay with him tonight. You should return home and rest. It's nothing. My constitution is robust. When my wife was in labor, I endured 3 days and nights without issue, Gao Daqian boasted, displaying a sense of camaraderie, willing to endure hardship for Zhang Junfeng's sake. Brother, truly, I am fine and do not require your company. You have work tomorrow. It would be best for you to rest early, Zhang Junfeng insisted. However, just as Gao Daqian was about to continue urging him not to be so formal, the echo of his wife's earlier words rang in his ears. Dr. Lu has feelings for Zhang Junfeng. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. He felt utterly foolish, having unwittingly played the role of an obvious third wheel, and he found it quite embarrassing. His face, once dark, turned a deep crimson. I almost forgot. The class leader reminded me to arrive early at the office on Monday, Gao Daqian said, his expression slightly flustered, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He smoothed out the bed linens he had lain upon, smiling as he added, Junfeng, take care of your recovery. Dr. Lu, I shall take my leave. Gao Daqian waved and walked towards the door, quickly vanishing from sight. Moments later, he poked his head back in. Oh, Junfeng, the bottle opener belongs to room 202. The patient at the innermost corner. Do remember to return it. Understood. Thank you, brother, and take care on your way, Zhang Junfeng replied with a smile, waving him off. Indeed, Gao Daqian nodded, grinning as he left. As he exited the gate of the second hospital, he gave his head a light smack, self-mocking. I am truly dull-witted. Such an obvious hint from Dr. Lu, and I failed to notice. nearly making a fool of myself. With that thought, he instinctively turned his gaze skyward towards the rightmost window on the second floor, where white curtains were drawn. It then struck him that the ward was located on the northern side of the second floor, while he stood at the southern entrance. As Gao Daqian departed, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Zhang Junfeng truly was fortunate, not only blessed with a wife as ethereal as Shen Rubing, but also the affection of such a beautiful doctor. Indeed, I have heard that the charming and alluring woman who dined with him a couple of days ago incited quite a stir, leading Zhang Junfeng to engage in a brawl with 4 others due to her captivating presence. After pondering for a moment, Gao Daqian shook his head in contemplation. If marrying a beautiful wife is considered fortunate, then it cannot merely be luck that 2 other stunning and enchanting women have also taken a liking to him. They must have been drawn to Zhang Junfeng's charisma. That is the underlying truth. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Zhang Junfeng and Lu Donghui waited for a brief moment, ensuring that Gao Daqian had indeed departed before they turned to each other, sharing a knowing smile. In that instant, both found themselves at a loss for words. Lu Donghui felt a slight flush creeping to her cheeks, her gaze settling on the opened can of apple slices on the table. She hastily broke the silence. Your neighbor is quite warm-hearted. You are fortunate indeed. Indeed, encountering their family is a stroke of luck, and meeting you is also a blessing. I truly appreciate your kindness towards me, Zhang Junfeng replied earnestly, his gratitude emanating from the depths of his heart. Oh, please don't keep thanking me. It sounds rather formal, she thought, intending to look at Zhang Junfeng with confidence, yet found herself unable to do so, her heart racing with an intensifying warmth. She worried that any visible change in her demeanor might betray her feelings, revealing her innermost secrets to him. How embarrassing that would be. My gratitude is sincere, not the mere pleasantries one often hears, Zhang Junfeng observed, casting a knowing glance at Lu Donghui, who seemed to be focused on his words despite her averted gaze. He continued, I may sometimes appear frivolous, but I firmly believe in repaying even the smallest kindness with immense gratitude. That is my unwavering principle. Indeed, Lu Donghui managed to say, suppressing her racing heartbeat as she softly replied, although we have not known each other long, I sense you are a good person, or else I wouldn't. Her nerves nearly caused her to reveal too much, and realizing this, she abruptly stopped. Internally, she breathed a sigh of relief for not expressing her feelings explicitly. What would Zhang Junfeng think of her if she did? Would he misconstrue her intentions? Viewing her as a superficial woman? Would he come to dislike her because of it? The thought only deepened the blush on her cheeks. You wouldn't help me, would you? You're holding back out of concern that I might be upset if you mentioned it, but I assure you, I wouldn't be. Zhang Junfeng recognized Lu Donghui's hesitations and skillfully diverted the conversation to alleviate her tension. Feeling a warm surge of emotion, Lu Donghui smiled and seized the opportunity to playfully respond. Yes, I truly worry that if I say it, you might become upset. Both were astute individuals. Lu Donghui believed that Zhang Junfeng's deliberate change of topic was to assist her in escaping her embarrassment. The man before her was not only articulate but also remarkably considerate, always thinking of her feelings. Such a man was indeed the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. Ha ha ha. Donghui, do I strike you as a petty person? Ha ha. Oh dear. Zhang Junfeng laughed heartily, inadvertently jarring the wound on his head, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He instinctively raised his hand to support the bandage on his head. Junfeng, how are you? Is it serious? Does it hurt? A slight movement from Zhang Junfeng was enough to send Lu Donghui into a state of alarm, prompting her to rush forward, extending her hand. It's nothing. Just got a bit carried away with joy earlier. He managed to stifle a laugh, the recent pain compelling him to suppress his voice, resulting in a silent chuckle. Junfeng, are you truly not in pain? Although she was concerned, Lu Donghui remained unconvinced. I assure you, I'm fine. As he spoke, he glanced at the can of apples above him, a smile breaking across his face as he pointed and said, Donghui, you must be thirsty. Why not indulge in some canned fruit? Lu Donghui cast a quick glance at the can and remarked, how can one eat canned fruit without a spoon? Wait a moment. Let me fetch one. She gracefully exited the room. Before long, she returned, not only with a spoon but also with a porcelain bowl. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating Zhang Junfeng and refreshing his spirit. This aroma was not reminiscent of the typical snowflake cream scent, but rather a fresh and natural fragrance akin to that of jasmine. Zhang Junfeng mused that it was reminiscent of Chanel's essence, Yet he wondered how such perfume could exist in early 1980s China. It will be more convenient to eat it from a bowl, Lu Donghui suggested as she ladled some apples into the bowl and placed it at Zhang Junfeng's bedside. Her eyes sparkling with amusement as she inquired, "Shall I feed you?" Zhang Junfeng was taken aback, not expecting the beautiful female doctor to make such a direct proposal. Although he had witnessed patients being fed in the hospital before, it was typically reserved for those who were severely incapacitated and were attended to by nurses. Now, being fully capable of feeding himself, the thought of allowing a female doctor to feed him apples was rather embarrassing. "No, I'll manage myself," Zhang Junfeng quickly responded, attempting to prop himself up, but the effort caused another wave of sharp pain to course through his head, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Are you still being polite with me? That seems a bit distant." Lu Donghui bit her lip, gazing tenderly at Zhang Junfeng, her heart fluttering as she unintentionally uttered a double entendre. I see," Zhang Junfeng mused as he shifted in bed, his mind racing. If he continued to be overly courteous, it would appear insincere. Conversely, if he acted too familiar, he worried Lu Donghui might misconstrue his intentions, thinking he wished to deepen their relationship. The prospect of her taking such a notion further troubled him. Fortunately, he quickly concocted a rationale. "I merely fear that if someone were to see you feeding me, they might mistakenly assume you are a family member, and that could reflect poorly on you, wouldn't it?" In the hospital, it was not uncommon for medical staff to assist patients with their meals. Lu Donghui gazed at Zhang Junfeng and noticed a faint blush creeping onto his face. She playfully remarked, "But that was merely the nurse feeding a critically ill patient." After uttering these words, Zhang Junfeng pointed to himself and Lu Donghui, continuing, "Just look at us. One is a doctor, and the other is quite nimble. Neither fits the hospital's regulations, does it?" In that moment, although Lu Donghui felt a twinge of disappointment, she quickly realized the wisdom in Zhang Junfeng's words, which were, after all, intended for her benefit. If she were to be seen feeding him canned food, rumors could easily arise suggesting an inappropriate relationship between a female doctor and a male patient. Such gossip would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation, and those with ulterior motives might exaggerate the situation, even branding her as a woman of ill repute. In such a scenario, it would not merely impact her reputation, but could also jeopardize her career and future prospects. Zhang Junfeng remained calm and composed, deftly diffusing her impulsiveness and nipping any potential negative repercussions in the bud. Reflecting on this, Lu Donghui looked at Zhang Junfeng with immense gratitude, a smile gracing her lips. "All right then, you must eat by yourself. But at least allow me to help you sit up," she said, placing the bowl on the table. Her affection for him soared to new heights. "This is acceptable," Zhang Junfeng replied with a sense of relief, extending an arm for Lu Donghui to support him as he propped himself up. At the instant of their skin making contact, a wave of comfort washed over him. Warmth, softness, smoothness, and an enchanting fragrance filled the air. "Here, eat." Lu Donghui lifted the bowl of apple preserves and offered it to him. "Thank you." Zhang Junfeng smiled as he accepted the porcelain bowl, taking a spoonful and exclaiming, "Delightful. Quite sweet indeed." In his recollections of the early 1980s, visits to the hospital typically involved bringing fruit preserves, largely due to the scarcity of fruit, especially in smaller cities. Raising his gaze, he spotted Lu Donghui seated on the opposite bed, smiling as she said, "Donghui, you should have some too." "You can eat on my behalf," Lu Donghui murmured, suddenly realizing something, and quickly glanced towards the door. The ward door was ajar, for in those nights, the seclusion of a female doctor and male patient could easily be misconstrued. The societal norms of that era were rather conservative, unlike today, where locking the door garners little attention. Thankfully, no one had overheard her previous remarks, allowing her to relax. After a couple of bites, Zhang Junfeng set the bowl on the bedside table. "Donghui, you've worked all day, and now you're covering for a colleague at night. Can your body handle it?" he inquired, concern etching his features as he observed her charming visage. "My female colleague's mother is unwell, so I'm filling in for her. It's fine. I'm accustomed to working night shifts," Lu Donghui replied, her long eyelashes fluttering, her exquisite features illuminated by the soft white light, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. The two then began to engage in light conversation, their topics spanning a broad spectrum. Zhang Junfeng spoke eloquently, his words flowing like a stream, captivating Lu Donghui, who found herself utterly enchanted and her heart stirred. She marveled at the man before her, a connoisseur of history and a repository of knowledge. certain that he possessed many more admirable qualities yet to be discovered. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings began to transform, elevating her admiration and affection for Zhang Junfeng to unprecedented heights. "Ah, I do feel a bit parched," she remarked, flashing a charming smile, as she lifted the porcelain bowl in front of Zhang Junfeng and began to eat with a spoon. Zhang Junfeng observed her graceful demeanor, her actions of eating and drinking evoking an inexplicable emotion within him. It was the very bowl he had just used, the spoon still bearing traces of his saliva. Yet she showed no distaste, savoring her meal with delight. In that moment, a modern phrase crossed his mind. Was this not a form of indirect kissing? Surely, this beautiful doctor from the early 80s did not contemplate such a notion. Time, as it often does in moments of joy, slipped away swiftly. Before they knew it, it was past 11 o'clock in the evening. Lu Donghui, realizing the hour was late, glanced at her watch, slowly rising from her seat, her fair visage reflecting a lingering reluctance. "Junfeng, please eat something from the table if you get hungry tonight." "Thank you, Donghui," Zhang Junfeng replied, gazing at her with gratitude. "Then I shall take my leave. Rest well." Lu Donghui spoke softly, her eyes filled with affection and an undeniable sense of parting. Moments later, she exited the hospital room, leaving behind a smile on Zhang Junfeng's face. Just before crossing the threshold, she turned back with a smile and waved, "Sweet dreams." Lu Donghui departed, her heart tinged with a bittersweet sense of longing, leaving Zhang Junfeng with a hollow feeling within. He rose, secured the door, and extinguished the lights, seeking solace in sleep. The streetlights outside filtered through the window, casting dim shadows across the ceiling, enveloping the room in a hazy gloom. Lying in bed, Zhang Junfeng pondered his thoughts. He was acutely aware of Lu Donghui's subtle hints, yet he felt compelled to refrain from engaging. In his heart, there remained a cherished place solely for Shun Rubing and her daughter. Although they were divorced, he firmly believed that one day Shun Rubing would return to him, bringing their sweet child along. Together, they would once again embrace the joyous life he yearned for, never to part again. He could not accept Lu Donghui's affection, yet he also wished to spare her feelings, for she had shown him kindness. The very thought of Lu Donghui, filled with passion, crushed by his indifference, painted a heart-wrenching picture he found unbearable to witness, invoking deep feelings of guilt. Hurting one who had aided him was not in Zhang Junfeng's character. Thus, he resolved to navigate this emotional terrain cautiously, adopting a strategy that neither embraced her feelings nor caused her sorrow, a truly challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, Zhang Junfeng began to conceive a preliminary idea to redirect Lu Donghui's affections and assist her in finding a commendable husband. As the fragrant ambience of the room began to fade, he drifted into slumber. At that moment, the clock's hands pointed to 3, and the dawn began to reveal itself, casting a pale light upon the eastern horizon. When Gao Daqian returned home, his daughter Tongtong was already fast asleep, while Wu Lijuan awaited her husband's arrival, yearning for a moment of sweet intimacy. After a passionate encounter, Gao Daqian held his wife in his left arm, gazing at the darkened ceiling, and softly inquired, "Lijuan, may I pose a question?" "Go ahead," Wu Lijuan replied, nestling against her husband's arm like a delicate bird. Chapter 90. Introducing a match. Who do you think is more charming, Zhang Junfeng or me? In the darkness, Gao Daqian wore a serious expression. "Of course, you are the more charming one," Wu Lijuan responded lazily, shifting slightly in his embrace. Gao Daqian couldn't help but smile. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating his gleaming white teeth. He felt somewhat foolish for asking, knowing that there could only be one answer from his wife. "No, I mean, if we weren't married and you were a single woman, who would you find more charming between me and Zhang Junfeng? This is a hypothetical scenario. I won't be upset." Wu Lijuan nestled closer and replied softly, "From the perspective of a single woman, Zhang Junfeng is handsome and elegant, mature and composed, exuding integrity and intelligence. Truly embodying masculinity, he is a man capable of great accomplishments. Of course, I refer to the improved Zhang Junfeng. However, a man like him will undoubtedly attract many women, which can be somewhat concerning. As for you, you are tall and strong, honest and brave, possessing a strong sense of righteousness, and a kind heart, an earnest man whom I prefer. I feel secure with someone like you, no matter where we go." Gao Daqian's heart fluttered. He knew his wife spoke the truth. From a woman's perspective, Zhang Junfeng certainly possessed considerable charm, while his wife preferred him. He also recognized that he could not compare to Zhang Junfeng in terms of allure. Nevertheless, he chose to dismiss the notion of charm altogether. The fact that Wu Lijuan had chosen him as her husband indicated that he must possess some appeal, with a warm family atmosphere enveloping them. Thoughts of anything else seemed trivial. With this realization, Gao Daqian turned to embrace Wu Lijuan tightly. Do you still desire more? She chuckled in the darkness, where love and joy permeated the air. Time shifted back to the previous afternoon, when Shun Ruobing emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau after her divorce from Zhang Junfeng. After bidding farewell to him, she arrived at the bus stop, feeling a chill from the brisk wind that swept through before the impending storm. Instinctively wrapping her arms around herself, a rumble of thunder approached, heralding a torrential downpour, but fortunately, the bus arrived just then, and the waiting crowd surged forward. After purchasing her ticket, Shun Ruobing found herself pushed towards the rear of the bus, where there were fewer passengers. Gripping the handrail, her mind wandered to her experiences with Zhang Junfeng. 5 years of hardship had finally yielded a few days of happiness. She had chosen to forgive and accept him, only to discover that he had betrayed her once more in matters of the heart. Why? What could possibly explain this? Was her fate truly so wretched? The pangs of sorrow and anguish surged within her, intensifying in an unrelenting cycle. In a haze of confusion, Shun Ruobing returned to her workplace. The recent busyness had left everyone fatigued, and she was reluctant to burden her colleagues with her share of responsibilities. That morning, she had sought out Zhang Junfeng to finalize their divorce, while her daughter, Tian, stayed at home with her grandmother instead of being dropped off at daycare. The torrential rain persisted, and by the time Shun Ruobing walked from the bus stop to the workshop, her clothes were utterly drenched. Oh dear, Ruobing. You look as if you've just emerged from a downpour. Quickly change out of those wet clothes. A female colleague hurried towards her, concern etched on her face. This was Jiang Wentong, fair-skinned and possessing striking features, who was Shun Ruobing's closest colleague, akin to a sister. It was she who had witnessed Zhang Junfeng being assisted from a restaurant by Tang Haiyao when he was drunk, and subsequently informed Shun Ruobing. Thank you. Shun Ruobing acknowledged with a nod, removing her coat, drying her hair, and donning her work uniform, feeling slightly warmer. Your father has come by twice already. He seems to be looking for you urgently. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Wentong. Shun Ruobing replied with a smile. Oh, there's no need for formality between us. I'll get back to work now. Jiang Wentong waved before briskly returning to her duties. The color printing line they operated was an old piece of equipment just imported from Japan a few months ago. Although it was outdated technology, it still seemed cutting edge in the domestic context, highlighting the significant backwardness of the early 1980s. Not long after Shun Ruobing resumed her post, her father, Shun Jiting, approached. Ruobing, step outside for a moment. I need to speak with you. Upon hearing her father's voice, Shun Ruobing instinctively furrowed her brow, anticipating his words. Wentong, could you keep an eye on things here for a bit? She called to Jiang Wentong, who readily agreed. Shun Ruobing reluctantly approached her father, wiping her hands. What is it? Shun Jiting glanced around and, pulling her sleeve, gestured toward a secluded corner. Let's talk over there. Once in private, he eagerly asked, Ruobing, have you finalized the divorce? Yes, she replied flatly, her expression devoid of emotion. That's wonderful news. Shun Jiting exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he twirled in excitement. I have no other news. I'm going back to work now. As Shun Ruobing turned to leave, her father caught her arm. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? After scanning the area for eavesdroppers, he leaned closer and said conspiratorially, Ruobing, I have some good news for you. It's truly a blessing. Shun Ruobing, feeling a sense of desolation, replied with indifference. At this point, what could possibly be good news? The deputy director of the main factory, Neo, called me, stating that his son has taken a liking to you and is eager to arrange a union between the two of you. As Shun Jiting uttered these words, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Shun Ruobing's delighted agreement. What did you say? Shun Ruobing, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Shun Jiting as she pressed for clarification. I mean, the son of the deputy director of the main factory is interested in you. His name is Niu Xiaofu. He is 26 years old, unmarried, tall and robust, hailing from a privileged background. You must seize this opportunity, Shun Jiting reiterated enthusiastically, providing further explanations to hasten his daughter's acceptance. The news struck Shun Ruobing like a thunderclap, leaving her dizzy and unsteady, nearly causing her to topple over. when she felt a hand reach out to steady her. Upon realizing it was Shen Jiting's hand, she forcefully pushed it away. A deep anguish twisted within her heart, as she felt an overwhelming loathing towards her father. In that moment, the man before her appeared utterly alien. Chapter 91. A desperate ultimatum. Last night, Shen Jiting rallied the entire family, presenting a plethora of grandiloquent reasons, successfully persuading Shen Rubing to divorce Zhang Junfeng. The true motive, however, was to hasten her divorce in order to clear the way for the son of the deputy director of the main factory, allowing Niu Xiaofu to court her openly. What a selfish and despicable scheme it was. Why would he think this way? Because Shen Rubing understood her father all too well. In the past, Shen Jiting had coerced her into a relationship with Zhang Junfeng to curry favor with his father, Zhang Gaoyuan, so he could ascend to the position of union president and facilitate Shen Xingwang's transfer to the color printing factory. Now that Zhang Gaoyuan was no longer in power, he had been cast aside, and with him, Shen Rubing was to be divorced from Zhang Junfeng, all in a bid to attach himself to the formidable tree that was Lu Dongsheng, the deputy director of the main factory. His true goal was to secure the permanent position of his acting factory director, while the notion of his daughter's happiness was nothing but a farce. What pained Shen Rubing the most was that she had once again become a mere instrument for her father's ambitions. Gazing at the middle-aged man before her, whose face was adorned with a smile, she perceived the insincerity behind that facade. Beneath that smile lay selfishness, cruelty, depravity, and shamelessness. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well in her eyes, glistening on her smooth cheeks as they rolled down like pearls. Shen Rubing choked on her words. "Am I truly your biological daughter?" As she spoke, her heart felt as though it were being torn apart. Although she wished to deny the reality, Shen Jiting's actions compelled her to consider the possibility. Is there a father in this world who treats his daughter as a mere tool, time and again, to fulfill his clandestine desires? No, there cannot be such a father. Shen Rubing firmly believed that in this world, a true biological father would never behave in such a manner. "Oh, my dear girl, what nonsense are you speaking?" Shen Jiting, caught off guard by his daughter's words, began pacing back and forth in agitation, pointing at Shen Rubing's head. "Am I not your biological father, having raised you all this time? I am not your biological father. How can I constantly think of you and act in your best interest? I undertake these actions solely for your benefit and for the well-being of the Shen family. How could you utter such ungrateful words? You, my dear girl, are so thoughtless and simply unreasonable. Perhaps you feel a twinge of guilt, or your conscience is pricked, or maybe you have been exposed by Shen Rubing." Leaving Shen in a humiliating predicament, enraged and ashamed, his voice rose increasingly high, almost to a shout, attempting to dominate Shen Rubing with the authority of a family patriarch. Two employees, passing by a few meters away, heard the commotion and glanced in this direction before hastily departing. "This time, no matter what you say, I will not comply. If you continue to pressure me, I will take my own life as a demonstration of my resolve." In her despair, Shen Rubing steeled her heart, biting her lip as she uttered these words. Having been driven to this point, she cared little for the consequences. "What did you say?" Shen's disbelief prompted him to lean in closer, his eyes wide with interrogation. "I said, if you continue to push me, I shall end my life. Do you believe me?" In that instant, Shen was rendered speechless, staring at Shen Rubing with incredulity. At that moment, only one question lingered in his mind. Is this truly my daughter, Shen Rubing? 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. "Very well, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect," he huffed, stamping his foot in frustration before casting a resentful glance at Shen Rubing and departing. With a sigh of relief, Shen Rubing finally exhaled, feeling an immense weight lift from her shoulders. She was utterly exhausted, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Why are you crying, Rubing?" Jiang Wentong, who had been working nearby while keeping an eye on Shen Rubing, rushed over, eager to understand the situation once Shen departed. "It's nothing," Shen Rubing said, wiping away her tears, forcing a smile despite her reddened eyes. The concern of a colleague, who shared no blood relation, far surpassed that of her own father, deepening Shen Rubing's sorrow and despair. A woman as beautiful as a celestial being should be basking in radiant joy, yet under her father's oppressive presence, she wore a sorrowful expression, rendering her even more pitiable. Feeling a lump in her throat, Jiang Wentong's eyes glistened with tears as she gently stroked Shen Rubing's trembling shoulders, letting out a resigned sigh. "Alas, if anyone else were bullying Shen Rubing, I I would not hesitate to stand up for her. Yet now, the pressure comes from her own father. What more can I offer than comfort and lament? Come, let us return to our work. Shen Rubing wiped the traces of tears from her flawless face, taking Zhang Junfeng's hand as they walked towards the colorful printing line. Back in his office, Shen was engulfed in gloom. His subordinates understood well his temperament. During his bouts of melancholy, he despised any disturbances. He was a scheming little man, and approaching him at such a time would be akin to inviting trouble upon oneself. As for work matters, a brief delay would not be detrimental. It would be better to seek him out later when he was in a more amiable mood. Wore a gloomy expression as he poured himself a large cup of tea and sat down, lost in thought. What troubled him was the unexpected change in, who had always been submissive and compliant. Today, however, she dared to defy him. After he had compelled her to date Zhang Junfeng, she yielded. Even last night, when he insisted she divorce Zhang Junfeng, she acquiesced. Yet now, having finalized the divorce, why was she so resistant to being introduced to the influential son of Niu Dongsheng? It baffled him. As pondered this, he lifted the cup to his lips, only to find the tea scorching hot, burning his tongue. He quickly spat it out, hissing as he inhaled sharply to soothe the pain. In frustration, he slammed the cup down on his desk, continuing his brooding contemplation. After a prolonged period of reflection, he came to a realization. Perhaps he had been too hasty and had placed too much pressure on her. Had not genuinely wished to divorce Zhang Junfeng. She had merely succumbed to his demands under duress and was now engaged in a silent struggle against him. Forcing her to comply again could lead her to act irrationally. With a calculating mind, weighed the consequences in the murky depths of his thoughts. Clearly, if we're to take drastic measures, the loss of his daughter would be trivial compared to the significant trouble he would face if he failed to secure a relationship with Niu Dongsheng. This would jeopardize his own aspirations for a permanent position as factory director. Thus, it became evident that he could not afford to rush this matter. He understood the perils of hastily pushing for results. With this realization, felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, and he sighed, leaning back in his chair, determined to temper his impatience. Chapter 92. A heart full of joy. The sharp ring of the telephone jolted upright. He instantly recognized the caller. A wave of anxiety washed over him. This call was undoubtedly from Niu Dongsheng, inquiring about the relationship between Niu Xiaofu and... Yet, having just faced vehement opposition to Niu Xiaofu, how could he possibly respond to Niu Dongsheng? At this critical juncture, he could not afford to offend Niu Dongsheng, whose words could easily determine his fate regarding his promotion to factory director. However, he could not ignore the call either. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself before answering the phone. "Hello, is this Director Niu?" asked, not waiting for a response before addressing him directly. "Ah, yes, it's me. Little. I could sense it was you from across the airwaves. Quite perceptive, aren't you?" Niu Dongsheng's voice came through with satisfaction at its recognition. The familiarity in Niu Dongsheng's address, using little, indicated a deliberate attempt to bridge the gap between them, a subtle hint that quickly grasped. The children from both families are on the verge of entering a romantic relationship, which may lead to marriage, thereby uniting the two old fellows as in-laws. It is entirely reasonable to foster a closer bond in advance. Furthermore, Niu Dongsheng's praise for his high perceptiveness suggests that he has a clear understanding of his superior's intentions and potential for promotion. Currently, Shen Jiting is still serving as the acting factory director. Securing a permanent position signifies a promotion, which holds considerable promise. Realizing these two advantages left Shen Jiting quite astonished, prompting him to rise promptly and respectfully declare, "Your presence is so congenial that I can sense it even through the phone." Niu Dongsheng chuckled heartily on the other end, responding, "Ah, little Shen, no need for modesty." After a moment of laughter, he continued, "By the way, how did your daughter's divorce proceedings go? Were they smooth?" "Indeed. Remarkably so. With just one call from you, the entire Civil Affairs Bureau rolled out the red carpet. Your influence is truly impressive," Shen Jiting flattered, hoping to please Niu Dongsheng and mitigate any potential fury he might face upon learning that he had yet to persuade Shen Rubing. However, such overt flattery made Niu Dongsheng somewhat uneasy. "Let us not dwell on that. It's good that the divorce is finalized. Allow your daughter a few days to stabilize her emotions before broaching the subject of our little Fu." "Ah, your foresight is commendable," Shen Jiting thought, his eyes suddenly sparkling with a brilliant light, wide open in astonishment. Previously burdened with how to respond to Niu Dongsheng, he felt as if he could finally breathe again. In that moment, All his worries dissipated, as if hope had emerged from despair. Unable to contain his excitement, Shen Jiting's voice trembled slightly as he replied, "When Ru Bing returns, I will observe her mood closely. Once she is feeling a bit better, I will certainly bring up the matter of little Fu. I am confident she will agree. Then I can rest easy. Little Shun, your capabilities are impressive, and you are a person of action. There is ample room for your future development." Niu Dongsheng expressed his satisfaction, offering further encouragement from the other end of the line. "Yes, I am grateful for Director Niu's guidance and support," Shun Jiting replied, bowing his head appreciatively, continuing to nod until the line went dead after a prolonged busy signal. He reluctantly set down the receiver and sank into his chair, overwhelmed with excitement, his laughter radiant, though somewhat akin to that of a wilted flower. "Accountant Liu," Shen Jiting called towards the doorway. "Coming," replied Liu, as she opened the door from the adjacent finance office and entered. Upon seeing Shen Jiting's beaming smile, her anxious heart settled, and she inquired cheerfully, "Director, did you need something?" "Yes. Please fetch some money from the petty cash and notify a few mid-level managers for a luncheon gathering today," Shen Jiting said, his excitement palpable. Seeing the director in such high spirits, there must be excellent news. Liu seized the opportunity to flatter him. "Indeed, there is good news, great news." Shen Jiting glanced at the wall clock, noting the time. It was already 11 o'clock. "You should go inform them," he urged. "Understood, Director," replied Accountant Liu, hastily exiting the office. Time swiftly passed until evening descended. Tang Haiyao, having attended to her ailing mother with dinner and medication, gently helped her back to rest on the Kong. Raising her gaze to the antique clock on the wall, she noted it was nearly 6 o'clock. Pouring half a teapot of boiled water, she placed it beside her mother's head and smiled, saying, "Mom, if you're thirsty, please drink some water. I have some matters to attend to tonight and may return late." "Haiyao, do be cautious and drink less alcohol when you're out," her mother cautioned, her deep-set eyes reflecting concern. "Don't worry, Mom," Tang Haiyao reassured her. She changed into a blue floral dress and spritzed a bit of perfume before approaching the edge of the Kong, smiling as she held her mother's thin, rough hand, which tugged at her heartstrings. Turning to lock the courtyard gate, she headed toward the bus station. Tang Haiyao's mother, frail and with skin resembling the bark of an old tree, lay on the Kong with her hollow eyes, yearning for her daughter's safe return. Though she was unaware of her daughter's nighttime endeavors, she understood that Haiyao was tirelessly seeking ways to earn money for her treatment. Since the sudden passing of her husband, she had fallen ill herself, leaving Tang Haiyao to shoulder the burdens of their family, striving to earn for her medication. The weight of responsibility was immense, and it was evident that Haiyao was giving her all. As a mother, she harbored constant worry whenever her daughter ventured out at night, finding solace only in her return. On several occasions, she had heard her daughter retching outside, clearly having drunk too much. There were even times when she caught a glimpse of Haiyao silently weeping with her back turned, the hardships her daughter endured far exceeding those of her peers. Such moments filled her heart with sorrow, leading her to contemplate ending her own life when her daughter was absent. Yet, she couldn't bear to imagine the devastation it would cause Haiyao if she were to find her mother had taken such a step. Thus, she refrained from such thoughts, choosing instead to persevere, yearning for her daughter to encounter a good man while fearing she might be a burden to her. The elderly woman often sighed alone, feeling powerless against her circumstances. All she could do was pray daily for her daughter's health and safety. Chapter 93. Formulating a plan. Tang Haiyao possessed a slender figure, moving with a grace akin to a swaying lily, capturing the attention of many passers-by. Curiosity arose among them. What could such an enchanting young woman possibly look like? When they approached to behold her beauty, they were taken aback. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but also alluring and sensual, a charm that evoked admiration and envy in women and left men captivated and longing. Tang Haiyao was accustomed to such reactions from onlookers and paid no heed to the advances and flirtations of the men, completely ignoring their overtures. Due to the overwhelming attention from suitors, it has become a burden for her. As the bus arrived at the station, none of the waiting male passengers rushed to board. Instead, they behaved like gentlemen, allowing Tang Haiyao to enter first. She offered a faint smile, aware that among these men were those with ulterior motives disguised as gallantry. After gracefully stepping onto the bus, she casually glanced back and, as expected, noticed several pairs of lecherous eyes fixed upon her. Accustomed to such lewd gazes, Tang Haiyao responded with a scornful smile. However, even aboard the bus, she found no solace, as she attracted the lustful glances of some men nearby. She chose to ignore them, her mind preoccupied with a plan she intended to execute that day. A few days earlier, she had an unexpected encounter with Zhang Junfeng during lunch, where she observed a remarkable transformation in him. The once carefree demeanor had vanished, replaced by a mature composure, courage, and a tender attentiveness towards her. To her astonishment and delight, Zhang Junfeng had even given her 13 yuan to purchase supplements and medicine for her ailing mother. Although he had previously offered her money, he had never expressed concern for her mother's health before. Tang Haiyao enjoyed spending time with Zhang Junfeng, as it allowed her to revel in wild abandon, momentarily escaping her troubles. She cherished that liberating feeling. Simultaneously, Zhang Junfeng confided in her after drinking, sharing family trivialities and his inner turmoil. Tang Haiyao felt sympathy for him and reproached his wife, Shen Rubing, for her extreme behavior. She could not fathom why. After choosing to marry Zhang Junfeng, she continued to keep him at a distance, refusing to share a bed even after 5 years of marriage. Any normal man would eventually succumb to frustration, possibly resorting to volatile or extreme actions. From a certain perspective, this could be seen as a natural outlet for pent-up emotions, akin to the overflowing of a filled cup. Conversely, if Shen Rubing did not harbor feelings for Zhang Junfeng, what compelled her to marry him in the first place? Gradually, Tang Haiyao's sympathy for Zhang Junfeng evolved into affection, further fueled by their natural rapport. Following several instances of drunken intimacy, their relationship deepened. During their last encounter, when she was harassed at a restaurant, Zhang Junfeng boldly intervened, fearlessly confronting four assailants to rescue her. This display of strength not only garnered Tang Haiyao's admiration, but also elevated her gratitude and affection for him to new heights. In addition, Zhang Junfeng confided about his father's entanglement in a case involving a female corpse found in a single dormitory, revealing that he was independently investigating the matter and had already uncovered leads related to the deceased's letter. This letter of testament is of utmost significance. Locating this piece of evidence could unequivocally establish that the deceased had no connection to his father, thus dispelling the rumors of their supposed affair. Zhang Junfeng also asserted that presenting the letter to the authorities would liberate his father. Deeply moved at that moment, Tang Haiyao silently vowed to exert every effort to assist Zhang Junfeng in uncovering that letter and rescuing his father. Her motivations were twofold: a desire to repay her gratitude towards him and a genuine wish to help him escape his predicament due to her affection. She believed that handing this letter to Zhang Junfeng would undoubtedly be an immense surprise for him. Therefore, Tang Haiyao's plan was conceived specifically for this purpose. In the morning, while at work, Tang Haiyao received a phone call from her suitor, Xie Xiaohui, who wished to invite her to dinner that evening. Immediately, Tang Haiyao perceived this as an opportunity to approach Bao Yunyun, inquiring about who else would be attending. "Just the two of us," he replied, "which makes for a more convenient conversation." "Oh, just the two of us would be rather dull. Drinking is more enjoyable with a lively crowd," Tang Haiyao playfully protested. "All right then, I'll invite a few friends," Xie Xiaohui readily agreed. "But not too many. After drinking, I'd like to play some poker." Tang Haiyao was aware of Bao Yunyun's penchant for gambling and skill in both mahjong and poker, and she intentionally guided the conversation in that direction. "That sounds great. I'll call Bao Yunyun then. You've met him before during our last drinking session, and he plays poker quite well. Let's have him bring his girlfriend too. It'll be perfect for the four of us to play together." "You take the lead," he replied. With her first objective accomplished, Tang Haiyao's voice took on a sweet, melodious tone. "Haiyao, where do you want to eat tonight?" Came Xie Xiaohui's question from the other end of the line. "Anywhere is fine. You decide," she said, suppressing her inner excitement, eager to conclude the call. "All right, let us go to that state-run restaurant on Forward Road at 6:30. How does that sound?" "You decide," she repeated, granting him the authority to choose. This allowed the man who had once gone to great lengths to please her to finally feel a sense of significance. On the other end, he was elated, bursting into laughter. "Great, Haiyao, it's settled then." After hanging up, Tang Haiyao began to formulate her strategy regarding Bao Yunyun for the evening. Upon returning to the finance department and sitting at her desk, she devised a plan within 20 minutes, dividing it into 3 steps. The first step involved approaching Bao Yunyun and using subtle hints to entice him, rekindling his desire. She aimed to make him feel that he had captivated her with his intense gaze, instilling the belief that he had a chance to win her heart. Having encountered Bao Yunyun during previous drinking sessions, She recalled his lecherous gaze, as if he wished to penetrate her very being with his eyes. Thus, luring him in would prove to be an effortless endeavor. Chapter 94. The Loyal Pursuer. The second step is to tantalize Bao Yunyu's appetite, revealing a fondness for his company while simultaneously fearing the knowledge of Xie Xiaohui, thus risking much and feeling deeply conflicted. She must convey to Bao Yunyu that she is not a woman to be trifled with. Her willingness to be with him stems from genuine affection. This approach will instill gratitude in Bao Yunyu, prompting him to cherish her, while also allowing him to sense that winning her heart is within reach. At this juncture, it is inevitable that Bao Yunyu finds himself consumed by desire. However, she will not grant him easy access. She will assert that such relationships are reserved for those she intends to marry, with him currently being a contender. This subtly suggests that whether he seizes this opportunity lies solely in his hands. Her hesitation is rooted in concern over Bao Yunyu's loyalty. In his quest to win her, Bao Yunyu will undoubtedly vow his exclusive love for her. Nevertheless, she will express skepticism, citing rumors of his numerous affairs, thus requiring him to demonstrate his devotion through action before she can trust his proclamations. In his desire to marry this alluring woman, Bao Yunyu will be compelled to offer her something of great significance, entrusting it to Tang Haiyao to allay her concerns. Should he present a bankbook, Tang Haiyao will scoff, asserting that money cannot validate true feelings. If he offers something else, she will provide various reasons to dismiss their importance, insisting they do not suffice to prove his sincerity, ultimately forcing him to produce a letter of testament. If at this point Bao Yunyu believes he has sufficiently proven his loyalty and seeks intimacy, she will claim that she is indisposed due to her menstrual cycle, yet she will offer him hope, promising to fulfill his desires next time. Once she obtains the letter, she will no longer meet with him. Lost in these thoughts, she unknowingly approaches her destination. Tang Haiyao alights from the bus at the nearest stop to the restaurant. From a distance, she spots Xie Xiaohui waving at her, with the agreed-upon state-owned restaurant behind him. A smile graces her lips as she strides toward him. "You've arrived, Haiyao." As she draws near, Xie Xiaohui eagerly approaches, extending his hand. "Have you been here long?" Tang Haiyao reciprocates the gesture, only to feel her small hand squeezed, prompting her to frown and withdraw. Xie Xiaohui pauses, momentarily taken aback, assuming she has become upset again, but her immediate radiant smile reassures him. Don't always be so serious. With her already captivating allure accentuated by her smile, she renders Xie Xiaohui weak in the knees. They exchange light banter as they arrive at the restaurant's entrance. Xie Xiaohui bows slightly, extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation. "My princess, please step inside." In that instant, a similar scene flashes through Tang Haiyao's mind, recalling Zhang Junfeng making the same gesture at the restaurant door. In comparison, Zhang Junfeng's demeanor appeared more gentlemanly. As her thoughts drifted, the visage and laughter of Zhang Junfeng flashed before Tang Haiyao, along with various other poignant memories. "Zhang Junfeng, what are you doing at this moment? Do you ever think of me?" "Haiyao, what are you pondering? Come inside." The cheerful voice of Xie Xiaohui brought Tang Haiyao back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing," she replied with a gentle smile, feeling a slight warmth on her cheeks, a small thrill ignited by the mere thought of Zhang Junfeng. Entering the restaurant and approaching the payment counter, Xie Xiaohui looked at Tang Haiyao and said with a smile, "Haiyao, order whatever you like." Gazing at her profile, he couldn't help but marvel internally at her beauty, the kind that could captivate a man's very soul. If fortune smiled upon him and he could have her as his wife, he would willingly sacrifice a decade of his life. After observing the menu for a while and finding little that appealed to her, Tang Haiyao smiled at Xie Xiaohui and said, "You decide." You want me to choose again?" "This is the third time you've said that today," he thought, elated by her words, his aspirations growing bolder. Could it be that she intends to surrender herself to me tonight? Xie Xiaohui ordered 4 dishes and a few bottles of beer, selecting items he knew Tang Haiyao enjoyed, reasoning that a cold drink would be refreshing in the sweltering heat. They carried the dishes to a table at the back against the wall. After setting them down, Xie Xiaohui, ever attentive, brushed away the dust from a stool and positioned it for Tang Haiyao's comfort. "Haiyao, please have a seat." "Thank you," she replied with a radiant smile as she settled down. Xie Xiaohui took a seat beside her and pulled out 10 bills from his pocket, leaning in to whisper, "Haiyao, this is your share from the batch of videotapes I brought back from my last business trip." You've sold them all so quickly? That's impressive." Tang Haiyao's eyebrows arched in delight. Upon my return, my friends snatched them up instantly. There weren't enough to go around. With a gleeful expression, Xie Xiaohui surveyed their surroundings before leaning closer and speaking in hushed tones. When I go on my next trip to the south, I'll bring back more so we can earn even more. Don't be reckless. Such small ventures are manageable, but if we scale up, we could attract unwanted attention. You know? Tang Haiyao shook her head, disapproving of Xie Xiaohui's eagerness for profit. All right, I'll heed your advice, he replied with a knowing smile and a nod, then retrieved 2 bottles of medicine from his pocket, placing them before Tang Haiyao. Haiyao, didn't you say this medicine is hard to come by? I asked a friend to bring back these 2 bottles. Let your mother use them for now. A warmth spread through Tang Haiyao's heart as she shifted her gaze from the medicine bottles to Xie Xiaohui's face. Though his eyes were not particularly large, they conveyed a sense of competence, and he was not unpleasant to behold. I merely mentioned it casually. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Thank you, Xiaohui. Your words are like a decree to me. I certainly must take them to heart, even in my dreams. Flattered by Tang Haiyao's praise, Xie Xiaohui felt a surge of pride and couldn't resist making a jest. Still being cheeky, are we? Tang Haiyao playfully chided, then continued. How much do these 2 bottles of medicine cost? These 2 bottles of medicine are a gift from me to you, free of charge. Xie Xiaohui gazed affectionately at Tang Haiyao, eager to assist her. That cannot be, she replied. This medicine was purchased with money. If you refuse to accept payment, I shall not take the medicine. Noticing Xie Xiaohui's silence, she produced 4 large notes and said, I will give you 40 yuan. Which is the price I paid at the pharmacy. Gently, she placed the notes before him. You have given too much. The total cost for both bottles is 36 yuan. Xie Xiaohui replied softly. Please accept it. These 2 bottles will suffice for my mother for 2 months. After that, I shall need your assistance again. Tang Haiyao smiled. Her lips pursed. It is only right. There is no need for such formality between us. Xie Xiaohui nodded repeatedly, displaying a willingness to go to great lengths for her.